Yo, how's it going, my exquisite kings? Today we dive into real cinema, starting with a classic spooky castle, bats flying everywhere, and the atmosphere so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Our Dean stands there, looking like a true goth macho and waiting for some hero to show up. Dean is the supreme lord of demons, and his dark charisma makes all NPCs tremble. Some Lyle comes to challenge him, but looks like he's about to cry. Dude is definitely a beta. Dean looks at him contemptuously because he knows he's built differently. He literally tears that guy's gear apart right in the middle of the fight, saying the sword is the only thing of any value. What audacity he has. Dean starts laughing sinisterly and mocking the Elysium Temple for sending such a weakling. Lyle trembles so much it's surprising he hasn't dropped his sword, yet give him some milk. Dean basically teaches him how to hold a weapon. His stance is a complete horror. Lyle looks like at 20, he's already hit a midlife crisis. Dean puts on a real show, announcing his full title, as if presenting the main match at WrestleMania. But Lyle's grip is still shaky, bro is in really bad shape. And Dean literally yells at him to step forward. Are you a hero or a simplow? And then the tension suddenly burst. Lil yells stop, and the entire epic mood of the battle instantly dies. Turns out it's all a setup. They are literally rehearsing a fake fight. I feel cheated, but the plot twist is really cool. Lyle grumbles that the script is complete nonsense, and he's right, but still a crybaby. He literally sobs because he doesn't want to kill his lord. The dude is a total simp for his boss. Dean just sighed and said to the idiot, "Stop crying and raise your sword so they can finish the rehearsal." The stakes are incredibly high. The village needs to satisfy the characters of the Elysium Temple by killing the demon lord. Dean starts a monologue about his titles, Lord Nosferatu and Master of Vampires. Sounds cool, but actually he is just a lonely god. Look at that face. It's the face of a man tired of all this nonsense. Lyle notes that Dean hasn't even drunk blood once, so he's a vampire who doesn't even do vampire stuff, a complete fraud. Dean admits he is not like humans, and he doesn't even know where he came from. One day he simply appeared out of nowhere and began wandering the world like a lost NPC. He wandered for years, probably searching for that lush waifu who never appeared. His blood is simply insane. It has 10 billion times more magical power than an ordinary person, truly overleveled from birth. He delved into experiments, probably trying to brew some high-level potions. But the peasants saw him playing with blood and immediately labeled him a monster. Typical NPC behavior, jumping to conclusions right away. They appeared with torches and pitchforks, as if straight out of a Shrek movie. The noise and hatred never ceased. Just imagine, you are Gigachat and the farmers are bullying you. For 50 years, he was considered a monster, half a century too long to be on the do not invite list. He had no peaceful memories, only constant rain and sadness. But then everything turned around when he found a new place. He came across an abandoned castle and thought, maybe here I will finally find peace and quiet. But the neighboring peasants were completely calm. They didn't care who he was, as long as he didn't cause problems. They even helped him tidy up this place. These villagers are true heroes. Finally, Dean was truly happy, living his best life as a homebody researcher. The village children even peeked through his windows to see what this scary lord was doing. In the end, he became a village teacher and taught the kids magic and mathematics, from demon lord to school principal. What an upgrade. They even gave him a fancy chair, let him sit like on a throne. It's not much, but honest work. For 150 years, he was their god guardian. Finally, he found a family. That's why Lyle cries so much. He sees a father in Dean, not a monster. But he doesn't understand why a good hero must die, while villains go unpunished. Dean explains that it's all about a disease called Shimon-byou. A year ago, this plague began mowing down people in the capital. Holy knights from the Elysium Temple appeared and claimed that only faith and holy water could cure it, but these guys were clearly frauds. The crowd welcomed them as saviors, but they were really only after power. More than 10,000 people died. Holy water turned out to be a clear deception. The abbot of the temple was almost exploding with irritation. His fake healings simply did not work. But then he heard about the village of Fira, where no one died. Dean realized that the disease had finally reached his home. He immediately locked everything down and transported the infected to his castle to treat them. Here he gave medical advice and made masks. Dean was literally a doctor in a cloak. Lyle appeared, scared for his family. Alice caught the disease. Dean rushed to her room, ready to do anything to save her. Poor Alice looked terrible. The disease covers you with dark spots. It's quite creepy. Her condition was the worst of all, and Dean realized he would have to use his secret weapon. He considered them his family and was not going to let them die. He used his missile blood to cleanse them. He literally gave his life force to save the village. Now that's a man. But the temple found out and they got angry. They didn't like that someone was doing their job better. They realized that Lord Nosferatu was the one who saved the village. They dug through old records, looking for a reason to hate him. They decided to frame him, accusing him of causing the disease. What audacious impudence these scoundrels have. They told the people that the demon lord was the source of the plague, just to hide their own failure. They even said that the villagers were under his black magic. There you have fake news. Lyle was given a harsh choice. Kill Dean with the sacred sword or the whole village would be destroyed. They basically cornered him. There was no other way. The decree was unquestionable. Dean, a true gigagachad, simply tells Lyle, "Kill me, I am ready to sacrifice myself for their safety." He knows the village is under the yoke of the decree, and this is the only way to save them. By defeating the demon lord, Lyle will gain the trust of the temple and protect the people. Lyle is completely broken. He doesn't want to be the one who has to do it. He asks embarrassedly what he should say to Alice when she asks where her beloved lord has gone. Alice literally dreamed of becoming Dean's bride when she grew up. She has excellent taste, but it just breaks the heart. Lyle begs Dean to run away, saying that the village will cover for him. But Dean knows well, the temple is not so easy to fool. They have ancient artifacts and colossal power. If he runs away, the village will perish. Suddenly time ran out. The knights are already at the doorstep. The holy knights burst in, shouting about the banishment of the evil sorcerer. Dean, they need to start the show for real now. Dean puts on a villainous face, laughs and behaves like a real monster to make everything look convincing. Lyle swings the sword and we hear that sickening shink. Blood splashes everywhere. This is no longer just a game. Dean simply allowed the knife to be plunged straight into his chest. He didn't even dodge. He whispers that surprisingly it hurts. No joke, did you just had a holy blade stabbed right into your lungs? When he was dying, his family from the village appeared before his eyes, and that was enough for him. He's seeing in his mind Alice's last smile. "I'm not crying, you're crying." He tells Lyle not to waste the life he gives them. For a simpleton like Lyle, this is a heavy burden. The knights loudly and fervently began to praise the hero for overthrowing the evil lord. But Dean rapidly fades, the pain is real, and he realizes he is not as immortal as he thought. It begins to darken. He looked at Lyle one last time and said that he still had work to do. Lyle froze, stunned probably. He just realized that he killed his best friend. Finally, he raises the bloodied sword and announces his victory to the holy NPCs. The knights shout joyfully, confident that they have won. Dean's role finally ends. He falls to the ground, exhausted. But wait, he has a backup plan. He intends to transfer his soul into a bat companion. A true man of culture always has a plan B. But he dies much faster than he hoped. The holy sword simply burned him. He tries to cast mind transfer, but his magic fails. Guys, this is bad. His eyes lose focus. It seems the game is over for our demon lord. And his hand weakly falls into a puddle of his own blood, a true tragedy. He recalls all his failures, but then sees the people he saved. He realizes that although he failed as a demon lord, he succeeded as a human. For the last time, he sees the faces of the rest of his friends. Silence, but suddenly a voice sounds in the air. "Will you reincarnate?" And Dean hovers in the darkness, and a voice reaches him from behind the veil. The voice tells him that he has fulfilled the conditions for reincarnation. What a plot armor. Turning back to the real world, Lyle simply loses his mind because of Dean's body. The Lord of Demons has officially disappeared. In the last moments, one thought was spinning in Dean's head. He just wanted to live an ordinary life. The voice said that they reached an agreement. He will be reborn as a humano, sharp ears, no blood magic. Lyle is still crying like a babysomion. Bring this man a tissue. The throne room is empty. The monster is dead, and the knights have disappeared somewhere. Lyle remembers Dean's last words, "Until next time." Instantly, we move 10 years forward and, suddenly, new eyes open before us. The agreement was genuine. A young boy stretches his hands to the sky. This is Dean. He remembered everything on his 10th birthday. The Supreme Demon Lord returned, but this time he is an ordinary human boy. Listen, this is going to be a crazy ride. Be sure to like and subscribe if you want to see how this Chad handles human life. Hey guys, grab some popcorn. We're diving straight into an epic movie. Imagine, you wake up and the first thing you hear is some cosmic voice asking if you want to live it again in another life. Our guy reaches out his hand, as if trying to grab the last slice of pizza, but still can't figure out what that voice was actually babbling about. He opens his eyes and realizes he ended up in a body that is clearly not his, and already wonders if he accidentally pressed easy mode, the starter pack. He jumps out of bed, the floorboards cry for help, but our host is just trying to get his bearings in this new world. Turns out this boy has been living with two sets of memories for 3 years, since he remembered his past life as some legendary vampire lord named D. Nosferatu. Imagine you are a 200-year-old ancient power, and now stuck in the body of a 13-year-old. That's a real powerful hit to the stats. Now he is Yuki Gereria, the second son of a baron. Don't be fooled by the title, their family is a complete mess. But once he died because of his own incompetence, he tried to transfer his soul into a bat familiar and failed horribly. Look at him, he is lying on the floor in a pose of despair. Bro is literally mourning his failed plan be like a true gamer who forgot to save. He tries to calm himself down, saying the defeat was inevitable after all, it was his first death, and to me, that's just a wild excuse. After that legendary blunder, he heard that mysterious voice again, and his consciousness simply faded into the void. And suddenly he was reborn as a human, and is already looking in the mirror to see if he still has the same vibe of the main character. He looks out the window and thinks, who the hell decided to reincarnate him, and how much time has passed since he was a true god. He is stuck in the rural wilderness on the lands of a baron for a person used to living in a castle. This is practically in the middle of nowhere. Here is the family tree. It is a bit tangled, because our Yuki is actually an illegitimate son. So he has absolutely no rights to the family business, and becomes an absolute outcast in a house full of arrogant nobles. Now he will have to choose to go to school or become an adventurer, as if this is a class selection screen for real life. But before he can put on a crazy show for Chad, he realizes that he really needs to learn how people behave, because his previous attempt at communication was a complete failure. In his past life, he was a monster who could not get along with others, later became a protective spirit, but eventually died at the hand of a hero. As a result of that failure, he ended up as a puddle on the floor, definitely not what you want to leave behind. Although he looks like an ordinary guy, he still has Omlina blood running through his veins. He has vampire power and will not age like others. He clenches his fist and firmly decides, this time he will play the long game, pretending to be an ordinary person until he is ready to rule. He will deliberately use magic so that his cover remains blown, and honestly, this is a real masterclass in stealth. Suddenly, a wild bat appears on the windowsill, and our guy looks at it as if it were his long-lost friend. He realizes that bats have always been crazy about him, probably because he was once the lord of vampires. Time for a little experiment, so he grabs a letter opener to take some blood, and the bat just stands there like an NPC. He extends a drop of his omelet blood. It's like injecting the bat with super soldier serum and giving it an espresso shot at the same time. He asks the bat if it wants to gain wisdom and become his relative, not a bad offer for a random night rat. The bat licks that legendary elixir, and you can almost see the level up bar filling right before your eyes. Suddenly, the bat starts jumping and barking in human language. It seems to consider itself the new master of that huge duck. It already promises loyalty and wants to be useful. That's the same charm our host uses to enchant even animals. Yuki explains that this is not some nonsense about forced domination. It's a contract where both win, each benefits from the other's power. He asks the bat if there is a quiet hidden place nearby where he can test his magic so that no nosy people watch his every move. The bat talks about some mountains full of angry rabbits and dark bears. Sounds like the perfect place to level up a low-level vampire. Just as they were planning something, there was a knock on the door, and the bat had to vanish instantly before something strange started. This is his younger sister Rumia, and she is simply the cutest in this entire manga. She came to say that it's time to eat. She starts babbling about her day and how their older brother Zeros told her not to go to that separate building, but she clearly doesn't care about his rules. Yuki behaves a bit coldly, like a brother, and Rumia, pouting like a pro, drops the phrase that she cares about women's feelings. He realizes that he acted a bit like a jerk, so he extends his hand to escort her, a true Chad move to fix the atmosphere. She grabs his hand with a wide smile, and honestly, such sincere, kind energy almost makes one forget that he is an ancient vampire. Walking, they chat about the Magic Guild and complain that the wind in this old house is totally awful, which sparks a few ideas in Yuki. Rumia says that her older brother Zeros is going to the Lindabar Magic Guild, and at the mention of some high-level magical research, Yuki's ears instantly perk up. This guild is basically the Harvard of magic, a place for elites and royals, where they flaunt their power and study ancient spells. But Yuki is not thrilled. Ancient magic only reminds him of his past life and a place called the Elysium Temple. Rumia pulls him out of his inner monologue because he is clearly not listening to her reciting poems, and that's a total fail on his part. He apologizes and lets her continue, takes a deep breath, and they walk down the corridor like a pair of NPCs. She starts reciting magical spells, and Yuki notices that their pronunciation hasn't changed at all in 200 years. Incredible. This evokes memories. Once in his old village he taught children, and back then it was clear he was not always just a scary monster. At that time his classroom was practically a throne room, and it looked incredibly cool compared to a regular school. He managed to transform the village from random people into top-level scholars, and it really felt like serious city-building gameplay. But the fun ended. They reached the dining hall, and now the bitter truth about his social status was about to crash down on him. Yuki is forced to eat in a separate room, like a commoner just because he is an illegitimate son, and he firmly tells Rumia to stop acting selfish because of this. She seems about to cry, but they are interrupted by a new rival entering the arena. Casual Megan appears, a guy who seems to live in front of a mirror and is absolutely convinced he is the main character. This guy was hired as a tutor for the Zeros, and he immediately started acting like a complete snob and told Yuki to know his place. He began babbling about social status and that people are born with a certain rank, the most typical NPC villain speech I have ever heard. Yuki stunned him with facts. He ranked humans, elves, and beastfolk, and even added liches and vampires to show off his knowledge. Keckle flared up and asks what rank the noble house has, clearly wanting to lure our guy into a trap. Yuki calmly explains the order. The father is the head, the wife is second, then the legitimate children. And then he throws out, Yuki Gereria ended up at the very bottom of the list because he is illegitimate. Cackle gets right up in his face and says that an illegitimate child shouldn't even be allowed to carry the surname well. That's pure audacity. Yuki simply throws back at him, sorry for the rudeness, while looking completely bored by this mediocre hater. Younger sister Rumia disagrees. She starts shouting that Yuki is a full member of the family and deserves respect. Cackle glances at Zeros to see if he will support his sister, but right now Zeros looks like a complete beta, not looking him in the eyes at all. Zeros is clearly sweating because he doesn't want to anger his mentor, and this shows that he completely lacks character compared to the illegitimate brother. Cackle constantly boasts about his noble status, saying that for a noble person, it is unforgivable to eat at the same table with someone from the commoners. Finally, Zeros speaks, but only to whisper to Rumia. Nobility requires self-awareness, essentially, a code meaning he has to suck up to the status quo. Yuki just pats Rumia on the back to calm her down. He is too cool to let these NPCs throw him off balance. He tells Rumia to go eat in the luxurious hall, and he himself goes with the servants, implying he doesn't care about their social games. Rumia looks broken, but understands. The rules of this poisonous house cannot be changed for now. As they walk away, Yuki watches them go, probably thinking about how to raise his level and wipe that smile off Cackle's face. But even before Cackle was about to leave, Yuki asks him one last question, and it is clear that he is about to reveal some forbidden truth. He asks about the Elysium Temple, and Cashel instantly loses his mind, clenches his teeth, and tells him never to utter that name. It turns out that mentioning the temple here is a real taboo, and Yuki is genuinely surprised by such a reaction. He just stands there as if saying, "What have I done?" And the atmosphere becomes so oppressive that an ordinary person would be crushed. Cackle takes a deep breath and, as if out of mercy, decides to answer the question, which really just means he likes to hear his own voice. He says that 220 years have passed since the opening of the Elysium Temple, confirming Yuki's timeline. He sternly tells Yuki not to ask such rude questions anymore and pretends as if he just did him a huge favor. We see the silhouette of the temple and a group of mysterious figures. They seem to be whispering about a deep history that we have not yet reached. Yuki realizes that the world he woke up in is still full of mysteries, and only he has the keys to unlock them. Yo, what's up, my cultural kings? Welcome back to the channel, where we only watch absolute peak trash. Today, we dive into the story of a guy who reincarnated and immediately started living poorly. Look at this beggar's dish. Dude is eating leftovers from the main house like a total bumpkin. Wait, who is this? We have made Marta and Lord Mercy here. This woman's charms are just on the highest level. I would let her take care of me any day of the week, if you know what I mean. Our hero Yuki goes outside and suddenly sees his sister Rumia hanging out with their father, George. Little sister is totally on fire, diligently showing off light magic and reciting a spell as if she is about to cast the hottest curse of the year. George is applauding here like a proud NPC because she managed to create a small glowing orb. She is all modest here, saying there are people much better, and Dad is just happy she is not a complete failure. Then George decides to show off her light spell, and honestly, it's so absolutely mediocre. Our guy Yuki looks at this and realizes, 200 years after he died, magic hasn't advanced at all. Society is officially doomed. Sitting like that woman from the meme, scratching his head over calculations and suddenly realizing he has been dead for 200 years. They say some temple stumbled upon ancient magic 220 years ago, and he died shortly after that. It's a whole chain of events, and essentially, it means he is a fossil in a teenager's body. He remembers his old friends Lyle and Alice, but they have long been gone eternal memory to the real ones. He flops onto the bed and realizes, although the country's name changed, everyone still uses the same dusty magical grammar. And of course, ancient magic is only for snobs from the upper world like his brother Ketchel. As always, Yuki decides it's time to find out what really happened while he was sleeping for his 200 years. In the main building, there is a library there, probably. All the lore is kept, but there is one catch. He is the illegitimate son of this family, so he is not even allowed to cross the threshold. What a disgrace. But our guy has a plan. He needs to test his strength, and most importantly, he desperately wants real meat. No more salads for the king. Look at this dinner, guys. Bread and some mysterious piece. No wonder he wants to go hunting. At first, he checks his fake stats. Lowering his attributes in all points on paper, he looks like a complete beta. But he scanned his real stats. Wow, S-rank magic and A-rank agility. Charisma is just off the charts. Look at this skill list. Float ice magic, missile blood, he is simply broken. He hits the flight button and jumps out the window, like in the Matrix. He literally sheds all his weight to sneak past the guards' unnoticed stealth 100. These guards notice absolutely nothing, just pure NPCs, I swear. He reaches the forest, ready to start his hard night work. But suddenly a wild bat appears. And it's not just a bat, it's a familiar that was waiting just for him. The bat wildly rejoiced, saw his master, and asks to be given a name. Yuki looks this bat straight in the eyes and calls him Dick. I'm not joking, he named his bat Dick. This is a real threat. The villain is simply delighted, because it turns out Yuki once had a buddy named Dick. Suddenly a brief memory. The first Dick on his deathbed, rest in peace, OG. The bat considers Yuki too young to be so cool, and Yuki just wants to know where the food is. They notice a huge rabbit, a kind of bunny, with a horn and a bad temper. Yuki knows these things can hit like a mule, so he doesn't take risks. Today, he is not one to go into hand-to-hand combat. He is here to show us real cinema with his magic. He chooses ice magic. Fire is too loud and flashy for a stealth build. He throws down an ice net, and for the rabbit, that's it, game over. The poor creature is stuck in an ice cage, not even having time to realize what attacked it. No noise, no light, just pure killing. Our guy is a true pro. He pulls out the blade to finish the job. Sorry, kid, but the main character needs protein. He hangs the rabbit to let its blood drain, while the bat just stares at him in fascination. Yuki pretends it's no big deal and calls it just magic, but Dick knows. The game recognizes the game. Yuki recalls the ancient magic of the Elysian Temple, where a priest once wiped out an entire bandit squad. The priest was a true savage. He showed no mercy to the thieves. Yuki explains that ordinary magic depends on luck and wildly drains your mana. But ancient magic can be spammed effortlessly. It's like a cheat code. He thinks if he had been stronger back then, maybe things would have ended differently with Lyle. Now the Mage Guild holds all the ancient secrets in their hands, and they are not friendly at all. When Yuki sees people like Kekel, she realizes the guild is a complete cluster of arrogant nobles who need a reality check. Suddenly Dick flies in again, shouting that his guys have found another target. Yuki is confused until Dick says he brought the whole team with him. And by team, I literally mean a cloud of bats. They burst out from everywhere, like a frame from a horror movie. Look at the scale of this. I just inherited an entire air force. Each of them wants to serve the great master, needless to say a huge surge of their ego. They tell him that they know everything happening on this mountain. Now, he is effectively monitored around the clock. Yuki gently strokes Dick's head because he is such a well-behaved boy. A touching moment. In my trashy manga, it happens more often than you think. He decides this mountain will be his secret base, the Gigachad move. He tells Dick to choose several commanders so they stay in contact with him. They will be the first to warn him as soon as any hostile forces or monsters sneak too close. And if it even gets too hot for the bats, Yuki promises to intervene and handle everything himself. Time to go after another rabbit and grab my spoils. Yuki quickly flips through his list of skills in his head. He has everything to conquer this new world. The plan is simple. Pretend to be an ordinary person, but secretly be the most dangerous man in the world. He will hunt a little more before returning to that dusty mansion. Finally, everything falls into place. Next stop, the main building's library, and you are not yet ready for what will happen next. First, guys, listen. Our Yuki returns from hunting with a huge rabbit, as if nothing happened, and the same NPC is already waiting at the gates to spoil the mood. This walking L named Sir Catchel is already covered in mold, because Yuki didn't ask for permission. Look at his face. He's definitely the type to remind the teacher about homework. But But Yuki doesn't even flinch. He just smiles because he knows he will crush this fool now. At school, that guy just smugly shows off his dinner and pretends Kyukul never spoke. He even says that the maid Marta will prepare it for him. Just look at her charms. She is definitely a top-tier waifu. Kakul is already going crazy, shouting that Yuki is just an ordinary person and has no right to be so selfish. He is really calling our guy an illegitimate child and a servant right now. The audacity of this hater is off the charts. Look at that look. This dude so desperately wants to please some authority that he pours out his anger on a real child. Yuki tries to slip away so his meat can be processed, but Cackle is still babbling in the background like an irritated fan. Suddenly appears the real Gigachad Lord George with a sword, probably heavier than all Keckle's pride. Cassiel immediately tries to snitch on Yuki because he wants to take the rabbits for himself. Such a pathetic, weak act. But Dad is a true bro and says, if Yuki caught the rabbits, then they belong to him, period. He even gently patted Yuki on the head and praised his talent, and you say that Yuki actually respects the old man. Turns out Dad is a real martial arts monster who earned his nobility only through pure charisma and strength. He warns the child about dangerous beasts in the mountains, while Catchell stands nearby looking like a discarded minor character. The father repeatedly defends his son, and Ketchel keeps insisting that he is an illegitimate child, like a broken record. Cackle stretched that creepy villainous grin on her face and coldly reminded the Lord of the terms of his hire for Souza. This sounds like real hell. Essentially, Keckle blackmails him. I will help the other Solar Zeros only if the Lord leaves my lessons alone. Surprisingly, Dad breaks under the pressure, and Yuki puts on his best I'm a good boy mask to play along. Yuki gives the rabbits to his father to settle everything. He is playing the long game like a true pro. Then he asks for permission to enter the library and return, and you can see the gears turning in his head. He says he wants to make up for his lack of knowledge, but we all know he is about to stumble upon several secrets that will break the game. As soon as they look away, he throws them that sly smile because everything is going exactly according to plan. The dude really memorized his dad's training schedule for 3 years to skillfully arrange this confrontation. That's true plot defense energy. Dad was so impressed by his modesty that he gives the go-ahead, and Cackle just boils with rage because of it. So the operation succeeded. Our guy heads to the mansion to dive into reading. Cackle chats in the corridor like a complete scoundrel, probably preparing his next failure. Yuki meets the butler Neil, who looks like the most refined gentleman you have ever seen. Neil was once a real force on the battlefield, so you know he is not some ordinary NPC. Yuki asks if Keckle was here just now, probably sensing that the negativity from the haters still lingers in the air. Finally, they reach the library, and it turns out that books in this world are rarer than a girl who doesn't use filters. The butler is shocked that Yuki can even read, and our guy is only hunting for those spicy historical legends. He finds a book about the history of the kingdom and eagerly prepares to immerse himself in the plot. He tries to open the shelf, but this thing is stuck tighter than a simp clings to his streamer's merch. Although the butler unlocked the lock, the door doesn't budge, and Yuki feels that something is wrong here. Look at the butler sweating. He knows that behind this petty sabotage stands Cashel. Turned out the door was locked by a magical device, a kind of high-tech middle finger from Kutchel. Well, Yuki understands that Cashel is trolling him from the shadows, and he is actually quite annoyed. The butler leans over for tea, and Yuki presses his lips and decides to stay silent. He doesn't want to make the family look bad. He mentally tells himself that aristocrats are the strangest breed on the planet while staring intently at the locked shelf. Then he decides that it's time for Mistel blood hacking sounds like the boldest thing I've heard today. He explains that he can break the magic using his own blood as a conductor, and that's real cinema. Our guy literally hacks the spell with his blood, breaking through its layers like a pro gamer. He carefully looks inside the lock and starts fiddling with the magic supply. Any moment now, he interrupts the spell and exposes that very MC Riz. It worked, the eyelids open, and he is ready to read. He even tidies up the mess so that no one notices. The butler returns with tea, and Yuki just sits there, looking as innocent as a lamb. But Neil notices that the mood in the room is a bit strange. Panic grips Yuki. He realizes that in his haste, he placed the magical instrument upside down. He tries to brush it off, saying that the tutor probably made a mistake, but the butler just looks at him. Neil remembers this seal from the battlefield and how it was broken by 3 elite mages, so he knows that Yuki is incredibly strong. The butler simply admits he also hates Catchel, and this is purely a brotherly moment. Keckle is somewhere else, probably acting like a loser. Meanwhile, Yuki returns to his research. They arranged a small reading montage for us because our guy is a scholar and a gentleman. After an hour, he finally finishes reading the book and looks a bit exhausted from all those legends. He learns about the Elysium Temple, an ancient magical organization that basically had all the cheats enabled. And then he reaches the part where everyone died and is genuinely stunned by how they could simply disappear. It turned out that they got involved in territorial wars and engaged in internal strife for power, a classic path to collapse. They considered themselves invincible thanks to ancient magic and artifacts. How wrong they were. Right in the middle of the war, all their magical weapons suddenly stopped working. It was a complete, humiliating failure. The warring countries did not even hold back. Everyone immediately attacked them because everyone hated them. The entire organization was utterly destroyed and erased from the map. Most of their legendary magical items simply disappeared, probably hidden away for future plot twists. Yuki lies on the bed, enjoying himself and thinking that modern people live far below their potential. He imagines how much easier life would be if instead of firewood, they simply used magic for heating and water. He calls people fools. They destroy sacred swords and cause more trouble than the demon lord himself. And in the end, he still did not find any mention of his old village, and that was exactly why he went to the library. A memory of a sweet girl named Alice comes to him, and I know what you're thinking, she is definitely the one he missed. He decides that if he wants real details of history, he will have to go to the royal capital. He thinks that there should be bigger libraries and historians there, who are not just NPCs. Now he has two paths to decide what his future will be. Choice 1: to enter school, blend in with the crowd, and absorb the usual knowledge of this world. Then he will become an adventurer and constantly travel so that no one guesses that he is the immortal Chad. Option 2: just go and search for the ruins of his village to find Alice's descendants. And here he realizes there is no need to choose. He can do both because he is the main character. Suddenly someone started calling him, and he sharply snapped out of deep thoughts. A red carriage approaches the manor, and you feel that something big is about to happen. The father shouted from the window, urging him, "Hurry up." Wow, great news for Zeros, and even Kakia looks in a good mood. This is clearly suspicious. Yo, what's up, my cultural kings, back on the channel where we dive into the trashiest and most uncompromising movie stories. Today we have a hot thing. Our host lives life to the fullest, without pretension, a legend, while everyone else is busy praising his mediocre brother. We start with this universal guy who, honestly, is the biggest NPC I've ever seen, smiling as if he just found a legendary waifu, because Zeros turns out to be a wonderful older brother. Our main hero Yuki just stands there like, no way, while this dude Kako laughs out loud, as if he is really important to the plot here. Dad came in looking like a real macho with that beard, and told Yuki that there is big news for Zeros regarding the Mage Guild. Yuki acts cool, asks if his brother finally got an internship or something like that, trying to keep a relaxed atmosphere. But then Zeros drops a bomb. The 8th Princess Iris Tuet, or Rustia, is coming specifically to see how he shows off his powers. Look at him holding that scroll as if it's his holy grail, zero charm but overflowing confidence. Yuki here calculates and understands that the princess will essentially also become an apprentice, and this is a perfect chance to later introduce several plot-important cultural moments. He lays everything out clearly for those lagging behind. The princess is actually a guild scout, came to see if Zeros is really different or just another scam. Yuki wonders why a literal princess came to this backwater barony, and Cackle in the shadows, as always, is a typical hater. Keckle starts bragging that it's all because of his recommendation letters, acting as if he has the highest magical talent here. The whole team goes crazy to see how Zeros are evaluated, and Dad stands proudly, probably thinking his retirement plan is finally secured. And then Ketchel turns into a real villain, points a finger and orders Yuki to stay home, not go anywhere and barely breathe while the princess is around, and the audacity to call our guy a bastard bro just begs for punishment. Even Dad and the Zeros look a bit shocked, like, damn, chill, it's not that serious, but this guy is completely restless. Ketchel really manipulates Zero to make them hate his own brother, calls him a lousy younger brother, and acts as if Yuki is a stain on the family honor. Yuki just stands there with that look like he's about to destroy his career, but for now stays silent. He looks at the Zeros and thinks that he is exactly like their father, and because of the difficult past, Yuki really wants to support her brother, not be a hater. Zeros has already bought into the propaganda. He believes that a simple girl like Yuki is not even allowed to exist in the same postal code as the royal family. Cackle slyly smiles like a Discord moderator who just got admin rights and presses the Zeros to clearly show Yuki her place. Zeros switch to full beta mode, saying that Yuki was born from some random commoner on the battlefield and has no right to be near the princess. The glaze from Cackle has officially rotted his brain. He points his finger as if doing something big and orders Yuki to stay locked in his room like some Cinderella. And Yuki, my boyfriend, just smiles and says yes gladly, with the most angelic face you have ever seen. Absolute cinema. He thinks to himself, who even needs these royal dramas and arrogant princesses, and Zeros is just confused he was expecting a fight. An instant flashback to Yuki's past as the Demon King. It turned out he was a gigachad who, instead of killing the heroine, fed her. Look at her figure, she clearly ate well. It turned out the girl he pitied worked hard and became a guardian, proof that our host has always been a cultured and kind person. She is actually the grandmother of one of his current buddies, and that's quite a crazy connection if you think about it. Returning to the present, Yuki insists even more. I will stay in my room, I swear, just so everyone stops babbling. He even suggests spending the night at an inn in town or going on a trip just to be safe, and he looks so excited, as if happily escaping from these NPCs. The father begins to feel like a complete failure when he realizes he is forcing his son to behave like an outcast just for a place among the high-ranking aristocrats. Keisiro thinks Yuki is being sarcastic and throws a tantrum because he can't stand the main character's "I don't care" energy. Yuki is like, nah bro, I'm actually your biggest fan, and at that very moment he feels a longing for the family from his previous life. He shouts that he is not interested at all in either the guild or the princess, and this feels like a sharp blow to Zero's pride. Yuki says that he is simply embarrassed and might mess up the etiquette, so Zeros feel like only he can withstand this pressure. He prays for Keiichiro's success and sets off, but Keiichiro completely loses his head, shouting, "Don't be stupid," because he feels like he is being looked down upon. Zeros is hurt. He believes that Yuki is hinting that he doesn't fit into the guild, and this thought ignites insecurity in him, making him doubt himself. He again throws insults about an illegitimate child because he has nothing else to respond with, typical beta behavior. Dad finally intervenes and stops the bullying, while Zeros grits his teeth as if about to snap. Zero declares that he wants to prove his strength to Yuki and show him what ancient magic really looks like. Cackle sees an opportunity and asks for a favor, probably something sinister. He wants to instill the power of ancient magic in Yuki to teach him a lesson. Look at that sinister grimace, he clearly craves violence. Data agrees to a training fight to see with his own eyes how strong Zeros has really become. A real excitement, Dad asks to bring a training sword and prepares to give his son a lesson. Yuki was ordered to sit in the corner and watch, and the servants were forbidden to approach so they would not see the secret ingredient of ancient magic. Keckle is the judge, and the rule is simple. Whoever drops their sword first loses. The fight begins. Zero rushes forward as if he is the main hero of some completely different manga. Yuki notices how Zero draws runes in the air with his fingers. It seems that this is how old-school spells are cast. Zero's summons power. It looks like he is about to transform into a Super Saiyan or something like that. Because he is dead, he activates bodily enhancement and starts moving like a real lightning bolt. He flies so insanely fast that he literally pushes Dad back. The speed really impresses Yuki. Our host analyzes the fight and realizes that this ancient magic is many times more powerful than modern magic. It gives a colossal percentage increase compared to the tiny increments people usually get. Zeros feels on top of the world. He is glad that he can finally stand on equal footing with his father. He throws Yuki that confident, look-at-me glance, trying to show off his strength. He thinks that Yuki cannot even comprehend what is happening. He does not suspect that our guy is the real former king of demons. Yuki realizes why this magic is kept under lock and key. If ordinary NPCs had it, the world would burn. He is sweating a little and finally understands the true scale of what he sees. Yuki begins to memorize finger movements. He is a true genius and wonders with interest whether ancient magic is simply its own language. He dares himself, draws a coat of arms on his hand with a drop of blood, and the air literally begins to creak. Suddenly his limbs began to burn. A surge of power burst from deep within his body. Oh no, he accidentally activated God mode. He seems to be returning to his original form, Lord Nosferatu. The aura is just insane. It's pure gigachat energy. Yuki understands that if he stays here, he will blow his cover and probably blow up the entire estate as well. He apologizes to himself before his dad and brother knows he must disappear immediately. He shouts, "I feel bad," and tears away as if fleeing from court over alimony. Zeros got angry and rushed after him, still under the effect of the boost. Honestly, it's just a minor nuisance. Yuki is in panic, clearly feels that he cannot be caught with this huge aura seeping out. He dashed forward and Zeros was left in the dust, completely bewildered. Zeros is rushing, saving his life, but he can't even get close to Yuki. He wonders, how is he so fast? Imagine ancient magic empowers you, yet some boy who says my tummy hurts, outruns you zeros is now officially doomed. Yuki instantly vanished into thin air, and the zeros froze in complete shock. The face that zero just twisted pure gold. He just realized that maybe he is the weakling. He looks around like a lost puppy, not understanding where his sneaky brother went. Yuki is hiding somewhere, gasping for breath, and looking at the rune glowing on his hand. He is genuinely confused. How could it have worked so well if he only drew it with a drop of blood? The stain begins to fade, but his ego is probably damaged forever. Yuki realizes that on the very first try, he simply summoned ancient magic. This kid is literally a different breed, and I can't wait to see how, trying to be a recluse, he accidentally becomes the strongest being in the world. Yo, what's up, my refined kings? Welcome back to the channel. Today, we dive into real cinema, because our guy Yuki starts to understand that he is just made differently. He looks at the mark on his hand and feels power overflowing inside him. Looks like he's ready to drop the hottest mixtape of the era. He throws a sharp phrase about coming back as Lord Nosferatu. Bro reaches the highest level of edge, and I'm loving it. Look at that pose, it's pure main character energy. Meanwhile, in the corner of haters, the blonde brother Zeros and that greasy tutor Cashel are lurking, and Zeros looks like a complete beta worried because he can't keep up with Yuki's height. Cackle here is just tearing apart weaklings, and even says he can totally corner Yuki in a training fight. This guy is a snake in an expensive robe. I'm saying this right now. Zero has completely broken down. He openly says he feels like he can't beat Yuki. Bro, we are pride. You must be an heir, not a slave to your own insecurity. Catchel stands next to that treacherous Riz and ominously promises Yuki to show who the real boss is here. This guy has the audacity to plot against our guy while he's just trying to live life to the fullest. Zeros just nods like an obedient NPC. He's completely fallen for the manipulation, and honestly, it's painful to watch such beta behavior. But wait, look who is eavesdropping under the balcony. Yuki was there the whole time, stealth level 100. It was close, but you can't catch a former demon lord that easily. He quietly slipped away like a ninja and sighed with relief. You have to love a host who knows when it's better to bail before chaos starts. Yuki analyzed the situation and realized it was enough just to draw the crest to activate the spell. He's a natural genius, no exaggeration. We get a flashback to his previous life as a vampire lord. Back then, he wrote notes with his own blood. Now that's what I call a man with taste, premium red ink. He decides he must dig deeper into this ancient magic, and you know for sure, he's about to become the most powerful mage in history. Wife, are you okay? Yuki jumps through the window and Mom. Sorry, Mom, Marta is changing right there, I see you. Author sending us top-tier fanservice. He tries to apologize for the accidental peeking, but Marta is strangely calm, and if a handsome guy like Yuki burst into my room, I wouldn't be mad either. Look at those curves. Marta swears loyalty, but we all know she actually swears by these shapes. She definitely fits the role of the best girl, just look at the waist. Turns out Marta is so devoted because Yuki saved her and her mom from life on the street. Our guy was a gigachad even in diapers. Look at these little rascals. Even as a child, he was already courting his girlfriend with flowers. This is pure, sincere warmth before the tragedy comes. Yuki notices that since Cackle Bastard appeared, everything in the barony has become stricter and more annoying. Everyone hates the killer of fun. Marta is just happy that Yuki always finds time to visit her sick mom. This heroine is too pure for this disgusting world, I swear. Apparently, Mom miraculously gets better every time Yuki comes. Is he a doctor, or does he just have the healing aura of the main character? Marta's loyalty is unquestionable. She looks at him with eyes that say, I will do everything for you. You enjoy seeing that. Yuki threw her the most powerful phrase, saying that she is his girlfriend, not just a servant. The risk is off the charts, guys. Marta has definitely fallen into love despair now. They seal the agreement with a warm, sincere fist bump. If this isn't the ideal friendship, I don't know what is. Just look at them, the perfect couple. One is a future god, the other a voluptuous maid, pure cinema. Yuki finally realized how strange it looks just crashing through a second-floor window, but better late than never, bro. Marta doesn't care. She thinks everything her master does is simply incredible. That's the kind of energy we all need in life. Another flashback shows how Yuki uses his magic to protect crying Martha from insects. He has been her knight in shining armor from day one. Martha decides to tease him a little about the spying. She cornered him, and he really blushed. And then bombshell, she offers to wash his hair as a sign of gratitude. I'll give you $10 if you guess what the fans of this culture are thinking right now. Suddenly, Baron appears and tells Yuki that when the princess arrives, he will have to wait in the tavern because he is actually covering for his own illegitimate son, cold dad. Yuki is a true Chad. He just smiles and says he doesn't care at all. He's too relaxed for this drama. Baron actually can't hold back and hugs him tightly, feeling like a failure as a father. This is a rare sincere moment in this family. Martha stands in the background watching all this, and Yuki is almost dying of embarrassment. When your dad hugs you in front of your waifu, that's a real bruh moment. Yuki recalls his old life when he was always the one who calmed others down. Being a child again is a strange feeling for him. But he honestly admits when he is comforted, it's not so bad at all. Our guy is finally starting to soften. In his previous life, he never had parents, so for the former demon lord, all this is completely new territory. He is truly grateful for this new life. He has a family, a sister, and a loyal servant. He is winning in life. Dad asks Martha to take especially good care of Yuki. Oh, don't worry, Baron, she is already doing that. Yuki is bathing in love. This scene is almost too sweet for our cheap translation. But don't worry, the drama is yet to come. We return to the villain's lair. Cackle taps on the table like in a classic movie, and it's clear he has something bad planned. He brainwashes Zeros again, insisting that only the chosen can wield ancient magic, and feeds the guy a mountain of lies. Look at that face begging to be punched. Ketchel cares more about Yuki than anything else, and he knows the protagonist is a threat. He makes the Nulls believe that Yuki supposedly wants to steal his inheritance. Such manipulation is pure madness. Someone get this guy a psychologist. The Cackle suddenly becomes aggressive, grabs the Zero, and yells at him. This is toxic one-on-one mentorship, people. He even frames the moment as if Yuki handed me over to Marty as an ally recruitment. Bro, the guy just wanted a stake. This is not some political coup. These lies completely confused him. He actually starts believing that his brother is the enemy. Cackle calls Yuki a scoundrel and a pesky nuisance. The audacity of this NPC just knocks you off your feet. I am your only ally. That's the classic phrase every manipulator says before ruining your life. Zeros is now fully brainwashed, looking at Cackle as a savior, and his common sense seems to have been displaced. Look at that creepy smile. Cackle is enjoying this too much. He is a true gigachad among assholes. He pulls out a damn-looking amulet and tells Zeros to repeat after him. This is pure sect. Yuki Gereria is my enemy. Bro, he really said that. Zeros is now officially a hater. Cackle smiles as if he just won the lottery. Air is completely in his hands, exactly where he wants it. Later, the butler Neil finds Yuki to deliver a message from the Baron. The mountain is closed due to an upcoming test. Boring rules for boring people. Yuki spits on the rules. He is already planning to break out tonight to conduct his experiments. He decided to first test his powers and find out what he is capable of, but only in the safety of his own room. Safety above all, even for demon lords. He studies how Zeros use magic. The child had to say spells and draw in the air, but Yuki did it much faster. He still doesn't understand why it worked for him without a single word. That's what it means to be made differently, Yuki. Time to start the experiment again. Let's see what science shows. So a brief analysis. Ancient magic is 3 times stronger and more effective than ordinary, basically a premium version of reality. He remembers how during the fight his body seemed to lighten. Bro was just playing at double speed. He grabs some parchment to test his theory. Well then, let's go. At first he tries ordinary ink. The result, absolutely nothing, complete junk. Then he decides to use his own blood, just like before, and now we dive into exquisite magic. It works, the body feels lighter, and he starts moving so fast that he becomes a blurred spot. Look at him, a true speed demon. But he jumped so hard that he hit his head on the ceiling. Elmio MC, a real klutz when not in battle. That's a truly simp move. Then it dawns on him. The magic lasts only about 10 minutes until the blood runs out. Useful to know for future boss fights. The secret is in his Mistel blood. Ordinary blood wouldn't work, but his is special. Check out the status screen. This guy has S-rank magic and an ancient skill that allows him to use magic officially. He is the most broken character in the series. He remembers how in his previous life the holy sword pierced him pretty metal, enough to just die. He realizes that the sacred sword was covered with his blood at the moment of his death, just insane plot armor that connects his 2 lives. During Reincarnation, he merged with an ancient artifact and gained a talent for ancient magic. What luck. He can't believe it. People of this era still haven't figured out how to use ancient items in their culture. The Guild of Mages buys up all ancient magic, and greedy NPCs always spoil the fun for everyone. Yuki begins to dream of greatness, imagining a world with microwaves, steaks, and modern luxury. Bro wants to turn the fantasy world into a 21st century resort. He sharply returns to reality. No, he says, step-by-step friend. He just wants to understand people and live a quiet, peaceful life. He does not yet seek world domination. He really hopes that his brother Zeros will become a truly cool guy, but sadly right now Zeros is busy just hating. In the yard, Marta and the little sister are simply delighted Yuki caught a few rabbits for dinner, and they happily chatter about Yuki's meat. Io, calm down, girls. Yuki is quite satisfied with being an illegitimate child, pressure, just a vibe. He just wants to enjoy rural life and eat meat every week. Honestly, me too. This is the real GigaChad lifestyle. Don't chase me, my past life. He just wants to leave the past behind and enjoy the present, but we all know the past will soon knock on the door. Yo friends, we're back with another mega cool retelling. Our guy slept like a real lazybones because of his lazy energy, but don't worry, he still has the hidden former demon lord Riz. He is terribly afraid of his maid Marta. She is probably a complete fool and also like a mother, scolding him for missing breakfast, and he is literally in a food coma from her pancakes. His bat familiar bursts in, calling him sir, and imagine this, having a flying rodent as your personal cheerleader. Now that's true top culture. Our guy tells the bats to calm down so people don't think he's a weirdo, and it's true no one in our neighborhood likes snitches. He wants to try forbidden magic in the mountains, like a real madman, and I'll give you $10 if you guess whether he'll blow something up or not. He activates Boost X2, using those blood seals on his hands. Look at those marks, bro, is literally cooking on the fire already. He takes a step and bam. This is real cinema. He rushes so fast that the frames can't even keep up with him. Even he says, yo, that's too much charisma for one body. He moves much faster than anyone at his level should. The landscape is all blur. Our guy is a bit scared but at the same time thrilled, flying through life at full speed at 13 years old. Again he falls to the ground with such force that he leaves a crater behind. He starts recalling the past, how he once flew through the sky like a gigachat, and now he's showing off in front of M-King. He notices the effect disappears after just 10 minutes. Meanwhile, he calculates all this while flying through the sound barrier. But here's the trick, he can stack several spells using blood crests because chanting spells is for NPCs. Imagine having to speak to use powers. That's definitely not our guy. Right now he wants to try 3 spells at once. Dude, your body is literally like a high school teenager's. You're gonna get wrecked. And he fell. He lies on the floor in unbearable agony because his body is too weak to withstand such force. Beta move. We will turn a blind eye to this for the sake of research. In 10 minutes he is already on his feet, but the bat looks at him as if he were a real clown. You wouldn't believe it, the bat's real name is Dick, and our guy decides to settle on his body, and I know what you're thinking right now, so throw away your dirty thoughts. He makes the final touch on the emblem on the wing. Look how our little buddy has shown. Dick is just rushing now. He is stunned by the crazy audacity of this power boost. The bat breaks the sound barrier, and his sound waves are now like nuclear bombs. The bat is now looking so intently at his master, as if saying that his power is unmatched. We adore the loyal familiar. It turns out all bats know how to use this ancient magic. The Guild of Mages keeps the best for themselves, and our guy hands it out like candy. He says magic is just a hobby, and kids better stay in school. Rose really orders us to go outside, touch the grass, and learn. He's still worried that Marta will scold him. I would say Marta has serious trump cards if he is so afraid of her. He dreams of syrup and bread, and meanwhile Dick notices nearby a few losers, whom monsters are mercilessly tearing apart. A dark pack of bears attack the travelers, and the main character thinks helping is a total hassle. He is cold-blooded. He says, if they die not my problem, honestly, I am based and red-pilled. But wait, if they perish, his brother's testing ground might be closed, so he rushes as if his life depends on it, because he just doesn't want to deal with paperwork. He is terrified that some guy named Castle will get angry. You can feel the simp energy, but we keep moving anyway. We come across a princess and her knight. They are cornered by bears. Look at the princess, guys. She is clearly a future top waifu. She is upset because the map deceived her. These maps are always scams, like those ads hot singles nearby. The old man makes a move you shall not pass. Grandpa gives energy to Gigachat, sacrificing himself for the lady. The princess begins to cast her original magic, like a true master. She snapped at the old man. Step aside, I will smash these beasts. She unleashes Ifrit's flame explosion. This is true high-level fiery charisma, absolute cinema. The bear is already all roasted, but still stands. This bear has real plot armor. The situation is bad, the bear is still dangerous, and her mana is almost gone. She hears they are increasing in number, they are approaching. The safe mountain turned out to be a deadly trap. Someone clearly set them up to be defeated. While the grandfather shouts, and the host's affairs are completely bad. 2 more bears appear. This is a real bear festival, and they are the main dish. The princess hit the tree. No, not that waifu. She coughs and looks completely broken at this moment. The main hero usually appears to steal all the attention. They are surrounded by a pack. There is no way out. They are doomed. She lost her voice and can no longer use magic. She is completely at rock bottom. She sobs, believing that this is the end of her story. The bear looms over her, ready to finish her off. Suddenly, the sound of an attack rang out. The bear looks confused, not understanding who dared to interrupt his lunch. This mountain is full of monsters. Cool line, brother. Do you seriously think you are him? Our guy appears out of nowhere and barely manages to save her. Look at this, the absolute Chad Princess carry, rushing at Mach 10. This is the peak of culture, guys. He mocks them for wandering the mountains during mating season and at the same time saves her. Saving a girl while calling her an idiot, this is peak charisma. He drops her and sends his army of freaks evil bats to help the old man. A swarm of bats mercilessly mocks the bear's imagine, a high-level monster, and you lose to some bat. The princess simply loses her head. She can't believe that ordinary bats can be so incredible. The main character asks her if she still has mana left. Meanwhile, he is hatching a plan. He wants to see her fire magic again. He literally treats the life-and-death battle as a scientific experiment. She considers him a first-level newbie, but will still follow him because he is her only hope. MS jumps on the bear's back as if it were a playground. He stabs it right in the neck, cruel and effective. We love to see this. He instantly freezes the wound from the inside, pure magic, at 200 IQ. The bear's paws are frozen through and through, inside and out. This is the true cold shoulder. She realized that he bypassed the thick fur, shooting magic directly into the wound. Our guy is a genius. The princess feels just like an NPC. Her magic isn't even needed. MC tells her that the bear is too strong for him. He's definitely lying just for the drama. He asks her to deliver the final blow just to see her magic. Bro is a true geek of culture and ancient spells. She goes all out if this is Flame Blast Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. MC shouts at the old man and Dick, "Step back before you get roasted." And in an instant, it was as if they never existed. The bears were erased from existence. They survived, but the princess looks like she just saw a god step onto the earth. The knight thanks him and calls him a hero, and MC waves it off. "Don't sweat it, I just wanted to see something cool, total chill." Look at her face, her heart is beating boom boom. She's now head over heels in love with our host. They just stare at each other. The tension is palpable, guys. The protagonist suddenly notices that she seems familiar. Is this some trope with a long-lost sister, or what? She is an exact copy of someone from his past, who was called Alice. She looks exactly like Alice. Who is this Alice? Maybe she is the one who was once with the Demon Lord. We'll find out in the next episode. Yo, our Yuki is acting in the forest like he recently single-handedly took down a whole pack of bears. He looks defiantly at the princess with her guards, and seriously, bro, why are these UNPCs even here? The guard starts babbling that some tutor named Catchhull assured them that it's safe here. Yuki's face is a complete movie right now, because he knows Snake Cackle is definitely up to something. Look at my Yuki, he looks like he's about to ruin this person's entire career. Princess Clara starts asking if he is from the Byron family, and Yuki nervously sweats. He just wants to stay in the shadows and avoid royal dramas. He tries so hard to stay calm, but panic is visible in his eyes as if he's begging, "Please, don't notice that I'm a Giga Chad undercover." He tells her that he is just a simple hunter who knows a bit about magic. That's the biggest lie I've ever heard. You literally tore those bears apart like you dropped a nuclear bomb on them. Clara looks at him as if asking, is he serious? She didn't believe his NPC role for even a second. Wait, she tells him that with such charm he belongs in the Mage Guild and is already trying to recruit our guy into her squad. Yuki is so calm, as if nothing happened, and the princess finally makes a belated introduction. Meet Clara the princess, and her guard burns. Just look at her, she is definitely a top-tier waifu, and our host here collects beauties without even trying. They said they were just inspecting the test site before the upcoming magic exam, and they don't suspect Yuki has already cleared the entire dungeon for them. They ask him to keep their little outing a secret. The guard literally bows to the child. What a cheeky power our main hero has. Now they beg to know his name. They want to find out who this mysterious legend is. Clara pulls out a small gift as a token of gratitude. She is really trying to tie our Yuki to herself right now. Yuki pretends as if she doesn't need money, bro. Stop being such a beta and grab the loot. She insists because the bear corpses were too crunchy to sell. She even grabs his hand. Look at that touch, the chemistry is off the charts. He finally takes the gift. She looks satisfied our guy snagged both money and the girl in one go. Look at that smile. If after this page you're not crazy about Clara, then you're lying to yourself. She thanks him again, saying that without Yuki they definitely wouldn't have made it out alive. Honestly, without Yuki they would have been doomed. Yuki suddenly felt a brief flash of memories. A person appeared before his eyes who strangely resembled someone from his past life. He thinks she looks like the daughter of some fool he once knew. Even in 2 lives, Yuki remains a pro at teasing. He escorts them to the carriage like a true gentleman, and his pet bat flies around the area, a real macho. In the carriage, Clara is simply enchanted by our guy and constantly says that his combat skills are incredible for his age. She dreams of having someone like him nearby. She is definitely turned on by the main character's strength right now. She dreams that he will become her most reliable knight. Bro, she is already planning the wedding in her head. She is terribly angry that she did not learn his name and looks out the window like the heroine of a romantic manga. She wonders if the same guy is the disgusting candidate Zero. Oh, misunderstandings will hit differently now. The recommendation letter says that Zero's is a blonde with blue eyes. Our host has black hair. This will be a disaster, I say this right now. Even the guard begins to suspect that Ketchel might be a complete fraud. They decided that Ketchel is a real loser and needs to be kicked out of the guild, and honestly this is a big plus for the plot. They still think about the mysterious hunter with super powerful bats Yuki has settled in their heads for free. Clara decisively decided to learn more about that barony. She fully switches to detective mode for his sake. Suddenly we move to the town. There is a celebration, and everyone is delighted by the princess's visit. Yuki is stuck in his hotel room, dying of boredom, when the maid Marta appears and my god, look at her charms. Marta is voluptuous with a capital letter. Yuki sips tea, and Marta says that tomorrow his brother Zero has a big exam but he is relaxed, just chilling and not worried at all. The city is packed. The princess visits once in a lifetime. Everyone runs around her as if enchanted. Yuki has to stay in the shadows until the princess leaves. It's like he's playing hide and seek where everything is at stake. He wonders if the guild has already figured out Cackle's lie. He plays 4D chess, while everyone else only plays checkers. He starts playing with ancient fire magic he saw in Clara. He even draws it on his bat. This man is a real threat to the laws of magic. He recalls his previous life, where studying magic was pure hard labor. Now he dislikes that life. He just wants to be a carefree god. Marta bursts out with news. The trial location was changed. The mountain was dangerous. Cackle's reputation is now officially in the gutter. Yuki suddenly asks Marta if she is an only child. Bro, what kind of pickup line is that? He asks about someone who looks like her mother, and Marta thinks he is accusing her family of a romance. Her face at that moment is incredibly funny. Yuki tries to save the situation by talking about the myth of the three doubles. A cool save, bro. The maid almost boiled him. Marta starts talking about her mom's apple pie, and I immediately wanted to eat. This manga really calls for dessert. This is a true family tradition. Yuki just listens to the chatter, enjoying his tea. He suddenly realized that Clara might be connected to his old friends, all because of their identical tastes in food. This is real detective work. He thinks about the venison pie and whether he will see Claire again. He is definitely falling in love. Don't let him fool you. Marta says she wants to follow him every time he leaves. She is the most devoted waifu. Find yourself a girl who looks at you the way Marta looks at Yuki. Marta says that her mom received a package with a dark bear claw. Yuki sent it secretly. What a king. Her mom is glowing with happiness, and Yuki just quietly stands in the shadows doing good deeds, a true gigachad with a heart of gold. He thinks spending time with Marta is not bad at all. Just look at her, of course. And suddenly another maid bursts in like the FBI, shouting, Lord Yuki, something big is happening. Marta laughs and jokes here, while the other maid clutches her heart. Marta is the real deal. Shocking news explodes. The princess ordered the whole family to come and present themselves. Yuki's cover is about to blow up. Look at that expression. Yuki knows he is done for. The one person he was avoiding just called him. We move to the mansion. Here the drama reaches its peak. Ketchel Maijin anxiously receives a letter from the guild. He panics because they found out about his mistake at the inspection site. The guild leadership tears him apart completely. He sweats like a sinner in church. He began blaming Yuki for everything. He wanted Zero to be the hero, but Yuki stole all the attention. This guy is a complete loser. He understands if Zero's fails the test, his career will end. He will fall into despair, and that is when villains become the most dangerous. He bets that those who get Zeros will choose him as a teacher to guarantee themselves a position. He literally uses the child for job security, a complete loser, as a tutor. If Zero's fails, it's the end for him. Look at that sour expression on his face. You're just enjoying it. Someone is knocking at the door. Who could it be? These are Zero's. The brother himself looks quite tense. Zero's is full of beta energy right now. Am I really going to fail, bro? Be a little more confident. Cackle stands up and starts shouting. He is losing his mind. He tells the Zeros that the princess is already there, and there is no way back. The pressure is mounting. He starts gaslighting the Zeros, calling Yuki a freak trying to make him lose. This man is a master of manipulation, level 100. Zeros just sits and endures. He is so confused, poor guy. Keckle calls Yuki a thorn among the aristocracy. He is clearly trying to turn the brothers against each other. He claims that his entire house is in chaos because of Yuki's magical abilities. He is just jealous because Yuki is a natural macho. Look at Kekel's face in the background. He looks like a real demon and is definitely plotting something sinister. He spreads false rumors among the Zeros that Yuki is supposedly trying to get rid of him. This is real plot armor at the Betrayal level. And Zeros actually bought it. He thinks everything is clear now. Brother, you are just being played. He is sure that Cashel is the only one to trust, and it's painful to watch. Zeros now officially simp because of his tutor's lies. Kekel tells him straight, Lord Yuki is your enemy. The betrayal is real, brother. He tells Zeros that Yuki is slandering him to drive him out. The projection is just insane. He puts his hands on Zero's shoulders and pretends to be a caring mentor after seeing this snake. I need to wash my eyes. He tells Zeros to use the most powerful magic he is capable of to impress the princess. That evil smile plays on his face again. Zeros is holding some magical stone. I bet $10 it will explode or something crazy will happen. Zeros agrees to do it. Now he is completely under Kekel's spell. Kekel tells him, win for the sake of your home. He walks away as if he just won the lottery. Look at the last frame of Kekel. He is looking out the window and probably thinking about all the money he is going to make. What a real villain. Look at this happy family reunion, and our host looks like he would rather be anywhere but here. His sister clings to him like a lost puppy, but bro already feels that drama is approaching. Suddenly a wild royal carriage appears, and dad is already all sweaty and shouting at everyone to be quiet. The royal guards here look like real colossi, and you know, the main act is about to come out. Yuki quietly plays hide and seek because he knows, if he is noticed, his peaceful life will be over. He is literally trying to dissolve into the air, and dad says, no, sunshine, straighten up. The boy understands that the Clara he met earlier is actually a high-ranking royal person, and he bitterly regrets hiding. The whole squad throws themselves to the floor to bow, and dad looks enchanted at the princess for coming. He is practically begging her to give a chance to his descendants' to prove that he is not an NPC. And here she is, guys, look at this entrance. Legs show real cinema. She comes out and tells them to calm down with the talk about royal status. She is here to work. Then she drops a bomb, says that Zeros doesn't even need a test, it's pure audacity. Yuki finally hears that voice and instantly understands. His Clara is actually the top waifu of the entire kingdom. Meet Princess Iris Rischa. I know what you're looking at. She just has top charm. The father is malfunctioning, and the princess admits that she has been waiting so long to see real magic. She politely bows, and dad introduces the Zeros as if he is the next Giga Chad. Zeros bows, but it's clear that his ego is just off the charts. Bro, he's definitely going to grow into a hater. The atmosphere is so awkward you could cut it with a butter knife, and Yuki just stands there like a simp. Our guy realized he was thrown under a fake name, and now he just wants to shut off from life. The princess is already ready to go, but only a few chosen ones will be allowed on the road. That giggler who looks like a cheap villain offers to be a guide, and Yuki just hopes the brother will simply leave. The host thinks about the happiness of his family, but we all know plot armor won't let him relax. Princess Iris says she needs an assistant who really knows their stuff and won't break under pressure. And of course, Pops instantly sets Yuki up, giving him up as if for sacrifice. He starts praising Yuki's ingenuity and magical skills, while Yuki screams inside. The cheap villain Kekel starts mocking, humiliating our guy, calling him a commoner, as if he's trash. But the princess simply cuts him off, revealing that her own grandmother was a commoner, pure mom energy. She literally tells him that his opinion doesn't matter and to know his place, absolute queen. Kekel is completely lost. He needs to shut up before he gets cancelled. Dad orders Yuki to join the exam and asks Zeros if he minds his beta brother helping out. Zero agrees, but that look is colder than my ex's heart. He leans toward Yuki and says threateningly, if you run away, it's the end for you. He starts barking about blood and hierarchy, like a true NPC villain. Zeros is going to remodel the house his way, and Yuki catches a strange gleam in his eyes. Then he clicks the switch and smiles at his father like a real snake. Kekel smirks in the background. These two are definitely up to something bad. Finally, they reach the testing site, essentially, a forest full of creatures eager to kill you. The goal is simple, get to the other side and avoid falling into the monster's paws. She hands them ancient replicas of bracelets. They provide a huge buff called Boost. Kekel starts glazing the items, as if they were the greatest creations in the world. The brothers accept the items, both looking ready to prove who the real Chad is. Iris firmly warns, this is a one-time opportunity, so better not waste it. Yuki looks at this technique and remembers the good old days when real things were truly good. The princess explains that Yuki here is just a benchmark to show how much better Zero's is. Yuki imagines himself running like crazy and suddenly realizes this will end in disaster. The princess gives him a sweet smile, but our guy feels like he's being made a living measure. He just wants to take Zero's aside to talk man-to-man without that snake teacher watching. He really hurts at the thought that his brother hates him and he wants to have an honest talk. He thinks about the maids at home, and yes, Marta is definitely voluptuous, I see you, Yuki. But if Zero's keeps misbehaving, our host will probably have to stop being a nice guy. Everyone takes their places, and the tension rises. It's about to boil over. The princess gives a sign, and you feel a wave of excitement growing in the air. And they rushed into a run, both sprinting, as if their lives depended on it. At the very beginning, Cackle was still outraged that a commoner was allowed to participate. He believes that comparing his star pupil to someone like Yuki is an insult. He is so confident in his hard work that he seems to be celebrating already. He boasts that Zero's is so powerful, he will smash any monster that stands in his way. Bro is really trying to grab a promotion here, using Zero's as his ticket. The princess says that the mountain is dangerous, but Cackle just waved it off. He says that strength is everything, and anyone who considers it dangerous is just a weakling. He accidentally pronounced Temple Elysium, and the air around froze in dead silence. He understands that he messed up. This place is an absolute taboo, but it's already too late. The secret is out. Deep down, he fiercely craves that forbidden power, classic villain behavior. Meanwhile, the forest looks incredibly eerie, and the feeling here is definitely off. The princess just hopes that no one will be brutally killed today. Deep in the forest, Yuki tries to talk to her brother as they move. Zero's just goes crazy, accusing Yuki of trying to steal the inheritance. He says that Cackle told him that Yuki gossiped about him every night in front of the maids. Bro is so angry that he shouts, "Shut up," like a toddler in a tantrum. Yuki tries her best to explain that she doesn't want that shack, but Zero's doesn't even listen. Zero sharply demanded an explanation of how a commoner like him could possibly know the princess. Yuki finally tells him the truth. He saved her from the beasts, but Zero stubbornly believes that Kep did it. Hatred blinds him so much that he doesn't even want to admit that his brother could be Chad. Suddenly, Zero's begins to prepare a spell, and Yuki feels an extraordinarily powerful ancient magical energy. He summons the spirit of the wind and blows Yuki all the way into the next week. But our guy just draws his sword and deflects the blow as if it were nothing. He deflects the wind blades effortlessly. This is real cinema, guys. Zero slipped up and looked like a real loser, calling Guy a commoner, and our main hero finally couldn't stand it. He starts to get angry, and believe me, you don't want to see the former demon lord in rage. But he decides not to hold back anymore after all. Now it's a family matter. He activates a double boost, and the energy surge is insane for Zero's. This is the official end. Yuki decided first he'll beat his brother, and then he'll come back to deal with that snake Cackle. Zero's thinks he is ahead, but soon reality will put everything in its place for him. In a barely noticeable blink, Yuki catches up to him, and Zero's looks as if he saw a ghost. Our guy flew in and punched with his fist, shouting to his brother, "Stop being such crap." It all starts with Yuki and his brother Zero's exploding into a powerful quarrel in the middle of the forest. Zero's is just shocked. Yuki moves like a glitch in the Matrix. Look at the speed of our guy. He is almost teleporting already. He shortens the distance faster than a simp rushes to a fresh post of a young mom. Yuki throws the same classic excuse. It's just an ancient artifact, but we all know he is just made differently. Zero is falling apart from jealousy. His younger brother is a true Giga Chad, and he is stuck as a mid-level NPC. Then Yuki decides to drop a real information bomb. It turns out he is a 200-year-old mage who has reincarnated. He dodges attacks as if he has Ultra Instant, and because of this, Zero's look like complete clowns. The family drama flares up and Zero's shouts at him, "Shut up." Zero's tries to play the card, "I hate commoners," but it just reeks of self-pity. You can see salt seemingly pouring out of him, and he clutches his chest in irritation. A brief look into his past shows, he really put a lot of effort into joining the guild. The dude is literally crying because studying is a total hassle, and he wishes Yuki never existed. Complete beta behavior. Finally, he snaps and pulls out an ancient magic card, as if he really has a chance. He summons a fire lizard and a wind spirit, and for a whole 5 seconds feels like the main character. He orders to do Yuki kneel, and our guy just calls them small-time players and doesn't even flinch. Yuki just slices that summoned creature like butter, a real movie here and now. He throws that icy glare at him and asks if he really thinks he can overthrow a legend like Nosferatu. Zero is panicking now, casting spell after spell until he is completely roasted. Yuki admits the summons are incredibly fast, but reminds him you are fighting the demon lord himself. He is ready to put an end to all this family feud once and for all, to leave this mediocre barony behind. The tension was so thick that it could be cut with a knife when they last stood against each other. Yuki is bleeding but still stands proudly, like a boss, and Zeros begins to stagger. He tells his brother to finally get it into that thick head of his that he is the real one. Zeros clenches his medallion, looking like he is about to lose his mind. We are given a touching flashback where their father, a real Machitri, did both like his own. It turns out Zeros really cares about his brother, even though he is a complete tsundere. He sobs because only now does he realize how much he was used. But Yuki does not stop, rushes forward to strike with the same blow that will put him in his place. Zeros just stands frozen. His brother radiates such a powerful aura that he cannot move. Yuki tells him to pull himself together because he's about to close this sad chapter of their lives. Look at his face, feels like he is about to be sent to the shadow world. Bang, right in the stomach. This is how you deal with a disobedient brother. Zeros falls into the dust and loses his medallion, looking like a complete loser. The fight is over, and the silence in the forest is louder than that blow. Blood drips from Yuki's hand. It's clear he didn't hold back at all in that strike. Zero lies down and regrets every life choice he's made, while Yuki feels a sharp sting. They both are now just lying on the ground, probably thinking about how much therapy they need. Yuki switches to full protector mode and says to him fiercely, "If you touch the wafus, there will be a showdown on the spot." Suddenly, the local Nightseer Burns appears to spoil the moment. Yuki thinks he's been caught and already starts planning an escape, but wait for the plot twist. Next, Zero actually gets up and covers for him, saying it was just a little brotherly quarrel. He admits he can't beat Yuki and decides he doesn't even want to know what kind of monster he is. He confesses he only believed those lies because he was trying to protect the family's honor. He calls Yuki his younger brother and tells him not to go alone like a recluse. He immediately starts yelling at him again because those tsundere genes are just too strong. Yuki stands nearby and says, "My brother is a real headache, but you know he likes it." Sir Burns decisively tells Zeros, "If you want to pass the test, you have to fight me next." But Zero finally shows real growth as a character and resigns because he honestly admits he is not ready yet. Burns pulls out a signal spear to mark disqualification and does it like a true badass. He throws that thing into the sky, thereby announcing that the test is now officially failed. Yuki exposes him lied about the rescue, and Burns just nods as if to say, "Yeah, I'm with you, brother." Zero's finally smilish, realizes that his brother is not the threat he seemed to be. Suddenly, the forest is torn by a scream. It's the princess, and you can hear that she is in trouble. Burns instantly tenses up, switches to full alert mode, and shouts to everyone, "Leave here immediately." Yuki waits for no one. He activates his emblem and tears his way straight into danger. He thinks all these kids are one big problem, but still has to save them. Teacher Ketchall sees a black arrow and feels his plan beginning to fall apart. He started to panic. Zeros failed the test, and all his hard work went down the drain. The princess, extremely lavish in that dress, offers a retest, and Caxiel almost loses his head. He begins to say that people are incapable of understanding a classic villain speech about how he is superior. The guy literally vibrates with rage, recalling some cult called the Elysium Temple. The guards try to approach him, but it is clear they are just cannon fodder. Princess Iris suddenly realizes that this guy is a real psycho and shouted for everyone to stay away from him. Coddle activates Plan B at full power and simultaneously summons 12 spirits like a true hacker. It is a complete bloody massacre. The guards were literally torn apart in seconds. Iris can do nothing, only watches in horror as her protection turns into a red mist. He stands over the bloody slaughter, like the king of the world, madly craving power. He no longer plays the role of a teacher, now ready to show his true self. Iris tries to play the Prime Minister's son card, but Kichilu doesn't care at all. He begins to summon something even darker from the shadows, and it looks terrifying. He summons the black beasts. Essentially, these are nightmarish shadow dogs. Iris is shocked. She can't believe that an ordinary teacher can have so much charm. He suddenly starts hysterically complaining that his father didn't choose him. This airbro clearly has problems with his father. He says that teaching these kids was boring, and he is ready for something much more chaotic. He raises his hands to the sky like a true villain, ready to resurrect some ancient evil. He shouts about the resurrection of the Great One, and look at that psycho green. When everything already seemed hopeless, Yuki suddenly appears to put an end to the nonsense of the Elysium Temple. Alright, friends, settle in. We are diving again into the legend of the Elysium Temple, an ancient organization that considered itself the main one because it stumbled upon several brilliant hereditary artifacts. These guys were the embodiment of excess. They used Anchik to mock half-humans and expand their territory as if they had infinite plot armor. But in the end, the sage put an end to their antics, things scattered, and everyone thought these losers were erased from history. The war ended, the temple perished at least, that's what the NPCs thought. So here we are in the present. This absolute top waifu summons Ifrit Blow to roast the Shadowhounds. Look at her guy's gear, she's doing God's work here. But suddenly a clownish giggle sounds. It illuminates the old temple, and it boasts an ancient artifact, as if it has real charm. This man insanely craves power. He talks about reviving the temple and makes such a grimace that you want to hit it more than any other in manga history. His shadow dogs here tear the guards apart like food. These guys are just completely wrecked. This is a real bloody massacre, and these soldiers are clearly not paid enough to endure such nonsense with ancient magic. And then flashback, this snake Cashel manipulates our Zeros. Imagine using a child as a tool to resurrect your dead cult. Absolutely beta behavior. The princess looks worried, and honestly, so do I, because Cashel is acting like a madman here. He wants to turn this entire barony into the heart of his temple. Dude is delusional if he thinks he's the main villain. Suddenly the mood changes. Look at those eyes. It seems something is about to be blown apart. Suddenly out of nowhere, a swarm of bats appears, and the princess instantly understands those are Lord Yuki's familiars. These bats literally cast spells. Do you see that? They have more wrists than the entire guard combined. They start pouring fire as if it's a kill streak from modern warfare. The ground is simply covered with explosions. Cackle screams like a little girl because his favorite shadow dogs are being turned into hot dogs. The princess can't even believe it. These bats are like ancient magic shooting in bursts, real cinema. Cackle must break through the barrier to survive this hellish heat. Look how he sweats. He knows he's done for. And here comes our guy Yuki stepping forward confidently like a real macho, while the princess is already looking at him with a cold, hard gaze. Calcula just loses his head, calls Yuki a bastard for using ancient magic. Bro, you're losing to a kid, sit down already. Yuki doesn't even let him finish. A sudden fountain of blood, and the villain is already bleeding. A lightning-fast move from the kid, pure pleasure to watch. The princess didn't even notice his move. That's it. That's the speed of the main hero. Cackle lies on the ground sobbing. Imagine being an ancient priest and getting broken so brutally. Yuki throws him that icy look. Say that again. What about my family? Goosebumps, bro, real goosebumps. He demands from the tutor to finally behave like a real mentor and answer the question. The man was trembling. The princess tries to intervene. She is holy, so let's not kill anyone. She wants to keep him alive for information. Maybe he is connected to the Forbidden Temple. Classic plot armor for a villain, but Yuki won't tolerate this. This man insulted his family, and in this life Yuki is a true family man. He remembers his past life when he couldn't protect anyone, and he won't make that mistake again. He looks her straight in the eyes and simply says, "No, I have to go." Cackle tries again to humiliate his brother, saying that Zeros hates him. He really tries to play psychological games while bleeding. What audacity he has. Yuki just brushes it off. It's a common quarrel, nothing strange. He is too smart to pay attention to such mediocre insults. But then Cackle pulls out a feathered catalyst. Oh, now the familiar trope, "this is not my final form yet," begins. A huge tornado starts swirling now. It's going to get really intense. The princess is just shocked. Ancient summoning magic. This is already getting out of control. Yuki recognizes this feather. He has seen this movie before. He thinks griffin or cockatrice, but knows it is something even bigger and nastier. Cackle thinks he has finally won and has become that smug loser again. Bang, a huge griffin appears and screams at the top of its lungs. Cackle is already planning to take the princess hostage. This man is the boss of Down Bad. The guards try to hold their positions, but to that bird they are just crunchy snacks. The princess tries to blow him up with an explosive strike, but the bird is built differently. Cackle just laughs in the background. Someone, please slap this man. The griffin bursts through the barrier. A bird with a shield, that's just cheating. The princess fights with all her might, but her magic has no effect on that ancient defense. Yuki studies the situation and suddenly realizes Cackle has too much magical power for a mid-level mage. Cackle orders the monster to slaughter everyone. This guy is a real psycho, but Yuki suddenly starts giving tactical hints as if he were a pro gamer. Aim under the wing. Princess asks in amazement, "How do you know this?" And Yuki only says, "A friend told me," and that friend turned out to be himself, but from 500 years ago. We see a flashback where he hunted these creatures for materials. In his past life, this man was a raid boss. The The soldiers really obey and form a shield wall. Look at this teamwork. Catchall is losing his mind. You bastards always interfere and get in the way. Cry more, buddy. The princess makes another attempt, trying to find a gap. But the griffin dodges as if in a rhythm game too fast for bots. You can't hit a flying target from the ground time to change the plan. Catchall is babbling again about his heritage. Someone mute his microphone. Yuki decided it's time to take off, and he rushed forward to the soldiers. He literally uses the soldiers' back as a springboard. May that guy's spine rest in peace. Our guy in the air real cinema, just look at that form. Catchall thinks he's a fool. You can't fight in the air, boy. He thinks the trajectory is too simple. Yuki just won't keep up. But Yuki has the most powerful assist. Gather my familiars. The bat literally flew under his leg and gave him a double jump. This is true Riz of the highest level. He is parkouring right in the sky. If you're not thrilled right now, check your pulse. He plops right onto the griffin's back. I'm here, Cackle. This line is pure cold. Cackle is going crazy, and who are you? Such a bastard who returned the villain's own image to him. That's a gigachad move. Yuki recalls his advice. Use magic only when you are 100% sure you will hit. He hits the bird point blank with an air frost strike. You can't avoid this, friend. A direct hit to the neck. This bird is about to be roasted. And the whole beast is burning. Damn, it's officially gone. It falls from the sky like a lead weight. Gravity is a heartless mother, and Catchall is about to meet her. Catastrophic landing. The griffin is doomed. Yuki landed as if it was nothing, and the guards just froze and stare at him, and honestly, I don't blame them. Everyone whispers about his insane power. Is he a child or a god? Probably both. Catchall is broken junk on the ground. Look at him. He is completely pathetic. Yuki is about to finish the job, but the princess stops him. Don't touch him. She enters and immediately looks like a real mother. She says his magic is exhausted, and he is essentially a walking corpse. Her face is so serious that she definitely looks like the best girl of this arc. She insists that the guild punish him so Yuki doesn't get his hands dirty. Yuki says, "Tichai, okay." But then they noticed something strange started happening to the body. Yuki feels that something is wrong here. He clicked his tongue. He knew he should just stop it. They are feeding us a strange text about the ninth priest, a lord approaching. Something is breaking. Suddenly, a roar and sinister laughter begin to dissolve into black smoke. He keeps asking himself, why has he never had magic? All this time you were just a puppet on strings. The shadowy hand takes care of the rest. Someone just cleaned up the evidence. Yuki and the princess froze in place, as if in shock. What just happened? Suddenly, a huge man with an axe emerges. And he's also pulling zeros. The brother has returned, but he looks as if he has been through hell. What a setup. We start with this real clown, laughing and looking with arrogance, confident as if he is the main character of this story. But our guy Zero's situation looks rather mediocre. He is now coughing up blood, and Sir Burns is trying to prevent him from meeting his ancestors. Everything is rapidly going awry. A powerful explosion shakes the area, leaving behind only dust and ominous tension. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge barrier appears, and we see the princess so seductive that it's hard to look away while she tries to understand what is happening. Cackle here boasts as if he is about to summon monsters of the highest rank, although he should be completely out of mana. Our hero Yuki finally turned on his brain and realized something is clearly wrong with that shiny stone that Zero held. Yuki rushes to his brother, who looks like he is about to faint, and demands to see that suspicious thing. He finds an amulet enhanced with magic and immediately knows, this thing is cursed to hell. Look at those creepy veins protruding. We are shown a flashback where Caxiel turns out to be a treacherous snake. He gives Zero the amulet and promises that he will become a god-level mage. But Yuki reveals the truth. This thing did not give Zero power. It literally drained everything from him, like an ordinary parasite. Outside the barrier, a huge shadow monster howls, and the knight and princess realize in horror that their attacks do not cause any damage at all. Finally, Zero throws off the beta roll and sincerely apologizes to Yuki for having behaved like a real scoundrel before. Yuki just gave him that gigachad look as if saying, "Shut up and watch how a true master handles this." He is not even angry about that pass. He has more important matters, and he is about to instill cold into that pack. Yuki begins charging his own magic, and the thought spins in his head. He always wanted simple brotherly relations, not this chaos. We see a quick memory of what ordinary brothers are like. They argue over nonsense, not try to kill each other using ancient relics. Yuki directly calls Kakilla complete trash and prepares to put an end to his career. He activates his mystical blood erosion magic, essentially the highest level hacking in the world of magic. His eyes lit up with the same, "don't mess with me" gleam as he fully analyzed the structure of the enemy spell. He understands that the magic is dual, simultaneously extracting mana and manipulating Zero's mind. The amulet begins to crack under the pressure of Yuki's colossal mana charge as he prepares to overload the chain. He shouts "relic of the past" and puts all his strength into smashing that cursed ornament. The amulet explodes into a million shards, and Zero's lets out a final scream as the connection finally breaks. The magical discharge finally subsides, and the Zeros, gasping for breath, fall to the ground, finally free from that leech. Meanwhile, Cackle rolls on the floor like a footballer, looking for a foul because his plan just spectacularly failed. Yuki explains that since Kekko's body barely held the stolen magic, the severing of the connection effectively burned his internal hardware, which, that huge shadow monster began to dissolve into nothingness, proving once again that Cackle was just a fraud. And Catchell now looks like a dried plum body, and mind completely destroyed by his own greed. Sir Burns confirms, this guy can't be saved anymore, his magical channels are burned out, like a cheap laptop. Princess Iris froze, looking at the villain's remains, and realizing that Koff had actually erased his soul. Yuki stands completely calm, just scratching his head, as if he hadn't saved the entire kingdom. The princess approaches decisively and asks the million-dollar question, "Who are you really?" Yuki is about to reveal some lore, but he clearly tries not to disclose his secret identity. Zeros bursts in and saves the situation, declaring that Yuki is his brother and the illegitimate child of the Grossidia family. The princess is not fooled. She asks skeptically how some random boy can use ancient magic that hasn't been seen for centuries. Yuki throws Zero a "bro, help me out" look because he really doesn't want to explain his past life. Even the shadowy figure of his mother behind him looks at him as if he's a fool who got caught. They make up a lie. Supposedly Zero's taught him everything he learned from Caxiel. It's too far-fetched, but they go with it. The princess turns to Zero's to confirm, and all the pressure falls on him. He must not miss this opportunity. Zero fully switches to bro mode and says that Yuki is just a natural genius who mastered what even he couldn't comprehend. He even admits that he envied Yuki's talent. That's why at first he pretended to be a simp for Cashel. They say the Elysium Temple is a complete taboo, so it's better to keep the details under wraps. Yuki doesn't let the moment fade. He insists that Zero's couldn't have been an accomplice. He would have attacked the princess earlier. He displays the broken shards of the amulet, proof that Zero's was just another victim of Cackle's cunning schemes. He reduces everything to Cackle's downfall, proving that the two amulets were connected by magical Bluetooth. Princess Iris finally agrees. They will use this evidence to clear the family name and bury Keckle forever. She resolutely promises to investigate the connection with the Elysium Temple as soon as they return to the capital. Then she turns to Yuki and offers him to retake the test, because the first was interrupted by a real demon. Zero steps forward and, with pain in his voice, says he no longer has the strength to be a mage. He places all his faith in his younger brother. Yuki stands there, a question mark hanging over his head. He wonders how he even got involved in this. Zero's fires up the crowd, shouting that Yuki will become the greatest mage this world has ever seen. The two brothers share a moment, and honestly, it's even touching if you don't remember the murder 5 minutes ago. Princess Iris gives us a top-tier waifu smile and says she definitely wants to see how much talent Yuki hides. The crowd erupts with applause and cheers, as if their favorite team just won the Super Bowl. She officially announced Yuki Gereria as an intern of the Guild of Mages. Riz levels are simply off the charts. All the NPCs go crazy because the Baron's son really passed the selection. Yuki realizes he is trapped and cannot say no to a literal princess, so he just agrees. The rest of the family in the mansion is simply stunned by this news. We see the maid Marta, and honestly, she has definitely become an integral part of the culture of this series. Yuki relaxes on a lounger and realizes that the intern status is the perfect cover to investigate his past life. He is burning with the desire to find out what happened to his former village and why he was reincarnated at all. The shadowy mother appears again, reminding us that this host hides much more than it seems at first glance. His father sincerely cries with joy because his son finally did something useful. Yuki decided that going to the capital is the best way to watch over people and their ancient magic. And suddenly Marta knocks on the door, and I know exactly what you are all looking at in this shot. She tells Yuki that the princess is waiting for him in the guest room, and she does not accept refusals. Turns out the princess secretly ran away from the party just to see our guy, and this is a true display of hopeless love. Marta pouts. She is clearly jealous of the royal rival competing for Yuki's attention. She is actually a little irritated, and that makes her even cuter, honestly. Marta announced that she is heading to Yuki's mage guild to look after him. Yuki froze in confusion. He didn't even suspect that servants were allowed to go to magic school together. She says the Baron asked her to go, and honestly, we all win because we get more scenes with Marta. Yuki feels like a bad mistress. She makes her work so hard, but inside she is just happy to be near him. He asks her to cover his back, and they bumped fists pure cinema. Look at that smile. Marta definitely fits the role of the best girl. Don't tag me in the comments. Yuki jokes if because of him she doesn't find a husband, then he should be responsible for that. Marta laughs as if indifferent, but you know she secretly hopes he is not joking. He enters the guest room and sees the princess waiting for him. She looks like a real royal person. She asks to be alone, and you just feel, now she will throw in some crazy plot twist. Yo bros, we are again with the former demon lord who collects top waifus like limited edition Pokemon cards, starting with Princess Iris, who serves tea and thanks our guy Yuki for the rescue, looking like she has already lost her mind. She recalls how he saved her secret alter ego Clara, and this proves, our guy is still the same silent Riz even undercover. The princess is practically imprisoned in the castle, so she comes out here to work on research to at least get some fresh air and just look at her sitting there, a true top waifu with such charms. She begins to apologize for calling him an intern without asking, blushing more than a simp whose favorite streamer mentioned him live. She wants Yuki to be her personal bodyguard in the Mage Guild because he is the only person she trusts. Simply put, it's a code, be with me 247. Iris is determined to find out why she is so obsessed with magic and invites him into her world, and who would refuse an official invitation from such a stylish and dangerous beauty. She throws him a mischievous smile that is just cinematic, and you immediately understand under that royal dress hides spicy secrets. Yuki really wonders, why would someone from the royal family risk their life for magic when most NPCs just sit in the castle and eat cake all day? As it turned out, she is completely different, not like those banal princesses who are only interested in tea parties and politics. She pours out all the gossip about her grandmother, who was a commoner but had insane magical stats and was a true man of culture choice for the previous marquis. She reveals all her secrets because she knows Yuki is a true gigachad who will really listen to her, not just reduce everything to her royal title. Our Yuki is taciturn, but he is fully focused and ready to hear the legend about this mysterious lineage. Grandma had a huge mana pool, but there was something even stranger in her body, something that simply did not fit any logic. The woman was 50, but she looked 30, a true glitch of the highest grade immortality, which made Yuki suspect his own influence in the past. Mom died right after her birth, hence the obligatory tragic biography that only strengthened her already huge plot armor. Yuki suddenly realized that he once gave his mystical blood to a girl named Alice, and it turned out that his blood was essentially a cheat code for longer life. He remembers Alice in his past life. She was a real cutie before he reincarnated into the body of this loser. But bro was so hooked on powerback back then that he doesn't even remember how much blood he gave her. That was the real legendary flex. He asked the grandmother's name, hoping it was his old love to make sure if he was literally the father of this lineage. Her name was Rachel, and although she was not Alice, Yuki was still so intrigued that he wanted to meet this mysterious lady. He thinks about what it is like to live immortal and gradually realizes, at the top it's lonely because all the others are just temporary NPCs. No one knows why they made grandma like that. Even Iris's mother didn't know, so the princess was left to search for answers in the darkness. Yuki asks the most important question: did Iris inherit that special DNA and colossal magical potential? She confirms it. Her magical reserve is off the charts, so in a very beautiful dress she is a walking nuclear bomb. Yuki suddenly realizes he was the one who drew the magical crests on his animals and possibly on this entire lineage, so he turns out to be the true creator of her power. The royal family was whispering all the time about her condition because it turns out being too op makes ordinary people feel awkward. She joined the guild only to find out who she really is. It's the kind of energy of a deep life crisis. She worked tirelessly to become a high-ranking sorceress, only to find her roots and understand why she is so different. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks for help, almost begging our guy to lead her through this madness. Yuki feels her hands trembling. She shared her deepest fears with a person she barely knows, and now she is completely defenseless. Yuki officially vows to obey her and sets off to the guild, a true Chad stepping forward. She grabs his hands, so excited she almost jumps on him. Look at that sincere joy on her face. She is winning. And then she drops a bomb. She wants him to become her accompanying knight. This is essentially the highest level of the friend zone. Yuki says that he is just the illegitimate son of a baron, but Iris does not care about his low status. He has an incredible high riz. She wants them to become school friends and study together, and Yuki realizes that this whole situation might be his fault. To test his theory, he asks her if she likes venison pie with spicy sauce, the very dish that was once Alice's favorite. She hasn't tried it yet but says she loves spicy food, and Yuki pretends to be indifferent while gathering data. He decided to help her find her roots despite the past, because that's what a true bro does for his waifu. He agrees to accompany her, and you can see how the princess's heart seems to skip a beat. Look at him on his knees, the main character's energy is off the charts, and every frame is pure cinema. Iris blushes so much it seems she might boil over. She finally persuaded her husband to stay close. She will rush to talk to her father to make it official faster than a speedrunner rushing to finish a quest. Orientation is in a month at the royal capital, and you know the school arc will be swarming with waffles and haters who will be roasted immediately. But before Yuki sets off to sort out the royal papers, she has one more serious question. He asks if the Elysium Temple is really dead, because he feels some former villains might still be lurking in the shadows. We see a flashback of that scoundrel Kachilla he paid dearly after deciding to pick on our guy. In his room, they found a secret letter about the temple, and the intrigue thickens faster than a bowl of oatmeal. A fearful look appears on Yuki's face. He knows those guys from the temple will only bring trouble to his peaceful life. Iris suggests arranging a meeting with a researcher proving that she is not just a beauty, but a real trump card in Yuki's mission. She says goodbye and leaves the room, leaving our guy alone with a wave of new knowledge he still needs to digest. Yuki realizes that cultists might still be hiding somewhere, so he must always be armed with magic, otherwise the NPCs from the temple will kill him. He lies in bed late, trying to come up with countermeasures. A true gigachad is always 3 steps ahead of the villains. The next day Yuki comes to the main house, and the atmosphere here is completely different from when he was considered a social outcast. His brother Zeros is waiting for him, and it feels like the tension between them is finally about to burst. Yuki enters Zero's room for the first time in many years, and nostalgia hits him harder than a truck strike. Zero wanted to ask him a serious question, and for a moment I thought he was going to challenge him to a duel. Yuki is like, is this about me being the legendary Lord Nosferatu? He's ready to drop a truth bomb and bury this man's career. But Zero's is real, and he says he doesn't care about his secret identity. Yuki is completely puzzled. He expected a fight, but his brother is strangely calm. Zero swore to keep his secret at any cost from now on. He is no longer an annoying brother, but a faithful eye. Yuki sees sincerity in his eyes and decides to trust him. This is the power of friends who have become family. Suddenly Zeros drew a sword, and for a moment I thought he was becoming a real yandere brother and would attack us. He puts the sword to his own throat, swearing an oath on life and death. What audacity and what drama he has. He tells Yuki to take his life if he ever doubts his loyalty. This is already an ultra-tough gigachad. Yuki calls him irritable because he is too theatrical, but it is clear that secretly he respects this devotion. Zeros is strangely familial in his own very intense way, and Yuki finally begins to feel at home. Yuki accepts the oath, and with this, the Gereria brothers officially become the most dangerous duo in the kingdom. Zero is burning with desire to become the heir and prove he can do better, and Yuki just asks him to cool down a bit. It's lunchtime, and Zeros does not accept no. He does not back down when it comes to bonding with family. He literally drags Yuki to the main house, behaving like an overly protective older brother, which he always was meant to be. Little sister Lumia sees them getting along and starts crying with joy so much that even an adult can't hold back, and that's normal. She throws herself at Yuki with huge hugs, and the whole scene is just pure, sincere cinema. Zeros stands there as if receiving a psychic blow because he wasn't hugged, looking completely broken and jealous. Yuki tells her that he will soon depart for the royal capital, and she is shocked her older brother is leaving so quickly. Now they will eat together like a real family, and Zeros even talks to his father to make sure Yuki is treated properly. Even Dad joins the group hug, and this proves that one big family problem is finally solved. That night Yuki can finally rest a well-deserved peace after all these family dramas. For the first time in a long time, he dreams again of his past life, and the story is about to get even deeper. He returned to the throne room as Nosferatu, sitting in his chair like a true boss. Suddenly someone bursts into the room, shouts "Sir," and pulls him out of his gloomy thoughts. It is young Lao Carmen. He is only 8 years old, yet he already serves the demon lord like a little legend. He rushes to do his thing, dragging us back to the good old days in Fira Village. Stay tuned, friends, because the past is catching up. Yo, friends, we dive straight into the very heart of the old castle, and instead of a dungeon, we stumble upon a class where happy village children study. Our main dude, Lord Nosferatu, with long hair looks like a real gigachad as he watches a boy named Lyle. MC here plays the teacher, but isn't shy about roasting these tiny NPCs. He tells Lyle straight up that his grammar and math are more overcooked than a burnt steak. It gets dark, so the protagonist tells the boy, "Run away before the monsters come out and turn you into a snack." Lyle acts like a total wimp and cries about all this, so the protagonist has to give him a physical push to finally get him moving. Our guy has lived for 200 years, yet still can't understand why these people so desperately want to learn. It turns out Lyle is a real simp. He wants to marry a girl named Remilia just because she likes smart guys. MC realizes he's caught in an incurable attack of feelings and chases the kid away before it gets worse. But deep down, MC is soft, so he asks the boy to come 30 minutes earlier tomorrow for his own benefit. This absolute yun simp shows up just after dawn. Oh, what audacious boldness in a man head over heels in love. Let's fast forward a bit, look at Remilia's transformation. She has become a true top-tier waifu, and just imagine she married that little nerd. In the village, it's a real tragedy. Every second man is in despair because this beauty is no longer available. Now everything becomes cultured because Remilia asks to be taught restraint magic for her anniversary. Mom, sorry, Mom. She wants to use it on her husband to keep him only for herself, like cementing his loyalty. Sometimes she gets that scary yandere look, as if she claims, no woman on earth can resist her husband. MC must quickly put her in her place, because threatening your teacher with the magic he taught you is a wild show of power. Remilia admits that human girls are scary, and honestly, I don't see any lie here. They plan to have a whole team of children, so the main character gives her a potion made from Hermes' herb to keep her full of strength. She hugs him because she is a cultured person who values her lord. And then she drops a logical bomb, and the main character begins to doubt everything. She says their future daughter will love the Lord above all, so she might as well just become his wife. MC is completely shocked by that incredible plot twist this lady just voiced. The main character is struck by a bitter truth. Being immortal means watching everyone he is close to die one by one. Remilia will not tolerate these talks about loneliness at all, and stubbornly insists that she will have a bunch of children. She hopes that one of them will win the genetic lottery and become immortal to stay with him forever. She will definitely try her best to make it happen, if you know what I mean. The main character gives her lapis lazuli as a wedding gift, and look at that shine, pure cinema. Remilia is on cloud 9 and promises to be the best wife in the world. Suddenly the scene changes, and we see a little girl named Alice lying in bed looking completely broken. MC constantly casts cleansing and looks much more worried than befits an immortal king. Alice asks why he is so upset he is immortal and will never have to worry about the gulag. The MC admits he feels it is unfair to be the only one who does not have to face the end of the line. Alice is a true little fighter, says she will do everything to get better, and of course she unexpectedly blurts out that when she grows up, she also wants to become his wife. Her heart is going crazy, and MC just throws her an indifferent, yeah, as if he is already used to this riz. She calls him an idiot for avoiding the girl's confession, and honestly, she is right. The main character notes that she sounds healthy enough to complain, so she is probably fine. He throws her a maybe when you grow up, his perfect way to avoid trouble. They turn it into a competition like a test. Can she carry these feelings until she grows up? Alice is determined not to forget what she feels for her lord. If she wins, she will take the role of wife, even though Remilia behind her is so lush and seems pregnant with twins. MC tells her to shut up and go to sleep before she says something even crazier. He looks at the stones and thoughtfully recalls his long life. Then we see a flash of the trauma that killed the main character. The temple came for him, and everything went to hell. The screen begins to cover with solid static noise, as if we are in a horror movie with glitches. MC's face breaks through the noise as his memories begin to fall apart. He hears a faint voice calling him through the digital void. We see a memory, a man with a sword, exhausted and beaten, clearly having gone through hell. Lyle and Remilia appear in a glitch saying they will meet him later. Static noise presses down, but the message is clear: they are waiting for him. No matter how much time passes, they do not let go of that promise. Someday they will definitely meet again, and it will be a true legend. Suddenly the main character wakes up in his current life and looks simply insanely attractive in bed. He said he is just a child again, and suddenly realizes that this whole journey through memories was just a dream. While his sweet maid dresses him as if a greeting to culture, he keeps wondering who those voices were. He does not know why he was reborn, but he definitely does not intend to sit idly by. He needs to find news about Lyle and others in the capital, and believe me, you definitely followed him there. How are you, my exquisite kings? We are again with our beloved former demon lord, who is now mercilessly being finished off by what magic cannot fix a pile of papers. Having shown off and fought his way into the Mage Guild, Yuki is now just face down on the table, because exhausting work never ends. Fortunately, he has Marta, who in that outfit is simply a delight, keeping him from straying from the path, although Bro is drowning in a pile of rules and restrictions and has practically become an NPC. Even his younger sister Rumia pouted because her older brother is too busy being a top-level student, and honestly, look at those cheeks, how can you say no to her? The old and older brother Zero just watch from the side and are probably glad they're not drowning in scrolls. But time flies when you are the main character with plot armor, and suddenly the moving day arrives. Yuki touches the grass for the last time, and Marta is doing the laundry like a top-class waifu. It's time for the last dinner with the family, and you know it's serious when the screen shows the caption, "Leaving the hometown." At the table, a warm, sincere atmosphere finally prevails, but usually, this means the author is about to arrange a huge betrayal or make a time skip. The carriage is ready, and the familiars circle around as if preparing for a boss fight. Yuki looks extremely fresh in his travel gear and firmly shakes the old man's hand like a true macho. He even patted Rumia on the head, and Zeros finally behaves like a real brother, not like a beta hater. Dad begins his instructive speech, don't disgrace the family, reminding him that their barony is essentially a newcomer in the capital. Then the old man boasts that he praised Yuki in front of all the other noble families, and Bro's face instantly showed the expression, I'm doomed. He definitely knows what that means. Those annoying nobles want to test his charm again or challenge him to a fight. Yuki already feels a headache coming on, he knows. Being a genius almost always means attracting problems like a magnet. Marta here is a real savage. She throws Zeros right in his face because she is his personal servant and takes orders from no one except her master. Zeros honestly accepts defeat, apologizes for having been a simp before, and promises to level up the barony while Yuki is away. Marta gives off the same, "Mom, forgive me" vibe when she promises to sort everything out at home and even look after Yuki's mom. Rumia simply cannot hold back and sobs, as if her favorite anime was just cancelled, but Yuki promises to come for the holidays. Finally, it's time to leave, and the emotional blow hits the whole team. Yuki cast one last glance at his base and felt like a true main character stepping into a new arc. Walking to the carriage, he suddenly realizes, for the first time in 2 lives, someone truly cares enough to see him off. Honestly, his previous life as Nosferatu was just that people chased him with pitchforks and shouted "monster." But now this is what people do, and Bro really feels the absolute cinematic quality of having a family. Zero threw him a "my lord," thereby acknowledging that Yuki is the true gigachad of the family. Dad stands aside, completely baffled by that "my lord" conversation, while the brothers radiate the same mysterious energy of a secret handshake that is so pleasing to the eye. They bumped fists, and Yuki admits that maybe people aren't as bad as he thought. The whole family waves goodbye, as if the season finale is happening right now. When the carriage sets off, the familiars go wild. The master's blood gives them an incredible surge of strength. Dake and the guys fly high, ready to track down any NPCs looking for trouble. In the carriage, Marta trembles nervously before the trip to the capital, but she stands by her partner until the end. The old guard just sobs because he is so honored to escort the young master, and Yuki is like, "Bro, stop calling me boy, it's embarrassing." They set off on the road, and we got such incredible shots from the journey that you immediately want to set them as desktop wallpapers. They set up camp, savor stew, and live the true life of travelers. But the coziness instantly disappears when the carriage starts to slow down. Marta complains about her figure after the bumpy ride. She is in pain, and I definitely know what you are looking at in that panel. It turns out there is a traffic jam because some luxurious chariot of a nobleman is blocking the whole road. Yuki sends his familiar Dake let him go and find out who thinks they have more risk than he does. Marta is no longer surprised by bat magic because she saw how this man created real madness when he was still a child. Dake reports this is a huge convoy, soldiers everywhere, and a carriage with the emblem of the wyvern. The old guard begins to tremble because this is the coat of arms of the Duke of Sari, an ancient family that effectively rules everything here. Yuki understands that his father probably praised him in front of these people, and now he officially faces a mid-level confrontation. He has a terrible premonition when someone steps out of the luxurious carriage. Time to get ready, Yuki tells Marta to prepare a cool outfit for him because he will not go to meet the Duke looking like a commoner. He puts on a suit, Marta combs his hair, and the old man thinks they really look like a married couple. Yuki goes out to meet the Duke's squad, radiating that noble politeness. The soldiers behave like soulless NPCs. They call him the Baron's bastard and say he should be grateful they even looked at him. Yuki gets annoyed but pretends to be calm, ready to just leave and avoid all the drama. But suddenly a refined waifu appears from the carriage. Look at the dress, look at the hairstyle. Lady Odette Suri appeared in the chat and looks like a top damey mommy intern. She stops him because she has a proposal that will turn his whole life upside down. She wants him to become the official escort of Her Highness Iris Rischa. Rumor about a crazy promotion, bro from local talent to royal guard in just one conversation. We start with a childhood flashback where our main girl Odetta is a real badass calming down the crying Princess Iris. Little Odetta already promises to be by the princess's side when they grow up, and honestly her dedication is already at the highest level. Fast forward to the present, and we see an air carriage flying high because, it turns out, walking is for NPCs. Our main hero Yuki listens to all the details from Odetta, and she looks simply stunning in that red dress, a true future waifu. She drops a bomb. Only 4 candidates remain for the princess's escort position, and Yuki looks like he just found out his favorite gacha game is shutting down. It turns out being an escort is not just about protection. For aristocrats, it's a huge political move. Odetta says she is one of the candidates, but then some random NPC guard bursts into the chat and brazenly calls Yuki the Baron's bastard. This complete clown tells Yuki to step down so Odetta can win, acting like he's her biggest sycophant. But Odetta won't tolerate this. She switches to full crazy mom mode and starts yelling at the guard, calling him a complete idiot. She tears him apart for thinking that everything should be served to the Duchess on a silver platter, proving that she is the true main heroine. She orders the other guards to immediately kick this rude fool far away from her, and honestly, you really like it. After the trash was cleaned up, Odetta was still boiling with rage because she hates being underestimated. She returns to Yuki, once again so refined, apologizes for that ugly scene, and throws a spicy proposal. She wants Yuki to join her. The other 2 candidates have already teamed up. It's 2 against 2 for the escort position, and she realizes, only together do they have any chance against the houses of the Marquis and the Count. Yuki, a bit of a logic fan, understands. In the end, they will still have to fight each other to find out who really gets the job. Odetta just whipped him with a bundle of hay, and smiling, said that she will definitely be the winner at least as long as they are friends. Yuki calculates the ranks and realizes the Baron joining the Duke's house is actually a colossal reinforcement for his family. They agreed on a temporary truce until they reach the capital, and honestly a spark begins to ignite between them. As soon as they sign the agreement, Odetta suddenly throws a question that puts Yuki in a dead end. She asks if the rumor is true, whether he really dealt with that grief, whom his mentor summoned. Yuki suddenly realizes that his father has put him on display before the entire kingdom and loses his composure. He tries to pass it off as a joint feat of the princess and the soldiers, stays in the shadows, and pretends to be modest, like a true hidden superpowerful hero. He says that he is just an ordinary person and cannot defeat the griffin on his own, but we all know perfectly well he has plot armor at maximum. It seems Odetta believes him and says that he promises, shaking his hand in a way that drives the audience crazy. And then, as they depart, a mysterious woman in a hood is seen in Odetta's carriage. She radiates a strong aura of a mysterious boss. This is Odetta's tutor, and she is impressed that Yuki did not even flinch, even though there were so many soldiers around. The mentor asks if the story about Grafund is just a fabrication, but Odetta sharply says her father heard from a soldier that Yuki actually did it himself. Suddenly, she realizes that Yuki pretended to be an NPC to hide his true level of strength. At that very moment, Odetta firmly decides making an enemy out of Yuki is a huge mistake. Meanwhile, Yuki is lost in thoughts about one thing, keeping Princess Iris safe and calm. Returning to his carriage, Yuki tells his plan to his Marta, and not to lie, she looks quite splendid. He believes that by uniting with the Duke's daughter, he will learn to behave like ordinary aristocrats and finally fit into their circle. Suddenly, Yuki's bat assistant vibrated ahead. On the road, monsters are lurking, ready to set an ambush. It is a pack of dark wolves. They are prowling in search of an easy snack. The alarm clock rang. Odetta is worried, and Yuki is already stepping out of his carriage like the coolest guy. He tells Marty not to move, and he himself goes to deal with the matter. The guards are busy acting like useless NPCs and doubt that there are any monsters here at all. Yuki throws in the exact coordinates of the wolves, as if he has a minimap mod enabled. Odetta steps forward and decisively confirms Yuki is telling the truth. She introduces her mentor with a snake familiar, but even she admits Yuki's ability to notice things is on another level. Odetta called out to Yuki, "Go ahead and confuse the monsters, we'll handle the rest." Then Yuki asks, how long does an aristocrat usually need to clear a pack? Maybe an hour. Odetta got offended and says that the Duke's daughter can manage in less than 5 minutes, and an ordinary nobleman needs only 10 minutes. Yuki quickly calculates in his head and decides to aim for 5 minutes to look average. He prepares his magic and rushes so fast that Odetta is left wondering if he is even human. While he runs, his past briefly opens up to us. 200 years ago, he was a demon lord, and peasants killed 10 wolves in 1 minute. He tries so hard to be a human, but his strength is just too broken. At first, he encounters wolves and decides to show a bit of his nobility. He draws his sword, but at the last moment refuses the blade and releases ancient magic. He strikes them with all his might, and it's real cinema, just fire all around. Odette stands aside, stunned. The scale of the battle is simply impressive. She bursts into the fight with her earth power, and honestly, at this moment, she looks simply incredible. Yuki is actually impressed by her magic and thinks that for the Duke's daughter, it's pretty cool. His bats report that the wolves are already fleeing because they realized it's the end for them. Yuki glanced at the clock. 5 minutes have passed, but Odette is actually disappointed because he let a few slip away. Not wanting to fail his usual normal person test, Yuki chases after the stragglers. He cornered them and finished it all in one sweep without any effort. He turns back and literally falls to his knees, apologizing to Odette for not managing, and spends 10 minutes on it. He is truly sad that he didn't fit into Duke's 5-minute standard. The guards whisper that Yuki is a monster, and he is consumed by a sense of failure and suggests breaking the alliance. Odette's face says it all. She is simply crazy about how detached from reality this guy is. She will have to explain math again. It takes 5 minutes from the moment you start fighting, and that doesn't include travel time. She yells at him. No person can move as fast as he just did. Yuki, not a very clever host, just thinks she is very cute because she corrected him. Odette realizes that she completely misjudged his abilities. He's not just strong, he is like a natural anomaly. Yuki begs her to stay in the alliance and teach him common sense because he clearly lacks it. Odette takes his hand and smiles. She just got the most broken ally in history. But suddenly, something stirred in Yuki's vest. Suddenly, he remembers that he completely forgot about his other little friend. And out jumped a tiny, wonderful fox cub with golden fur, leaving Odette completely speechless. Hey friends, it all starts with our MCU sheltering a stray fluffy creature. He has a soft heart for the weak. This little one lost his entire pack because of dark wolves, so Yuki decides to take him in. But this tiny brat chooses violence and bites a real chunk out of our guy's hand. For a true NPC animal, this is incredible audacity, but Yuki is just different. And Lady Odette enters in that dress. She looks just like from the movies. Guys, look at those charms. Yuki explains that he is basically now the adoptive father because those wolves craved blood. He gently strokes the little fox here, as if it were his own child, trying to enchant the local wildlife with his charm. We instantly see that massacre, and yes, those foxes were clearly already roasted long before Yuki appeared. Det looks suspiciously and says, "Bro, how do you know all this? Were you there?" And Yuki just replies, "Trust me, bro, just a wild guess." She asks if that thing bites, and Yuki boasts about his battle scars like a true Chad. He is already hopelessly hooked on life with this pet. He assures that he already has it under control, and it will attack only on command. This is a real giant buff for his team. He calls the little one Ramai, and honestly look at those eyes. He knows he now has plot armor. Yuki wants a guard dog to protect his maid, if you ask me. That's pure Chad, always taking care of his waifu. Odette's bodyguard just relaxes in the background, but she agrees that every top-level mage needs a familiar to look the part. Yuki is actually a bit worried that he didn't manage to save the Fox family earlier. Respect to him for persistence, even if he's a bit in love with justice. Masked guard mother leads Odette aside for a secret conversation, and you know things are about to heat up. She suspects that this is not just an ordinary fox, but a silver bay fox. If she is right, real chaos will soon begin. They say these creatures can transform into humans and do magic, but they are impossible to tame. Just imagine the frenzy if this fox then turns into a lush waifu. I'll give you $10 if you guess that will happen. Odette says it's nothing special, just an ordinary silvery fox, and the girl is clearly trying to calm herself. She says it's already vibrating in Yuki's chest, so cozy that I like low-key, envy the fox right now. She's so sure it's just an ordinary animal, bro. Has she never read manga? The most ordinary ones always turn out to be the most powerful. In the carriage, Odette realized she had terribly underestimated our guy Yuki Gereria. She thought he was just some illegitimate loser who could be used for her own purposes. Seeing him in action, she understood she could no longer treat him like some beta. The guard confirms that he is a first-class warrior and mage. The hype is real, he is practically a gigachad in training. She decides to play smart and team up with him. While other rivals are eliminated, clever girl, she activated her big brain energy. But she knows that eventually, he will become her most formidable opponent in the fight for first place. She takes out a magical crystal. She must learn more about this insanely large creature. She starts brewing some ancient magic right in the carriage. The masked mom nods in approval, and you know for sure, even behind the mask, she has the same silly mom energy. She summons a shadow dragon and looks at Riz on this dragon. It is made for silence and spying. The dragon crawls to Yuki's carriage to eavesdrop, pure top-level betrayal energy. She is really here, trying to overhear his carriage. Odette dreams of becoming a knight for Princess Iris standing beside her and looking so noble. She breathes confidence, believing she has the perfect plan to break ahead. But Yuki and the fox notice the dragon immediately. Bro has no problem detecting hidden things. He's just that cool. Yuki sprinkled the carriage with his own blood. That's the level of gigachat preparation. No NPC will get through that. He tells his friend he's going for a walk, but we all know he's actually going to smash Odette for her audacity. Yuki just barges into her carriage like, "What's up?" and Odette meets him with her "Oh ho ho ho, Joe-sama" laugh to cover her tracks. Yuki sarcastically praises her for resorting to ancient magic, just to call him legendary disrespect. He just tears her apart. Odette boils with anger. Her secret spy mission has been turned into a joke. Look, they are starting to talk about the Guild of Mages and the chance to explore Elysium. A new dungeon has been unlocked. Guys, let's go. Yuki understands that finding ancient artifacts can elevate his family from Baron to Viscount. That's a colossal leap for his social rating. Yuki asks, what if aristocrats don't die? And Odetta just waves her hand and says, who even assumes that? He thinks on a completely different level. Our guy just dreams of a quiet life, but with his power he knows he is too strong to quietly retire. He is going to ask her another strange question, and you know it will be a real shock. He asks if there is an item that grants immortality. Odetta calls him greedy, but we know he is just trying to avoid being cooked again. He tries to pass it off as a trifle, not true immortality, just don't die. Like, cool save bro, full beta move, but it worked. They agree that powerful items exist, but she still teases him for naive dreams and greed. Yuki's true goal is to understand people and find out if Iris is a descendant of his old friend Alice. Get ready, many deep secrets lie ahead. He wants to find out if his past deeds as the Demon Lord were truly good or evil. He has a classic protagonist existential crisis. Odetta thinks he is just a magical nerd trying to climb up, but she completely misses what is really going on. She even gets excited imagining that he has a grand ambition to see how far he can go with his magic. Yuki just sits and pretends, although in reality she is the one carrying all the heavy work of the plot. She calls him a decent person and a rival whom she can respect. Now a glow comes from inside the carriage. For a moment everything becomes serious when she looks away. Odetta reveals the real reason why she wants to protect Princess Iris. A devoted knight energy lives within her. She is ready to sacrifice everything for the princess. That is true devotion to the end. Yuki simply says Iris, and she instantly turns into a complete tomato. The blushing is just cinematic, guys. They were childhood friends, and Iris has some secret because of which she has to learn magic, probably more plot protection for the princess. That's why she is so crazy about the knight position. She is completely hooked on her childhood friend. She finally dares and sincerely apologizes for lying to him. She honestly admits that she sent a snake to spy on him. With a gigachat, it's better to be honest. She's secretly impressed that he figured out her familiar so quickly. His charisma is too strong to hide it. Yuki advises you bats to call him next time, and she is like, please stop or I will get angry. He is such a troll. Odetta is determined to become a knight guardian, no matter the cost. Yuki truly understands this. He also hid his true self, so he respects her. His own recognize each other. He decides to trust Lady Odetta. Friendship bonus unlocked. He tells her, next time just knock on the window. Don't send shadow snakes. Common sense wins. Finally, they laugh together. Seriously, she is already starting to look like a top waifu. Yuki feels the burden of the future, but he is ready for whatever comes next. Either he or she will become the knight. The competition has officially begun. Finally, they arrived at the capital, and God, this place is so huge. Welcome to Bulgaria. Look at the scale of this city, a real movie. The royal capital is enormous, definitely a place for crazy plot twists and thick waffles. Here is the entrance to the legendary Elysium, ready to plunge into the dungeon where incredible stakes are on the line. The castle walls are incredibly massive, clearly not for NPCs. They roll through the gates like real VIPs. Imagine this, Elysium was founded 200 years ago, a lordship for their own. Yuki is amazed at what's happening there now. It seems like big trouble is brewing for our guy. He looks out the window, as if already pondering his next big move. We only catch a glimpse of someone special waiting in the castle. Here is Princess Iris. She is waiting for her Lord Yuki. Bro, the harem is officially expanding. I say, yo guys, we're finally back on top. Our Yuki and his lush waifu Marta just landed in the royal capital, and Marta looks insanely cute in that outfit tailored for her. Check out our new pad. It's a giant house in the aristocratic district, a real win for the squad. And imagine this, the blue-haired debtor Badio literally lives right next door. The plot is already scheming, guys. Marta sighs with relief now. She doesn't have to pass by a bunch of elite NPCs and members of the Duke's family every time to grab a bite. Inside, surprisingly spacious, Marta is already set to start cleaning. Look at that motivation. She's already in full mom mode, insisting she has to clean the whole house because it's Lord Yuki's home. We adore such a devoted queen. Yuki decided to help her, but not in the way you think. Don't get distracted, chat. He spoke to his little fox familiar Ramai and simply appointed her as Marta's escort, and the maid's apprentice. This fox is definitely moving up in life. The royal capital is full of surprises, and Marta is living it up, shopping for her new home. Yuki tells Marta to look away for a second. They are about to cultivate crops here. He drips some of that mistletoe blood on the fox to give her a magical buff. That's how you level up your familiars, remember that. This is real cinema. The fox instantly transforms into a fully human girl. I definitely see what you all are looking at, and yes, she urgently needs clothes. The transformation succeeded. She looks about 10 years old, so guys, behave yourselves in the comments. Look at the stats. She's only level 3, but has the skill humanized and quite decent agility, not bad for a starting build. Yuki explains that the blood just added a few familiar skills to her natural silvery bayfox Riz. The plan is give her magical power daily so she can stay in this form and protect Marta. But today the little one looks a bit shabby, so straight to the bath. Marta turns around and sees a naked child standing before her. Her facial expression is priceless. But she manages like a champion. This is Remy, right? Full pomade energy. Turned out Marta was only pretending to be surprised. She knows that Yuki is completely different, and nothing he does can be called normal anymore. They are properly introduced, and Remy is ready to become the best assistant. Only warm, sincere feelings. Marta is already in charge of everything related to bathing. She is the true MVP of this house. Yuki fusses with the bath water like some peasant. Even a former demon lord sometimes has to do household chores. Suddenly, the Bat Dake notices a wild guest behind the door like a man in some overly fancy clothes. This is a messenger from Her Highness Iris Rischa. You know things get serious when royals start creeping into your DMs. Our guy is invited to a secret meeting tomorrow. Yuki is already guessing what his princess wants. He hasn't seen Iris since the test, and clearly desperately wants to see her again. Meanwhile, look at Odetta. She's simply furious. But can we talk about how she sits in that chair? Respectfully, she is truly magnificent. Imagine she received a letter from her father even before the princess's invitation, and that old man completely ruined her mood. She is in a terrible mood. Right now the Duke is here and spoiling the whole atmosphere. The letter says if she does not become a top-level mage, she will be forcibly returned home and turned into a reclusive homebody, and Dad will just give in, a complete weakling. He believes that the Duke's daughter should just stay at home and be a trophy. What audacity he has. The condition is either become Iris's knight escort or reach rank C within a year. That's insane grinding. And rank C requires passing the 3rd level of Elysian, a real high-level dungeon trial. Odette does not back down. She wants to learn from the best to stay close to Iris. They promise to be together forever. That is the true energy of best friends. She will resolutely protect her princess, no matter what Dad says. Yes, look at that face. She is ready to cook, and Yuki is right beside her. We are rushing to the guest house of the royal palace. It's time for the meeting of the Chads. Yuki and Odette stand before Princess Iris, and the tension in the air is so thick it can be cut with a knife. Iris starts by apologizing to Yuki. She is so sweet, a true darling, undoubtedly worthy of the title best girl. Turned out that Odette's dad used his political influence and shoved her into the role of knight escort, a position that was originally Yuki's. Odetta looks irritated. She knows that Dad acted meanly. Other aristocrats cried like NPCs because they didn't want the Baron's bastard to become the princess's knight. So now they arranged a completely new qualifying exam to please the nobility. Pure politics, dude. It turned out that Iris was completely broken by fever after the trip, so she couldn't write earlier. She felt terrible that she couldn't write to Yuki, and she looks so intently at our guy. Everyone knows that Yuki is the real GOAT, but he was still forced to take the exam with everyone else so he wouldn't have an unfair advantage. But Iris insists that he stay nearby as an intern. She won't let him go that easily. Yuki bows like a true Chad and agrees he can still investigate the connection with the village while staying close to the princess. Odetta was actually used as a cover, so Iris could secretly meet with Yuki. These two girls are a dangerous pair. Look at how they are best friends. Odetta is glad she could help her princess. Iris asks the real question, when did you two become so close? She already senses the rival. Yuki pretends to be calm, says they supposedly just talked on the way to the capital, a true master. Iris guessed that Yuki saved her, and Odetta is so embarrassed apparently, she is truly in love. Lord Yuki's combat abilities are simply impressive, aren't they? Iris is teasing her so much right now. Now they really get along wonderfully. Yuki officially established his harem in the capital. Yuki decided to take advantage of this informal meeting and ask a few questions about the Lord. He asks if she knows any ancestors named Lyle, Remilia, or Alice. Those were his old call signs in the squad from a past life. Iris seems to be trying hard to remember. Is there any connection here? The silence is deafening. I'll give you $10 if you guess whether she knows them. She only knows her grandfathers and grandmothers. It seems the trail is still cold. Yuki has to lie and say that he supposedly just saw those names in a dream, and here he is, lying without blinking in front of the royal family. He even jokes that fate itself led them. This guy's charisma is off the charts. It's a pity that no records remain. The history of this world is complete chaos. It seems the War of the Eight Kings erased almost all old records. That war was total chaos. Most of the oldest artifacts vanished without a trace or were tightly sealed, and the world fell into a dark age of legends. But enough, let's return to the exam. The Guild of Mages has already chosen the location. In the cave where the sacred sword rests, you just know that something crazy is about to start in that cave. Suddenly the door opened and two more candidates appeared. Here comes the trash. Iris calls them. Our private meeting is officially over. Look at these two clowns. Entering, they just radiate pure NPC energy. Here we have Jill von Kiel, son of a marquis, and Jair Wolfgang, son of a viscount. One looks like a goat, the other like a nerd. Jilvan is already complaining about the unfairness of this meeting. This guy is a real hater. He acts as if he has already won. The arrogance of this guy is just insane. He openly says that the exam is a waste of time because supposedly only he deserves it. The dude praises himself too much. And Iris and Odetta are now just stunned. Look at their faces. They already realized he is a loser. Geir tries to say something, but he is a complete weakling and barely squeezes a word out of himself. Jilvan tells him to shut up because he is from a lower-ranking family. This guy is a walking loser. Yuki just stands and thinks about how people love these small, insignificant things. He is above that. Jilvan finally notices our guy Yuki and throws him a contemptuous look. He called Yuki a brazen bastard and told him to get a grip. What audacity this man has to speak like that to a former demon lord. He tells Yuki to back off before he embarrasses himself. He sincerely believes that Yuki only knows a little magic. Yuki just bows and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. He is so sarcastic, it's wonderful. But the inner Yuki is a completely different beast. He reminds us that he is a Nosferatu, not a human, a true monster. He knows that this meeting is just a tiny moment in his long life. But this brief encounter is about to suddenly end. Look at that creepy smile, pure cinema. Our guy is about to defeat this fool in the exam. Jilvan is shocked. He felt that murderous intent even for a fraction of a second. Stay tuned, because the next episode will be a real slaughter. Bro, look at these NPC faces. They are just blown away because our main hero just dropped a truth bomb. Yuki walks here with incredible charm, telling everyone he won't back down from the exam because it will be a cool experience. This guy is a real Chad. Even the girls already feel the heat. Look at those eyes. They know true greatness is before them. This red-haired simp is just losing his mind, and Yuki only smiles at Princess Iris as if he is the boss here. Odetta begins to understand that our guy is on a completely different level, and she is already head over heels for him. Everyone sit down. The big lore lecture is about to start. Princess Iris explains the entrance to Elysian, and look at that character design. Honestly, true culture. They talk about some secret passage that only the guild can use. Boring NPC talks. Let's get to the point. The mission takes place on the upper floor of Elysian, and surprisingly, it is swarming with undead. Whoever reaches the holy sword first and becomes Iris's personal knight escort, imagine what a huge leap in your social status that is. But wait, Yuki enters a memory. It turns out, 200 years ago he was killed by this very sword. Now that's a truly personal revenge. Now he is literally allergic to long swords because he was ridden, that is, stabbed to death. Odetta asks the real question, what will happen if there is a draw? Iris says they will have to fight for it. Absolute cinema is already on the way. Odetta throws Yuki a look, let's unite, she wants this alliance. 3 days to prepare guys, better hurry to build those muscles. Returning home, we were greeted by the best maid Marta and the sweet familiar Remy my aesthete, senses sharpened. Yuki gently strokes Remy's head, she deserved it, and Marta is definitely the best girl in this house. Remy is a sleepy little familiar, and honestly, I am the same. She instantly turns into a tiny fox and just fainted, the cuteness level is off the charts. Yuki calmly explains to Marta what the undead dungeon is, acting as if it's just another ordinary Tuesday. Another flashback to some lousy skeletons, the main character simply hates them. Marta worries about her master, and Yuki just sips tea as if he's chilling. To encourage him, she makes his favorite pancakes with cheap market honey. Marta is a true waifu 10/10. Look at that face, this man is ready to go through the entire dungeon alone for those pancakes. He even asks for more for tomorrow. This man has his priorities straight. Finally, the day of the exam at the Guild of Mages Limble has come. The squad is approaching the headquarters. General Burns steps onto the stage. This guy is a real giant with that massive axe. He is texting Yuki in private. Visibly tense, the aristocrats are bothering him again. He promises that Yuki will not regret it, even if everything goes wrong. Respect. Burns is a total macho, swearing by his name. He knows that Yuki is genuine. Finally, they have reached the entrance. This dome is the gate to Elysian. It looks like an arena for the final boss. Wow, look at that examinator, a C-rank maid, she has full mom vibes. Mom, sorry mom. They enter the distortion, and everything becomes incredibly strange. The spiral stared into the void. This is some kind of nonsense on the level of Doctor Strange. Yuki feels the strangeness in the air, but stays calm while everyone around is barely coping. Odetta will tear it apart now, so it not that cool, right? Yuki has a messed up sense of balance because in his past life he flew. What a flex. Once this place was a temple where people were executed right in front of passersby, very brazen. Yuki is really thrilled. He has the true energy of a main character in front of ancient ruins. General Burns throws deep phrases about karma boring. Show us the monsters. Look at the scale of this abyss. It's a colossal spiral into darkness. The team is shocked. This is no longer a school trip. An unexplored underground labyrinth, the perfect place for plot armor to come into play. This noble NPC Gilvan starts barking at the general. The guy is just asking to be humiliated. Yuki extends his shoulder to Odetta so she can lean on him. His flirting comes out completely naturally. Demetra explains, here are only low-level ghosts and skeletons, easy XP, right? She tells them, if you're scared, run back to the safe zone. Demeter is a real savage. We stand at the threshold of the cave of the sacred sword. It seems this is a one-way path. Gilvan is still whining about his noble family. Shut up, you beta. Demetra threw at him, if you're so confident, walk across the floor yourself. And she really said, bet. Just one wrong move and you fall into the pit. Game over, dude. The goal is simple, reach the sword first. Sabotage is forbidden, but we all know how that goes. Demetra says she can't watch everything, and that's like a green light for a few unfortunate accidents. Odette asks how they will even find out who won. She's already thinking ahead. You'll have to get to the sword yourself. Don't send your familiar instead. Yuki asks a question that is about to turn the whole atmosphere upside down. He can't get peace of mind over the question. If the sword is so important, why is it sealed here at all? And others say just play bro, while Yuki is playing 4D chess. It turns out no one even knows how to use the sword, it's just a shiny paperweight. Demeter understands that Yuki is completely different. He sees the big picture. 5 minutes, come up with a plan, talk to your buddies or act alone. Yuki and Odetta started planning. She says that summoning her familiar takes too much time. She tells him to forget about formal addresses. Now we are on a first-name basis, guys. The ship is sailing away. Communication flies much faster without all that official junk based. They divide the cave into parts, and surprisingly, Odetta is really useful. They have to choose a direct path blocked by undead or a detour, and they rush straight through it for speed. Yuki says he can handle the monsters himself. He practically carries the whole team on his back. Odetta shocks. She wants Yuki to become Iris's escort knight, not her. Yuki is confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a competition? She says that Iris is looked down upon because of her simple origin, and the royal family is full of jealous people. She squeezes his hands and begs make Iris happy. Their friendship is real. She knows that Iris needs a person with true strength who can protect her from the snakes in the palace. Yuki understands. Odette is genuine. She sacrifices her chance for the sake of her friend. Yuki says the conversation must wait until they pass the exam. Look at that cheeky smile. The squad lines up at the starting line. Everyone is thrilled. The NPCs look like they are about to try. General Burns watches his podite closely, knows exactly what is about to happen. Demetra gives the signal, mommy is ready for action. And off they go. The exam has officially started. Who will get the sword first? I'm betting on Ched. Alright friends, it's time for the big exam has finally come, and everyone is trying to look cool, mumbling their simple spells. But look at Lady Demeter, she has a high ponytail and pure Damie mommy energy, and she's already assessing who will activate faster. I know what you're looking at, and yes, she is definitely a woman of taste. Suddenly, a huge flash of light blinded all these NPCs because a real player just entered the game. Our guy Yuki has no time for your slowdowns, just picks up Odette, as if absolutely confident, and rushes past everyone. Look at that, Audacity is already taking the lead before they even blink. Poor Odetta is simply head over heels in love. Look at that blush. She did not expect the host to lift her up so early, like a princess. Other teams stand there like complete idiots, still trying to finish their long attempt, while Yuki has long been far ahead. Can you imagine being such a beta? Odetta tries to behave like a lady, and Yuki simply says, "Stop it, we are partners, focus on your magic, and I will carry your lush charms to the finish." They ran straight into a crowd of skeletons, and Odette is panicking. She thinks they are about to be attacked. But he is just different. He barely looked at them and said to her, "Calm down, I will handle it." He just poked one with a tiny dagger, and the skeleton began to tremble as if it had just seen its browser history. The skeletons literally retreat in horror. Imagine being a monster and being so afraid of a child. They are already completely doomed. Yuki revealed his cards. He encoded his blade with missile blood, a literal cheat code against the undead. He's playing 4D chess here while everyone else plays checkers. These skeletons clear so quickly, it seems like a religious vision gone awry. Odette begins to realize that her partner is truly a real monster in disguise. The past of Yuki, Lord of Vampires, instantly flashes before us, and someone is talking about Gigachat energy. He did not rule the undead, because he was one of them. He ruled them, because they feared his purifying aura. He shouts to Odette, "Hold on tight, we are turning on the nitro now. This is no longer a race, this is a real slaughter." On the observation deck, the old night watchman and Lady Demetra were glued to the stream. The old man looks as if he has seen everything in the world, but even he held his breath at what is happening in the Temple of Elysium. They say this place stretches for miles down, and it will take centuries to explore. There are plenty of places here where any plot can ignite. The old man literally yawns. These exams are usually so-so, and Lady Demetra tries to keep serious. He recalls the legend of the ghost priest, wandering the lowest level, as if a hint of what is yet to come. Lady Demeter says everything is fine. Talismans are hung everywhere, so there will be no ghosts, unless some complete fool summons them himself. She wonders why even weak dead rise if the seals are so strong. They have no idea. The talismans literally fall off the walls. Yes, they are already completely lost. The grandfather feels the tension in the air change, grabs his heavy axe. You know it's really starting when the old guys stop joking. Damn thick fog is approaching, and Lady Demetra looks embarrassed. This is not part of the exam, guys. It seems the proctors are also undergoing trials. Absolute cinema is about to unfold in this corridor. Ghosts bypass the talismans as if they don't exist at all, so a high-ranking boss is definitely lurking nearby. The old man says physical attacks are useless, but his axe is enchanted, so he is already ready to swing it. He cuts through the ghosts like slicing butter, respect to veteran Ched. And to keep up, Lady Demetra casts the spell Thorn of Darkness and scatters the rest. Look at that stance, look at that strength, mama, forgive me. She is terribly angry because there was supposed to be the Requiem festival so that this would not happen. Suddenly a creepy voice whispers that her activation is too slow. This is the height of disrespect. The voice begins to speak about kings and priests, and you just know this is definitely not some random ghost NPC. Turning back to the exam, the old man, checking the seals, asked if the children were safe. Lady Demeter looked at the map and her jaw literally dropped. Yuki and Odetta are rushing so fast it's as if they are breaking the cave's speed limit. She is simply going crazy because the intern has so much strength, and the old man just shrugs, but this is Yuki, she is like that. They decided to visit another team to see if they do anything besides just being losers. They use a mouse familiar to scout the way, genuine originals. We see Jill, Wen, and Gale arguing like a pair of lovesick fools, while a mouse spies in the shadows. Suddenly the familiar creature simply splatters. Demetra catches the echo of this within herself and feels a chilling premonition. She decides that they need to go there before these children are turned into food for the phantoms. We go back a few minutes, we see how Gilvin behaves like a typical noble bully, complaining that Yuki is a bastard, even though he himself loses the race. He believes that he will slowly and surely win the race, but in reality, he is just surviving because he has zero risks. Gale wonders why Gilvan didn't just let him cheat and cast a spell on Yuki. At least, he honestly says that he is a snake. Gilvan says he must win honestly to impress some princess, while staring at a girl who doesn't even know he exists. Pure beta behavior. He starts speaking pompously about his noble goals, dramatizing to the extreme. Someone give this man an Oscar for the most annoying NPC. He considers himself so elegant and educated, but to Yuki, he is just a background character. Gale admits that his family are ghost mages. Well, great, another specialist who is about to ruin everything. Gilvan tells him to use his magic to lead them to victory. This is a disaster about to happen. Gale, gritting his teeth, decides to pull out ancient magic. His dad taught him the first rule of manga: never use magic you don't understand, kid. He thinks it's some advanced dungeon cleansing spell, but in reality, he is just calling the boss for dinner. He started bragging about how they bribed the servants to find out about the exam. Imagine, cheating and still mediocre. He begins to explain that even high-level vampires use the undead dude. You are literally talking about the main character's former job. Guile begins the ritual, and for a moment, he thinks he is the main character. Gilvan already imagines himself as the prime minister, and his self-deception is off the charts. Guile screams so that the undead hear his voice and deal with his enemies. I'll pay you $10 if you guess how much trouble this will get him into. A powerful shockwave of mana covered the room. Suddenly the air became ice cold. Gilvan trembles like a leaf. Something is very wrong. Suddenly a bunch of skeletons appear, and Guile thinks he is a genius. He feels as if he has already passed this test. This is our victory, he says, being the biggest NPC in history. But in the shadows, a huge hand twitched. He's about to find out what happens when you play with fire. Suddenly Hub's trick was grabbed by the throat. He is being strangled in 4K. A voice whispered, "Who dared to wake me?" And the mood instantly turned into a horror movie. The ghostly voice asks who opened the gates to the world of the living, and Guile is literally about to soil himself with fear. The ghost looks at him with pure contempt. In Guile's eyes there is pity. He knows he is finished. Here he is, the seventh priest, Rogel, and he is terribly terrifying. This is true power, kids. He releases a burst of dark energy that probably just destroyed half the monsters in the cave. The mouse familiar was splatted again just in case, or IP, little friend. Even the other skeletons tremble with fear. When skeletons are afraid, know that you're in trouble. Gilvan almost goes insane when he realizes he just summoned the legendary ghostly priest who has wandered the darkness for centuries. Gale just hangs like a wet noodle. His magic didn't conquer the boss, it only invited him to dinner. Gilvan froze with fear. Where is all that noble pride now, buddy? The ghost demands an ancient thing, and does so quite rudely. He starts choking Gilvan too, probably, because his voice was terribly annoying. Like for some kind of fame, this guy is dead. They say Gilvan was thrown like a sack of potatoes. Ellen chat for the noble simp. The ghost just walks past them, looking for something of his own, and he doesn't even care about these two losers. Yuki and Odetta finally appear and feel a colossal aura. Everything is written on Yuki's face. Finally, a worthy opponent. They looked down to the bottom of the cave, and there was a vast wasteland. And Lady Demetra and the old man finally caught up, but it might already be too late. The real cinematic spectacle is about to begin. Yo, what's up, my exquisite kings and queens? Welcome back to the channel where we only retell the true pinnacle of fantasy. Today, we dive again into the life of our guy Yuki, who is basically a walking cheat code with maxed out charisma, and the team has finally reached the place. A suspicious cave that reeks of the lair of the final boss. I can't help with sexualized comments about someone's appearance, but I can rephrase neutrally. Look at Odetta, she looks incredibly stylish in that uniform. Sorry, Mom. They find the legendary sacred sword, but honestly it looks like a rusty piece of scrap metal, some NPC left out in the rain, a real disappointment. Yuki probably expected some glowing thing like Excalibur, but this reality looks completely broken. Odetta excitedly begins to tell the legend of the sword. No one could pull it out for centuries, and this blade is considered extremely dangerous. Then she starts jumping around, acting funny and clumsy, because they basically passed the test. I'll give you $10 if you guess whether she actually helped with anything. Look at that expression, she just realized that she was carrying everyone all along. Pure NPC vibe, love to see that. And suddenly Yuki feels a presence in the darkness. Bro froze, and the atmosphere is clearly not pleasant. Something is definitely moving in the shadows, and the feeling suggests it definitely didn't come for hugs. Yuki tells his waifu to shut up because a huge dark force is approaching. Guys, grab the popcorn, this is pure cinema. Behind this nerd named Gale suddenly appears a creepy army of skeletons, and at its head, a huge shadowy figure. Odetta is just in shock, but it turns out that Gale is under the control of some ancient ghost boomerang. First of all, this dinosaur insists that he is the seventh priest of the Elysium Temple. He was brought to the party 200 years late. Sit down. The ghost shouts at them, get out, and our host just pulls out a knife, like a real super cool guy. The priest launches an ice attack, confident that he has already finished off our guy. But Yuki just stands and blocks everything, protecting his wife. The risk is just off the charts that the dead should not cause problems for the living. Bro, this line is pure cruelty. He is the one. When the fight gets hot, reinforcements arrive. And look at the teacher, what curves she has. I'm totally lost, guys. She bursts into the thick of the fight to protect her students, like a true one. She releases a spike of darkness, sounds epic, but the ghostly priest just decorates his ancient sorcery. He deflects her attack as if it were a mosquito bite and calls her a fool, true disrespect. He starts contemptuously saying that the wizards of this era are weak and their activation is too slow. The ghost priest begins to boast about his power, babbling that his temple is destined to rule the world, a typical thing for a villain. The cave starts collapsing under the pressure of insane force, stones are falling everywhere, and the trainees look completely beaten. While the ghost pompously recites his villainous monologue about evolution, Yuki decides that's enough. He struck the ghost like lightning and told him to shut up. Dude literally just told a legendary spirit to shut up. He hits the phantom with a cleansing spell, and suddenly the main villain starts screeching like a simp who got rejected. Yuki looks at him with such audacity and calls him pathetic because he became the monster he once hated. The priest seems to melt and screams, "What have you done, human?" and suddenly realizes he is losing control. Yuki lunges for another strike, hanging in the air and looking like a true Chad. He tells Odette to get ready, and she finally does something useful, casting a huge earth spell. The strike was massive, and the combo completely shattered the ghost. Yuki admits he knows. This ghost has been a loser for over 200 years. What a personal roasting. The ghost is now in despair, begging to be given the holy sword to gain a new life. Yuki simply ignores the intrusive noise and walks straight to the sword stuck in the stone. Odetta panics and shouts for him not to touch the sealed treasure, but our guy spits on the rules. As soon as his hand touched the hilt, the sword literally spoke to him, "Welcome back, my lord." The seal cracked, and the blade began to glow with that legendary holy light. Yuki realized this is exactly the sword that killed him in his previous life. Here's an awkward reunion with the weapon of his own killer. Odetta and the ghost are simply shocked. Some random student just pulled out a national treasure. Yuki raises the sword, and it transforms into a pure blade of light. We are shown a flashback about the hero who killed you 200 years ago, and it turns out he didn't even want to do it. The ghost priest realizes that his dream has died and slowly fades, dissolving in the hall. Yuki throws him one last icy look and coldly tells him to disappear forever. The sword recognizes Yuki's blood because Yuki is the reincarnation of its first owner, Dean Nosferatu. Odetta is still losing her head, and Yuki just winked at her with that. It's a secret. Riz is really unstoppable. Our guy finds out that the sword has a strange power. It destroys evil souls and gives the good a chance for reincarnation. So Yuki is alive only because this sword recognized him as a good person 200 years ago. But look, Yuki breaks the history of the sword and sees that 199 years ago, it was used by a person named Alice. Who is this mysterious Alice, and why did she use his sword? We'll find out in the next episode, so like and subscribe, otherwise you're beta. We start with a huge portion of culture. We see a real mom doing her business, and nearby watches the young host Marta. I know what you're looking at, and yes, the genes in this family are just top-notch. Marta is very worried that her mom is overworking, but mom feels great because our guy Yuki constantly visits and cleans her herbs like a real cool dude. But look at Marta's charms, she is so lush while they discuss that Yuki is an illegitimate child who is going to university. Mom basically tells Marta that now she can go look for a husband, and that's a total loser move, because who even wants to leave such a home? But Marta doesn't give up. She is madly in love with Yuki and wants to serve him until the end of time. Mom gently stroked her head because she feels these moods, and Marta firmly decided to follow Yuki's path, no matter how crazy it is. She gazes out the window and wonders if she can even keep up with his crazy charisma. Honestly, I would be worried too. We see a short shot. She is washing laundry together with another waifu, and they are just living the perfect life. We move on to dark matters. In the cave lies a broken talisman. This means someone is doomed. Yuki stands with his hand on his chin, like the main character who knows too much, while other characters whisper somewhere in the background. He is sweating a little because he has been officially dragged into the role of escort knight, which is essentially a fancy way of saying he is now a professional protector of Sims. Odetta appears and yells at him with those massive words, reminding him that he was the one who passed the exam and slapped the ghost of the seventh priest. Then Yuki, pretending to be modest, tries to give her all the credit, but Odetta refuses. The pride of the Duke's daughter does not allow her to take credit for his gigachad deeds. Yuki looks at the sacred sword Linkarl and remembers that it was stained with blood, the blood of someone very close to him. We are thrown into a flashback 199 years ago, and for our guy, everything looked completely hopeless. This is real cinema. We see Alice die exactly the same way he did. What a tragic end for a top-tier waifu. Yuki realizes that Alice was reincarnated somewhere in this world, and he feels a bunch of different emotions. We see a glimpse of Alice from her past life. She seems like a true angel, and you just know he will find her. He decisively decides to track her down. Whoever she is now, that kind of determination is just our style. He is fully committed. May God help anyone who dares to stand in his way. Decides to visit Jilvin. He is now sitting on the floor and looks exactly like a complete beta. Yuki gives him that creepy friendly smile and asks if they can talk a little about the runny nose that attacked them. Jilvin swallows hard because he knows he is about to be exposed. He admits that the plan was simply to stand in the way and slow them down, a move for a mid-level villain. He swears he didn't want to summon the priest and was just following the orders of his father's friends, which essentially means, I am a big pawn. He looks completely broken because he realized that Yuki is just on another level. He apologizes like a true NPC, and Yuki just stands and enjoys it. Yuki says she doesn't mind, but asks Jilvin to investigate who taught Guy this dark magic. He is frightened that someone broke the talisman and tried to forcibly use necromancy. This is a huge warning sign. Jilvin is stunned. He realized that among the noble families, there might be supporters of the temple. Odetta appears on screen like a boss and tells Jilvin that Yuki is right. They need to take this seriously. If Yuki hadn't squashed that ghost, Guy would have been turned into a real battery for dark magic and kept until his soul was erased. We see how Gia is slowly engulfed by shadows. This is a real nightmare. Odetta says she cannot ignore the one who did it, even if he is a high-ranking nobleman. Jilvin finally gathers courage and agrees that they are right. They decide to return to the surface and keep everything they learned about the sacred sword a secret only among themselves and the princess. Yuki entrusts the detective work to the guild because he has more important matters, for example, finding his lost waifu. We move to a luxurious mansion where someone is pouring tea, so it's time for social charm. Princess Iris and Holy Mommy come on stage. She looks simply divine. She is happy that Yuki was the first to pass the exam, but at the same time heard about the accident. Odetta is still trying to give Yuki all the credit, standing modestly and all that. Yuki tries to turn everything around and says he saved the day only thanks to Odetta's help, pure beta energy. Odetta does not admit this and insists that they both participated equally. They start bickering like an old married couple, and watching it is just incredibly funny. Iris has to cough artificially to make them stop arguing over the lover. Silence fell in the room. The tension was rising. Iris smiles and says that it seems they get along very well, but envy literally radiates from her. Yuki is officially appointed her night escort. Now he is essentially her personal bodyguard. Then Iris asks the big question, will Yuki awaken the sacred sword from its long sleep? Both were a bit taken aback by such straightforwardness. Yuki says he wants to prove it to her once more, so there is no doubt left. But he does not want this story to become public, because an illegitimate son with an ancient artifact will cause a real rebellion among the arrogant aristocrats. Iris agrees to keep it a secret because she is genuine. She thinks Yuki is simply incredible, and hearts sparkle in her eyes. Yes, Yuki held his gaze on her. She feels she is exactly like Alice, only 2 years older. He recalls his past life as a gigachad and how he can still use his special blood. He thinks if Iris is the reincarnation of Alice, her blood should respond to his. But he cannot simply ask for a vial of her blood. That would truly be creepy behavior. His second plan is to ask her to touch the sword and use her hacker ability to check if it responds. He watches her closely, trying to catch even a hint of memories from her previous life. He remembers a dream where he was ordered to protect her, and that is what makes him think it might be her. Iris blushes all over. He looked at her like a predator watching its prey. Odette scolds him for rudeness and for staring at the princess like a real weirdo. But Iris doesn't mind. She says she is eagerly waiting for him to be by her side forever. She literally vibrates inside with joy. She is madly in love with our guy. Odette whispers to Yuki that he needs to say something cool in response to keep up with her energy. Yuki is determined and swears to give all his strength as her obedient servant, 1010 Riz. Iris is wildly delighted. she grabs his hands and squeezes them, and for the host this is a real victory. She remembers the dream he talked about earlier, about how he protects her. She hits him and Ren thinks it's just too cute. She recalls from the dream the names Layla and Ramilia and realizes they were very dear to him. She looks into his eyes and sees how much those people meant to him. We look into his family past, and it's a truly heartwarming moment. And then she drops a bomb, asks if one of them was his ex-fiancée, trying to understand if she has a rival. Yuki replies coldly with a not exactly, and insists that he has never had a lover or fiancé in his life. I'll give you $10 if you believe this guy, because it's the biggest lie I've ever heard. But Iris froze as if her whole world suddenly stopped. But she starts to panic and asks if there was at least someone who was dear to him. Odetta stands behind, covering her face with her palm. She can't believe how distracted Yuki is. Finally, something clicks in Yuki. Iris asks about his relationships from past lives because she is Alice. Odetta firmly tells him that if he wants to be her knight, he must put the princess above all else. Yuki is delighted with Odetta. She considers her a genius and decides to emulate her. He returns to Iris and says, "You are the most important person to me, and no one can compete with you." He asks her to forget the past, for he is ready to give himself entirely only to her. Iris raises her gaze and she does not like it at all. Forget the previous comment. At that moment she gave him the scariest, wow, face I have ever seen. She literally grits her teeth. The atmosphere turns into a real freezer. Odetta feels a break is needed and abruptly pulls Iris away for a girl's talk. They settled on the sofa, and Iris asks Odetta to at least sometimes just call her Iris. Odetta asks why she is acting so strangely after Yuki just made her an amazing confession. Iris explains that lately she has been having wild, feverish dreams. She dreams of a distant village with an old castle where she once studied. She was in love with her guardian spirit, who had taught her everything since childhood. New fragments of the dream appear before us, and among them a very familiar outfit. Little Alice is crying her heart out. It simply breaks the heart. Iris describes the dream in the smallest details, and even Odette begins to become wary. Odette suddenly realizes the master in the dream is the perfect match for Yuki. Iris blushes madly because she essentially admits that she fell in love with him 200 years ago. Odette tells her directly that this is simply a serious case of lovesickness. She thinks that Iris's brain is just making up a reason why she fell in love at first sight. Iris insists she has proof that the dream was real. So she says that the peasants gave her a certain coat of arms, which she should look for in the future. If they manage to find this coat of arms in the real world, it will prove that her memories are real. Odette grabs the drawing and says she will help her examine it. And Iris looks a bit puzzled while Odetta takes charge. "I've got a plan" smile lights up Odetta's face, and you know she's scheming something. Meanwhile, our guy Yuki is left completely alone and utterly lonely, a total failure for supposed Giga Chad. Virayos, yo, what's up my cult kings? I'm back with another absolute hit where the MC actually turns out to be a real Chad in disguise. Odetta drags our Yuki to the trading guild, says that even in another world you have to earn money. She passionately explains that being a mage isn't just about blowing everything up, but searching for ancient treasures to raise your social rank. And if you come across something truly top tier, you can just found your own noble house that's pure main character energy. Yuki pretends to be modest, as if pulling out the sacred sword is just another Tuesday for him. Odetta is practically his PR manager already and constantly tells him, "You've earned the right to be a big shot." But our guy is smart. He knows that as soon as he flaunts his power, political sharks will start circling. I'm serious, the real holy sword lies quietly in a cave, and they're already thinking of replacing it with a fake to confuse the NPCs. Look at Odetta, she leads the way and sincerely tries to be the best waifu support she can be. Yuki, calling her reliable, seemed to sprinkle a little Riza, and she immediately started glitching. She begins to screech about noble etiquette, like a true tsundere, but we all know she's just burning up from compliments. Suddenly, they notice a carriage that is clearly too luxurious for this area. Odetta, with eagle eyes, she instantly realizes that it's the royal family in disguise. It turns out the high nobility are essentially just branches of the royal lineage. Oh, what a small world. And of course Princess Iris popped out, as if she just stepped out of a shampoo commercial. Her guard is burning out. It seems he's tired of incognito adventures, but what can you do? She joins the team to go to the guild, so for our guy, this becomes a double waifu date. Iris wanders among common people, trying to find out how they live a typical princess prank. She tells Yuki to stop being so formal because it makes everything awkward. "Just call me Iris," she said, and in her gaze it was clear she was ready to risk everything. Yuki agrees, and in her eyes, a spark seemed to shine. This girl was lost. Odette just stands and watches as Riz unfolds here and now, probably sensing the spirit of rivalry. Hey, there's no time for catfights, we have business, let's go. Finally, they reached Grail Company, and this building is simply colossal. Honestly, it looks more like a fortress than a bank. Yuki is shocked. This place is much bigger than the estate he grew up in. Odette explains that these guys are true globalists. They have branches all over the world and money in every business. They are so rich that even wars don't touch them, a level of stability like a real gigachad. Suddenly, Yuki notices the emblem on the building, and something starts clicking in his head. Look at that logo, it's not just a random design. He realizes it looks exactly like the old castle from his village, in a past life, an astonishing plot twist. They enter as if they own the place, because when you're with the Duke's daughter and a princess, doors just open. The trio walks through the corridors like a whole squad, with fantasies of omnipotence. The staff bow, they know exactly who just stepped through those doors. Yuki is confused. Why are they going to the manager? He thought it was just a regular tour. Turned out that Iris wanted to investigate that emblem lately. She has been having some strange, special dreams. Odetta boasts her family are longtime partners of this company, and she simply has 100 gold coins lying in the safe. They are sent to the VIP lounge to wait for the big boss. Yuki froze, looking at the coat of arms on the wall. Nostalgia hit him like a truck. He suddenly feels his old self emerging de Nosferatu and recognizes that very bat and castle design. Iris begins to apologize for dragging him into her strange quest in dreams, looking so cute and embarrassed. She hopes that by coming here, she will finally understand why she sees these visions of the past. The door opens and here comes the manager. Wait, Mom, sorry. Mom, Rotary appears, and with those glasses, she has very serious intentions. She instantly recognizes the princess, and it's immediately clear. This is a true top leader who knows everyone's face. Odetta introduces everyone to Yuki as the son of a simple baron, but she does not suspect that he is actually the true master. Rotari politely says that he knows everything about his father's military merits. It seems that Dad was a real beast on the battlefield, taking down generals as if they were NPCs. Iris does not hesitate and directly asks about the old company records, which are already 100 years old. She heard that they have secrets from the times before the Great War. This is exactly the lore drop we were waiting for. Rotari confirms the most important secrets were passed from manager to manager, like a sacred heritage. Iris begins to tell about her dream, blushing slightly and feeling shy, as if confessing a crush. She sincerely opens her heart, hoping she does not sound crazy. She describes a vision in which Alice Carmine and her lord find a place with exactly such a bat emblem to receive a blessing. Roderia's face froze, becoming completely expressionless as if she had just seen a ghost. Iris recalls the father from that dream, and Yuki seems about to have his mind blown. He knows that she is talking about Lyle Carmine, his old right hand from the times when he was the Lord of Demons. Flashback Layla is real cinema, and the devotion feels genuine. It turned out the whole village was in on it. They were planning the future together. They talked about the blessing that would await the Lord's return. And imagine this, the whole village had been gathering a huge dowry for Alice for generations for the day she would find her master. Yuki is almost losing his mind. Imagine, these guys were collecting money as if for his wedding 200 years in advance. Roderia nods and says she is fully aware of the plan. Yuki is like, how do you know that? And yet he just sits calmly. She drops a real bombshell. The company Grail was founded specifically to manage that money for him. The founders were villagers who left the mountains. They took with them the old castle crest so as never to forget their homeland. There is a proverb they have kept alive for 2 centuries. Let the years pass, we will always remain the people of my master. That's true devotion, bro. Yuki is stunned. He realized that his squad from 200 years ago never stopped riding for him. Rotaria quietly tells them to follow her to the end, to explain the rest in private. Iris is so confused that she grabbed Yuki's hand. The ship is departing, guys. Odette was left with the butler. She is completely confused, and meanwhile the real intrigue moves forward. They approach the secret safe, and Rodiria begins to unlock it despite the powerful high-level security system. They descend into the basement, where the real treasure is hidden. Inside on the table lies a mysterious magical plate that looks extremely expensive. Yuki asks, what is this wonder with this luxurious plate? This is a genuine ancient artifact that the company has been preserving for generations. Iris loses her head. Even the Mage Guild only has cheap fakes of such things. Yuki only keeps thinking, how much could this be sold for on the black market? Rotari explains, this is a high-tech handwriting and magic scanner for verification. She hands Yuki a pen and says, sign your name. He must weave his magic into the signature to prove who he really is. Our guy takes the pen, ready to show who he really is. He writes the name Dina Nosferatu in an ancient language, and the plaque instantly starts glowing wildly. Iris immediately bursts into tears. Her soul recognizes the magical handwriting of her master. The machine's chime confirmed her identity. Rhoderia closed her eyes and finally saw the moment she was born for. She says her family waited exactly 200 years for this very second. She kneels before him and makes it clear who the real boss is here. She tells the story of the Lord who saved them from the plague and gave his life for them. The loyalty is simply legendary. I have goosebumps. Rhoderia Kofi officially swears to give him her life and the entire company. The legend of the demon lover is just beginning. Stop. Let's start with maximum embarrassment. Our girl looks like her browser history was just leaked. Our host is in shock, trying to make sense of everything, because honestly, the plot rushes faster than a Discord moderator chasing after Nitro giveaways. Just look at that audacious boldness of the jeans. Rhoderia looks incredibly lush, and at the same time explains how Alice actually made a pro-gamer move and reincarnated as Princess Iris. The dude is still gathering his thoughts, but honestly, most likely, he is just thinking about that plot armor that is currently protecting him. The tension in this room is higher than my caffeine level at 3 in the morning, and I stand watching as these two silently test each other with their gaze. We only catch a glimpse of the absolute gigachad demon lord himself. He himself confirms that Alice really has returned. Look at these two so sincere and smiling. That's enough to make an adult man cry, or at least feel a little less worthless for a moment. She's now completely under his spell, says my lord, and in her eyes is that pure devotion every simp in the comments dreams of. Wait, she is a bit confused again, as if she just remembered that she left the stove on in her past life. Yuki asks the most important question. Does it hurt as much when a holy sword is stabbed in the chest as after a breakup? Flashback, and yes, when a legendary weapon turns you into shashlik, that's definitely not fun. Memories now hit painfully, showing the moment when Alice left the server forever. MC is a bit upset probably. It hurts him that his most devoted fan had to go through so much trauma just to find him again. But then she delivers a truly cinematic line. Physical pain is nothing compared to how painful it is to lose him. Rhoderia back there is shining and smiling, probably already calculating how much to raise the price on merch after this meeting. Just now something clicked in Yuki's head. A memory of the family tree appeared. He remembers Gates K.H. Vofi, a true legend who founded the entire line of craftsmen, and honestly, look at this stylishly dressed NPC. This man didn't just make weapons, he built a whole business empire that lasted longer than most of your relationships. The Gates flashback was a bit like a cinnamon roll. The demon lord praised him for his sharp mind and healthy body. The lord wanted so much to give him the recognition he deserved, but time failed him. He didn't manage to do it. So Yuki decides to pass that praise to Rhoderia, and she is simply shocked by the incredible charm of his words. She is wildly touched, and he even asks if he can pet her on the head. This is basically a signature move from the handbook of a true connoisseur. Here it is, the hand, in slow motion style, preparing for the most legendary touch of the century. Our host here is giving out the most legendary head pats to the mom in thick glasses and telling her she's a good girl for taking care of the company. Turns out that Ancestor Gates was once a real crybaby, especially when someone else took his girlfriend F in the chat for the fallen comrade. Iris is preparing to drop a lore bomb and tell what happened after the lord died. Yuki settles in like a real boss and tells them to get comfortable because this story will be longer than a filler arc. This is real cinema. Iris just plops down on his lap as if it's the most natural thing in the world. This guy has boundless charisma. She realizes what she did and starts glitching. Her face turns red like a tomato in a blender. Waifu is completely confused, thinking she was influenced by Alice's memories, but we all know she is just head over heels in love. Turned out that once Alice professionally sat on other people's laps, so muscle memory is just too strong. Yuki offers to carry her if she is so tired, but she decided to sit properly today to preserve her dignity. Rhoderia said that all this, my lord, is essentially a bedtime story that her parents drilled into her head since childhood. We see Mini Rhoderia, who is just incredibly cute, while we hear that her family was actually loyal servants of the Lord. And now we return to the heavy part. Yuki asks Iris to finish the story about what happened after his first life ended. In the flashback, Alice was just bedridden, looking as if she hadn't touched grass or eaten properly for weeks. She refused to eat because her own father sent the Lord to the Shadow Realm, and this is a real failure in their family relationships. Yuki is now telling her not to be so reckless, but she just smiles as if she has already gotten used to his teasing. She was ready to delete her save file just to follow him, completely unaware that he was already preparing his reincarnation. The father made the final choice to kill his lord to save the village. Alice knew it was not his fault, but her heart was still burned. She describes those days as an empty shell just waiting for the end, because without her lord, the world lost all its colors. But then everything turned upside down when the church decided to make her father a hero to cover up their own mess. He was handed the holy sword as a reward, essentially the same as getting a participation medal after you accidentally ruined your daughter's life. Dad looks completely broken, holding that thing, and knows that the price of his heroism turned out to be too high. While Alice was losing weight before their eyes, her parents secretly became researchers, trying to uncover the secrets of that shiny toothpick. Dad remembers that the Lord's last words were, "Until next time," and he risks everything because he believes it is not a lie. He desperately hopes that the Lord keeps his word, because his daughter is literally disappearing before his eyes. Alice hears that there is a way to see him again, and her eyes lit up as if she had just found a legendary item in a game. She realizes if it happens again, she must be there to meet him, no matter what happens. She nods, deciding to join the research team, rather than rot in bed. Look at this determination. She falters, but gets up, ready to endure the routine day after day to reach the finale of rebirth. She admits she was selfish, but when you are so madly in love with your Lord, you do what is necessary. She started eating again and helping her parents, following the Lord's teachings as if it were her new religion. Turned out her blood was special, so she became the perfect laboratory assistant in their secret project, Sacred Sword. Year after year, they studied the power of the sword, uncovering every secret, searching for even the smallest loophole that would allow them to reunite with the main hero again. Even her parents went undercover to the temple and played the long game like absolute pros. Finally, they discovered the secret: the sword can grant rebirth to those who are good, and it had exactly one charge left. As they were leaving, her parents asked her the most important question: what would she do if she could really meet him again? She says she would do anything, and pure waifu energy is radiating from her right now. She had actually been starving for years, so they decided only the sword, applied to her, could save her soul. First, she was born a younger sister, and it was such a sweet, sincere respite amid all this sorrow. Of course, the child immediately fell ill in this world. There is no mercy, so the reincarnation plan had to be postponed a bit. Her sister Mia was just a cutie, and Alice did manage to be a big sister for a little while before her great departure. Iris returns to those memories with a quiet sadness in her heart, knowing she had to leave that life behind. And suddenly, finally, all the pieces of the puzzle begin to come together. She swung the sword, made a hole, made a see you gesture, and finally ended up here, sitting next to Yuki. Yuki absorbs it all, and only now realizes that his loyal subject literally passed through time and death just to find him. Rodiria explains how the bat crest became their family symbol, all because of stories passed down from generation to generation. She also has a message from her parents, which will probably be either super cute or super awkward. A small thing, but in this manga, every little panel is more fuel for the hype train. Mom turned out to be a real wild one, swearing she would never forgive the temple for what it did to her lord. And Dad a true helper in matters of the heart, as if pushing Yuki marry Alice because she won't look at anyone else. Iris finishes her story and looks like she just ran an emotional marathon. She's still a little confused about who she is, a princess or a loyal Alice. But she knows one thing for sure: the feelings she is experiencing now are completely real and will not go away. They show us a montage of all the pain and longing she endured during those 200 years of waiting. The sadness was real, the pain did not let go, and every day was a struggle just to keep moving forward. She just wanted to see him, hear his voice, and be next to him again there where her place is. Every moment of her research, every drop of blood she gave it, was all for one goal. She watched her family grow and change, always keeping that one dream deep in her heart. Even holding her younger sister in her arms, her thoughts were always about the next time, promised by her master. The last time she smiled in her past life, knowing that her journey was finally about to reach its goal. The sword shone, it was agreed the long sleep begins. And so, one day, once again the word is finally kept. Yuki looks at her, and it is clear that he finally sees the girl who waited 200 years just for a pillow under her head. Here it is, she begins to cry for real. All those years she held back tears, and the princess mask finally cracked. She really just wanted to see him again, and honestly, if you don't feel that, then maybe you're an NPC. This is the true pinnacle of invention. She finally lets out all those 200 years of emotions, hugging her master. He calls her Alice, and by this shows, I accept you, regardless of the name you use in this life. Rhoderia behind yells that he is an idiot because he died and left her ancestor alone, and this is the most typical reaction of a mother of a son deer. She sobs out loud, and our host just stands nearby, the same macho man she needed. Between them, a true connection has finally been restored, stronger than any holy sword or magical spell. A brief flash of the past, she runs to him, and it is clear that all her life she chased this moment. Once again before us in all his glory stands the Lord of Demons, a reminder of the legend from which it all began. Say "my lord" once more to seal the deal, and let everyone know that faithful Alice is officially back in business. The three of them remained in the room, past and present finally merging into one wild, beautiful mess. Begins with a devastating blow to the stomach, a flash of memories where the couple sobs over their child, and the man literally dies begging his master to take care of Alice, a true tragedy from the very beginning, friends. This man literally turns to dust in the wind, giving his last service to his master now, that is true devotion. Returning to the present, our host sits relaxed in the underground chamber, holding the crying girl, the painful reincarnation of Alice, and looks at her as if to say, "Stop crying, you are a princess now." He tries to look cool and calm her down, but the girl just loses her head. Suddenly she howled like an NPC who just lost their save, and even the mom in glasses in the background, Rhoderia, just watches this mess. Alice sobs. She doesn't care about being a princess, she just wants to be Alice. And then plot twist, Rhoderia also starts breaking down, and our host just sits and thinks, am I doomed? Why is everyone crying? Rhoderia says she grew up listening to these stories about her ancestors, and seeing the legend live is just too much. She adjusts her glasses, catches that silly mom energy again, and prepares to spill a bunch of important details. The main character is like, keep going, I'm listening. We are shown a flashback to the village of Straw, and it turns out that after Alice left, it split into two groups. The MC was confused, thought there was hostility between them, but Rhoderia's like say, no, they are even more united than your favorite boy band. In Group 1, merchants, who stored bread and wealth for the Lord and Alice. Group 2, the infiltration team, they had to sneak into the Elysium Temple and destroy it from within. What a long game. The MC looks at her with a completely stone-faced expression as if asking, are you serious right now? Turned out, the legendary Grail Guild was not some lucky startup. It was a 200-year plan, devised by business geniuses and look at Rhoderia, she just showers the MC with her gaze, saying that everything here was built only to help him when he finally returns. Lyle and Remilia, real heavyweights, led the infiltration. They climbed the church steps, secretly weaving a plan for its downfall. They even left an identification device for the host, a silent sign that they had no doubts at all, he would return. MC raises his hand like a student in class because he has an important question. He understands how merchants made money. Business is just luck and charisma. But he just doesn't believe the story about the infiltration. He's like, was the church really that dumb? They must have had some capable people, right? Right? Rhoderia just starts giggling, looking so refined and mysterious. MC now feels awkward and worries whether he said something beta. She tells him that he is exactly as the legends say, and she is happier than ever. Then Alice, or Iris, whichever you want to call her, just jumps onto his lap. She seems to think, my lord is a true gigachad, and he doesn't even realize it. Look at her blush, she is head over heels in love with him. We see a flashback. The main character saved the entire village from the plague, taught people hygiene and medicine like a true pro. Not a single person died of hunger, because he was the one who fed everyone. The MC is truly shocked. He thought he was just doing simple things. He used his cleansing powers to save sick children for these people. He literally became a saint. Thanks to him, no child had to die young. He was the guardian angel of our neighborhood. He and his bats even exterminated all the monsters surrounding the village. The villagers stopped being prey, they became hunters. Absolute cinema. Life was wonderful. They had food, security, and even literally a demon lord watching over them. Everyone lived to the fullest, thanks to the main character's efforts. Even the children played with his familiars as if they were just harmless pets. This shot where he looks like a dark king is real hype. In the cell, the MC pretends to be indifferent and asks, what's so special about this? Iris looks at him as if he is crazy. Is it true? Do you really not understand this? Everyone in the room just nods and sinks. He literally taught them everything. How to cultivate the land, how to hunt, how to fight, and practically raised their entire civilization. Imagine, in the village 100 literacy, in the royal capital only 30, and the main character here held a private Ivy League. For 150 years, Lord Nosferatu himself taught every person in that village. And it was from that group of geniuses that Lyle and Remilia emerged into the world. These two were the damn embodiment of human potential. The main character finally begins to understand that he accidentally created a bunch of monsters. In terms of technology, the village of Fira outpaced the entire temple of Elysium. Iris asks him what could have happened if geniuses like her parents had mastered ancient magic. In just 1 year, they solved the mystery of the Holy Sword, Lyle a hardworking genius, Remilia a natural talent, and together they were the most powerful pair. The church was just playing checkers, and these two were playing 4D chess. MC realized that his death was a perfect opportunity. It gave them a flawless excuse to infiltrate the temple from within and break it. Rotaria says that the records were cut off during the war, but it is clear as day they were the ones who destroyed the temple. Just imagine 200 years have passed, and their legacy still carries the main character. Lyle was hailed as a hero for killing the demon lord, but in reality, he was the most powerful Trojan horse. They decided to trample their enemies while they were still smiling and celebrating. Just look at those sinister faces. They were not joking at all. The church has no chance at all against these two. MC thinks they went a bit too far, especially considering they had another daughter, Mia. He looks so thoughtful and cool, probably reminiscing about the good old days. Rhoderia finishes her story, and in her eyes, it is clear that she is ready for the next stage of the plan. Suddenly they realized they had been talking for quite a long time, and their friend Odette was still waiting outside. MC decided to send one of his bat familiars to Rhoderia so they could maintain communication. Rhoderia kneels down, giving all her support. She has officially joined the team. She winks at him and says, "If you need money or tools, just say the word. Mommy is rich," and MC is like, "I bet I'll count on you." He turns to Iris and quietly says that she needs to keep princess manners so no one suspects anything. He, with hope in his voice, asks if he can also leave a familiar by her side. And then he blurted out the boldest line, "Please, tell me where your bedroom is. Bro, his risk is off the charts." Iris literally vibrates, grabs his hand, and looks like she's about to explode from embarrassment. She takes this much more seriously than he does. She reminds him of the promise he made when he was curing her from the plague. MC froze his mind blank and he whispered, "Which one exactly?" And again Iris gets nervous, stop beating around the bush, and say it straight. And then he remembers, "Promise to take you as my wife when you grow up. Absolute cinema boys, we officially inherit this territory." Iris is now floating on cloud 9 from happiness. But MC is a real mood killer, he says. "We are both 13, you are still far from adulthood." But Iris will not tolerate this. 200 years have passed since my past life, and that is quite enough. She remembers how he saved her more than once, looking like a real gigachad. She is completely in love with him. She even bows and asks him to accept both her current and former self as his wives. 2 for the price of 1, the main character wins in life. Rhoderia giggles in the corner. It's clear that she is definitely for their couple. The main character, well, that straightforward guy, says, if he is going to teach her around the clock, then it's better for them to just get married. It will be easier that way. Iris got angry. He is not romantic at all, and he is like, "Listen, I've been taking care of you for 150 years. I am essentially a nanny for your great-great-grandchildren." He gently tells her, "No rush, let's do everything slowly." Iris is just happy to be next to him. And Rhoderia intervened with a cold fact. Princesses usually have to marry high-ranking nobles. She is so passionate about this matter that she even offers to pay for their secret wedding if they want to run away together. Iris believes that escape is the last resort, and the main character agrees. He wants to raise his rank to take her legally. Iris is going crazy again. He is going to officially make me his wife. The girl is doomed. The main character says he does not want to create problems for his current family. If he raises his rank by finding ancient artifacts, he can secure their status. He is determined to find all the Mentos left behind by his former team. He decisively set out on a mission to find the descendants and other subordinates. And if nothing works out at all, they will just pretend that a monster attacked them and disappear. Perfect escape plan. All the girls are already inside, of course, my lord. The main character looks determined. He has his own team, a clear plan, and his own harem. After a long conversation, they finally leave the dungeon. It turned out that Odetta was not even angry. Company bribed her with premium sweets. The MC feels great. He met Alice again, found his loyal descendants, and now follows his strongest warriors. He is ready to see what crazy antics his tearful subordinates have done while he was away. He is the guardian of the fear of the village, and he has returned to take what is his. And we end on this huge teaser. Giant armor, new boss or new ally, we'll find out next time. Yo, friends, we're back with an absolute hit. Our MC Yuki and the blonde Princess Iris finally appear to meet the true MVP of this series, the exquisite Queen Odette. Look at this treat, guys. Pancakes, fruit pie. Just looking at the syrup and I'm already standing, but we all know that's not the main dish. The real delicacy is right here. Look at Odette, sitting completely bored, and those thigh-high stockings, pure audacity. She's definitely the mommy. Sorry, tearful waifu. Seriously, look at the charms of our girl. I'll give $10 if you can look into her eyes for more than 5 seconds without scrolling down. Absolute cinema. They apologize for being late probably, because the main character hung around like a beta instead of finishing things with the princess. Yuki wants tea before they lay out a new portion of lore. My dude is thirsty from all that accidental charm he's been spraying around lately. The group settles in, but tension hangs in the air. It's time for the truth, and I don't think Odette is ready for this level of brain rot. Odette asks what's up with Ira's strange dreams. She's smart, and senses that something is wrong with our little princess. Yuki just dropped a bomb and didn't hold back at all. They were real, their own, that's it, no lies. He says that in a past life, he was a true guardian god, and Iris was a girl from his village. The guy literally transformed from a god into a student. That's a nerf for you. He kind of tells Odette that they are soulmates, reborn in this era, and the plot armor only thickens, guys. Odette literally spills tea. Her brain is officially fried. Meanwhile, Iris is blushing there, as if she just saw the story of Yuki's quests. Look at this face. This is the face of an NPC trying to press a glitch in the simulation. Errored Guatrian Fuiter. Logic not found. Yuki realized he couldn't hide his gigachad passed from Odette. Forever she's too sharp not to notice. Turns out Iris already leaked the entire script to some dead guy. These girls share everything. Honestly, there are no secrets in the harem. No matter how much they try to hide it, Odette will expose them sooner or later. She has the true energy of a detective mom. But our main hero doesn't want to lie to her maybe. He's a bit of a simp, but at least he's honest. Look at Iris, she's insanely hooked on Lord Yuki. It's really cute. She's just zoning out on him right now. Odette is still panicking. She doesn't know whether to call a doctor or a priest. Yuki reaches out and grabs Iris by the palm. He takes a step forward. Is this the moment? Yo, holding hands completely naked. In public. This is the peak of fantasy. I'm losing my mind. Iris confirmed this. She is not just a princess, but his loyal subject from a past life. Her devotion is simply insane. She basically says that she followed him through life to end up here. If this isn't the peak of Riz, then I don't know what is. Odetta just stands there like, huh, and her soul literally leaves her body through her mouth. And then the finisher. Iris says she plans to live with Yuki as his wife. Odetta's brain is officially toasted to a crisp. Iris shines with happiness, and Odetta is stunned. Reincarnation is one thing, but marriage is something else entirely, and bro is just rushing down the romantic line like in a sped-up movie. Yuki understands this is hard to digest. You can't just tell an NPC that they are in a fantasy about reincarnation and expect them to react calmly. Odetta takes a deep breath and says she understands, or at least tries to look like she does. Just kidding, she says she doesn't understand anything about this at all, but will pretend for the sake of the plot. Honesty is her policy. She is genuine, says that reincarnation is nothing compared to what dear friend Iris wants to do. Gigachad move. She fully supports this marriage, the best friend assistant in manga history. Someone, give this girl a trophy. Yuki is impressed, even he didn't expect her to take it so calmly. But wait, it's not that simple. You can't just marry a princess when you're just a low-ranking baron, and the royal family is full of arrogant snobs. Yuki needs to raise his rank. He still needs 2 ancient artifacts. Grinding never stops. If he finds them, he can jump from baron straight to marquis. That's a huge plus for his social status. So the plan is to scout Elysium. I feel an adventure arc awaits us, and you know what that means. More fights and even more waifus. But they need partners. They can't just enter a dangerous zone alone. They ask Odette to pretend to be blind, while they sneak around basically asking her to become their accomplice. They don't want to trouble her, but they really need that sweet, sweet ancient treasure. Odette trembles. Is she scared, angry, or just excited by the anticipation of chaos? She slammed the table. Enough, guys, she's losing control. This is where it gets heated. She absolutely refuses. She won't stay in some hotel like a secondary heroine while others have fun. She wants to help. She joins the squad. Let's go. The refined queen is officially on the team. Look at their faces. They're just shocked. They thought she was going to snitch, but she just wanted to grab her share. She questions whether she's even a mage if she can't figure out a simple story about reincarnation. That's the pride of a mage for you. She cannot stand aside when everything is so captivating. She is a seeker of thrills, just like our host. Yuki agrees. The team is assembled. We have a host, a princess, and a refined mage. The villains are finished. Odetta suggests to Yuki not just to rise in rank, but to found a new noble family. She thinks 3 steps ahead. And suddenly Iris interrupts. She is about to say something even crazier. Get ready. She says she is not even against being Yuki's concubine. Have at least a drop of self-respect. You are a princess, and you are offering the position of a side lover. She is ready for anything for money. Odetta sternly says, "Shut up before you make everything even more complicated. Even a partner has her limits." Yuki agrees to give the plan a chance. He decided to pretend to be a nobleman until he becomes a real one. They leave the shop. The mission officially starts. Old Burns appears, tells Iris that they are late. He is like that annoying quest icon that just won't disappear. They need to hurry back before the royal guard notices that the princess is missing. Iris stops and looks back at her master. In her eyes is the same look, "Don't leave me." She asks if he will disappear again. She's still traumatized by the fact that he died in a past life, and Major feels it. Yuki froze suddenly. He had no idea how much she was suffering inside. She is afraid that he will leave without saying a word. Poor girl, she has already been through this. But our host is a true Chad. He swears he won't do that. It's an unbreakable vow, people. She believes him. Look at that smile. If you don't want to protect her, you have no soul. Odette looks at them as if to say, yes, they are definitely soulmates. Even she can't deny the spark between them. She asks Yuki what he really thinks about Iris, looking at it as a friend. He says she is pure and innocent, but deep down a strong girl who knows what really matters. He thinks she hasn't changed a bit since their past life. Reincarnation for both of them is really just a new game. Odette waved it off with laughter. She says it's just a fantasy about reincarnation, but it's clear she is already starting to blindly believe in it. In fact, she is already beginning to believe in it completely. Welcome to the cult. Odette, we have tea and pancakes. Suddenly we shift to the royal families. Chambers, the luxury here is simply off the charts. Iris returned to her bedroom and is probably thinking about Yuki. I know what you're looking at, but it's just a bed. Calm down. She blushes so hard, as if she has already become a tomato, and replays everything that happened today in her head. She whispers "my lord" into the pillow. She is absolutely not 1% herself. She remembers him as Lord Dean Nosferatu. The name hits like a knockout, pure gigachad energy from a past life. She squeezes the pillow, thinking about her beloved. Thirst is already at the limit. She is literally steaming with anger. The girl is about to snap from all these emotions. She spins, waving her arms, and thinks, did she say something strange? Yes, Iris, you offered me a concubine. That was quite strange. Her heart goes knock-knock. In my shounen manga, there is real top-tier shoujo energy. She's still trying to get used to the memories of her past life. Her brain is like a hard drive, struggling to merge two different operating systems. She remembers how he saved her from dark bears, an old plot about a girl in distress, but it worked. At that moment she decided she wanted to stay by his side forever, and these were not just memories, but love at first sight. Whether she remembers something or not, her heart knows to whom it belongs. Peak romance. She squeals like a true fan. I love seeing the princess lose her composure. Suddenly a bat flew into the window. Is it a monster or a killer? No, it's a familiar. Iris recognizes it immediately. This is the familiar Yuki. Our guy sends messages by bat mail. Now that's true gothic charm. And the bat says, you surprise me, he says. Imagine a bat with better social skills than the host. Iris understands everything because the powers from her past life are returning to her, and while she sleeps, she relentlessly levels up. The bat's name is Nell, and she is a girl. Yuki even has animal-shaped cookies. This man can't be stopped. She came with a message from the master, probably about you, like a text message, but written on parchment. Nell stands by her to protect and keep them connected. Yuki acts cleverly, keeping his princess under guard. They even launched a bat network like Discord, but with wings and lots of fur. Message: Yuki wants her to teach him ancient magic. Next time, he's always looking for that next buff. Iris is happy to help. She wants to be his support character in the Elysium raid. Nell has been on this watch for 200 years. She is a veteran in the literal sense. Show some respect to these bats. Iris dreams of wings to fly straight to Yuki. Long-distance relationships are really hard. She realizes that this is their secret correspondence, just for them, but she exaggerates, making everything much more scandalous than it is. She buries her face in the pillow again. Something wrong, Miss Iris. She's just suffering from an incurable attack of sadness. Nell flies off to deliver the reply. Our little messenger is doing God's work. Iris looks in the mirror with a smile. She is ready to conquer the world for her master. The maid thinks she has a fever because her face is so red. No, she is just a young lady madly in love. Figure it out already. Meanwhile, Yuki receives too many different versions of the same message. Iris is a true yandere in the making. This is pure cinema. Yo, how's it going, my cultural kings? We're back with another absolute hit, where the waifu is on point, and the main hero turns out to be a gigachad in disguise. Starting with the best girl Iris, she just shines and tells our guy that she is completely at his disposal. I know what you're thinking, and yes, we're already starting at the peak of culture. Our main hero Yuki is lying on the bed like a true boss, and his bat familiar is gossiping about what's going on in the palace. He thinks about Princess Iris, probably wondering how he got so lucky to have such an incredible woman in his life. Looks like I need to teach him some ancient magic, but she's a bit shy. Look how she blushes. She's clearly madly in love with our guy. Yuki tells the bat to let her know that everything is fine, while pretending that she is completely calm. The villain even sacrifices some blood to pump up his stats. What audacity, but what can you do? A buff is a buff. Yuki looks at Iris's vision, and it's clear that he is already thinking about how to protect her. He promises to protect her with everything he has, and honestly, his charm is off the charts right now. The bat flies into the night sky above the castle, and the local art is just like a real movie. Yuki stands here like a true guardian deity, ready to smash anyone who dares to cross the line. He arranged a night reconnaissance, settled on the roof, like in Assassin's Creed or something like that. He lands perfectly because he is simply made differently. The capital shines at night, but Yuki is not here for the lights. He came to check the security. He notices that magical patrols are everywhere. They are looking for any NPCs trying to cause trouble. A huge magical dome alarm hangs over the palace. Such paranoia. If they think this will stop the Lord Demon, these guys are definitely doomed. Yuki notices that there is significantly less security on one side of the palace and starts wondering if the kings are just trolling them. His bat asks if they are going to leave the capital, but Yuki is playing the long game, patiently setting his moves. Escape is the last resort. He has plans far more ambitious than just running away like a weakling. He pondered how to raise his family's status, because barony, no matter how you look at it, is at best a middle level. Then he starts dreaming that he will marry Iris and simply disappear to live happily ever after. Bro, I mean that literally. He also thinks about Odette, agonizing. Is she real or just another NPC? But look, Odette appears, and in that outfit she is simply incredibly magnificent. She is ready to become immortal just to stay close to Iris. Such devotion. The bat is curious about how immortality is going, and Yuki just behaves calmly and casually. He jumps across roofs like a ninja, and ancient artifacts that can literally change your life spin in his head. He recalls his past life. Then he was like a magical doctor who straightened the backs of old people. That's where the real Chad lives. The bad guys look at him intently, call his ideas brilliant, and honestly, I agree. The patrol is over. Time to go home. He quietly sneaks back to his dwelling and immediately notices that the light is still on. Someone is definitely waiting for him. The front door is locked, so he has to, like Spider-Man, crawl through the second floor. Suddenly, he notices a mysterious figure in a cloak stealthily moving through the corridor. He quietly sneaks up from behind and gives her a jump scare she will remember for life, and her scream is a genuine first-class comedy. It turns out it's just Odetta, and she is literally trembling right now. She starts mocking him for sneaking around like some suspicious guy, and Yuki just calmly endures it all like a champion. When asked why she is out so late, she says just a night walk, but we all know that's a lie. She shows a letter from the Mage Guild, and you can feel that things are about to get really intense. In reality, she is 2 letters, twice the trouble. One is about some ancient magical incident with a ghost. Sounds like a mediocre filler, but it's worth a closer look. The second letter is the real deal. It's about a night escort ceremony. Yuki is confused, but suddenly we are shown the rivals. Meet the 4th princess, Salvia. She is the same age as Iris, but looks like she has serious character issues. Yuki feels this moment is definitely suspicious. Sylvia is the legitimate heir, and in fact, she is the very popular girl of the royal family. She is a true jealous person and demanded her own nighttime ceremony only because Iris was getting one. Yuki remembers how Iris's relatives once treated her condescendingly, and Sylvia was definitely their leader. He instantly picks up on all this drama because he has that kind of high IQ energy. Odette confirms Sylvia is practically a professional hater. Imagine this, Sylvia wants to arrange a magical duel between their accompanying knights. She simply wants to humiliate our guy in front of everyone. Yuki says it's a total hassle, and honestly, so do I. Why can't those princes and princesses just relax? They are inside to talk about the details. And suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a fox girl named Ramai appears. She is incredibly cute, but don't let that fool you. She was bustling about, brewing tea for her master, and what can I say, a familiar of the highest quality. Odette tries to talk to the fox, but nothing works. There is strong awkwardness here. They are definitely not on the same wavelength. And then culture literally overwhelms us. Maid Marta enters with tea and looks incredibly lush thanks to the artist for such a service. She is so polite and sweet, trying to make everyone comfortable. Even Ramai wants to learn to work. As a maid, should we throw a W in the chat for even more maid waifus? Odette takes a sip of tea, and her mind just explodes. She says it's better than those expensive things she has at home. In fact, it's just a cheap mix of several special herbs recommended by Yuki Bro is now a tea sommelier. Odette was so delighted that she decided to buy a few for herself. Yuki recalls how in a past life he made this blend for children who couldn't sleep, and he's just so kind here. Marta gives him a look that clearly says, "Go to sleep," and he knows it's not worth arguing with her. The maids leave, leaving the two of them alone. Now they will have to finish the conversation. They return to serious matters, telling how some mage tricked a guy and dragged him into necromancy. The goal was just to delay them with skeletons, what a typical NPC move. Someone cleverly tricked that boy, and he instead summoned a powerful spirit. It was a mind-link spell that wildly backfired. This is dark magic, only manageable by the highest level nerds. This boy was a complete novice, and they fooled him completely. No one knows who was really pulling the strings. The suspect's house is empty, and all they have is just a name. They show a mysterious close-up, and you already know, this villain will become a real problem. Her name is Dorothea Zumwalt, a traveling sorceress, and she sounds like a real villain from Damie Mommy, if I ever heard one. And then they come across a letter from a former mentor, so the royal family might be involved in this mess. The plot thickens like a hearty stew. Yuki catches the illness, and all that political drama is already boiling around. He just wants to live a quiet, ordinary life, pretending to be human, but the world doesn't give him a chance. The nobility always fights for power. Honestly, it's exhausting. And now the real deal, a magical duel with the knight Salvia. But Salvia considers Iris her rival and is eager to settle scores with her. She is clearly provoking a fight, and Yuki finds himself in the middle of it. Odette is stressed because dealing with royalty is a real nightmare. Salvia is popular, masterfully skilled in magic, and on paper practically the perfect princess. But Yuki knows the truth well. Iris is the real prodigy here. He boasts in front of Salvia, saying, "This is my Alice," because he knows his girl is unlike any other. Iris has been a genius since childhood, and no ordinary princess can compare to her. Sylvia knows she cannot defeat Iris in magic or studies, so she clings to her status as the legitimate daughter to at least feel superior. She is a true snob. She absolutely refuses to lose to the one she considers a bastard. She has long harbored this hatred inside her. Yuki and Odette both look as if they are fed up with her nonsense. Sylvia actually uses her knight for dirty work because she herself cannot defeat Iris. Yuki considers the palace a huge hassle and even jokes that he will run away from here. Odetta does not find it funny. The consequences would be insane. Suddenly, another bat helper named Nell flew in, carrying an urgent message from Iris. She is rushing madly, and her message is full of panic. It starts with, "Sorry, my lord," and you immediately know bad news is about to come. Iris is just sobbing. The story about the magical duel was released earlier, and now the king knows about it. She is in complete panic. She tells Yuki to come up with an excuse to skip it and not get hurt. She says she is used to such treatment, and it just breaks her heart. Someone protect this girl. Yuki has that serious look in his eyes. You feel that he is no longer joking. He approaches the window, looking as if he is about to deliver the harshest line of the season. He tells Odetta, "Leave it to me, I will go and see what kind of magical duel it is." The Gigachad finally wakes up, and Sylvia is completely unprepared for what is coming. Yo, brothers, we're back in action with another bomb starting under the walls of this huge mansion at night, and the tension is already felt. Our guy Yuki is being harshly interrogated by Odetta. It turns out the princess wants him to avoid the smoke and completely skip the magical duel. Odetta looks like a real treat and asks if he really has what it takes to win, or if he's just doomed. Yuki tells her that Iris doesn't even care about winning or losing real beta energy, if you ask me. He thinks she's just afraid he'll do something reckless, but she has no idea our guy is a true king of recklessness. We see a brief flashback from his past life, where he, saving peasants, was basically erased, and that's why Iris is constantly worried now. Suddenly his bat familiar jumps out, and honestly, this little guy is more useful than half the NPCs in this story. Odetta can't understand why the guardian god torments their people with such worries, and Yuki just laughs like he's some cool dude. She wants to dig into his past before they move on to the smallest details of the duel. She says, "I'm your friend," offers to help, and it's immediately clear she has top-tier waifu energy. Yuki impresses her with unexpected sincerity, and she melts like ice cream, blushing madly. He starts babbling that the world would be better if all nobles were like her, and smoke curls in the distance. And then he starts speaking as if he were her own father, and she just explodes, tearing him apart for that sudden old-fashioned manner. He asks her to do him a favor to deliver a message to Iris, because his charm is clearly failing right now. The message is simple: Odette has his back, so Iris can stop worrying about the magical duel. In exchange for the help, Yuki offers to teach her effective methods of high-level magic, and look, that confident guy with the sly smile already has a plan. He recalls how she used the power of the earth during the exam but couldn't spam it. Odette admits that she burns all her magical power in a single blast, like a complete amateur. Yuki tells her he can teach her to use the same spell 3 more times, and her face is pure cinema. She freezes for a second to realize the sheer audacity of this buff, and finally agrees. They shake hands, and you already know that before you is an unbeatable pair. He asks if she's sure she will help, and in this shot, he looks like a true gigachad. Det smiles at him so tenderly that this smile is truly worth more than any gold in the kingdom. We move to the house at night. The training is about to begin. They set off into the forest to begin exhausting training. Such strength cannot be gained by sitting idle. A few days near the capital passed like a single moment. Det looks completely exhausted after training, and Yuki says that Iris is almost under house arrest. He is still trying to find out the name of the knight accompanying Princess Salvia, but this information is tightly hidden. Even the Bat Network found nothing, so this mysterious knight might really be a threat. Monocle Girl Road area appears in Sunday parade armor for the ceremony and behaves like a true overprotective mother. We see bats taking flight to reinforce security. The Bat Network is officially launched. They locked down the entire hotel so that no rats could sneak in before the big day. Finally, the day of the consecration has come, and the castle looks simply incredibly majestic. Everyone who matters has gathered in the main hall to see the new knights. The official begins shouting out names, and you feel the excitement growing in the room. Yuki Gereria, come in, and the doors suddenly swing open, clearing the way for the grand entrance of our guys. He enters, clanking like a real boss, into that black armor that looks as if straight from a legendary RPG. Look at the details of this outfit. Our guy is dressed to the nines. And he grumbles to himself on the carpet, while all the nobles go crazy over how formidable he is. Provincial nobles are shocked. They can't believe some kid from the sticks is dressed in something of that caliber. On the armor, a relief in the shape of bat wings, and the glazing from the design team is truly top-notch. Gereria says she came up with this based on legends about his past lives, and honestly, she prepared a real masterpiece here. Yuki realizes she clearly overdid it, but he has to pretend everything is under control in front of the crowd. He introduced himself as a true noble knight and promised to protect Iris with his life. We see the king and 2 princesses, and it's immediately clear drama is brewing here. The king looks like he hasn't slept for a whole decade, but his royal presence is still impressive. Iris looks like a complete Santis, and Princess Salvia stands there like the final boss from Mean Girls. Salvia has so much junk in her hair that I wonder how does she even hold her head up. The king decisively tells Yuki, do not move until the next participant is brought in. The official announced the first son of Marquis Keels, and the mood immediately changed. Alec Kills enters, and everything is said on Yuki's face. This guy will bring trouble. Alec looks like a typical arrogant nobleman, confident that he is the main character of this story. A close-up of his boot is shown because it turns out his steps are really that dramatic. He approaches the king with fearless confidence, as if he has never lost a fight. He introduces himself, and it is clear that he obviously likes how his name sounds. This guy is a rank C mage from the Magic Guild, and he is officially a Knight of Salvia. Yuki is sweating inside, because in this world rank C is really serious. It turns out Alec is the older brother of that loser Gilvin, and he is even standing here, apologizing for his younger brother's problems. He tells Yuki that he will show him what a real mage is like. It sounds like a real villainous statement. He wants to restore his family's honor, and that smile tells me he is terribly thirsty for revenge. Sharp cut, the carriage wheel spins, and Odetta rushes to the arena. She panics because she did not expect at all that a rank C mage would appear as an escort. She did not pass that information to Yuki, and now she panics that our guy will be torn apart any moment. It seems Alec is a true star of the guild, and he conquers giant dungeons one after another. Flashback, Gilvin fails spectacularly because he is simply crazy about phantoms. Princess Salvia became interested in the Keel family only because they were weakened and easily subjected to her control. She wants Alec to destroy Yuki right in front of Iris, just out of petty meanness. Odetta boils with anger, calls her a mean woman, and honestly, I fully support her. She approaches the gates and decisively says to the guard, step back before I lose it. She sharply pulls out the Slay family card and demands to be taken to Iris immediately. The duel ignites in the Colosseum, the testing field of the Magic Guild. Odetta rushes in a frilly dress and complains that it is simply killing her. She finally gets to the stands and carefully scans the crowd looking for our princess. The hall is full of NPCs, all chatting that Alec will crush the newbie. She sighs with relief the fight hasn't started yet, but the tension in the air is heavy. The arena is huge, and you know the magical effects will be like a real movie. Iris sits, clenching her hands, and looks like she's about to have a panic attack. Odette slips into the room and apologizes for being late to the party. Iris is so happy to see her friend that she simply glows. They decide to lend Yuki a shoulder and support him with everything they can, even if the odds are not in their favor. The guards silently turned away, giving them some space to calmly talk about matters. Odette sits in her seat and prepares for the madness. Iris instantly starts to panic and anxiously asks what they will do now that everything has become real. She is furious she told him to stay home, but he came anyway and got caught in her hands. Odette directly tells her that Yuki is probably angry with her. She asks if Iris told him the truth about Princess Salvia. We get a retelling about Salvia, a real demon. She smashes gifts and exposes people's shameful secrets. She even tampered with letters, like some second-rate villain. Odette admits Yuki asked about Iris's whole life and behaved like a concerned father. Iris is simply shocked Odette really told him everything. She thinks that mentioning Salvia was unnecessary, but he clearly needs his protection very much. Yuki's everything's fine face has literally become a meme. Odette explains that it is precisely his constant everything's fine that is the reason everyone worries so much about him. Iris knows, as soon as he finds out that she is being bullied, he will definitely explode and turn into a real gigachad. It turned out that Yuki knew exactly what she was thinking all along. He decided to fight in this duel only for her a true Riz move. Odette asks if she is ready for the long road of drama that lies ahead. And Iris looks like an embarrassed child, but is slowly gathering determination within herself. Odette sighs about the youth and says that getting romantic feelings from Yuki will be a long and exhausting matter. But she reassures Iris, don't worry, this time he won't be reckless. We see a flashback. The two of them, like true masters of intrigue, are hatching their plan. The gates open, and Yuki steps onto the arena with the same energy as the main character. He has a cool accessory in the form of a crown. It seems to give him a crazy buff. Holding the new staff in his hands, he looks like he's ready to end this man's career. Odette, with a tremor in her voice, explains to Iris that the staff is part of a secret plan. Yuki made it himself, so there are probably some broken stats there. The girl with the monocle and her team crafted it in record time, just for their lord. Two duelists stand opposite each other in the arena, and the crowd's excitement is off the charts. Alec looked down on him, but Yuki didn't even blink. Iris is still worried after all. Alec is a C-rank monster. She prays that he doesn't lose his head and do something crazy. Odette whispers the last part of the plan to her, and it's immediately clear. It's just a bomb. Iris is burning with excitement, clenching her fists and ready to watch her beloved win. She confidently says that Lord Yuki will definitely win. Salvia is still smirking in the background, completely unaware that she is about to be prepared. Suddenly, an introductory card appears on the screen. Yuki Gereria, intern of the Magical Guild. And then we got an opponent C-rank, Mage Alec Keel, the one. The whistle blew, the magical duel finally begins. Yo, what's up, my cultured friends? Today we're crashing into the arena again, where the arrogant nobles are about to get a reality check. Look at this red-haired Princess Salvia, sitting like the final boss. She thinks our guy Yuki is just some newbie, but it's clear she really wants drama. She laughs behind a fan like a typical NPC villainess. Seriously, what audacity to think that a mage from Sarank can really threaten the literal demon lord in a child's body. It's just ridiculous. Meet Alec, the guy whose career is about to end. He was ordered to thoroughly beat up Yuki, but in reality, he's just a sacrificial lamb for the hidden Riz of our main hero. On Arena Boys, a classic confrontation, Alec fights for family honor, and Yuki just enjoys himself and fights for his princess. This is real cinema. They wear some fake hairbands that automatically create a shield like 3 lives in a video game, but everyone already knows who has the real plot armor here. The rules are simple. Lose all the decorations on the elastic band, you're done. If you lose the elastic band itself or try to use higher level magic, immediate loss. Alec is already showing off, flaunting a pyramid of ratings like a true beta. He thinks being a C-rank wizard makes him a jagachad, but he'll soon find out that this game has its own levels. He even boasts that the princess specifically asked him to humiliate Yuki. Imagine being such a sycophant that you brag about playing the princess's errand boy. Look at that self-satisfied face. He really thinks he's the main character now, but in Yuki's world, he's just a side character. Alec promises to tear our guy apart, and Yuki just stands there with the most indifferent face, probably thinking about what to eat for lunch. Princess Salvia looks down and probably thinks that one is some silly mommy, but the joke's on her. She herself is preparing for a night to party hard and get completely drunk. Alex starts whining that his brother Gilvin has stained the family name. Bro, your brother was a total loser, and you're clearly following in his footsteps. Yuki tries to be a good guy and says that Gilvin has already apologized, but Alec doesn't accept it, saying that apologizing is only for bets. He is literally crying because Marcia's son is apologizing to the Baron's son. These noble NPCs and their dignity are the funniest thing in the whole manga. Salvia's face right now is pure fuel for nightmares. She gives Alex a chance to clear his name, but really it's a code. Go, I just want to have fun watching you get what's coming to you. Alec points with his staff as if he's really doing something. He thinks winning this duel will prove his superiority, but in reality, he's just pretending to be confident. He shouts that he'll beat Yuki so badly he won't even be recognizable. The irony is so thick you could cut it with a sword. This guy is about to be pinned down. He talks about the abyss that separates them, but he himself looks up at it from below. Yuki just stands there like a stone Chad. Yuki's inner monologue is the real vibe. I really hate them, these aristocrats. Honestly, same here, bro, especially when they spout so much nonsense. He bitterly recalls the poisonous conditions Princess Iris had to live in for a whole 13 years. It's time to show these snobs why you don't mess with the MC's waifu. Yuki pretends to be modest and says he wants to study under Alec. We all know it's just a polite way of saying he's about to put this man in his place. Alec took the bait and gave him the right to attack first. That was a huge mistake. He basically handed Yuki the victory on a silver platter. The judge signals the start, and the crowd goes wild. I'll give you $10 if you guess how many seconds Alec will last. Look at Princess Iris in the stands, so worried. Don't worry, Mom. I mean, Princess, your knight will handle this. Yuki starts with an ancient, lowest-level spell, Ifrit Strike. Alec smirks, thinking this will be a total weakling move, but suddenly, out of nowhere, 4 huge fireballs appear. Alec's C-rank brain can't even comprehend the unstoppable fiery power coming at him. Alex's face when he realizes that the low-level spell is actually a giant wall of fire is pure gold. He literally says it's wildly huge. That's what she said, bro. The explosion was so powerful it shocked the entire royal box. Salvia's jaw is on the floor, and honestly, mine too. When the smoke cleared, Yuki stands calmly explaining how he adjusted the magical power. He's calculating everything while Alec fights for his life. Alec managed to deflect it with an anti-magic shell, but his shield is now seriously cracked. He's lucky plot armor held up for at least one hit. Our guy Yuki is really impressed that a C-rank managed to defend against that. The superiority is obvious, and I'm loving it. Yuki hits him with a can and smiling asks, "Can I go again?" The audacity is just legendary. Alec is just boiling like an angry Reddit user. Alec simultaneously draws symbols with his finger and staff, putting all his strength into it to speed up the spell, and even that is not enough. Yuki is just enjoying himself and thinks he doesn't want to learn from those who consider themselves better than everyone else. Right, King. Alec pulls out his spell, a blazing meteorite, trying to regain at least a drop of lost dignity. It looks impressive, but we know it's just mediocre junk. Everywhere huge fireballs. Alec is giving it his all, but he is still just an NPC in the Demon Lord's world. He tells Yuki to just give up and throw away his hairband. Buddy, you are the one who should give up before you get hurt. Yuki finally decides it's time to show off his new toy. He pulls out a custom-made magic staff and instantly starts looking like a real Giga Chad. He wants to test his new team, essentially saying, "I will use you as guinea pigs." The staff looks sleek and perfectly balanced. You just know it was made for maximum destruction. Click. The staff clicked into place. Yuki is now completely locked in, and for Alec, this is the end of the game. Iris is praying for him in the stands, and honestly, with such charms, I would fight for her too. Protect the waifu at any cost. Alec shouts at the judge to prepare healing magic for Yuki. Oh, the irony, he should better be asking for a coffin for himself. The blazing meteor is launched. A real wall of fire rushes straight at our guy. But Yuki simply throws his staff straight into the flames, and Alec is completely confused. He thinks he just threw away his weapon. Suddenly, the staff activates an anti-magic shell in the air. It's just a 200 IQ move, a barrier activated remotely. The barrier completely absorbs the fireballs, and Alec's final move was just deflected by the flying stick. The impact was huge, but Yuki's shield doesn't even have a scratch. Alec looks like he just saw a ghost. Princess Salvia is in complete shock. She can't believe the rookie is making such advanced tactical moves. Yuki just casually waits for the smoke to clear. He is the embodiment of cool. Cool guys don't look at explosions. He extends his hand and says, "Come back." The staff flies back to him like Thor's hammer. The staff spins in the air, and the crowd goes wild. They've never seen anything like it before. The crowd asks how the trainee could do this. It's simple, guys, he's the lead, and you are just background characters. Yuki stylishly catches the staff and smiles contentedly. His little experiment succeeded. Alec loses his mind and is sure some ancient relic is to blame. He just can't accept that he was outplayed by an ordinary staff. Yuki just smiles and tells him it's an ordinary staff that the referee already allowed, and the mental damage it causes is greater than the magical. He explains that he just poured a bit of his own blood into the staff to control it, a bit audacious, but if it works, it works. He calmly explains here how his weapon works, while Alec is having a complete nervous breakdown. This is a true display of power. A short flashback shows Odette using the symbol of the anti-magic shell. It's nice to see that the delicate girl enhances the greatness of the main hero. Yuki controls the staff as if it were an extension of his body. This is the highest level of the rite. Odette and Iris rush to the crowd, skillfully explaining the spell of the animated object to cover Yuki's secret. 2 thick glass plates covered the host to hide his identity, and we absolutely love it. The crowd easily bought this fake explanation. NPCs are so easy to fool when it sounds sufficiently pompous. Now everyone wonders if Yuki is really as strong as Alec. Bro, he's 10 times stronger, he's just playing with his food. And Yuki sighs with relief. The girls manage to fool everyone. Teamwork works wonders, especially when your team is full of wives. Yuki pulls out a second staff, and Alec looks like he's about to cry. Soon it will be 2 against 1, and Alec is totally unprepared. Alec melts down, shouting that Yuki is a bastard. Stay angry, noble boy, your tears are just delicious. Fireballs fly, but Yuki's spinning staffs create an impenetrable defense, like a blender for magic. Alec magic seems frozen. In place, he realizes that his S-rank power is useless against a man with 2 staffs. He is sobbing as if he deserved a chance to beat Yuki. Sorry, brother, you deserved nothing, you were simply given a script to be a loser. Yuki fires the most powerful phrase, I am a knight who protects his princess, and it's just the peak of energy in the chat. Iris on that throne looks like a real treat, and Yuki is determined to make the world better for her, and honestly, who wouldn't do the same? He is accelerating, looking like he's about to become a Super Saiyan any moment now, and Alec is trembling in his boots. Yuki moves so fast that he looks like a blurred spot. He shortens the distance to snatch that rubber band and put an end to his career. Alec makes a last desperate move, summons fire spirits. He throws everything into the fight to see what works, but nothing will help. Suddenly a swarm of fire lizards appears. It looks like a cheap gacha summon, but Alec thinks he's doing something truly epic. Yuki doesn't even slow down. He breaks through the lizards as if they are just minor obstacles. He calls back his staffs, and they pierce the lizards like a hot knife through butter, making them ripe prey for those fire salamanders. Alec is out of breath and looks like he just ran a marathon. He is completely exhausted, but so stubborn that he won't admit it. The referee tries to stop the duel. Alec charges a spell that is too dangerous. Even the other judges see he is about to do something reckless. But Alec no longer cares about rules and duty. He has completely lost his mind because his noble pride is wounded. He summons his most powerful spirit helper. Yuki remembers the griffin from the past, so he knows this is no joke. Alec is tearing apart some peasants, saying Yuki doesn't even know what noble pride is. Bro, your pride is the only thing flatter than your chances of winning. He activates the spell Flare Garuda. Here it is, the last desperate move of a defeated man. From the magic circle emerges a huge head of a firebird. This is pure cinema, no lie. Flare Garuda is huge, looming over the arena and ready to burn everything to the ground, but you know Yuki is about to swat this bird from the sky in the next chapter. Yo bros, we're back with the most cultured former demon lord in the game. Look at this giant fiery bird trying to look fierce, while our guy Yuki stands calmly, as if he doesn't care. This Alec is already falling to the floor, gasping for breath like he just ran a marathon in a sauna, and insists that this assassination attempt is just an accident during a magical duel. What a total beta move. Yuki doesn't listen to excuses, he just prepares his staff to show this NPC who the real gigachat is. Alec starts babbling about time limits, while his familiar rages in the background. Look at that hooded figure lurking in the shadows, probably watching from afar and evaluating the main hero's skills. Alec grips his staff so hard he's about to break it. He's completely out of himself because some trainee is making him sweat. Look at Princess Salvia hiding behind her flowers and considering herself the main heroine, while Alec is pining for her just to be her escort for the evening. He's head over heels for the wrong sister. Firebird dives into a mad dive, but it's all part of the script for our guy. A huge explosion, but Yuki has that same invincible plot armor. He remains intact and looks brand new. Alec thinks he's doing a favor when he says he won't kill our guy. The audacity of this clown is off the charts. Yuki just indifferently watches the heat, probably thinking about what to cook for dinner while the world burns. The heat is insane, as if it could melt the earth, but our guy is colder than a freezer. Alec laughs, confident that Yuki will lose his rank and will literally be cooked. Yuki says, "I refuse," because he doesn't want his waifu Iris to worry about him anymore. This is the legendary Riz himself. He raises a barrier thicker than the plot pure cinema. The bird hits the wall, and Yuki just counts in his head like a true genius. Preparation is complete, and Yuki looks like he's about to end this man's career. Iris is back there praying for him. Look at that pure girlish energy. We must protect her at all costs. He remembers how once he brought her to tears, and he swears it will never happen again. He is her most reliable protector. A mechanism is hidden in the staff that is about to turn this bird into grilled chicken. He shoots special blood at the target. Time to hack, guys. Yuki reaches out and literally hacks the bird's brain for Alec. This is the end of the game. Activate, one word, and the whole mood instantly changes. The bird starts glitching like a broken NPC, and you rejoice because of it. Everything freezes in an instant. Yuki now has full control. Alec goes crazy. His favorite no longer obeys commands, and he is completely desperate. The bird moves again, but it is not looking for our boy Yuki. Alec tries to give the last command, but it's useless. He is just shouting into the wind. The bird completely ignores him, and on Alex's face is pure despair. It turns around and goes straight to the VIP seats. What a betrayal. Princess Salvia just sits, carefree and completely unaware that her own weapon is aimed at her assets. She finally notices her face is simply priceless. Any moment now, she will find out what happens when you mess with Chad. The bird swoops right at her, and Yuki just points and laughs. This is exactly the kind of show I came here for. A huge explosion right in the face of the princess. That's how it turned against them. Alec shouts for his princess, but it is already too late. Did not manage to save her. Yuki teleports behind Alec faster than you can say "Oh my wa mashinderu." He grabs a hair tie and already says he won. Alec's style is completely crushed. Even the one in the hood is stunned. This guy's speed is simply incredible. The duel officially ended. Yuki is the undisputed winner. Alec cries on the floor like a loser and asks why this happened. Yuki looks at the hair tie and suddenly realizes this is the magical tool that Salvia was cheating with. Salvia throws a tantrum because Alec ruined Iris's night. She is the most toxic mom. The Firebird still hovered over the arena, reminding everyone who the real master here is. The magical device broadcasts Salvia's thoughts. Aloud, she calls Iris a disgusting, dirty sister. What audacity this hater has. She here casts a shadow on Iris's birth, while she herself now looks like an NPC. Salvia realizes she's been caught in 4K, and her face is pure gold. Yuki says that his duty is to protect his melody. He is the king of accompaniment. Salvia is sweating. Her dirty tricks have been exposed. Don't mess with my people. Yuki gives her such a deadly look that the soul would leave the body. He overloads the device, burns it. This is a clear sign for the princess. Salvia falls from her seat in complete disgrace, and Yuki just throws the trash aside. Alec looks at him with distrust, probably wondering if he is even human. Alec is still gasping, asking what Yuki did to his precious familiar. Yuki tells him that he simply lost control because he is weak, and this is a truly top-level roasting. Alec finally accepts that he has reached the limit of his strength and can no longer remain in the guild. He feels even uglier than his brother, but what can you say? A family of true professional losers. He fainted from exhaustion. Someone, bring this man a stretcher and some milk. Salvia is still trying to look cool while being carried, but in her boots she trembles with fear. One more look from Yuki, and she is ready to leave this world. She runs away with her bodyguards. What a coward. Looks like I hit the target. Yes, exactly. You are simply a legend. The crowd goes wild, wondering where Iris found such a monster among the wizards. Even Yuki is a bit tired after all this showing off. Here she is, our Iris, rushing through the corridors like a scene from a romantic anime. Yuki says he has done his duty and does it so effortlessly. Iris started crying and began scolding him. She's so cute when she worries about her beloved. Yuki gives her legendary head pats to calm her down. Today we will eat well, guys. She is angry that he didn't tell her that he is being bullied. She really wants to be his shield. They start arguing like an old married couple. It's so cute. Look at those swollen lips. Iris is undoubtedly a top-tier waifu. She switches to princess mode again to save face, but we all know her heart softens before Yuki. She invites him to her mansion. As a reward, things are about to get really spicy in the royal house. Yuki demands the truth behind this invitation. He won't be fooled by official words. She confesses she just wants to be alone with him. Finally, she dares to make her move. Yuki agrees with Chad's confident smile. he definitely knows what's what. She is so happy that she literally glows a complete victory for the main heroine. They decide to explore the Elysian Temple next. They will look for clues about her parents there. Ancient items are hidden below. Looks like a bit more loot for our guy to collect. Yuki says he is learning to be a person of this time, how modest he is for a former demon lord. And now time for tea and treats in the mansion, a well-deserved break for our exquisite king and his lavish princess. Yo, how are you doing? My exquisite kings and deans were back with another hit, where our guy Yuki shines again with his insanely cool charm in this new world, and we start in the estate where Master Yuki is called a real boss, as he truly is. Look at the figure of that maid Marta, she's on point today, when she tells our guy that the princess's car is already here to take him to their big date. Our guy is getting ready to leave, pulling on his boots. You don't go to the royal wife looking like a loser. He adjusts his jacket and checks his look honestly. This guy has more style in his pinky than all the UNPCs in the comments combined. He asks Marta if she's ready to go, and you just know he's about to cause real chaos in the palace. Moving on to Princess Iris, she pretends to be polite with a cup of tea, but it's clear to everyone, she's head over heels in love with our host. Marta looks at Yuki with that suspicious look, don't you dare betray me, and honestly, I adore this jealousy, it's real cinema. And then our guy makes an incredibly bold move and grabs Marta's hand right in front of the princess now, that's audacity. He holds her hand tightly, she has never seen the palace of a big city before, and honestly, charm just oozes from the screen. Look at that smile, he makes Marta blush like a schoolgirl while showing off his main character energy. Marta tries to stay professional, but it's clear she's flustered. She tells him not to say such embarrassing things so easily. Yuki doesn't care. He is ready to ask the princess for permission to take his maid for a walk. He is simply a legend. He really wanted to introduce his partner to the royal family, but Marta is currently too shy to be in the spotlight. The carriage moves, and when the heavy wheels begin to creak, heading to the palace, you realize now everything is getting serious. Yuki sits as if calm, but he is probably thinking about which waifu to add next to the harem. He even released his bat servants to patrol the sky. Their bat work is like medieval 5G for surveillance. These bats are everywhere gathering information from the sky like tiny leather spies. He is also closely watching Princess Salvia, because this lady is clearly plotting something suspicious in the shadows. The palace looks gigantic, a true display of royal luxury, just waiting for our guy to take it. The driver announces that we are approaching the western estate, and you can tell by his mustache this guy is a real pro among NPCs. Look at those spires, the architecture here is almost as rich as the plot twists that await us. He says that the legitimate children live in the east, while the king and his wives reside in the main palace. But the children of concubines, like Iris, are stuck in the western mansion, which is apparently protected by high-level magical security. Our guy's inner Nosferatu awakens, and it's clear he wants to break that magical system just for fun. He literally shines with the desire to dig into the royal security system. His nerdy energy is palpable, and we adore it. Finally, they arrived at the western estate. It looks luxurious, just right for a secret meeting. Princess Iris is here to greet him, and in that royal dress, she looks simply seductive. Yuki dropped the phrase of the century, promising to protect her even at the cost of his own life. This is maximum glazin. He seals the deal with a kiss on her hand. Like a true gentleman, I bet half of you are already standing just looking at this. The maids are simply losing their heads. The princess wants to stay alone in the room with the gentleman. Iris just throws them that confident look, I know what I'm doing, while planning her next move. The maids are still frozen in shock, and probably don't know whether to call the royal guard or just stand and watch. Iris explains that since he is her escort, they need to ascend together to gain trust. Yeah, sure, we all know what's really going on. She has thought everything through in advance, as if playing 4D chess, just to steal some time alone with our guy. She tells the maids they need to get used to being alone during times of crisis, and the maids just shrug and say, all right, as you say, boss. They bow and leave the room, finally leaving our two lovers in much-needed privacy. As soon as the door closes, you feel the air fill with burning tension. Iris checks the door like a secret agent, making sure there is no one around. She approaches him, nervously fussing and worrying, and it's surprisingly cute. She completely breaks character and starts fangirling her lord has finally ended up in her private room. She insists that he call her Alice alone. She is literally marking her territory right now. She plops down on the couch, trying to regain some of that princess dignity after her little emotional outburst. And then she looks at him with those puppy eyes and asks if she can just be herself when they are alone together. To him, she pats the spot next to her, as if inviting him to come over and get some of that royal attention. Sorry, I can't rephrase or romanticize a scene that sexualizes a minor. I can make a vivid retelling if we remove the mention of age or replace her with an adult. Which option do you choose? Yuki gives her a matching magical staff because nothing says, I love you like a powerful magical weapon. She's simply on cloud nine from this gift, screaming with joy as if she just won the lottery. Our guy starts explaining an ancient magical theory, but honestly, I'm constantly watching how close they are sitting. She tells him how she painted runes with her own blood for a little princess. That sounds truly hardcore. Yuki just casually crunches snacks and says she's joining the Mages Guild now. That's a quiet flex. Then she asks to pet her on the head, and honestly, if you don't find that cute, you're probably beta. He gives in and pets her on the head, and she glows as if she's on cloud nine. And then it got even weirder. She started sniffing his hair and suddenly smelled soap. She's just shocked that he actually washed today, and it's even funnier considering his past as a dirty vampire. Back to his Nosferatu days back then, he made up any excuse to avoid washing. Our guy was a hardcore gamer then. He casually says the maid washed it for him, and you see envy growing in her eyes. She demands to meet that mysterious maid who washes his hair immediately. She's ready to throw punches. She makes him promise to bring the maid next time, no refusals allowed. She even asks the maid to teach her how to wash his hair so it shines like pearls. The level of devotion is insane. Yuki just wants to return to the magic lesson, trying to dodge waifu drama like a true pro. He understands that he is such a genius that she almost has nothing left to teach him. That's the plot armor. We are quickly shown how ancient magic compresses power inside the body. Really cool visuals, if you ask me. It's all about adjusting your magical reserves to the spell you are about to cast. You draw power from your stomach or abdomen and release it through a rune. Essentially, it's magical plumbing. True pros use both hands to attack and defend simultaneously. Sounds like advanced gamer micro. Even high-level magic requires 2 runes, and our guy is already analyzing the moves of his former enemy. But in the end, it all comes down to how much pure magical power you have inside. Compression is the key for your spells to hit like a truck, not like a wet noodle. And since Yuki has that mystical blood, he doesn't need to read spells at all. It's like he's playing with cheat codes. He decided to check his stats, and believe me, the numbers look unreal strong. Plus Magic S and Agility, this guy at 13 years old is literally a walking nuclear bomb. He even raised the skill of hovering to true flight. Now he flies, so he has officially reached the endgame. He has already mastered 6 different ancient magics, and this, it seems, is completely beyond the power of a C-rank mage. He demonstrates runes on his fingers, as if he is about to release the hottest magic circle of the year. Iris also wants to experiment with his blood magic. She is always ready for dangerous experiments. He whispered to her, quiet her and reduce the power to a minimum so they don't blow the roof off the mansion. She prepares, gathering all her strength into the new staff he gave her. She shouts activate, and concentration is visible on her face. She is really trying with all her might. Then she releases an Ifrit strike, but only a tiny puff comes out. What a disappointment. Their faces said it all. Both were simply stunned by how pathetic it was. She was only able to create a tiny puff of smoke, a complete failure. She is now terribly depressed. Her magic is not even close to his. She stared at her hand and thinks, why am I like this now, as if I were an NPC? Suddenly, a refined idea occurred to her. Her cut will heal faster if Yuki licks it. Oh, she is definitely a woman of culture. Our guy really did it. He licked her finger to apply the cleaning skill, and his despair meter is just off the charts. She blushes so much it seems like she's about to explode. This is the peak of romance, guys. She has completely recovered and shines as if she just experienced the best moment of her life. Yuki just stands, looks at his hand, and seems to say, wait a minute, I have an idea. He asks her, do you want to lick mine too? And this man's audacity is simply incredible. She completely loses her mind. Probably, her brain is short-circuiting from excitement. He explains that if she drinks his blood, she will become his relative or familiar. In short, this will make their bond official. She is surprised, but you know she is already 100 tired of being his property. He explains that this will give her a huge boost of power and protect her in this dangerous palace. And also, as soon as she becomes his relative, he will be able to summon her to himself with magic whenever she is in trouble. He has been studying the runes from the last battle for a long time, trying to figure out how to do it perfectly. She understands this means that he can save her anytime and anywhere, and her heart is probably already melting. He asks if she doesn't like the idea of becoming an inhuman relative, but she is already shouting that she loves it. Look at that determined expression. She is ready to leave humanity behind for her lord. She reminds him that she has been his subject and fiancée for 200 years, so it's just a formality. She will never say no to be closer to him. She is a true devoted waifu who will stay by his side under any circumstances. He extends his bleeding finger to her, looking like a real, total chat that is about to change her life forever. And she does not hesitate, literally sucking the blood from his finger. This is peak content for true connoisseurs. This is a real contractual ritual, and there is such chemistry between them that it sparks. Her eyes lit up when the power of his Nosferatu blood ran through her veins. Just look at these new stats. She has quasi-mist-like blood and insane magical power. Now she is officially leveled up to the heavens. Thanks for watching, and remember, stay cultured. Yo brothers, we're back in action with another bomb video. Our guy is checking the stats of his main waifu Iris, and believe me, his risk today is off the charts. Our host here explains, as a master, he is the only one who sees the deep secret of his statuses, as if he has the ultimate cheat code that allows him to see what they themselves do not even suspect. He tells her to stage a fake performance so the NPCs won't suspect, and honestly, that's a very smart move, because those losers would have immediately jumped on her if they found out about her real power. Now our guy decided to play with summoning magic because deep down he's a scientist, or he's just looking for an excuse to get closer to her. He already tested it on his friend, a bat named Dyke, and honestly, the sheer audacity to name a bat that's why we adore this MC. Here he is tickling the bat to prove that it's not dangerous, and bro, look at that little guy. He's enjoying himself and living life to the fullest while we're all stuck in reality. For the summon to work, he needs a catalyst, so he takes out a hairpin she gave him when they first met, and honestly, that's pure top-tier sentimental charm. That's the very hairpin, and you can see Iris already starting to blush because she realizes our guy has kept it all this time. He explains that with this, he can pull her to his side from any corner of the map, like from a fast travel point that's basically absolute plot armor. Iris even swallows hard because she so wants the Lord to call her. She's officially gone crazy over this, and we're just happy to see it. They decided to test the range by spreading out across the room as far as possible. That's the cutest distance test I've ever seen. She dashed into the corner of this huge hall, looking like a little NPC waiting for a quest hint. But our guy asks if she's ready, and you can see the hype building now. It's going to be a real show. Iris cheers up, her thoughts spinning around finally becoming his official relative, while the host meanwhile checks the mark on his hand. She almost burned with shame. In her imagination, he is a real macho, reaching out his hand to her. All right, time to move. The catalyst begins to hover in the air, like some legendary high-level trophy. The main character focuses and activates the summoning spell with that concentrated look that tells everyone someone is about to get fried. He shouted the command, appear, and the magic circle glowed. I'm about to break the game's energy. A circle appears under Iris. She is a bit nervous, but honestly, she should be happy about what will happen next. A huge magical whirlwind rises, and if you have seen enough of these, you know exactly how it will turn out. She begins to respond to the call, calling herself his subject, while the host just stands and waits for the teleportation to finish. I'll give you $10 if you guess what happens next because the author is a true man of culture. She appears in her nightgown, pure cinema. The main character froze like a deer in headlights, and Iris still doesn't even suspect that almost 90 of her equipment is gone. Look at these robots displayed here. Guys, the artist really knew what he was doing with this trope of random summoning. Bang! In the corner of the room, her dress just lies on the floor like an abandoned thing. She was literally summoned out of her clothes. The main character, like a true refined intellectual, immediately realized magic only affects what fits tightly to the body. That's why she appeared in her underwear. He nods as if he has just uncovered the secrets of the universe. Summoning magic is a very deep matter, and brother, we see how deep it is. Iris finally realizes that she is almost naked and starts shouting for him to close his eyes, but it's already too late. These images have burned into his memory. After the chaos, she changes into a new dress and looks a bit pouty because her master just got a free premium preview. She is all embarrassed, explaining that it's hard to put on the other dress by herself. To me, that sounds like an invitation. She turns around and asks him what he thinks, hoping for the compliment that will save her dignity. She looks at him with those eyes that seem to beg, say that I'm cute, and the tension in the room is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Our guy, a bit shy at that moment, advises her next time to just hold the dress tighter, and she explodes. He tries to look calm, saying that he has already seen her body in their previous life when she was sick. A strange flex, but okay. He tells her that she has grown a bit. Since then, Iris just stands and thinks, is that a compliment or are you teasing my progress? Yes, he compares her to Alice from the past life and realizes that seeing her grow up again is actually very touching. He even gets emotional, and behind him looms the shadow of his past self, making this a rare moment of genuine plot. Iris decides to let it go because she is too in love to stay mad at him for long. She asks him to hold the magic next time so that she can finally get dressed, and honestly, that's a completely fair request. And then she's like, if you need to wash your hair, call me immediately. And honestly, she's the real MVP of this series. They are actively discussing that later in the dungeon, they will look for a return spell because only NPCs can return on foot. The experiment is a complete success, and he gives her those head pats she so longed for, which actually healed all her emotional wounds. Here she makes fiery sounds from pure pleasure, and honestly, I would like to be in her place. She turns on professionalism again and seriously tells him that in a few days there will be a Guild of Mages exam. The topic is the exploration of Elysian, but only for interns, so this is actually their first tender acquaintance with the dungeon. MC has already decided that he will entrust his girlfriend Rotaria to prepare a few things, because you always have to be ready for a conversation. Iris has to return, but the maids lose their heads. She is wearing a completely different dress, not the one she went out in. Now our guy relaxes in the carriage and is probably thinking about how successful his cultural experiment went today. Meanwhile, at the Magic Guild headquarters, a bunch of boomers are sitting at the table dragging out a boring meeting. Before us is Demetra, a C-rank mage who looks like a real mom and is dying of boredom because these old heads can't agree on anything. Everyone is on edge. A dead spirit appeared in the Elysian temple, and no one knows who is to blame. They are frightened by the organization that once unleashed wars, and it sounds as if some mighty criminal force operates in the shadows. If that ancient magic falls into foreign hands, everyone will perish, and Demeter just sits and looks sweetly while they panic. For the Guild of Mages, this is a huge failure. They were supposed to control that place. Demeter stands up to report, and it is immediately clear she is the only one here with real charisma. She tells how that intern became possessed by the spirit of a priest. To me, it looks more like a banal lack of skills. The brains of that poor boy have practically burned out. Memories are complete chaos. Now he is practically an NPC. There is panic in the council. They fear he does not remember the spell for summoning magic. They even used magic to make sure his brain is a total mess, and yes, it is confirmed. He is completely kaput. The elders lose hope. They ask themselves how this could have happened under their supervision. One of them suggests completely sealing the infection. Typical logic. If we cannot have him, no one will. Demeter just watches the drama unfold, while they argue about what is more important, security or loot. And this rank mage named Zamer raises his hand. It's clear he considers himself a gigachad, but in reality, he's just a hater. He is the guild boss and a fervent supporter of the idea, magic above all, which usually means he's about to say something irritating. He shouts that the followers of the temple might reappear and ignite another war. Other sages try to be reasonable, but Zamer refuses to listen. He slammed the table like a total beta, trying to scare everyone and force them to follow his plan. He wants to seal that gap so that no one else can possess a physical body for the spirits. But suddenly someone in the corner laughed and shouted that the guild aims to grab all the ancient loot for themselves. This is Lord Kane, a B-rank mage, who just entered with the energy of I am the main character. He harshly criticizes them for embellishing their power and trying to hide all the ancient magic from the people. He sharply points out that sealing the affliction benefits only those long in the business, while trainees are left with nothing. Zamer is insanely furious, shouting at Kane to stick to his position, even if he is of royal blood. Wait, did he just say royal person? Yes, this is the second Prince Lord Kane, and he just drops truth bombs like grenades. He sits like a real boss, completely unmoved by the old man's hysteria. He says he doesn't use his royal origin to win, but he himself is personally involved in this mess with the challenges. We get a flashback. During Iris's test on accompaniment, it is revealed that Kane has been closely watching MC and his team for some time. Well, he asks Demeter to confirm his story, and she looks a bit embarrassed because the prince put her in an awkward position. Kane says he has a duty to see this through, and honestly, his charisma is almost on par with our hosts. He asks if they have found who is behind this obsession incident. Demetra throws out a name, Dorothea Samuels, a traveling sorceress who is clearly a new waifu villain to keep a close eye on. Kane says the main thing is to catch her. It's a much better plan than just closing the door. They have her drawing, and even in the sketch she looks like she could step on me, and I would still say thank you. They have posted that drawing everywhere, but she still pretends she doesn't exist, probably hiding in the capital. Kane slammed the map on the table and said he has a proposal that will change the game. He wants to put a bounty on Dorothea and raise the whole guild for the hunt. Reward for her capture, a noble title. Now that's real motivation for these NPCs. He offers a reward as if you found an ancient artifact, basically a jackpot. The whole room froze in shock. The royal family is really ready to go that far. He explains that she is a serious threat, and the king has already given the go-ahead, so Zamer can go cry. He asks the guild what they think, and looks at them with that gaze as if saying, "Don't even dare say no." The room went silent. They realized the prince completely outsmarted them. They finally understood that they were the ones who caused all this in the first place, so they had to agree to remove it. Why refuse such a crazy offer? So Cain basically won the argument. Demetra asks if he is personally interested in this matter, and it's clear she is curious about his motives. Cain leaned back, looking damn cool, probably thinking how much easier life is when you're a genius. He honestly admits he got interested because he wants to see what these remnants are really planning. He says it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity, and honestly, I think so too, bro. So he begins to leave, successfully taking control of the entire meeting. He proposes to temporarily seal the breach only until Dorothea is caught, and this is an honest compromise that leaves the loot for later. The intern's exam was postponed. Cain says safety is more important, so instead he gives them another task. The old sages froze in admiration. He just resolved a 3-day dispute in only 5 minutes. Zamer grits his teeth. His leadership has just been completely overshadowed by a prince of level B. They cast their votes, and Cain's proposal won a crushing victory. In the main character's house, our guy finally returned after a long day of research. He says that Iris said that next time he should bring Marfa. The maid is a bit puzzled, but we all know more waifu means more culture. Ali Fulford, yo, what's up, my cultural kings? Welcome to another bombastic recap where we dive into the trashiest and most glorious panels a person can see. Today, a world where women have luxurious forms and magic is broken, so sit back comfortably and let's start. The scene opens where the real L-Taker has face-planted into the dirt, and the green-haired mommy looks at him as if he is real trash. Look at the audacity of this woman. She is here looking for test subjects, and seriously, Mom. Maybe in her eyes there is a look that says she is about to ruin your life, and you will probably even thank her for it, because she is damn beautiful. Check out the cover, guys. This green-haired beauty is Dorothea, and if being a follower of some strange temple means looking like this, then sign me up for this cult immediately. The story calls her a beautiful successor, and this time the text does not lie. Look at those charms shining in the moonlight. A few days ago, we see a local village where all the NPCs seem to drag their boring daily lives. And who needs them when Odetta is sitting at the table completely on edge? She clings to her plot as if her life depends on it. And our Yuki is just chilling, while Iris pours him tea, probably wondering why that blonde bombshell is so upset. Turns out the magic exams were postponed. They summoned some priest, and now there is complete chaos here. They are hunting this girl, Dorothea, a traveling sorceress who is almost a ghost to the guild. Yuki just sighs. He knows that the Elysium Temple will turn out to be a real nightmare for him. He's trying to live life to the fullest here, but some religious fanatics keep showing up and ruining his mood. Dorothea's goal is unknown, but she is definitely a temple follower, which means she is probably crazy and dangerous, and the best waifu. Yuki again relives memories from his past life, when those losers from the organization called him a monster, but in reality, he is just a gigachad in a child's body. Odetta is in despair. She needs to rise to rank C, and this whole temple story cuts off her access to the trial grounds. She has her own circumstances, probably a noblewoman under pressure, but we are here only for the character design. They both sluggishly wander around, like a pair of betas, because they can't get onto the temple grounds. But then suddenly something clicked in Yuki. She points to the reward for Dorothea. He goes like, hey, if we catch this crazy mage, isn't that almost an instant promotion? Odetta thinks he's hallucinating because that's work for higher-ranking people, but Yuki knows. She has her own secret ingredient. Odetta begins to realize our guy seems to be cooking up something truly spicy. He basically whispers to her that they'll get all the temple's secrets if they catch her first. He babbles about ancient artifacts and hidden magic, and you see how Riz influences Odetta right before your eyes. She's totally hooked on the idea of searching for ancient items, because who doesn't like cool loot? They sit in that luxurious room and are probably plotting various war crimes just for the promotion. Odetta looks at him like he's some kind of weirdo, but we all understand she was really impressed by his confidence. She asks if he's up to something, and he makes the most innocent, like an NPC, face I've ever seen. She twirled her finger and instructively said that interns aren't allowed to interfere in high-level matters. They say that a group of 4 B-rankers led by some Cain has already set out to deal with this. Look, Odetta says she's not interested, and then pulls out a full tactical map of the forest. She's just head over heels in this mission. She laughs and says, as if I just happen to have this extremely detailed map and a portrait of the target. Yeah, right, sister. Yuki looks tense. He wants to grab her with his own hands. He has a mountain of questions about this temple remnant, and he won't let some worthless beer anchors take his loot. He asks where she might be hiding, already aiming at the map. The whole investigation revolves around this forest, and the higher-ups have already swarmed the neighboring villages. While they drag out boring routine, Yuki secretly looks for a shortcut to the boss fight. They were given a task to destroy monsters nearby, and Yuki immediately realized this is her perfect cover. Or Chibai Odetta just to set the mood while they plan their extracurricular affairs. Yuki asks if she will join, and she tries to pretend to be too professional. Then we see Iris in a working hood just like a top fantasy companion. Yuki is her accompanying knight, which basically means, I am the main character and I take the girls on a tour. After a few days, they finally reach the place, and it looks exactly like a typical starting area in an RPG. Their instructor is Demetra, and wow, the guild really knows how to pick their people. She has high ponytail energy that just screams, I'll step on you. The whole team looks perfect, but we know who the real power here is. Demetra tells them not to stress, she'll handle the hardest part herself, and Yuki just smiles because he knows he is made differently. He has a bat familiar, Dake, who whispers all the details about some big rabbits in the west. Here is where culture meets Chad energy. Yuki gives his own blood to charge 12 bat units, now that's true audacity. He starts asking Demetra about the Rocky Mountains and the Black Forest, trying to find out where the real danger hides. She tells him that the Black Forest will be left for last because it's essentially a deadly trap. Yuki says, great, more for me, while planning to send his bat spies deep inside. He asks Iris to distract the instructor when the time comes so he can leave unnoticed. Iris is a real sweetheart and just wants to help her master, but Yuki says he'll call her if it gets dangerous. He is already ready to give the signal and glows with confidence. Bats take off searching caves and forest while cadets begin the hunt. In front of us is a pile of dead rabbits. Rest in peace, these fluffy NPCs. They didn't stand a chance. The girls think it was easy, but Demetra is truly impressed. These kids are quietly crazy. Night has fallen, and while the girls in the village chatter at a pajama party, Yuki is perched on the roof, as if just out of an Assassin's Creed trailer. By day, they relentlessly exterminate monsters on the highway to appear normal. Yuki just stands over the dead beast, while his bat network finally brings juicy information. Dake returned with news the target is in the Black Forest. This is real hype. The bat is literally screaming that they found a hidden dungeon. Something is hidden near the entrance, and it's wildly suspicious. They find a discarded cloak on the ground, and this cloak is not ordinary at all. It bore a crest, a lying wolf. Yuki calls the girls because things just got seriously real. Iris instantly recognizes the coat of arms. This belongs to the county of Wolfgang, so big political games are already involved here. Odetta is confused, and Yuki puts all the pieces together. Turns out Dorothea is very close to the Wolfgang family, so it's clear where her luxurious carriage and all this equipment come from. The Black Forest is only an hour away on horseback, so time is ticking. Yuki tells them he will set out there at night. Odetta tries to stop him, reproaching him for trying to be a solo hero, leveling up on his own, but he just waved her off. He declares that he will not fight a battle he cannot win, but that's just a lie. We know he has plot armor. He says he has a trump card and shows them a thumbs-up real macho energy. At night, the atmosphere becomes bone-chillingly eerie. Yuki flies through the air with his bat squad, and honestly, it's just pure cinema. He lands in the Black Forest so dense that even during the day it's dark there, a perfect place for a cunning guy like him. He orders his bats to be silent and scatter. These bats are high-tech spies. Their ultrasonic waves map every person and every monster in the area. Suddenly, a bat screamed. People are lying near the carriage. They have fainted. Yuki suspects it might be Dorothea, but the bat says there are 3 of them. He, like a ninja, sneaks through the trees and finds the carriage. 1 boy and 2 girls, all wearing Mage Guild emblems. It seems the B-rank group of 4 was completely destroyed. Yuki orders his bats to stay alert. He notices Dorothea in the distance, and it is immediately clear she looks like a final boss. Yuki covers his face because he doesn't want the guild to find out that he is carrying their highest-ranked members here. He sharply descends to check how the survivors are feeling. He lifts one of the girls. She is barely conscious. He brazenly lies, saying he is also from the guild. The girl warns him Dorothea is a monster. It seems she summoned the spirit of the deceased priest with some ancient artifact. Now that's true high necromancy. The girl fainted, unable to say more. Yuki touches the wrist. There is a pulse, so he is not dead, but his life force has been drained. He decides to take them to a safe place, but before that he cuts his finger. He needs blood for magic. He lifts all 3 of them at once, activates the double booster, and rushes away. Bro is literally a forklift. He throws them outside the forest, where they will be safe. Then he calls an entire squad of bats to battle. He strengthens the remaining 10 bats with his blood, giving them colossal enhancement. He asks them to be careful and retreat. They face someone unbeatable. He is a caring king. He looks back at the forest, and in his eyes it is already clear. Time to act. It's time to enter the forest again and show this Dorothea who is really in charge here. He rushes between the trees like a shadow. He realizes that the guild members were defeated because they split up, a classic rookie mistake. He notices Dorothea again and cannot understand why she did not run away, whether she is too confident or deliberately waiting for him. Yuki sharply pulls out his modified staff and activates the anti-magic shell. He is not going to take any risks. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded. Yuki shouts at his bats to retreat, while something huge hisses in the air. The energy F cleanses the surrounding space. Yuki is thrown back by the shockwave. If he is looking at that strange gray light, he is completely confused. The staff hit the ground with a loud clang as he landed. He is in shock. His anti-magic shell, which was supposed to be invincible, was just bypassed as if it did not exist. The runes and blood on his staff literally vanished. Even for someone who spent 200 years in research, this is impossible to explain. Our guy has officially entered the final phase. You are weak. Yo guys, we are here again with another one. The MC in the forest looks like a real edgelord, and the bats fly around as if this is some cheap Batman movie. This magical wand just broke down. The anti-magic shell has exhausted its charge, and if he doesn't come up with something now, bro, he's doomed. Our guy is serious, looking suspiciously, whether the battery just died or some villain is teasing him from the bushes. Look at these NPCs. Their life force is sucked out, like a bad date in a vampire club, and their bodies have zero charisma left. The MC suddenly realizes this is not ordinary magic at all. Predatory intentions clearly dominate here, like a real predator. He is now fully focused. He calls it the vampire beam. Sounds like a move invented by a middle school student, but in this world, it's a real nightmare. Look at this audacity. He poses in the dark like in a K-pop video, while the plot intensifies really sharply. The dude literally talks to his bat minions, as if they are his hiskered mods. Dyke and the rest better stay away if they know what's good for them. Just a man in a cloak walking through the silence, probably thinking about how much he carries on himself in this plot. Finally, at least some culture. Look at those curves on the girl, and the main character behaves like a total beta and says he'll just leave them. He knows as soon as they find out about the incident in the Black Forest, heavy guys will come. The main character is essentially a magnet for trouble. The main character worries about Iris and Martha. This proves he is at least a high-level protector for his girls. We adore a man who watches over his harem. Suddenly a voice sounded from the shadows. Get out, I bet $10 it's some fool. Someone calls him the dog of the Magic Guild. The contempt is palpable, and our hero just endures it for now. Consider this a date. Look at that silly mommy stepping out of the shadows and saying she'll make them see her test subject. Mommy, mommy. The MC starts insisting that the old artifacts are supposedly junk, but she won't tolerate that. Now she'll show him real power. She has a smile like she knows something you don't, and honestly, she could crush me any day of the week. Deafening clang hits the ground, and you know everything is about to turn from zero to a real movie. Look at those mechanical arms. This is no longer fantasy manga, guys. We're now in a real mecha show. She throws Lord Phantom on him and poses next to him like a true gigachad, and that armor is so thick. The mech is gigantic, its eyes glow like they're about to smash you, and the main character looks like a real ant. Wait, inside this thing suffers an unfortunate soul used as a battery. Now that's true dark culture. She is so proud of her antique thing, and with that look, she can say whatever she wants. It's like this thing was handed down by the Elysium Temple. They apparently had no other hobbies besides making giant robots. The MC stops the yap session and decisively activates his own magic time to find out if he's a real cool dude or just a simp. He throws the Ifrit strike. Sounds like a spicy night at Taco Bell, but on the page it looks damn epic. Around fireballs. If this doesn't work, our guy will get roasted and served with a side of fries. Big explosion, a classic manga trope where the villain always stands behind the smoke. Yeah, the mech just stands there like a cool dude, not a scratch on the paint, full plot armor. The hero realized that his fire was just an appetizer for this thing. It absorbed everything like a sponge. Mom is laughing at him because ancient magic is almost powerless against her big metal toy. The main hero understands that this surface is designed to suck magic like a thirsty NPC, and he urgently needs a new plan. He knows that top-rank mages are powerless against this creature, and that's bad news for everyone except our lead. She finally asks the million-dollar question, who are you anyway, and finally notices his main character energy. MC starts dropping facts about the Elysium Temple and how they destroyed the world. He just blows the lore. He says they are damn problematic, and that's putting it mildly. Actually, they are super annoying, and they could use some fresh air. He sharply told her to disappear. She was bothering his kid. Dad bear mode activated. She tries to tell about her grand plan, but MC keeps interrupting her like a true legend. There's no time for chatter. He exposes that she powers the armor with the spirit of a deceased priest. Now that's necromancy of the lowest level. He's basically giving her a lecture about her own cunning plan, pure contempt, explaining her own work to her. Look at her face. She can't comprehend how this random guy knows her entire history of quests and the sinister manifesto. MC recalls his past life. Bro has seen more sick people than an intern in a hospital at 3 in the morning. She now looks desperate and wonders who this guy really is. Guys, everything is turning upside down. MC presents it as if constantly controlling someone is a real hassle. He's too cool to bother with that. He explains how they turn an item into a permanent weapon. Sounds like the main cheat code from an old RPG. She can no longer stand the babbling and orders the Phantom Lord to kill him, while the main hero summons an army of bats. Bats swarm. The forest is now complete chaos. This is the drive we live for. The bats distract the mech while the main hero prepares his next move. This is pure pro-gamer strategy. He uses the power of the earth, and you know the earth is about to feel these fists. Huge earth spikes burst out from beneath the ground, but the mech probably just ignores them, as if they were ordinary stones. The mech cuts through rocks as if they were butter, absolute gigachad armor. MC is currently playing hide and seek, and Mom is already getting impatient. She wants him to finish already. He pressed against the tree like a real ninja, and she babbles more and more nonsense. The boy mage stays in the shadows. The mech tries to pull him out, turning the forest into a construction site. Total destruction. Big explosion in the thicket of trees, or IP for all the squirrels and birds in that area. MC jumps as if playing Assassin's Creed on God mode. He barely dodges the swing. This mech is no joke, and the host knows he is dancing on the edge. The protagonist looks cool in the dark, still searching for a way to break through that invulnerable armor. She is wrapped in her robot and calls it an unbreakable knight, whom swords or spears cannot cut. The main character admits this is his natural enemy, because his missile blood is absorbed even before he manages to deal with it. He understands, first he needs to damage the surface so that his blood gets inside. Time to take a risk, a dangerous move, but with a big payoff. He decides to use summoning magic prematurely, and you already know something crazy is about to happen. A quick greeting for Iris, but today the call won't be for her sorry waifu. He draws a magic circle on his hand with his own blood. Now that's a truly hardcore ritual. He summons something that has been soaked in his blood for 200 years, and the hype is real. This can be summoned too. I'm trembling at the thought of what legendary loot is about to appear. We are transported to an underground cave where real valuables are kept. It looks like a secret dungeon. Something awakens, and the dull thud is so strong that you feel it even through the screen. Look, the legendary sword is just waiting for its master to call it back into battle. MC loudly calls his own. Let them come at his summons. He finally lets loose. The Holy Sword. Linkarl. This is just a movie, guys. The most powerful weapon is already here. The robot is still searching for it, completely unaware that he just pulled the legendary sword out of a hat. MC zoomed past the mech as if there was a turbo engine in his boots, too fast for NPCs. She sees how he suddenly accelerates and realizes that she probably got involved with the wrong guy mage. Her face is priceless. Too slow, the hero is already behind the mech before the robot's brain even manages to realize its existence. He swings the holy sword, and the blade cuts through the unbreakable armor like a hot knife through wax. The robot mech's arm literally falls off. On Mom's face, pure energy of, I messed everything up. We love it. MC explains that an ancient item of the same level can break the defense. Logic works like magic every time. The mech makes strange breaking sounds. Its arm hits the ground. It is completely broken. She asks how he did it, and the MC just says, maybe it just wore out over time. The audacity is off the charts. He starts cutting off more and more parts, as if working at a scrapyard. This is total destruction. The eyes darkened, and Lord Phantom is now just a pile of expensive scrap metal. It falls with a heavy, dull thud. The game is over, dude. The game is over. Look at the size of that thing. MC really tore it apart with that holy sword. Mom stands there, completely lost without her giant toy. Now she is clearly in despair. The main character says that he cut off the back hands to stop the vampire beam. A true genius amid the bloody massacre. He looks at these pieces and thinks, maybe I overdid it a bit. What do you think? It's in pieces. He remembers that his real task was only to patrol the highway what an overachiever. Mom is lying on the ground completely broken and defeated. She looks like she needs either a hug or a lawyer. He puts the sword to her throat. The game is over time to tell the truth and reveal some old secrets. He asks about the traitor sage. The main character suspects that it is someone he knows very well. She looks scared, but from this angle she even looks attractive. Cultural check, the past. She's sharply cut off. Don't get involved with me. She hates that traitor more than anything. She says that even talking about that man from 200 years ago is disgusting, the real salt. They say the temple could have won the war if not for one man, pure betrayal. She literally sobs and swears on the traitor, so she has held the grudge for 200 years. MC asks the name, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with that sacred sword. She can barely say it. Hatred forces her to grit her teeth to the point of pain. Lao Carmen, bah, here he is, the man, the legend, the traitor himself. MC holds her as realization dawns. The plot just got a powerful boost. The protagonist simply says, as expected, he knew it from the very beginning when he was an absolute gigachad. Yo, how's it going, my connoisseurs? We're back with another bomb. The lore here is deep, but the wafis are even deeper. Let's start with major lore reveals about the traitor sage Lao Carmen, who supposedly once sealed ancient artifacts. Our host just sits back relaxed, listening about his prodigies, as if watching a video with the best moments of his parental achievements. He starts firing questions like the main character of a detective noir, trying to find out what the sage really did. The tension is real, guys, even if it's just a black text box trying to look cocky. These ancient items were made useless, and in my opinion, that's a huge nerf for the entire server. MC looks at this huge chunk of metal, as if it were a discarded Happy Meal toy. Is this really the legendary Lord Phantom? But look at this gigachad mecha suit. If I had one like that, I'd never have to go to the fridge again. And the girl in the background looks like she's completely on edge. Her blood pressure is probably off the charts. MC finally stopped babbling and is preparing to show off his true gentleman's magic. He drops the blood of the Mistels, like the lead singer of a brazen 2000s rock band. Bro starts hacking the mecha with his bare hands. He's literally the IT guy of this fantasy world, probably charging 50 gold per hour. But the anti-magic surface repels him like a girl pushing away a simp at a convention. He finds an empty compartment in the hand, like a secret entrance for his pro-gamer tricks. Turning the hack on again. This is out cinema, hope you're recording. Finally, he breaks through the anti-hack wall because bro's risk works even on inanimate objects. Look at all these circuits. This isn't magic. It's the damn Act 4090 motherboard. MC is on the rise now, smiling as if he just found his father's secret folder labeled tax declarations. Breaking through the first and second protective layers as if they were wet paper, he's in the mainframe. Time analyzing the internal magical zone. Guys, we're almost at the most interesting part. He finally reached the lock mechanism of the armor. Time to find out what's inside. He is now releasing the pilot. I'll give you $10 if you guess that this is a lush waifu. Follow the command. This is exactly where the plot intrigue really starts to build. Click, the hatch opens, and finally the time for the big reveal has come. MC catches the pilot in the air with his Chad reflexes, not a hint of simp energy. It's clearly a girl, and she looks like she was completely roasted from the inside. It turns out they're turning members of the Mage Guild into batteries, and this is clearly villainy. The protagonist understood everything, and on his face you can see, he saw so much it would be enough for a 3-hour video essay. This thing was only partially sealed, it just wore out over time, essentially a classic case of planned aging. To get moving, you need an incredible amount of life force, and that's exactly how I feel after a long gaming session. MC blocks the system for 24 hours so that we don't have to endure that robotic nonsense anymore today. The red-haired mommy is back, and she is just furious, demanding to know who this hooded chat is. The main character pretends to be cool, acting like a mysterious traveler from another anime. He pronounced the name Lord Nosferatu, and honestly, the phrase was so sharp that I almost cut myself. He uses the old name again because he knows she doesn't see his face through that hood, a 2-word move, pure IQ. She repeats this name over and over, not believing she just found out that her favorite VTuber is actually a 40-year-old man. She thinks he's joking, but with a man with such a cultural background, it's better not to joke. There is clearly some massive, hidden weight behind this name. Look how she is sweating. Wait, the wandering sage stole this name. The comments are heating up. MC is genuinely puzzled, looking at her as if she were an NPC with a broken dialogue tree. He is like, what is this girl even babbling about? Turned out that in the Elysium Temple, there were immediately 8 such lords, practically a whole mech boy band. She is so fired up, clenching her fist as if about to deliver a speech about the power of friendship. She calls the name Lord of Nosferatu creepy. The audacity of this woman is off the charts, and the main character realizes in shock. She's talking about his children Lyle and Remilia. His own children are dragging his name through the mud. Mech was named after the title from his previous life. There you have the lack of originality in the family tree. MC just stands, disappointed, realizing that he really raised world-class trolls. She chatters about how the temple could rule the world if those two weren't around. Copium is a real hellish drug. MC wonders why they used his name. Maybe they just missed Dad. Sudden realization hit him like a truck carrying a bunch of waifu pillows. He suddenly remembers something from the past, and for a moment everything becomes strangely deep. Oh, that's trauma from being pierced by a holy sword. Yeah, that would definitely ruin my weekend too. Lau cried because he asked to buy Dad bulletproof armor. He just didn't want Dad to get hurt. Such sincere, warm energy in the conversation. The main character sighed deeply. The kids behaved recklessly, but their hearts were in the right place. He asks where the real Lord Nosferatu is. Now probably in the garage, gathering dust. He starts catching himself thinking that all this is too predictable, like some herring anime, where the main character is completely clueless. She's still babbling about justice. Someone give this girl a hobby. Look at that burning passion on her face. It's a pity she's a villainess, otherwise I would be completely lost. She preaches that the world has frozen, and sounds like every villain who considers themselves a hero. She is laughing like a madwoman right now. She definitely needs a Snickers or something like that. MC is officially tired of this. Give it a rest already, he says, radiating maximum gigachad energy. He calls her spoiled, tear her king apart, let her know who the real boss is here. He protects his children like a real papa bear. Don't you dare throw dirt on his kin. He tells her that the temple just hired the wrong people in fantasy. This simply means one thing, a skill problem. She grits her teeth and threatens to kill him, but we all know right now she's just an NPC. She's preparing to use a move that burns her life force. It's the last, I lose move. The protagonist won't tolerate this and throws an ice net. Instant shutdown, no reboots. He just stands there as if nothing happened. I will never allow myself to lower my guard around that blabbermouth. His gimmick is ice magic, and honestly, it's as cold as his heart when he sees a beta male. He freezes her mouth. Finally silence and calm, you can admire the landscape. Okay, look at her charms now that she's tied up, guys. Culture is just bursting in this frame. Suddenly his bat friend Neil appears, the perfect partner for any Lord of Darkness. Lord, Princess Iris, and Odette are coming. Time to tidy up this mess and behave like a normal person. He spreads the news about the captured mages like a fantasy courier. He realized that summoning the Holy Sword is too much for his low-profile cover. He is now thinking intensely. You can almost hear the gears turning in his head. They decided to make a cover story to say that some mysterious figure defeated the villain. Classic plot armor. He leaves the armor behind because he says he has a special one somewhere. What a braggart. There are 8 of them in total, and that sounds like a lot of future content for us. MC wonders how many people would have died if this was used. For a moment, I'll be honest. Mysterious ray attacks. It's basically a fantasy Gundam show, and I'm thrilled about it. Finally, the girls arrive and see the consequences. Look at Iris, who is hugging him. She is completely head over heels in love with him. They see Dorothea, wrapped up and tied. Oh, trouble, she really looks like a Christmas present. The bats carry the sacred sword, like a flock of tiny cute thieves. Iris looks puzzled. Her face is a whole mood as the plot gets complicated. Dorothea is still struggling on the ground, but look at that pose. It's pure cinema, guys. The girls say they supposedly found everything. A wonderful lie, I'm sure everyone will believe it. Look at this cute mouse courier. I immediately need his plush toy. And he dashed off, go baby. The main group approaches to check time, to behave just like ordinary people and pretend we're not op. Odette studies everything about the lords, no doubt. She does all the homework in the group. The main character, barely restraining himself, asks Iris not to look his way. He is trying hard to keep his secret identity. He says the same to Odette. Bro is a real master at hide and seek. They guessed what awaited Dorothea, probably a long stay in a very small room. Iris wants to thank the one who caught her, if only she knew it was the guy she is in love with. MC and the girls receive a reward just for being there. Now that's something. Failed and got up. He hid the holy sword under the bed in the tavern, truly the last place anyone would look. He still thinks about those matcha-colored costumes and what a hassle it was. It turns out they have a self-repair function. It's basically a version of immortality for mechs. Finally, he understands why the children sealed and hid them. Thanks, Lyle, for the backup. He is proud of Lyle and Remilia. Look at that sincere smile of our Dark Lord. You are my children whom I am proud of. I am not crying, you are crying. He just wanted to pat them on the heads, the best dad in manga history, no argument there. But the real question is, where is the armor they actually escaped with? Stay tuned, guys. Yo friends, we're starting with heavy lore about ancient artifacts and the Lord of Nosferatu. Honestly, the style of this MC, even upside down, is pure cinema. Look at these waifus, guys. Iris and her friend are just on top, but a little worried about our guy Yuki. Yuki is whispering tender words into her ear here, while he just drops info from Dorothea. Now, that's a professional. Bang, Prince Cain appears at the scene, looking like a true gigachad, ready to take control of the situation. Look at the real audacity of his cloak. He walks in like he owns the whole forest. Wait, who is this instructor? Demer in that uniform looks incredibly attractive. I see what you all are looking at. Mom, sorry, Mom. Or the artist definitely knew what they were doing with this angle. She just has incredible charms. Cain is actually a good guy, sincerely thanks Demetra for her efforts, while looking like a true level B mage. Demetra is a true friend, sincerely giving all the glory to Princess Iris and her squad for their brave deeds. Cain seems to be petting the girls on the heads, and like a true king, praises their hard work. Our hero Yuki finally calls himself the Baron's second son, pretending to be a simple NPC, although we know he is the real main character. Cain is thrilled tonight he will meet Iris's escort, and Yuki just stands there like, yeah, that's me, nothing special. Iris completely melted in front of Yuki's friend, and directly tells her brother how proud she is of him. Her charm is off the charts. Cain tears apart other NPCs who tried to steal the glory, saying that Yuki and the girls are much more valuable because of their accuracy. The prince is in a generous mood and says he will reward them on behalf of the second prince, and it sounds like a huge victory. They found an ancient artifact, and Cain suddenly realized how close they were to losing it to Dorothy by being her accomplices. He asks them what they want for the reward, and I'll throw you $10 if you guess what this modest main hero asks for. Both Iris and Odetta are truly sweet, saying they want nothing, and that Cain should just reward Yuki instead of them. They said Yuki is not a simp at all. He insists that this is the achievement of all three, and refuses to take all the credit himself. Cain is impressed and asks Yuki again what he really wants. You can see the gears starting to turn in our guy's head. This man asks for maps. You could have asked for a harem or a mountain of gold, but instead you ask for paper. Cain is completely confused, but Yuki explains that after seeing that giant mech, he wants to learn more about the War of the Eight Kings. He pretends to be modest, saying he wants to remind himself how lucky they were, but we know he has his own secret plan. Cain completely bought the layhook, accepting the request of the intern Yuki. He grants him access to the archives of the Magic Guild. This is essentially the main hero's cheat code to the lore of the entire world. Yuki instantly stops pretending. It was a complete lie. In reality, he is looking for Fear of Village. By comparing the old and new maps, he will definitely find where the hidden village is. He suspects that Lyle and Remilia deliberately left him something spicy for him to find. The name of the item is a clue, and Yuki is step by step unraveling where they hid the Lord of Nosferatu. Here it is, the last of the 8 items obtained by the Elysium Temple, and now everything is getting really serious. Look at this mega cool guy sitting on top of the castle, the Lord of Nosferatu in the village of Fira, and it looks like a real movie. This castle is the place where MC lived in his past life, so he is simply returning to his old home. The work in the forest is completed, Dorothy has been captured, and the squad sets off with hot, juicy information. Cain and the high-ranking mages are cleaning up the aftermath, while the main hero moves to the next plot twist. Yuki is already planning his next move, ready to follow in the footsteps of legends. The Magic Guild captured Lord Phantom. In fact, it was a giant fantasy Gundam. Dorothy was chained in man. She looks completely exhausted even in prison, and she blabbed about 3 more lords. They confirmed that the Elysium Temple is still active, which means even more villains that our guy will take down later. Plot twist, Dorothea committed suicide immediately after the interrogation. Now, that's true dedication to the cause. In her last testimony, she says she was defeated simultaneously by a young and an old opponent, and this completely confused the guild. Yuki called the treacherous wise woman his children before finishing her off, and this leak of lore is just insane. Cain thinks it's all fake to confuse them, because he just can't comprehend that Yuki is a gigachad. And bro is already in panic. He finally realizes how truly dangerous these ancient rulers are. We rewound a few days back and found ourselves in the arena where a huge experiment was being prepared. They are going to try to activate the Phantom Lord, and if you ask me, it's just a recipe for disaster. Cain keeps everything under control, but behind him stand some old guys watching his every move. Our girl Demetra is a pilot, she drinks magical potion to boost her stats. Look at that focus. She ascends straight to mecha, and the culture in this panel is just off the charts thanks, artist. This mech is a real threat to mages. Magic doesn't work on it. It shoots life energy and absorbs their beams. Demetra is enclosed inside, and the giant robot begins to come to life with a rumble. The activation sequence begins, and Demetra looks as if she is about to enter the Matrix. Her eyes blaze red. It has come alive. This is where the real fun begins. The crowd goes wild. The legendary ancient artifact is truly moving. Elder Zamer behaves like a harsh critic. He says the experiment is premature, although it works perfectly. Cain laughed in response, saying that Exmar joined only because he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Well then, my dear son. The mages begin rhythmically chanting powerful spells, testing Mecha's defense. They launch a blazing meteor directly at it, which would normally burn any NPC to ashes in seconds. Cain worries whether Demetra can handle it with just one hand, but very soon he will see true power. Demetra simply punches the meteor. She doesn't even break a sweat. Bang, the explosion is huge, but Lord Phantom stands unshaken. She is completely unharmed. The crowd is simply shocked by the sheer power of this armor. Cain is in panic, anxiously asking Demeter if she is okay and if the blow did not hurt her. She says she did not feel anything at all. The anti-magic shell simply erased the attack before it even touched her. Zamer's eyes lit up with greed. He wants to replicate this technology for himself, a typical villain's trick. Cain knows that the old man is a mage to the bone and always chases dangerous power. They constantly test him with earthly magic, and the mecha just deflects everything like a real boss. They worry whether the secret can be kept, but Cain says that high-ranking mages have the right to be here. Cain spoke again about Yuki, saying that there is some elusive feeling coming from that boy that he simply cannot ignore. He remembers how Yuki pinned down a C-rank mage in a duel and did not even pay attention to the reward for Dorothea. Zamer tries to bribe him, thinking that he is just an illegitimate boy, but Cain knows this kid is completely different. Cain decides enough what he has seen is already enough and tries to end the experiment for today. But Zamer is not finished yet. He stops Cain. He wants to see more. He wants to see with his own eyes his offensive abilities and even puts his golem as a target for the strikes. The old man acts recklessly. He pulls out magical crystals to summon something great. He called a servant with a mad gleam in his eyes. This guy is definitely done for. Cain shouts to him, "Stop," but Zamer is already too deep in his excitement. He is terribly worried that Demetra won't cope with what this ancient old man is summoning. Zamer is eager to prove that his golem is the strongest, and you see madness on his face. A huge stone golem appears, a real machine, ready to crush any iron. That creature let out such a roar that it probably shook the entire arena. It directs its gaze at Lord Phantom, and you feel that real chaos is about to begin. The golem lunges forward like a beast, and Demetra is caught off guard. Cain shouts for her to run away, but Hammer decisively orders, "Stay and fight." Demetra is gasping and struggling. The pressure in the cabin becomes simply insane. Look into her eyes, guys, she is losing control. And this angle, the artist is definitely a cultured person. She's now smiling like a madwoman, saying that some impulse sweetly beckons she is about to snap. Yo friends, we're back with another bomb recap starting with Demetra. Although her strength is waning, she still looks like a real treat. The squad says there will be no mercy, and you already know the main hero is about to snap. Look at this giant robot. It is just tearing apart that stone golem NPC. The robot throws punches like a true gigachad, and this is no joke. One crushing blow, and that golem is finally down. Finally, the dust has settled. Our main hero and the old geezer Zamer stand, watching the bloody massacre. Zamer laughs like a madman because his scientific project actually worked, and Demeter behind is completely exhausted. The main hero tries to stop the experiment, but the old man is too mesmerized, staring at the ancient technology. Our hero could not stand it and harshly smashed the old man, mocking him for losing his composure like a total beta. Look at this explosion of energy, a real movie. The main hero does not hold back energy and directly calls the old man a sycophant to power. Finally, the old man realizes he was hallucinating and decides to stop the experiment. Demetra fainted from tension, and I see what you're looking at. These assets are truly top-notch. She is without charge, says this ancient technology is not for ordinary mortals to play with. She feels so small after the ride on that big metal beast, and honestly, mommy. This Lord Robot is a legendary ancient artifact with too much charisma for one kingdom to handle. MC feels they are stuck in real trouble. The very fact that it is in imperfect condition makes the future even scarier. We glimpse the image of the hooded Ched from the past, the one who once dealt with these creatures effortlessly. They decided to seal this metal monster like a secret boss. Zammer wants to be the one who controls everything probably. He is just looking for the WIFU mode button. Look at the waifu behind. They are just looking at this old man with judgment because of his audacity. They agree to share the research because they dream of someday building their own mecha waifu. MC extends stared onto him and forces him to swear never to use it unless another lord attacks. MC is sitting at the table again and is probably already choosing which girl to add to his harem next. He is tormented by the thought of where the other lords are hiding in this world. We see silhouettes of several top-level bosses, and they will definitely get insane plot armor. The dude is just dreaming of his own ancient artifact. He is completely desperate for upgrades. It's time to head to the library, and you know the librarian there is just a bombshell. The main character arrives with Iris and Odetta, the most exquisite dream team. He is looking for his old village furrow. 200 years of wars have completely redrawn the map. He even has a service of messenger bats that's pure vampire charisma of top level. This waifu enthusiastically tells about the village where the lord lives and really embellishes the legend. Look at this funny little face. She is totally enjoying herself. They pull out maps 150 years old to find this place. Odetta is confident that this will be an easy job. The main character has memories from past lives. But the main hero and Iris just stand silently, like complete NPCs. It turned out our host in a past life was a real homebody and almost never left his village. A flashback where he appears as a guardian god sounds cool, but in reality, he basically lived in a basement. Odetta doesn't beat around the bush and tells them to just start with everything they can remember. The main hero remembers wandering about 350 years ago, looking like a true edgelord. Then an inner sea surfaces in his memory, which he saw when heading north. He begins to draw mountains and a city on the map that he passed through. He even remembers how the guys from the Elysium Temple came from the east. The squad consulted, and the view from the summit, well, it really is very beautiful. He touches the map right here. The place is marked. There in the northeast, a small country, it is our target. Here it is. They really found it, pure cinema. The quality of the library in this place is just fire. It takes 5 days to ride there, but it's near the border, so it's dangerous. They have to travel incognito so that haters don't attack on the way. The main character wants to return to the village, where he was known as the Lord Nosferatu. Well, really cool name. MC is ready for a refreshing walk through the streets of memories. But 200 years is a very long time, and the world has already moved on. Previous wars have so devastated the world map that it is unrecognizable. A new military state has appeared, the Goyle Empire, and they clearly bring trouble. MC says to Iris, "You stay here, you are a princess, and it's too risky." She has completely withered. The poor girl so desperately wants to go with him. It's simply impossible to imagine that the princess disappeared for 10 days and the kingdom would not fall into panic. He softly told her to surrender for now and promised that he would tell the stories later. She makes him promise. She is so clingy, and honestly, it's incredibly cute. She bursts into tears, remembering how he was the first to die in his previous life and left her alone. That's a real emotional critical hit. MC gives her legendary head pats to calm her down, and it works every time. But first, exams await them. There's no escaping. They have to participate. He also needs to return the holy sword back to the dungeon, and that's a real flex. He's going to ask for a vacation, a reward for having caught that villain earlier. Look at Iris, who is pouting and so openly showing off her legs. The artists definitely knew what they were doing. She is already dreaming about the wedding and honeymoon. This girl is pushing the relationship forward rapidly. Odetta asked for permission to explore the dungeon as her reward. What a true scion she is. At this rate, she will soon become a rank C sorceress. She thanks the main character, and honestly her smile seems to protect my soul. Even Iris considers herself incredibly cool. MC knows she will use her power for good, unlike some other simps in this world. They begin to weave intrigues to raise her to the top of the magical guild so that she becomes their insider. She catches them conspiring and starts shouting she has a keen ear for trouble. But then she blushes when they start praising her pure vibrations of a solar doe. Finally, they return the maps to the librarian waifu and put a full stop. It's time to set off, prepare for the next step. Odetta gently told Yuki that she was glad. She met him not just as a god, but as her dearest friend. Even if they disappear in her heart, they will forever remain best friends. She tells him directly, "Please, don't forget this. Look at these two, their chemistry really overflows." MC blushed and buried his head in his hood, a complete beta. Departing, he promises that he definitely will not forget her while he lives. They laugh together under the sunset. This is the pinnacle of invention. Returning to the estate, he is gladly greeted by the maid-waif Marta and Remy. Rima rushes through the corridors like a little prankster, but she is so sweet that everything is forgiven. He awaits a letter from the Guild of Mages about the exam. It is a race through the dungeon in pairs to find out who is the fastest. And of course he is Paris, and Odette is with some random NPC. The dungeon is filled with dead priests sounds like the perfect place for a first date. The maids are already preparing a real feast for the road. He carefully packs his bat familiars and several pre-made blood elixirs for the journey. He glanced at the papers one last time, and his thoughts instantly flew to friends and the future. Dinner is ready, and the life of our super-strong hero looks simply stunning. Yo, how's it going? My cultured kings today we're diving again into the life of our immortal giant Yuki, and honestly, the plot thickens faster than waffles in this series. Let's start with a little flashback when he was still a tiny sprout, but already moved like the main character. Even when he was small, Yuki was already protecting his servant Martha from wild dogs like a true hero. Most kids would cry for their mom, but our guy was already ready to jump into battle, even with nature itself. He got scratched, but look at him, he's literally smiling while Martha is losing her mind. He always had that. I've been like this from the very beginning, even if he didn't have memories of his past life yet. Seeing Martha in tears really threw him off, and right there, he made a vow never to let her get that upset again. That's early-level charisma, guys. Let's jump to the present. Yuki, while being served breakfast, drops a real bomb and he's like, by the way, in my past life, I was a legendary immortal wizard and kept all my tricks. Let's give Martha some credit for a second. Look at the charms of this maid, she's the perfect candidate for the role of mom, and I don't want to hear otherwise. She's just standing there with honey like it's an ordinary Tuesday. This girl is so devoted she doesn't even blink. She was the first to officially swear her life to the Yuki Gereria Empire Real Cinema. We love seeing a queen who immediately recognizes the winner. The camera angle here is clearly for men with good taste. It lets us sneak a peek at that perfectly chosen look, and I know what you're looking at. Honestly, I am not judging you at all. Yuki is actually surprised that he takes it so easily, but Martha is completely different. She has seen so much of his crazy magic that she knows. Her master is basically a walking cheat code. He explains that since he's immortal, sooner or later he'll have to stage his death and disappear so NPCs don't start suspecting he doesn't age, and that's Chad's life lonely, but someone has to carry it. Martha starts pouring syrup on the pancakes and calls it a loyalty test basically. She's asking if she's allowed into the secret Immortals Club or if she'll be left behind. She's truly serious, ready to leave everything just to stay by his side. If you don't have a girl who's that crazy about you, then are you even winning at life? Yuki, that sincere brother, asks about her mom because he doesn't want to ruin her family life, and meanwhile our little elf Remy stands in the background, trying to keep up with the conversation. Marta pulls out the Uno reverse card, a letter from Mom. It turns out Mom has recovered and is returning to work at the mansion, so Marta is officially free to follow her beloved. Yuki was so happy that he slammed the table. Look at that sincere smile. He is a person with good taste and truly cares about his team. It's nice to see. Marta is blushing so much right now that she is bursting. His kindness clearly turns her on, and she is definitely thinking about more than just cleaning. She tries to act like a worried and serious professional, but we all know in reality, she is just happy she doesn't have to choose between mom and the master. Remy stands behind and with her last strength tries to brew tea, looking like the most precious NPC in low. I'll pay you $10 if she manages not to spill it. There was a bit of an awkward silence while they waited, probably because Yuki just realized. He just asked the girl to hide with him forever. He tells her to sit down because the Lord's spill is going to be very long soon. Grab popcorn, guys, because the backstory here is the real fire. Yuki admits that he planned to run away right after he beat up that catchall guy, because his secret identity was practically exposed. He recalls Brother Zero's and how he helps keep the secret a real Chad move from a sibling. Usually brothers in such stories only hate, but Zero's is truly one of us. It turns out Zero's is also the reason why Marta's mom returned to work, so their whole family essentially rests on the shoulders of the Gereria brothers. Marta here praises Zero's for being such a good guy, and Yuki just says, yeah, he's okay, probably, don't be jealous now, Master Yuki. And finally, she gets to the real question. How many years does she have left before he stops looking like an ordinary person? She wants to know exactly when he will stop growing and dissolve into the shadows. Yuki says he has a child's face, so he will probably look like a teenager until his mid-20s. That gives them about 10 years of normal life. Marta is already imagining her entire future, based only on those 10 years. Yuki is terribly confused, but Marta does not accept any complaints. She has already decided her fate, and our guy is just going along now. She throws that serious look at him again, the one that used to scare him even in childhood. When a woman looks like that, you just say, "Yes, ma'am," and move on. She simply shouts that she will never leave, and honestly, such passion deserves respect. Yuki realized that he can't win against her stubbornness, so he just sighed and accepted his fate. He was going to bribe her to live a normal life, but she chose adventure. Rima finally appears with tea, walking as if carrying a live bomb, and she spills it everywhere. "I told you so. She's a real klutz, but she's trying her best, okay?" Yuki strokes her head because he is the king, and Marta is just happy that the squad stays together. Marta officially decided she will follow Yuki to the ends of the earth, and even strikes a small pose to show her determination. Yuki is just amazed why she is posing so pompously, but culture simply breaks through to the outside. She says that her loyalty never loses to anyone from his past life. Now she competes with ghosts, that is dedication at the highest level. Ramai finally catches the vibe and understands. They are now a package, you don't leave one without the others. Yuki is completely exhausted from all the emotional tension, but deep down, he is warmed by the thought that he is not alone. He begins to think about how to make Martha immortal too, using some ancient artifacts. Bro is basically composing himself from immortals. He is playing the long game. On Martha's face is sincere relief. She has finally found her place. She immediately switches back to mom mode and says she has to wash Yuki's hair. "I see where this is going, and I'm all for it." Ramai says the water in the bath is boiling. Sounds a bit dangerous, but mages are made differently. Now we switch to our other waifu Odette. She's just boiling with rage. Dad sent her a letter which is pure trash. The old man essentially threatens her. Either become a sea-level mage within a year, or she will be forcibly given in an arranged marriage. What audacity from this NPC. He worries that their lineage will fall behind another duchy, so he puts his daughter forward as a political pawn, and this guy is definitely not macho. And then he moves the deadline by 6 months. Wow, Odette is now under serious pressure. She sits on the couch depressed, and honestly I just want to hug her. She deserves more than a father who treats her like a commodity. She misses her grandmother, who is actually a cool witch. In these stories, it is grandfathers and grandmothers who are real. Odetta understands that reaching rank C in 6 months is practically impossible. She is a talented girl, but it is crazy, exhausting work. She hesitates whether to ask Yuki for help. She knows he is secretly a god, and does not want to break his mask. That is what makes her a true friend. But look at that stretch. The animators definitely knew what they were doing in this frame. Moreover, tomorrow is the exam at the Great Guild of Magic, and she is terribly worried about her partner. She got a partner named Teresa, whom she has never even heard of. Hopefully, she is not a complete amateur. Odetta knows she must pass this exam, otherwise she will be sold to some random nobleman. The day of the exam comes at a place called Legion, which looks like a huge underground crater. This is where boys are separated from men. All the trainees are gathered, even Yuki and the princess. Everyone is nervous, but our guy is completely relaxed and not worried about anything. Several other students disappeared because of that earlier incident with the dead priest, and it is getting darker in the background. Yuki notices Odetta in the crowd. She is stylishly dressed, but it is clear she is nervous. Instructors appear, like typical high-level NPCs, and they are here to explain the rules of this dungeon crawl. Each is handed a map and a different route, a classic test of orientation and survival. The instructors say there are monsters, but if you can't handle them, you're a loser. That's their kind of support. They are given bracelets that can call for help, but it will hurt their scores. It's the perfect "I'm a beta" button. 10 more minutes until the start. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a holy sword. They are warned about a huge chasm leading to the 3rd layer. If you fall there, you will effectively meet your creator prematurely. Princess Iris begins to tremble lately. She has been acting a bit strange, and Yuki is already starting to notice it. She gets goosebumps just from his proximity. Is it fear, or is that legendary Riz already working? When they are alone, she asks Yuki to call her Alice. Oh, she has completely lost her mind. The princess officially claims a place in the harem. Other trainees whisper about them, calling him a gallant knight, her his princess. They are essentially the main couple of the academy. Another, Odette's partner, looks like a shy little cinnamon bun. Hopefully, she won't stumble over a stone and ruin everything. The crystals glow. It's time to move. The race has started, and everyone rushes at full speed as if their life depends on it. Look at Yuki. Instead of running away, he extends his hand to Alice. Like a true gentleman, this is the peak of Chad. They literally stroll through the dungeon as if on a date, while everyone else is sweating and desperately fighting for their lives. Absolute cinema. Other students lose their heads looking at them. How can they be so calm? because they are the main characters, UNPCs. Yuki sends his bat scouts ahead. He's playing 4D chess, while everyone else is playing checkers. As soon as they are alone, Yuki whispers that the real goal of this exam is not the grade, but a secret mission. He pulls out a replica of the holy sword that he ordered from his craftswoman. It looks just like the real one, but it's actually a fake. He explains that the real sword is connected to his past life, so he can't let the Mage Guild obtain it. His plan is to seal this fake sword in a place where no one can reach it, just to confuse history textbooks. He pours some of his blood into the replica, giving it a magical aura. Now even investigators will feel it as real. They find the place where the original was kept and cunningly prepare to swap it. This is a true deception of the highest level. He sticks the fake sword into a stone and it fits perfectly. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was King Arthur. He uses some ancient sealing magic to secure it in place. Now anyone who tries to pull it out will be in trouble. Yuki is satisfied now his secrets are safe. Only he and Alice can extract it. But then they realize, if someone really extracts it and finds out it's a fake, they will be very confused. Yuki's solution, just blame the Elysian Temple. That guy is a real threat. Blaming the church is the oldest trick in the book. Yo friends, we're back with our guy Yuki. He's here like the dream of any true gentleman, just carrying the princess through a dark cave. She clings to him as if her life depends on it, and honestly with that charisma, I'd do the same. Our main hero is just trying to stick to the exam route, but honestly he's basically already on a tour of his own harem. They came across a huge crack in the ground leading straight to the third layer, and the main hero is just irritated. What a long detour this is. But wait, the princess notices a chance to get even closer and suggests just flying over, and that hug from behind, pure cinema. Look at that smile. She's clearly head over heels for our guy. Yuki just pushes off the edge like a real macho, not a drop of sweat, even carrying extra weight. This detour saves them a lot of time, but Yuki suddenly starts to worry how are things with the others. He's thinking specifically about Odetta, because even a G-Jegachad like him knows when a waifu might be in trouble. He called his bat familiars Deka and Nell to report on what's going on around. The students barely progressed, so Yuki decided to give his bats a little blood buff to speed things up. Meanwhile, Odette looks stunning, but she begins to realize that something is seriously wrong with their route. Too many monsters appear for a simple exam, and she starts to feel that they are being led into a trap. Look at these low-level mobs trying to attack her. They really think they stand a chance against her powers. She understands that they are already near the second layer, essentially a deadly trap for anyone who is not a high-level mage. This place is famous for the fact that as soon as you perform a showy magic, hordes of monsters immediately swarm, making it a real nightmare for beginners. Odette asks her partner Therese to look at the map once more, hoping that they simply took the wrong turn. But then everything becomes strange. Reese starts behaving like a real NPC and constantly calls her Lady Odette. The atmosphere becomes colder than my ex's heart, and Odette looks at her friend with complete incomprehension. Reese began to tremble and told her that it would be better to just surrender and call for help right now. She does not stop begging her to stop, even though there is still plenty of time on the clock. And here it is, Betrayal, guys. A sudden revelation shows that the magical guild is not neutral, and they were given a fake map to lead them astray. She deliberately lured Odette into this dangerous hall, and the audacity of this move is simply madness. Odetta is completely broken and cannot believe that her own partner betrayed her like that. It turns out that Odetta's father is a complete weakling who wants to force her to marry for political gain because their family is falling behind. The old man desires status so much that he is ready to ruin his own daughter's career. Teresa cries like a true simp, saying she had no choice because she cannot go against the higher aristocracy. Odetta gradually realizes that it was her father who swapped the map just so she would fail. He even shortened her term so that she could become a rank C mage in time only to push her into that marriage. Their comm constantly whispers to her, give up, because they think the duchy will just keep coming back again and again until it gets its way. But Odetta is not some weak secondary heroine. The energy of a true main heroine is already awakening within her. She decides to return to the beginning on her own, even without the real map. Teresa loses her mind, calls it reckless, and Odetta is finally tired of that cap. She says she will follow her memory, boasting about her high IQ to match her other best qualities. She recalls how Yuki escaped from countless crazy situations and realizes she cannot let him down. If she gives up now, she knows her patron will probably laugh at her, and she is too desperate to let that happen. Suddenly she hears a squeak, something lightly pushed her, and it completely caught her off guard. The rune on the wing gives him away. It is one of Yuki's familiars, and she immediately knows the Giga Chad sent him to find her. The little bat behaves like a true bro, asking if she knows the way back. She thanks the bat for the hints, and Teresa is still standing there, looking like a background character. Teresa makes one last attempt to dissuade her, warning that the enemies of the duchy are even within the Mage Guild itself. But Odetta thinks about Yuki's past life as a legendary sage and his incredible determination. She believes that magic should make people happy, and no political marriage will ruin her mood. For a second, everything plunged into darkness as the tension finally boiled over. Out of nowhere, Teresa sharply waved her hand and launched into a sudden attack. She throws a flashbang grenade, and I swear this girl has no charisma to play so mean. A giant beam of light fills the cave and blinds everyone around. Odetta stumbled in the dark, not understanding what the hell had just happened. A loud explosion caused a terrible collapse. The passage was blocked and they were trapped. Stones are falling from everywhere, and for our girl the situation looks absolutely hopeless. Rizzy reveals her last trap and says that because of all this noise, the monsters are definitely coming now. Odetta feels disgust her supposed friend went this far just to harm her. Riz keeps apologizing constantly, but literally pushes her under a bus-true snake-like meanness. The passage is completely blocked, and the sounds of the horde echo loudly in the cave. Look at this pack of monsters breaking in here, they are hungry, and Odetta is the only snack on the menu. Riz is still lying on the ground begging her to call for help, but Odetta will never give up. She checks her magic reserves, trying to understand if there is enough fuel in the tank for the last fight. She raises her shield and shouts that she will not surrender, showing her iron determination. But then Nell the Bat Familiar flies in and is about to show everyone why you don't joke with Yuki's favorites. Bat begins to pronounce the spell Burning Meteor, and you know it's about to get hellish. A huge fiery vortex gathers strength, and the animation costs have just skyrocketed. Odette stands there completely stunned, and the cave bursts into a dazzling, total destruction. Fire magic is so insane that the whole room literally turns into an oven. Everything hisses and burns, and the horde of monsters is simply utterly destroyed. The scale of this attack is shocking, as if a tactical nuclear bomb exploded in the basement. The fire cleared the entire corridor, leaving only ashes and regret for the monsters. Look at that wolf, how it is being burned. This is real cinema, guys. The last embers fade, the threat is completely neutralized. Det stands in the middle of the room, covered in ash, and is stunned, unable to comprehend how such a tiny bat could possess such power. She immediately understood. This is a mid-level spell, something only the strongest mages can create. She realizes that Yuki's familiars are as broken as he is, and honestly, it's no longer surprising. About the wolf and the wolf, the host finally appears and is still carrying the princess on his back, as if it's no big deal. He acts as if nothing happened, calmly asking what occurred, although his bat just committed a war crime in the next room. The princess listened to the whole story, and her face grew cold when she looked at the traitor. Odette looks exhausted, but relief is visible in her eyes. Gigachat appeared to save the day. The princess is shocked. Such corruption is happening right under the nose of the Magic Guild. Praman falls to his knees and crawls humbly, begging the princess for forgiveness. She says she cannot reveal details. The duchy will destroy her family. Honestly, it's pathetic to see her cry like this after she tried to drag someone into debt. The princess will not tolerate this and orders a full investigation to be conducted in her name. She asks Odette if she minds that during the trial, her father's name will be smeared. Odette only bows and tells her, "Do as you wish," officially breaking ties with her toxic family. But then her legs begin to give way. The adrenaline finally subsides. She falls to the ground with a dull thud, and the host immediately runs over to check on his top waifu. She laughs at herself, how pathetic she is, trembling, and it's all already over. She looks at Yuki with those eyes that seem to say, "I am your eyes," and thanks him for coming to save her. Yuki, like a true host, tries his best to give all the credit to the princess. The princess begins to cry and begs to be pampered just a little more, and honestly, this is the real mood. Yuki explains that he only sent the bats because the princess behaved selfishly and wanted to go on reconnaissance herself. He tells Odette that there's no need to thank him, as if he hadn't just saved her entire future. Odette burst out laughing and couldn't stop. These two looked simply ridiculous. The princess looks embarrassed, but in reality she is just happy because the mood is normal again. Odette realizes that these two don't care at all about status or appearance, they are simply pure souls. She calls her father a fool for worrying so much about a political marriage when true power looks like this. Then she drops a real bomb asking if she can become a resident of Yuki's place when he builds his own house. She understands that her true feelings have just burst out, grabs her mouth, but it's already too late. Yuki looks worried, probably thinking about how many more girls will try to move into his house. The princess reminds her that she was first in line, so Odetta has to wait her turn. Odetta realizes that the demands to become his resident are probably crazy, but she is ready to accept this challenge. Yuki is already thinking about how to find ancient items that could help his future village. He always thinks 10 moves ahead, a true culture enthusiast and master planner. Odetta decided to use her title as the Duke's daughter in her own way to support him. She feels as if her future has finally been decided, and honestly, she chose the best possible path. Let's start this madness with a big drama. Odetta's father, Duke Slay, is officially destroyed. The magical guild does not joke with this old man after he tried to interfere with the exams. The summons just arrived, and basically it says, "Bro, you're done for meddling in the guild's affairs." Look at this man's face. He knows he is about to lose everything because the princess and the general are personally after his head. He reads the fine print and realizes that his political career is more dead than my social life. His reputation and pride literally shatter into pieces like a cheap glass vase, and honestly, you rejoice at this. Ordinary people are already gossiping that he was ready to put his own daughter at risk just for power. Meanwhile, our waifu Teresa with short hair got off with a light punishment because she was essentially just a pawn in this mess. The Duke is so scared that he pretends to be sick to avoid the challenge. That's a pure beta move if I've ever seen one. He even wrote a letter, swearing to leave Odette alone forever, and that's the only sensible thing he's done so far. Odette finally broke free from that toxic home, and now shines a true 10. Check out these details in the art of the new chapter. This series has strong culture, guys. Odette sips tea like a non-drinking mom, and is happy that dad is so embarrassed he doesn't show up in public. Cute waifu appeared in our story, and our guy Yuki is just enjoying himself as his reputation soars. Odette, and now she really receives love letters from fans because her charisma is off the charts. Yuki is happy that the drama has quieted down for at least 5 minutes, and he can finally calmly drink tea. But this calm doesn't last. Odette decides to join Yuki on his next big journey. Sudden flash of memory about what happened at the exam to remind how crazy everything was back then. Odette asks Yuki if he will be busy after the exams, and it is clear that she is head over heels in love with our main hero. She invites him to go with her to a village near the kingdom's border to find something important. She sincerely admits that she just wants to escape from the scandal that engulfed her family and clear her head. Yuki agrees to go because he is a Chad, and Teresa in the background simply radiates vibe. Then a woman in a mask appears, exuding strong motherly energy. I bet you $10 she will become important. Odette is a little embarrassed, but she is ready for the adventure. Fortunately, there are a few good people nearby who have their backs while they are about to set off. Meanwhile, we look in on young Mr. Jer. He is now sulking in his room like a true NPC. His butler is earnestly persuading him to go see a friend, but the guy is stuck in his own feelings. Just then Gilvan bursts in like a true gigachad and yells at him, "Stop being a loser and get up." Gilvan is here. He came unofficially, just to check on his friend. He throws Gaia a book as a keepsake, probably hoping that the child will finally learn real magic. Gilvan heard that Jair is still closed off, and decided that he needs to return to reality. Gaia is actually traumatized and afraid to use magic after that last plot twist dragged her in. He recalls how Yuki intervened and defeated that spirit priest to save his skin. Gilvan talks about his strict Marquis family and how his father would simply hate it if he bowed to anyone of lower rank. He knows that rumors about the Duchy of Slay are spreading at social parties like wildfire. But Gilvan is real, and she thinks these rumors are outright lies. He even apologized for putting Gaia in danger and that is real character development for him. He tells Jair that he recognized true mastery and magic in him and does not intend to abandon him. Gaia looks like she is about to cry from all this bromance energy. Gilvan insists that he should not quit his Studicere talent, will one day be a huge advantage in the future. The butler is literally sobbing in the corner because Gilvan is simply a legend. They start talking over tea about something they call the Lord, and it sounds like a real movie. Gilvan's brother is a rank C mage, and lately he has been dropping very hot, spicy information. They say they found an ancient artifact, a giant armor that can withstand magic. It's literally a fantasy mech, and I'm thrilled by it. But here we see Prince Cain approaching the sealed warehouse, and he looks like he's up to something bad. He greets Demeter behind those bars. She looks like the perfect waifu with short hair. Cain is obsessed with the idea of seeing that legendary ancient thing they hid. Demeter tries to convey to him that ancient magic is meant to expand human capabilities, not just be a weapon. Cain asks real questions, for example, what happens if you have an inexhaustible supply of magical energy? He kind of says that with enough mana you would become an invulnerable god. This Lord Armor is not just a tool, it transforms people into something beyond human. But the paradox is that once someone actually managed to defeat this creature, Kane believes that the previous pilot was just a simp and was not suitable for this machine at all. He set out on a mission to find his own master, whom he could fully control. His faction is already advancing in creating replicas, but he strives for true power. He thoughtfully wonders if somewhere there is someone who can truly handle the original Lord. He is essentially looking for a person whom he cannot control, and that smells like a real disaster. He wants to find the best mage in the world and talk to him about the secrets of the craft. Demetra just looks at him, probably thinking that this prince has completely lost his mind. Kane opens the gates with radiant magic, looking like a true villain just being born. He is ready to give everything just to meet the most powerful mage. He is eager to find out how a person with such power sees the world. Demetra raised her eyes to the sky and asked herself, will that day ever really come? Returning to our main team, Yuki packs his things, and the maid and Marta wave goodbye to him. Odette is ready to set off, but let's admire her outfit for at least a second simply fire. Their goal is Tavrius Erildum, far to the north, right near the border. They jump into a horse-drawn carriage and set off on a long journey through wild, uninhabited terrain. Yuki thought about the Lord Nosferatu, about how he must be waiting for them. The city in the distance looks tiny as they head into the unknown. The journey will take 3 days by carriage, then by boat, and 1 more day on foot. Odette checks the map and looks very cute doing it. Yuki casually threw a bold remark, saying he walked the same road 350 years ago. He doesn't like boats because he doesn't want to get wet, and honestly, that's the most understandable thing about him. As for them, they decided to rest in the 3rd town to make the most of the first day. But Yuki has an idea on how to make the trip even faster. A self-satisfied smile shines on his face. It's clear he's about to use magic that will break the whole game. Suddenly, some NPC adventurer puts a hand on Yuki's shoulder and acts like a real badass. This guy thinks they are just protected trainees who will soon be torn apart by monsters. He grimly warns them about monsters beyond the walls that are unimaginable. Yuki asks for specifics with that look in his eyes that clearly says he is going to put an end to this man's career. Our guy has been hunting monsters since before this guy's great-grandfather was born. The NPC burst out laughing and admitted that he actually hadn't seen any monsters. What a clown. He recalled a rumor about a monster that walks in real armor. It's a huge beast that wanders the wild spaces night after night. And the idea of an armored monster clearly interested Yuki. They arrive at the town and decide to leave before dawn to avoid meeting more NPCs. Look at Odette, she sleeps so peacefully. I look at her respectfully. She wakes up, yawns, and looks incredibly cute while they prepare to leave. But Yuki does not want to be seen by people, so he came up with a special plan for their journey. He says to Odette, climb on my back, and I know you are all very jealous of our main hero right now. He fastened her tightly so she wouldn't fly off when he steps on the gas. The city stands empty, as if holding its breath while they prepare for takeoff. Yuki activates Boosted Double, and you see magical circles shining on his palms. Odette's face when the G-force hits her is simply priceless. They rush so wildly that they leave sonic booms right in the middle of the street. He activates the flying skill and takes off into the sky with a powerful jump. He pushes off the roof like a true ninja, gaining even more speed. They rise higher and higher, leaving the ground far below. The wind blows Odette's hair as they soar through the night sky. This is real cinema. They literally fly over the entire region. Odetta is simply thrilled and not even afraid because Yuki is a true legend. And she feels as if in a dream, flying towards the first light of dawn. If they keep this up, they will reach the village in less than 3 days. Even the familiar, the flying fox, barely keeps up with Yuki's crazy speed. He plans to jump again every time they approach the ground to stay in the air. The sun begins to rise, and the view simply takes your breath away. Odetta looks back at Yuki, and there is so much genuine admiration in her eyes. She says this is the best trip of her life, and honestly, having such a Chad as Yuki as your personal jetpack is the pinnacle of life goals. Yo guys, let's start with a nice view of the seagulls, because it looks like today we're at the beach. We are approaching a port town connected to the inland sea, and honestly, the atmosphere here is just incredible. Our guy Yuki is here with his blonde waifu Odetta, and they just landed in the town of Gazanin. Look at this city, it's really huge, but I would bet that rent here is still cheaper than in my studio apartment. Ships bustle here, so everything looks like a real fantasy harbor. Yuki catches the sea breeze like a true Chad, and Odetta tells him to stay in the shadows. He is too conspicuous. It's crowded with NPCs, adventurers, and merchants, a real goldmine for side quests. Yuki's inner voice starts again, and he nostalgically recalls that 50 years ago this was just a dump. He notices a street stall with fried squid. Honestly, just looking at it makes me hungry. Even his wife, who can't resist treats, also desperately wants street food. Yuki tries himself as a food critic and immediately notices that spices in this era are much better. He realizes, although the world has gone through wars, human culture has still brought some progress. Bro dreams that flying ships have already been invented because he's too lazy to walk or sail everywhere. Wait, there are two tiny bats sitting in his cloak dike and cliff, just resting like real legends. He literally feeds them squid rings and boasts that these bats can count. I can't even do my taxes, but these bats are already tallying. In the morning, they try to catch a ferry, but something tells me the plot is about to interfere with their plans. Look at that sparkling water, a real movie, but where, damn it, are all the ships? They approach the reception and they're shocked. The ships aren't running and it's a complete failure. Look at the receptionist, she is so sweet, but brings bad news. Everything is forbidden. Yuki is confused. Why stop grinding at all and close the port? All the sailors just sit gloomy and depressed because now they are left without work. It turns out a monster appeared on land, and sea monsters are just going crazy. The mayor had to close everything until the situation calms down. Sounds like a job for our host. The receptionist barely holds back panic. Businesses are closing, and the land route takes a full 20 days. Yuki boasts again about his grandfather's wisdom. He knows about caravan routes from his past life. The lady notices they're wizards, and her eyes flash as if she just saw GigaChat. She tells them, run to the Adventurers Guild, there you will learn the whole truth about what is happening. She points them toward the guild, and Yuki is already spinning his next move in his head. The squad is sitting on the bench, exhausted and tense. 20 days on the road have become a real nightmare. Odetta is very worried that she will have to be away from the capital for so long. She has a ton of things to do, you know. Yuki has that look in his eyes that usually means someone is about to get it. He says, all right, we'll fly over the sea, and Odetta is trying hard to keep him grounded. He starts telling his plan, and Odetta already regrets all her life choices. Bro has the most powerful crossing technique. He literally throws planks into the air and jumps on them as if playing Minecraft in creative mode. He remembers trying this 350 years ago and terribly failed, falling into the water like a complete simp. Odetta categorically refuses. She won't drown for his TikTok stunt under any circumstances. Then he suggests using bats as steps, and she goes, that's inhuman, you're a monster. She wants to use common sense at least once in this manga. That's almost a rarity. Yuki is still focused on solving the monster problem, so the others can just get in the boat like normal people. He asks distrustfully whether a member of the Magic Guild can even take tasks from the Adventurers Guild. Odetta reveals several secrets about the cooperation between guilds. She is the real brain behind the whole operation here. It turns out the Mages Guild constantly takes on tasks because the nobles simply love to show off. If you work well, you will get an excellent rating. It's like a 5-star review on Uber. Get 3 of those and you can become a high-ranking mage, so you'll have to work hard. They decide to rush to the port and find this guild before the end of the day. They arrive at the Adventurers Guild branch in the town of Gazanin, and it looks quite ordinary. Yuki compares it to the security of his old village. There was basically only him, and this is clearly too powerful. The door opens. Time to check if the local adventurers are really of a different caliber. They enter as if they own the place, but inside they are clearly not welcomed. A bunch of tough guys look at them as if they just walked into the wrong neighborhood. Yuki is puzzled. Mages shouldn't be so rare, and these people look like they've seen a ghost. They approach the counter and ask about the monster that is ruining everyone's day. The receptionist waifu is like, don't do this, girl, warning Odette to stay away from this trouble. She becomes really serious, looks them straight in the eyes, as if she knows they are about to be killed. She asks if they are rank A or B, and you already know, our guy officially hasn't risen that high yet. She tells them that everyone whose ranks are below sea level is just prey for this land monster. The monster is on the other side of the steppe, so the main road is still open. She almost begged them not to try to be heroes. It's a suicide mission. Odette understands that partnership with the guild is just a facade if they even refuse to provide information. The wounded adventurer steps forward and tells them that mages against this beast are a terrible choice. The whole guild is full of torn, broken adventurers who were clearly put on their backs. It seems that against this thing, you only have a chance if you rely on pure, brute physical strength. And here's the most interesting part, magic doesn't work on it at all. On the waif's face is pure shock, as if she just found out that magic is useless in a manga about magic. The receptionist says that at first they didn't know what to call it, but now they understand what it is. Look at this armed ogre, just look at the size of this incredible machine. Yuki and the dead are retreating, probably thinking about how they will outsmart this boss. This ogre terrorizes the livestock and has practically taken over the entire mountain area. The adventurers had a plan: strike with long-range magic, then rush in and finish it off, but everything quickly went awry. The ogre pulled out a shield and deflected the magic as if it were nothing, a true gigachad move. The sorceress in their group says her magic simply dissolved as soon as it touched that shield. It is completely armored, and that giant shield makes it a real walking tank. They have already sent for the magic guild at the army, but who knows when they will finally show up. The receptionist tells them to just wait for the pros, but it's clear to everyone Yuki is not the type to do that. Depressing gloom prevails in the guild. Everyone is just silently eating their soup. Odetta begins to realize that this is much more serious than a simple delay on the road. Yuki just froze, staring at the picture of the ogre, and I feel I've seen this before. In his previous life, he fought such creatures, so he knows. An ogre with a shield that cancels magic is a real nightmare. He asked where the village was, and you can see from his eyes that he's already planning to ignore all warnings. Traveler dude, I told you it's dangerous there. Are you deaf or what? Yuki gives them the classic excuse: I just want to look at the place, like a tourist or something. The guild basically says, fine, go and die, we can't stop you. They leave the guild. Odette is already sighing, but she knows Yuki will break the rules. She warns him if he doesn't get an official request, his kill won't be counted. Yuki says he wants to help everyone, but he has that sly look on his face. And then he drops a bombshell. Actually, he doesn't intend to conquer the ogre at all. They reach a cozy hotel, and Yuki immediately plops face first onto the bed, pure vibe. He can't get out of his head how the ogre's shield made the magic just disappear. This reminds him of the Phantom Armor Lord, whom he fought earlier. He also suppressed magic. Odette connects the facts together and looks completely shocked. She understands that the Elysium Temple might be involved with this ogre, and that is real trouble. Yuki explains that the shield is a copy of an ancient artifact, and he eagerly wants to get this sweet information. He tries to convince her that it is not dangerous, but look at that arrogant smile, he is clearly lying. He says, I will go alone, you stay and rest, but she categorically disagrees. Odette stands up and says she will go with him to support him, the best wife, to confirm this. Yuki thinks she is too sincere, but he secretly is glad she is nearby. He yawns, but in his head he is already spinning a plan to go to the ruined village and get the needed information from there. They will sneak in at night while the bats are sleeping. The wife who rushed into this without looking back, and the night mission got the green light. They reach the village. It is completely destroyed, as if a war had passed through here. And then in the darkness appeared two shining eyes, and everything became truly serious. In the middle of the ruins stands a huge beast, and it seems ready for battle. Yo friends, we're back with another bomb track. Our guy is enjoying to the fullest, and these NPCs are barely breathing. We start with a relaxed night sky, but you feel something wild is about to happen. It seems the whole village was just baked by some giant force, and the property damage is just insane. Our main hero appears with his blonde wife Odette, who is tightly clinging to his back. Honestly, I am a bit jealous of how she holds on. What a lucky guy he is. The gate is smashed to pieces, and it's suspected that an armed ogre did it. He had the audacity to tear this place apart. Odette sniffs around like a real treat, even when she's nauseated by the monster's foul breath. The main hero tries to get some information, but the village resembles a ghost town. Everyone who had a head on their shoulders has already fled. Suddenly, his bat familiars bring a tiny puppy trembling like a leaf. Look at this little fluffball. It's terrified. Odette loses her mind because the informant is literally a dog, but hey, don't underestimate the charm of a good pup. This puppy here tries to look fierce and growls, acting like a real gigachad in a tiny body. He barks with all his might, probably telling them that he is the main hero of his own story. It turned out that the peasants left him behind when they fled for their lives. What a beta energy from people, seriously. The MC understands that this little guy really stood up against a huge armed ogre, and this is real cinema. We have a flashback with the ogre, and this dude is just packed with muscles and armor. Look at those gains. The peasants were all screaming and running away, and this tiny puppy actually charged at that monster like a legend. The poor boy was kicked through the whole village straight to the real one. He did everything he could. Even after he was beaten, he crawled back and barked again. This dog has incredible determination. Returning to the present, the puppy cries and growls, and it's clear he's hurting from betrayal and loss. The MC is a true connoisseur, so he decides to give the dog a chance for such a sweet, sweet revenge. He offers the dog some of his special blood to turn him into a familiar, and things will get hot from here. Lick this and y'all become my familiar, he says, and honestly, well, that's one way to start a contract. The puppy licks his finger and that's it. The deal is sealed, and Odette in the background looks like she's judging all his life choices. Immediately the dog heals and gets excited, calls him master, and wags his tail like crazy. The main character asks Odette to say her name, and she freezes. Sudden responsibility throws her off track. She chooses the name Garm after the mythical demonic dog, and it's really a very cool move. The puppy is simply delighted and receives wonderful head pats. I know some of you would kill to be that dog right now. The MC casts some cleansing magic, finished his healing, and now it's time to hunt that green-skinned idiot. Garm points them toward the mountains, and you just know, the boss fight is very close. The dog leads the assault. Look at him. He rushes forward with the energy of a true main character. He moves so fast that even the MC is impressed. Being a familiar really gave him a huge buff. They head to the inner sea, and the intrigue thickens faster than a bowl of oatmeal. Garm caught a scent near the cliffs, proving he is the best tracker in the game. Odette worries about the ogre's strongest shield, and honestly, she looks pretty sturdy in that cloak. The main character suddenly starts pontificating about Vassi's most powerful spear and strongest shield, acting as if he has 200 Q. He has a holy sword, but he's afraid to use it. What if it breaks? That's a true gear collector. The bats noticed that something was flying towards the sea, and excitement rose to the limit, as if everything around was boiling. Our duet is soaring over the landscape. The view is incredible, but Odette's reaction is even better. They see an ogre on the ship below. It's time to create real chaos. This ogre is a true titan. Even among his own, he is a giant, clearly regularly working out in the gym. The ship is stuck there. No port is visible nearby to me. This is very suspicious. The main character recalled some legends about sea monsters, and combining facts in his head looks incredibly cool while doing so. He is intently watching the battlefield, ready to smash this ogre's career to pieces. Odette doesn't understand why they are stopping, but MC is just different. He is wired differently. But he came up with some random excuse about a walk and a supposedly found ogre, just to jump into the thick of the fight. He rushes right inside, and the soldiers below lose their heads because suddenly some guy appeared. The warriors try to act tough to protect Milady, but next to our guy they look like ordinary NPCs. The ogre lets out a roar that made most people almost pee themselves, but MC didn't even blink. He hits the ground, shock waves spread everywhere, and the soldiers look like pathetic losers. The guards are simply blown away. Their weapons are powerless against this monster. The ogre literally breaks their swords with his shield. This guy has serious plot armor. MC landed, and with a spark in his voice, told Odette that he had already found the answer to the riddle about the spear and shield. The winner is quantity, he says, and hovering in the air looks like a real boss. He pulls out his new magic wands, and his bro waves too as if in a VR game. We are briefly shown a flash of memories about the girl researcher who created them. She is a bit of a nerd, but definitely cultured. She didn't even let him pay for the wands. She clearly lost her mind because of the magic of our main hero. Back to the action, the main hero says, if there is only one strongest shield, he will simply unleash 1,000,000 spears. He will just bombard it with ordinary magic until this ogre turns to ashes. The soldiers lie on the ground and cry because they feel useless, while MC is about to make a move like a true pro gamer. He faces the ogre, and the height difference is just funny. The feeling of Divavis Goliath. He begins to sing a spell, calls creatures of light, and prepares the strike of the Ifrit. Everywhere huge fiery flashes explode. This is exactly why we came, guys. Pure cinema. The fire swirls like a hurricane, and the images are the true pinnacle of manga. The ogre hides behind the shield and thinks the heat is not scary for him. He really smirks behind that shield. What audacity this monster has. The magic disappears. The ogre rejoices. He is sure he has won, but in reality, he is just being tricked. Det landed and sharply commanded the soldiers, "Get out of my way, you are trash." She introduces herself as Odette Slay from the Magic Guild, and you immediately feel that motherly energy. Another aristocrat, Natasha Tordias, is shocked by her appearance. It seems we have a new waifu now. Natasha looks at the main hero with those, save me, eyes, and he is clearly already gathering a harem. The little noblewoman runs back and forth, frightened, and honestly, she is so cute. They explain how they ended up here because of the monsters attack, a classic, damsel in distress situation. Odetta orders them to flee to the sea, while she and MC take on the hard work. MC just stands with an outstretched hand, as if about to drop the hottest mixtape of the year. The ogre is still confident. He repelled the first wave, but will soon face harsh reality. The main character suddenly realizes the shield only covers the front, and he already has a plan to hit the opponent where it hurts. Bang! A powerful explosion hits the ogre from behind, and he now looks completely bewildered. He stumbles around, and his face is priceless. He realizes he is not the main character. MC's rods hang in the air, sparkling, charging with electricity. This is a risk of the highest level. The ogre looks around as if asking, where did this come from? And honestly, he looks like he's done for. Smoke and sparks fly everywhere as the main character prepares for his next big move. The ogre tries to swing the shield, but for our guy, he is too slow. Even the bat familiar bursts into action, shouting Ifrit, and looking way cooler than a bat should. 8 Ifrit blow, MC says with crazy, fiery energy, as if just ordering a burger. A giant pillar of flame engulfed the ogre. Look at that damage. It's definitely a critical hit. The ogre screams in agony. The fire keeps burning. That's a bad working day for you. He barely manages to keep his shield raised, but blows are raining down on him from all sides. His armor finally begins to crack under the pressure. The strongest defense is falling apart. The plate armor literally crumbles from his body, and the aristocrats on the ship watch as if at a movie premiere. MC notices that the shield is still intact, and that's great, because he definitely wants to take it later. The ogre is now just boiling with rage, lets out one last desperate roar, and charges into attack. MC is just relaxing, and says it's time for the finale. He's about to end this guy's career. A magical rune shines on his hand, and it seems he's about to start some illegal experiments. He combines 2 different runes to double the power. That's pure genius. He mixes the Ifrit strike with the power of earth magic of molten lava. Say no more, bro. Simultaneous activation. The main character now literally looks like a god. Energy flows through him. The whole world begins to shake, and the earth is about to split open to swallow this fool. The ogre charges into attack, but in fact runs straight to his own funeral. The earth reddens and cracks open. This is magic on the level of the end of the world. As if from beneath the earth, giant spikes of molten rock burst out, and it looks incredibly fierce. The ogre found himself right in the very vortex of events. There is no way for him to survive now. Det looks from the ship with her jaw dropped. Even she did not know he could be this unreal. The ogre literally burns and is pierced at the same time. Well, this is over the top. He falls to the ground, twitches and smokes like a grilled steak. Rest in pieces, fool. The entire area is a solid crater of scorched earth, and the MC stands in the middle as if nothing happened. The nobles are completely delighted, calling him a brave and powerful mage, while he is probably just thinking about lunch. The MC is simply happy that his experiment succeeded. He is fanatical about how cool ancient magic is. A true Chad. Yo, what's up, my cultural kings? We're back with a mega hit. Our guy Yuki is turning the world into his playground after smashing that armed ogre. Look at the atmosphere of this wasteland. It already looks like the final boss even before the tutorial ends. Yuki examines the loot and acts as if lifting a huge legendary shield is just another Tuesday at the gym. He wonders whether it's an ancient artifact or just a top-tier replica, but honestly, the dude is so powered up that he could probably kill a god with a wooden spoon anyway. But wait, something shiny rolls out from the remains of the ogre, and in stories like this, if it glows and is round, it's either an incredible upgrade or a one-way ticket to get roasted. Yuki looks at that mysterious orb the way I look at freshly baked pizza at 1:30 in the morning. It's a red crystal, but the darkness is so thick that without a light source, you can't make out its stats. As it turned out, this thing was literally the heart of the armed ogre, and if you ask me, that's wildly metal. Yuki decides to use his hacking skill later to check what kind of broken wrist this thing has. Meanwhile, by the carriage, the princess sits offended, hugging a pillow tightly. A real mood. Odette appears with a new waifu in tow, and God, look at her design. There's serious competition for the title of best girl here. Here is Lady Natasha Torias, the eldest daughter of the count, and she looks like she just stepped off a luxurious runway. Yuki just takes it all in, probably counting how many more noble ladies he can add to his collection before the ship sinks. Natasha is insanely grateful and bowed respectfully to our guy, because he basically saved her entire bloodline from becoming ogre food. Yuki pretends to be modest, but we know he enjoys the attention, and at the same time is racking his brain on how to get that damn heavy shield back into the city. In the morning, he asks them to give him a ride to Gazan, and it's basically VIP escort, a reward for a job well done. Natasha is thrilled by how cunning our guy is, and honestly, there's already chemistry sparking between them. They plan to head to the royal capital to report the ogre to the magical guild. Sounds like a bunch of paperwork hassle that I would definitely skip. The plan is to cross the inner sea, so we are in for an arch on a boat, and you know what that means. Beach episodes are already on the horizon, guys. Natasha hands over a necklace. As a token of gratitude, it looks like a top accessory and probably adds about 50 to our style. She insists, take it, saying that in this economy saving a life is worth more than some jewel. Suddenly the dog harm bursts onto the scene again, as if he is the main character of his own anime. Yuki tells the girls to wait. He needs to do some detective work before they leave. The squad reaches the mountain peak, and the atmosphere instantly becomes truly eerie. Harm prowls here with a 5-star nose, sniffing out the ogre's lair, and honestly he's a better tracker than most NPCs I know. Odetta looks skeptical. She only sees stones, but our Yuki knows the intrigue is only intensifying. Here there are only a bunch of rocky mountains, but we all know in such a place there is always a secret dungeon hidden somewhere. Garm starts scratching the wall as if a treat is hidden behind it, and this loyal dog never lies. Yuki understands that these are hidden doors, and his mystical blood trembles from the scent of mystery. These are magical doors with a seal, made to blend in with the mountain-true architectural mastery of the highest level. Yuki suddenly sees a flash of memories from a past life. He made a secret room just because of his passion for medical records, and we simply adore him for that. So he compares his former secret hideout with this ogre's lair, while Odette just looks embarrassed. It's time to show real gamer moves. Yuki starts the hacking process to bypass the security system. He confirms it is locked by some medium-level magic, which for a Chad like him is child's play. System analysis says that the wall is held by adhesion magic and movement magic. Success, he disables the lock and pours his mana into the system, as if speeding up a computer. It becomes clear to him that only authorized monsters or humans could open this, which means the ogre had some suspicious roommates. He places his hand on the wall, and you can almost hear the sound. Access granted. He asks Odetta to extend a helping hand to him, and she is ready to take on the task. She activates an enhanced buff. Look at that determination. She is not just pretty, she is also strong. They both put all their strength, and with one powerful jerk push the stone. The wall began to move back under a heavy rumble. It sounded like a real movie. And suddenly a secret passage opened inside. It is dark and dangerous. They step into the nest, and it is so large that even a giant ogre could stand here without hitting his head. It is a complete mess of broken swords and junk, like the Brotherhood's house after wild weekends. Yuki comes across a rotten table, a strange thing for an ogre, unless he worked in an office from 9 to 5. He comes across the remains of an old book, but the pages have almost crumbled to dust. Only the cover remains, but in the world of magic the cover itself is a reason for a plot. This is the first sacred scripture of the Elysium Temple. It sounds like a nonsense full of legends that will later cause a lot of trouble. Odetta is simply going crazy. This place turned out to be a secret hideout of a cult that has existed for 200 years. Yuki suddenly realizes this rural place was once a major trading hub, simply perfect for a villain's lair. Garm caught 2 more human scents, so the ogre did not live alone. He had guests. There were definitely 2 more with that monster, and I would bet my life that they didn't come for tea and cookies. Yuki puts all the pieces together and suddenly understands. These very people gave the ogre his equipment. One of them was probably Dorothea Samuelson, and when the truth came out, Odetta looked as if she had just seen a ghost. Turned out Dorothea and her partner were conducting experiments on the ogre, as if creating a super soldier or just torturing him. Yuki decides, as soon as they return, he will write a letter to the guild and let the professionals handle the cleanup. Bad situation, but our guy is cold-blooded, calm, and collected, like a true gigachat. Since the ogre is already cooked, the nest is now officially free. Yuki returns to Garm and says he is free to return to the village, but the dog is too loyal to just let him go. Garm says his mother taught him to repay, and honestly, this dog has more honor than most villains in this series. Yuki smiles, and you know it's official, the team just got a permanent mascot. He reviews Gorm's characteristics. This little guy has good potential, but soon we will see a huge upgrade. Garm sniffed Yuki and suddenly realized that he still carries that strange ogre heart crystal. Yuki pulls it out, and from this thing, wild energy bursts out. Odetta is afraid of that ominous atmosphere, and Yuki is simply curious. He breaks the crystal and splits it to see what is really happening inside. Inside is an extremely concentrated magical power, but it is wrapped in a madness curse. He explains that this thing is essentially a material for class upgrading with great risk. It gives incredible power, but turns you into a mindless beast. Odetta suddenly understood why the ogre was a real tank, and no wonder she is scared. A cunning gleam appears in Yuki's eyes. He wants to tinker with this forbidden material. He thinks it's okay to take the loot after all. They are still doing a service for the guild. Odetta worries about how dangerous it is, and Yuki is already 5 steps ahead. He gently thanks and praises her for her care, but in his head, a purification ritual plan is already forming. He pretends to be a hero of justice, says that evil must not be allowed to use him, but we know in reality he just needs a buff. He uses his mystical blood to neutralize the curse, and this is a true flex of his super powerful abilities. After the cleansing, the crystal shone like a diamond. Now it is a pure enhancement item. Yuki shines with a smile and says that it is safe now, and Odetta mockingly teases him, how well he speaks, but his actions are completely different. She throws in his face, "You are just a spinner who only wanted a new toy." Garm starts tapping Yuki's leg because he wants to taste that shining new buff. The dog literally begs to become stronger. He has a real mood to work and grow. But Yuki, holding the puppy, pondered and decided that Garm's body can withstand the purified energy. He allows Garm to lick the crystal and tells him to savor it slowly, like fine wine. Garm begins to glow as if he is about to become a Super Saiyan, and the crystal dissolves in the light. Everything goes smoothly, and Yuki watches the development like a proud dad. The light blinds, and Odetta cannot believe her eyes. Boom Harm turned into a high Morse dog, and his stats just skyrocketed. Harm is on the rise, and Yuki gives him a thumbs-up absolute cinema, guys. Odetta is bone-tired from that insane amount of chaos you packed into one night. Yuki suggests that Harm now become Odetta's personal bodyguard. That's really brotherly. He reminds her that she was the one who named the dog, so now they are bound forever. Harm looks at her with those big good boy eyes, and Odetta finally loses to this cuteness. She gives in and gently strokes his head as they prepare to head back to the ship. They finally set off towards Torius Araldum, and things start to improve, but just at the moment they were leaving, Odetta suddenly steps on something hard in the ground. A bronze coin in her hand, but she has never seen one like this in this kingdom. It is not local currency. Its quality is too high to have been minted by the coinage of some minor lord. Yuki wonders, is it really something from 200 years ago, or did a wizard bring it from somewhere far away? Odetta decides to keep this as a hint for herself, and you understand this will lead to a new questline. Yuki seals the cave again with magic capable of moving mountains because he is a pro at this. He even moves the key point so that the original owners cannot return inside. That's a pro gamer move for you. Everyone is exhausted after a long night of break-ins, dog evolution, and raids on nests. The sun slowly rises above the horizon, painting the sky a wonderful finale to a successful mission. Yuki contemplates the investigation and is pleased with the interesting results. Suddenly he realizes the purified crystal together with his blood could become the key to something crazy. He thinks about the possibility of making other people immortal, bro. He is literally playing God. Odetta shouted to him, "Stop dreaming and catch up with the rest of the group." He smiled mockingly, knowing that the most important thing now is to scare the village. The ship is ready to depart, and the next arc is about to begin. Yo, how's it going, my cultural kings? We're back with something new, and I'll tell you the plot is finally starting to give us what we signed up for. Everything begins with a huge ship entering the harbor, and you already know something big is about to happen. The locals go crazy. They just found out that the legendary armed ogre was simply baked. NPCs are literally glitching because they can't believe that 2 apprentices and a noble lady survived after a monster that even magic doesn't affect. Odette on the cover looks simply delicious, and honestly, if she called me her master, I would instantly lose my head. The guild stared at this gigantic shield as if it were the Holy Grail or something, probably because it looks insanely expensive. Everyone is begging Yuki to reveal his secret ingredient, probably hoping for some advanced strategy or ancient forbidden technique. And our guy Yuki just stunned them with pure audacity, like, I just aimed where they didn't block, and honestly, this makes the NPCs look like total weaklings. Odette tries to save Riz, explaining that he used familiars to confuse the enemy and presents it as if everything was carefully planned, although in reality it was not like that at all. Yuki is just standing with a tiny bat on his head, like a real brat, and his fame doesn't even embarrass him. He started spinning a story about how they accidentally got lost and saved Lady Natasha, the most classic excuse of a main hero. The locals now just make heroes out of them because they saved the Count's daughter and no one died. Natasha is safe and sound, and the non-player characters sighed with such relief that they almost give Yuki their first children. The crowd is still going crazy over that shield, calling it ancient because it is literally undamaged after the war. They act as if they just touched a limited edition waifu figure, constantly repeating how lucky they are to have even seen it. Yuki is just sitting relaxed in the background, probably thinking that in a past life he saw much better loot. Time for an inner monologue, guys. Yuki confirms this is definitely an ancient artifact, and he is already poking around its inner magic. It turns out this shield was part of a giant mech knight named Lord Phantom, and it's just pure cinema. Odetta wonders if some famous knight used it. She doesn't even suspect that Yuki knows all the legends and stories of this world better than the developers themselves. He casually drops a bomb. It's just a piece of a bigger robot, and Odetta's face is literally the moment of birth. We are shown a flashback with the full set of armor, and let's be honest, if Yuki gets this entire suit, he will have endless plot armor. Odetta is so impressed by his huge brain that she is now completely sleepless, probably falling deeper in love with our guy every second. The guild master enters, coughing to get everyone's attention, a true giant. He announces that the case is closed, and they send a request to the Magic Guild to come and take their shiny new toy. The non-player characters are broken. Today is the last day they can touch that precious shield, and honestly, it's a bit pathetic. But the guild master causes a real sensation. He personally advocates for Yuki and Odette to receive a high rating for how they carried the team. The whole room erupts, and Yuki just stands there as if he didn't even want to be such a giga-chad. The guild essentially says that without Arduo, their reputation would have been completely destroyed. They throw a real party, handing out personal gifts and feeding for free because that's how you honor a hero. Finally, Natasha heads home, and it's clear that she will really miss her Sir Yuki. She invites them to her county, and everywhere you can see the heroine's flags being raised. The journey continues. They are about to set off to the opposite shore to find the hidden village. Natasha hands them a pendant and quietly adds that her younger sister Ophelia is waiting on the other side, a new wife, you warn the guys. Yuki acts calm, pretending he's not used to traveling, but we all know he is a legend in a new incarnation. One last firm handshake to close the deal, and it's clear that these two will definitely meet again. She waves goodbye from the carriage, looking like a real princess, while our guy sets off on the next adventure. Even the dog is happy to move on, as if it caught the scent of new adventures and tasty wafers ahead. The guild master booked the most luxurious men's town for them, and Odetta is bursting with impatience, curious about what kind of luxury it is. And here it is, the legendary trophy with a single bed, absolute cinema. Odetta is just in panic because she is educated and knows exactly what this usually leads to in such stories. Yuki, a real macho, doesn't even worry and starts undressing right there. He is completely exhausted. He throws her that look, and for a second I thought there would be a completely different outcome, if you know what I mean. But no, he just flopped face down on the bed and instantly fell asleep, leaving Odetta completely hanging. She just stands there as if she doesn't believe it. Is he serious? Meanwhile, he calmly snores on. In Yuki's thoughts, it is noticeable. He is on the edge. The body of a 13-year-old does not endure sleepless nights like his previous one. In his sleep he mumbles, "Thank you" to the debt, and her heart is literally doing a somersault right now. He continues talking in his sleep about how happy he is to be with her. This is essentially the coolest accidental flirt. Odetta remains in complete silence, probably trying to understand how one boy can shake her heart like that. She says he is a problematic boy, but the blush shows she is completely lost to him. Culture check, she changes into a nightgown, and God, the artist definitely knew what he was doing with those curves. She quietly sneaks up to the bed, terrified that he will wake up and see her like this. She had never let a guy into her room before, and now here she is, sharing a bed with the host. Her heart pounds, she fusses like a girl in love, and honestly, this is top content. Finally, she settled next to him and felt relief and calm simply because he was near. She thinks about how much she has changed since the moment she met him, from a reserved, noble lady to someone who finally felt free. She whispered, "Me too," before dozing off, and honestly, that's the cutest thing I've seen this week. She would like to be born among his people. This is, essentially, her way of saying she wants to become his wife. But then Yuki starts talking in his sleep about his fiancée Iris, and Odetta instantly flares up. The dream turns into a nightmare about eating poisonous mushrooms, and Yuki literally chokes in his sleep. Odetta decides to just stop thinking about strange things and go to sleep before she loses her mind. She tries not to notice that feeling inside, but we all know, the path with a childhood friend is a real struggle. Morning has come, and Yuki feels like $1 million after that legendary sleep. Meanwhile, Odetta looks like she hasn't slept for 3 years. He caused her such emotional pain. Suddenly, a bat wildly knocks on the window, probably bringing news about the next boss fight. Familiars say the night passed quietly, so at least they weren't ambushed while lying there, cuddled up. Yuki thanks them for the Riken, but warns that there might be more than one armed ogre hiding there. Garm, the dog, also patrolled, proving that he is the best boy in the whole series. It's time to move, but first Yuki has to send a letter to his real fiancée so she doesn't think he's ignoring her. He sends 2 copies of the same letter, just in case, pure clever logistics. He knows that Iris will probably take one for her collection. Sounds a bit yandere, but here we love it. They take the mail to the guild, and finally the time has come to leave this town behind. The Toriga family ship is already waiting, and they are ready to head to the next village. Look at those seagulls, guys, that's the smell of a new arc and fresh plot armor. The ship is huge, and Yuki looks at the ocean as if he is about to conquer the whole world. The waves are calm, the Nocia monsters are in sight, so they can finally relax a bit. Odetta has fallen asleep again on the deck, and honestly, this is just 10-10 culture. Yuki decides to let her rest, because the luxury hotel clearly didn't help her fall asleep. He looks at the opposite shore, recalling the ancient kingdom that once revered that temple. The captain approaches and calls Yuki, Boss Wizard, a title he definitely earned. The captain offers him a snack, and seems to worship him for having saved Natasha earlier. Turns out the captain was so scared during the fight with the ogre that his legs gave out right on the ship. Classic NPC behavior. He says to Yuki with emotion, "Ask me anything," and our guy is already ready to dig into the legends. Yuki asks about the kingdom of Jurest, and the captain honestly says he doesn't know much about history, and that's so familiar. He explains that it was a small kingdom, wiped off the face of the earth during the War of the 8 Kings because of their ties to the temples. Nothing remains of the palace, the place seems erased from the map. It was a chaotic war, full of ancient artifacts and magic, exactly the kind of thing that makes a perfect DLC. Yuki understands, if the Lord had not been sealed, the consequences would have been unthinkable. But the captain remembers one thing that truly survived 200 years: a song. It is an ancient song sung at festivals, and it will definitely become a key link in the plot. Yuki thinks, sounds nice, weapons and kingdoms fall, but music remains. Deep, bro. The festival is about to start, and the captain invites him to drop by if he can make it. He noted that Lady Ophelia, Natasha's sister, might even be singing somewhere nearby. She is called the Diva of Torius because she sings at the pier greeting ships. Yuki is burning with curiosity about this diva. Probably, he wants to understand if she has more charisma than other girls he has met. He thinks with interest whether she can tell him about the ruins of the hidden village. The shore is just around the corner, and the captain says to him with a smile, "You're lucky." The scenery is wonderful, but we all know perfectly well what Yuki is really looking for. Suddenly he was thrown back into a memory 350 years ago, and he remembered how he migrated here, like birds. The captain tells him to listen carefully, and you know the atmosphere is about to change. And here she is, the maiden herself, greeting them with a song. The new waifu has officially entered the chat and looks like pure cinema. The scene starts, our guy Yuki is lying relaxed on the boat, but the calm is spoiled by a mysterious singing coming from the pier. Oh, look who it is, Lady Ophelia. And I must say, the character design in this manga is already top-notch, true culture. Yuki is fixated on her with his gaze, probably wondering if she has some hidden charm or if she is just an NPC. And then he really listens to the words, and his face tells you everything you need to know. The song's lyrics directly praise some real lord with black wings who heals the sick, and Yuki is sweating because it sounds too familiar. The captain here acts as if listening to the maiden is a rare privilege, and Yuki just wants to sink through the ground. Bro tries to look cool and pretend he enjoys it, but we all see inside he is dying. He literally thinks, what kind of song is this, and why does it sound like my own fanfic? He starts overthinking whether it's about some ancient king, but the description strangely painfully resembles his own story. The song does not cease about the return of the dearest great lord. Yuki's face reached its peak. I am completely knocked out. Odetta finally wakes up from drowsiness and immediately recognizes the melody. It is Yuki's personal theme. Our guy must hurry faster than the moderator on Discord, catch up with the minor girl, and make her shut up before she reveals his true face. He pretends nothing happened and asks the captain who that lord in the song is, hoping it's just some random gigachad from history. The captain says he only knows the lady, and Yuki still holds Odetta hostage like a real threat. Then the captain simply shouts towards the lady, and Yuki waves his hands. No, stop, don't do this to me. Ophelia stops and looks around. I know what you all are thinking. She really is such a cute little thing. Odetta pants and breathes heavily because Yuki almost strangled her to protect his secrets. Yuki says she almost did something daring, and Odetta just wonders, why does his theme sound in the wild? He is genuinely puzzled because no one except people from his past life should know that song. Ophelia pretends to be shy and reserved, and that almost always means she definitely knows what's what. The captain introduces them as wizards who saved Lady Natasha and effectively hands them a VIP pass. Ophelia hears that they helped her older sister, and in her eyes instantly flashes that sparkling gleam that usually leads to trouble. Yuki tries to present himself as an ordinary person, but feels that watchful gaze upon him. She notices his black hair and black eyes, and without a doubt puts together all the pieces in her head faster than a speedrunner. She directly asks if he is the real lord from that song, and her face is openly in love with this legend. Yuki pulls out the ultimate "not me" and immediately rejects it, while Odetta just stands there like a confused NPC. And now they are already near the Torius Araldum estate. This place seems to be worth more than all my savings. The Count, a true brother, thanks them for saving his daughter Natasha, and he exudes a genuinely friendly mood. They are invited to dinner, but Yuki cannot concentrate. Ophelia seems to know too much about that song. He needs to find out if she is connected to the village of Fira, because this mystery is deeper than the abyss. He suspects that his old fellow villagers might have left a secret message for him in the lines of the song, and honestly, that is a very clever move. In his past life, he was a teacher, so now more than anyone he knows how to find hidden meanings in children's texts. The Count brings out a huge seafood feast, and my stomach is already growling just looking at these delicacies. Ophelia begins to explain the dishes, like a refined waifu, and Odette looks as if she is about to break from nerves. Our blonde is horrified by those ingredients because she has never before seen a fish that looks like a monster. She tries to eat it and fails terribly, showing the same clumsy waifu trope that we all love so much. Ophelia takes action with the skill of a god and in 3 seconds removes all the bones from the fish, like a professional cook. Det now worships her, and Ophelia's motherly energy is strangely strong for her size. She says that Yuki will help next, addressing him as Sir Yuki, but almost slips and almost calls him the true lord. But our guy is already halfway done eating as if he had been starving for a week. Ophelia froze in surprise. The way he ate that fish was incredible, leaving nothing but a clean skeleton. Yuki tries to lie, says he just ate river fish at home, but his way of eating like a true pro arouses suspicion. Time for memories. In a past life, he flew to the sea only to catch these very fish for his village. He was like a village dad, carefully removing bones from the fish for the children because they couldn't handle them. He realizes that he just completely ruined his image as an inexperienced nobleman because he ate like a god of seafood. Ophelia couldn't hold back. He even knew that secret trick with wrapping in seaweed, and Yuki is literally sweating profusely. The awkward silence at this table is louder than an explosion, I swear. The Count must decisively tell Ophelia to step aside so the guests can finally truly enjoy the food, not feel like they are being interrogated. Yuki still continues to destroy the food, and Odette just looks at him as if thinking, "Who do you even think you are?" The Count asks why they are really in the city, and Yuki again has to come up with a few more lies. He says they are just interns who want to learn magic, the biggest lie I've heard today. However, the Earl believed him and enthusiastically praised their passion for studying ancient battlefields. Yuki delivers a whole speech about the Elysium Temple, and he is so convincing that it seems as if a real scholar is in front of you. This old man literally applauds him. The level of deception here is pure cinema. He even suggests that Ophelia show them the places exactly what Yuki wanted. He insists on heading to the northern mountains, probably looking for places he used to visit often. The Count confirms there once was a village there, but it lived under the rule of the terrible temple. Yuki recalls that the place was a living nightmare under the reign of those temple cultists. We see a brief glimpse of old rural life. It seems quiet and peaceful, but we know the truth. Yuki decided to check it herself, although Odetta looks like she would rather be anywhere but here. A heavy, serious expression appears on the Count's face. You feel that bad news will soon be announced. He tells them there is not a soul left in that area, where years ago landslides destroyed the road to the village, leaving the village completely cut off from the world. Fortunately, the villagers managed to escape, but now the place is almost empty like a ghost town. Odetta understands, if they don't grow wings and literally fly, there is no way to get there. Yuki is upset, but is probably already figuring out how to sneak in there by trickery. He puts on his best, "I'm a good boy" smile and still thanks the Count for the information. He decides to rest a bit and set off in a couple of days. His secret mission must go according to plan. The Count recalls that his late wife simply adored songs from that very village. We see a memory of a beautiful singer who heals human hearts after the war with her voice, and from her comes the true energy of the best girl. Yuki is moved his old friends really left a good mark on the world. Those songs really made people happy, and it was such a pleasant, kindly, warm change. Their culture managed to last 200 years for the village of Fira. This is a true triumph. Ophelia asks if she can sing one more song for them, and Yuki already knows he cannot escape. She learned everything from her mother and kept that tradition alive, passing it from generation to generation. She says that this song is played only for special guests and looks directly at our guy. Yuki suddenly realizes she is probably a descendant of Rosalba, the best singer from his old village. Odette is completely in favor, not suspecting that she is about to witness cringe of the highest order. Yuki knows well, escape will not be possible, especially when this message is only for his ears. Ophelia takes a deep breath. She is about to release the hottest track of the century. She begins to sing about her most beloved Lord and Yi, and Odette suddenly choke on their food. They try to pretend as if they have fish scales in their throat, but the shame for others' antics is quite real. The texts get even worse. They sing that all mine belongs to the true Lord, and Yuki is right now dreaming of a landslide. He realized that this total cringe was written by his old friends Rosalba and Alice, and now he is preparing revenge. Although he died and resurrected, his past still does not let go. It returns to haunt him in the most inconvenient way. Now it is certain, Ophelia is a direct descendant, and she literally sings him his own legend. The song finally ended, and Odetta jokingly says that it feels like she has diabetes because it was too sweet and banal. Yuki wants to find that other girl, guilty of everything, and make her listen to this until she dies of shame. He admits the melody is wonderful, but these words are a real humiliation of his dignity. He understands that that song was a beacon, a sign that his people are still nearby. He sighs, wondering how problematic his old friends were, but it is clear that secretly he likes it. Ophelia drops a bombshell. There is a song called Sikun, and Yuki's soul almost flew out of his body. She politely bows, pretending as if she is not tormenting our hero with her cringe at all. At the end, our guy had to sit through a full 5 songs while people glazed him over. They applaud like polite guests, and Yuki literally has smoke coming out of his ears. Ophelia admits that her mother told her to carefully watch the guest's facial expression when she sings. She was told that a true lord must be kind and shy, and that was exactly Yuki's behavior. He understands that the little girl completely outwitted and exposed him, and he just broke down. She barely winks at him and tells her father that girls have their own secret songs. She is a real wild one. She tells him that she wants to be only his ally, and that's pretty Gwyn for Yuki's harem. He realizes that it was all a simple test, and he completely failed, unable to hide the emotions on his face. He bows and sincerely thanks her, finally coming to terms with the fact that his secret is known in this house. For sure, she knows who he is, and she is 100% on his side. Yuki still decided that coming here was a great idea, despite the songs messing with her head a bit. It's time to go to the mountains and find out what really happened to the village of Fiera. What is this up, my cultured kings? We're back with the MC, a walking cheat code, but he listens to music as if at a concert. Bro looks at that ogre like he's a mid-level NPC, already planning his next vacation. Our Yuki is just chilling, listening to some old hits, because even a reborn demon lord needs lo-fi beats to learn. Look at this little cutie Ophelia. She blushes harder than a simp in a VTuber chat, just because the main character is breathing. Turns out there's an older sister named Natasha here, and I desperately hope she's the real mom. This nobleman and Odette are discussing strategy, and I just can't take my eyes off her image. The artist definitely knew what they were doing. Here the grandfather is uneasy about the border, probably because he knows the plot is about to get heated. The Gallo Empire is moving troops, and in manga terms that means a few NPCs are about to get wrecked. Odette is shocked. Military exercises near the border almost always mean something serious is about to happen. Down below, monsters are causing trouble, and the host is just standing there looking cool, probably counting how many seconds it will take to destroy them. The Elysium Temple is a total mess, and Yuki is reaching into his pockets as if about to pull out a Glock. That old man laughing and saying nothing will escalate the biggest death flag I've seen all week. Rest in peace, old man. Yuki pulls out a sketch of the signature emblem he found earlier and plays detective like he's Sherlock Holmes with magic. Check out this drawing of the crown. It is the key to the mystery, and that good dog in the corner is a true legend. And he explains that this logo is not from here, proof that some foreign influence is trying to spoil his quiet life. The nobleman says he has never seen this currency, and our host just says, I understand, keeping his cool energy at maximum. Ophelia wants them to stay overnight, and I definitely know what you are thinking. Don't think anything indecent. She is just a good hostess. Her smile is too pure for this world. She literally glows, and the main character just stares into the void like a true beta. Look at those eyes. Yuki is fully focused, probably already thinking about the snack he will eat later. They stopped at that huge estate, basically a 5-star hotel for demon lords, just like a movie. Night falls, bats fly out and create a creepy atmosphere, and the dog is just wondering where his treats are. MC sits relaxed in the room and thinks about debt, but even before the most interesting part begins, someone knocks on the door. Knock knock, who's there? Probably the plot itself came to slap him in the face. Here is Ophelia, appearing late at night. I'll give you $10 if you guess what she wants without peeking at the next page. He lets her in because he's a gentleman, or just hoping to grab a couple of interesting legends. She begins to tell about an ancient song that describes a legendary hero, and we all know this is our guy Yuki. Black hair, black eyes, a guardian deity dancing in the air. This description is like a collection of the brightest moments of his past life. Yuki silently screams inside the children's song, reveals his secret identity. She burns him with her gaze and asks if he is the same lord from the legends. The tension in the air is so thick it could be cut with a sword. He decides to stop playing hard to get and tells her his name, finally showing a bit of charm. He is about to say the surname of their family, and her mind will explode, flying to another dimension. Boom, Dean Nosferatu, the immortal wizard. This panel is just fire. He looks like a real badass here. Ophelia is completely shocked, trying to process that a real deity is standing in her bedroom. Yuki just stands there, as if it's nothing. The audacity of this man simply knows no bounds. She believes him immediately. After all, she is a woman of culture, and he simply says, yes, something happened and I have returned. Her mother always said he would return, and now the prophecy has come true. This is the pinnacle of the story, brothers. They said how the name of the village was swallowed by time, probably because some haters tried to cancel it. We enter a war flashback, where treacherous sages tried to destroy everything. True losers. They deliberately erased the village from history, but a good legend can never be suppressed for long. Songs were made to impress and leave a mark on the heart, so that memory survives, even if the records are burned. Yuki thanks her for keeping the memories alive, and he is all touched while the village celebrates in the background. Ophelia blushes again. Her lord praised her and lost her head, that's putting it mildly. He realized the landslides that blocked the village were not accidental, they were deliberately arranged. It was sabotage. The Elysium Temple blocked the road so that no one could return and take revenge. These guys are real villains. Our guy is heading to the ruins. He has unfinished business there that needs to be resolved. She warns him about giant serpent-like monsters, but has no idea that this is the same guy who invented what it means to be super powerful. He finds out that the temple released monsters just to cause trouble, and this petty meanness is simply insane. They literally released monsters into the mountains just to anger the villagers. That's how they got roasted. Yuki is disgusted by the temple's actions, and honestly, so am I. They seem like NPCs of a religious world. They used him as a pretext for a series of murders, calling him the Lord of Demons, while they themselves behaved like demons. Seeing that there are not enough people in the territory, Yuki realizes he will have to solve this mess himself. He strikingly takes a pose and announces that he will solve the problem with the mountain, because that's what heroes do. He opens the window and whistles, probably calling his air support. Meet the team, Bats, Dyke, and Cliff, and the dog Harm. These familiars radiate more charisma than most MCs. Ophelia gets distracted. The puppy is too cute, and this shows. Even in the world of magic, dogs still remain the greatest weakness. Yuki takes Deck with him as a courier, while the girl gently pets the dog. He still can't get rid of thoughts about that incident with the armed ogre, suspecting that someone is pulling the strings from the shadows. Look at this map. The criminals probably headed north, towards the Empire, thinking they could escape. He behaves cautiously, because he knows even plot armor can fail if he steps into a trap. Natasha is going to the capital for reinforcements, but we all know the MC will finish the job before they manage to pack their things. She asks why he is doing all this, and he just throws her that look as if to say, I am the main character. He reminds her that she is a descendant of his people, essentially saying, this is your family. She is touched by his kindness, and Yuki simply throws her a smile that could melt steel. Time for an internal monologue. He plans to disappear and live a quiet life as soon as all this ends. But he wants to spend time exploring and crafting magical technologies, essentially a retirement plan for a genius. He wants to create magical replicas to help people with disabilities, showing that he is a cool guy with a golden heart. He doesn't want those he loves to die, while he lives forever. Immortality becomes a burden when you are alone. He says it's all because of selfishness, but we all know, in reality, he is a true sweetheart. Ophelia is simply stunned by his logic, and he giggles like a fool. She starts giggling because she finally understands why her ancestors loved this guy so much. She drops to her knees and swears loyalty from now on. She is the new member of the main hero's growing harem. Yuki is confused. Why did she suddenly become so devoted? And this only proves that he is completely clueless about women. He asks about the song about the ancient castle and hunts for clues like a true pro gamer. Turns out the song really exists, and she is amazed that he even thought to ask. He has a real move at 200 IQ. The song tells how the ruler returns to his home and confirms that his old base is still there. He is already ready to set off, but Ophelia has one more request before he leaves her behind. She asks to be petted on the head, and my heart really melts. It's too cute for some trashy retelling. He is like, of course, reaches out his hand and is ready to give the highest award. She was petted on the head. Her dream finally came true, and she is happy like a child at Christmas. They say during ceremonies the guardian god pets heads. This legend is really deep, friend. An unexpected memory from a past life. He did the same with his peasants, and even then he was a gigachad. In this song, the peasants shouted for him to survive even if it meant fighting the whole temple. He wonders if they were angry at him because he left, but the next part of the song clarified everything. They just asked him not to die a second time, and that's the most sincere thing I've heard this year. He thinks they are acting foolishly, but in his small smile you can see that he loves them. She goes to rest, feeling like she's on cloud nine after someone gently stroked her head. She literally jumps away because she is madly longing for that deity. Morning comes and our guy is ready to set off, but he is not alone. Odette is combing her hair and looks just like a real mom. She insists on going together. She won't let him enjoy this alone. She wants to be the shoulder to support him, and I'm 100 for this couple. Look at that wink. She has top charisma, and she definitely knows it. They set off together, and you feel as soon as the blonde waifu joins the team, something truly epic will begin. We move to a mountain fortress, where the guards just stand and wait, as if something is about to happen any moment. They sigh and look bored, completely unaware that they ended up in a manga. They complain about Grand Dark Boa. Sounds like a boss fight is about to start. They say the village above the mountain is just a legend, but we know the truth. They told the legend of the temple's wrath, and it once again proved that those priests are real scoundrels. The first guard reports that he saw a black figure flying towards the mountain, and now everyone is laughing at him. The captain waved it off and laughed. That's some stupid news. Never laugh at someone who sees the leader. People can't fly, he says, and at that very moment the main character proves him wrong in the most dramatic way. Suddenly there was such a loud noise that they jumped to the ceiling in fright. Something huge is rolling down the mountain, and these NPCs are about to have a very bad day. They think it's just a boulder, but in reality it's much scarier. It's the head of a giant serpent. It's enormous, and it was just completely smashed. That bitch splashes down in front of the fortress like a piece of overcooked pasta. The guards froze without words, realizing that one of the mountain's rulers had just been wiped out. He is one of the 5 rulers, and he is dead as a nail. Someone just showed their power to the whole mountain. These serpents have scales so tough that even high-ranking adventurers couldn't scratch them, yet it was sliced like butter. But the guards just stare through the wall, probably questioning their entire existence. The trees rustle wildly. It means even more action is coming our way. And here he is. Yuki jumps through the forest, destroying snakes one by one, as if this is Fruit Ninja Absolute Cinema. Yo, how are you doing? My cultured brothers were back with another bomb. Our guy Yuki is showing these monsters why you shouldn't mess with the reincarnated Demon King. We start in the mansion, where NPCs finally notice that Yuki and his squad left too early to settle matters in the mountains. Supposedly they are heading to the northern border with supplies and want Ophelia to sing for the troops, but in reality, they are just stalling while the real Chad is on the front line. Yuki and his blonde Kikodeta jump between the trees like scenes from an expensive Naruto fan video. But the forest is already burned out, and very soon a massive scaly NPC appears looking for a snack. Imagine, our guy hasn't even broken a sweat. He popped the first snake like a bubble. 3 are already down, and he's just warming up. Odetta here uses the dance of the earth god to deal with minor enemies, and seriously look at her focus. She is definitely a top-tier waifu. But suddenly a huge snake tries to sneak up on her and ruin the mood. So Yuki bursts in with complete audacity and maximum charisma, picks her up, and carries her in the air like a bride. Look at that blush on her face. I'm telling you guys, she is officially head over heels in love with our guy. Yuki pulls out a magical dagger and literally feeds it to the snake, and a moment after activation boom, the snake's head becomes pure cinema, exploding from the inside out. But there is always a bigger fish, or as here, a snake boss so fat he could have his own postal code. When everything was already going wrong, a bat flew in and shouted, "Master." Suddenly, a whole swarm of these flying rodents arrives, and they all bow to him. It turns out they are the descendants of his ancient familiar from 200 years ago, who were waiting for the return of their master Gigachada. He tells how he once gave his old familiar blood, saturated with magic, and this is actually the most powerful enhancement. Yuki gives the bats a sip of his blood to renew the contract, and I know what you are all looking at these happy bats, right? With the new aerial GPS, he finds the route recommended by the bats straight up the vertical cliff. The bats swarm attack the boss snake like enraged fans at a concert to distract its attention. Yuki just smiles and twice sends his fire magic straight into the snake's open jaws. The snake's head literally turns into fireworks, and it's total chaos. Odetta here covers her eyes with her hands. Bloody scenes are just too much for her. After the fight, it turns out that these bats have guarded the ruins of his old village for centuries out of pure devotion. Now, that's a real bombshell for chats. They finally reach the ruins of the village Fiera, and for our guy, this is a very touching moment. Meanwhile, in the palace, Natasha Toria's the same cutie Yuki, who was saved earlier, nervously reports about an armed ogre threatening Prince Cain. They are in panic. Those monsters have shields that neutralize magic for any ordinary mage. This is a real nightmare. Master Zamel got so passionate about researching this ancient technology that he literally gulps potions to stay awake. Natasha starts dreaming about Yuki, and we are hit by a flash of memory about her mother, Mommy. Sorry, Mommy, look at the charms of the women of Taurius. It's their family cultural tradition. In reality, the prince and Zamel just can't take their eyes off Yuki, admiringly saying that he is a real beast for having defeated an armed ogre. They start arguing about who will recruit him into their faction first, as if he is a legendary drop. Natasha finishes writing the report and leaves, feeling a huge life debt to our guy Yuki. But when she leaves, the door opens and a new rival appears. Here is Princess Iris Rischa, and brothers, the risk in this room just reached a critical level. Look at that design. Isn't she the new main waifu? I'll give you $10 if you guess how fast she will fall in love with the MC. Princess Iris enters. Look at that grace. Here we have Princess Iris Rischa, and believe me, royal blood is working at full power here. And then Lady Natasha Torias appears, and honestly, the art style in this series is just a gift for us men with refined taste. She is looking for a high-ranking NPC, Prince Cain and Master Zamel, probably to talk about that boring politics. Wait, Iris has an urgent report and is dragging Natasha into it because things are about to get heated. They burst in and Prince Cain collapsed like a true alpha and asks, "What do we do?" Iris drops a bomb. The Ghoul Empire has snakes in the grass infiltrating the kingdom like sneaky rats. The maid pulls out checks, and by checks, I mean really serious, plot-important things. This is a coin found in the ogre's lair by our guy Yuki, and nearby the plump Lady Odetta. Cain finally paid attention. Even a relaxed prince feels when trouble is looming over the kingdom. It turns out this coin is the official currency of the Empire's nobility, used to pay for, "I hire you to do dirty work." Iris has already involved the Guild of Mages. In the investigation, her brain is working at full capacity, and Natasha is simply stunned. Natasha just adores the princess, considering her the most worthy thing since sliced bread. Look at this image of the princess and her knight in your imagination. Their bond is so strong it seems blinding. She bets that these two high-ranking people are not completely spineless and will understand how serious everything is. The theory is this: the Empire and the remnants of the Elysium Temple are uniting. This is actually a crossover nobody asked for. The letter from Yuki says that the ogre's enemies might have let them go just to buy time, while they themselves flee north. Suddenly the room became quiet. They realized how audacious this plan was, if it was true. If the ogre's master is heading to the domain of Taurius, then Natasha's backyard is about to turn into a battlefield. Iris is not going to wait for some committee meeting. She demands that the magical guild immediately send their mercenaries. Cain is worried about the danger, but in Iris's eyes there is a look that says she is ready to risk everything for him. She shouts, "I will go," with such confidence that she probably woke the neighbors. She says it is her duty as a lady, but we all know she is just hopelessly in love with Yuki and wants to see him as soon as possible, every day. She has already packed her suitcases and is ready to leave. The speed at which she does this is simply madness. Natasha is sobbing with happiness. She considers the princess sacred, while Iris is just chasing after that night Riz. Natasha offers to be the guide, and Iris is so happy that she seems to radiate a dark, determined aura. She was so glad when she saw her master again that she almost blurted out her true feelings in front of everyone. Cain just sits there like, "Aha, okay, kingdom security as you say, sister." He had never seen her so passionate. She literally repeats in her head, "I will go to him," like a mantra. He gives her the green light to head to Taurius domain, and thus officially launches the rescue mission. Even old Zamel wipes away tears. He simply could not resist such devotion. Iris screams with joy in her soul. She finally has a reason to go look for her husband. Cain tries to tell her to be careful and wait for Yuki, but I would bet that she is already halfway out the door. She promises never to leave. Yuki sounds more like a wedding vow than a mission. Kane believes he is behaving like a good brother, and Iris is glowing as if she just won the lottery. She whispers that he gave his word, and now there is nowhere left to retreat. The boys froze in place, not understanding why the atmosphere suddenly became so tense. And so the princess sets off in the vanguard as a scout, rushing at the same speed as a hungry gamer to the refrigerator. Meanwhile, our guy Yuki and sweet Odetta reach the old entrance to the village of his past life. Odetta looks at the landscape hand. Honestly, it is almost as beautiful as she is in that outfit. Welcome to the village of Fira. This is where everything started for our host, even before he was reborn. Dead silence, either a blessed calm or the beginning of a horror movie. It all depends on whether they have a plot armor. Just look at those empty fields now. There's a real ghost town here. Yuki enters one of the abandoned houses. He wants to check what the atmosphere is like there. The roof is dripping, but the furniture stands perfectly, as if NPCs just logged out of the game for the day. He looks at the sky through the holes, probably reminiscing about the good old days. Odette asks how it looks, and he notes that although everything is decaying, everything here was kept in order. He sighs with relief, so the villagers did manage to pack up and leave like decent people. No traces of fire or destruction, only time quietly doing its work. Odette squeezes his hand and says, "Don't make me worry, now that's a true waifu." She noticed that he was tense all the time, and that proves she is the only one who truly understands our guy. Her remark caught Yuki by surprise. Sometimes he is so slow, this host. She insists on a full tour of the places where he and Iris once lived, and no is not an option for her. They begin to walk through the village, and the scale of this place is truly impressive. He proudly shows the terraced fields and crystal-clear spring water. It seems in a past life he just played SimCity. Yuki pretends that it is completely uninteresting, but we all know he is proud of his work. Then we see the public bathhouse and immediately understand the culture in this village was strong if hygiene was at such a level here. He even had fireproof tubs to boil water. This village lived in the future, while all the others were in filth. Bulletin board about monster appearances and requests. The system here was better than in most modern MMOs. There was an herb garden and a laboratory here that sold first-class potions to neighboring towns, and business was booming. They even had an excellent forge. The village was practically a hub for high-level players. Odetta feels defeated. These designs are so perfectly functional that her own sphere seems just mediocre. She does not believe that a village 200 years old can be so developed. She is literally losing her mind. Yuki casually says that basic magic is within everyone's power, and they hunted monsters together. What kind of elite squad is that anyway? He says that one improvement every 50 years makes it natural, but we know that he was the one who carried the team on his back. Odetta looks at him with those serious eyes. She's about to ask the big question. She addressed him. Can he become the guardian god of her land, effectively asking him to take her people on his shoulders? He refused her, saying that everything was built by the peasants, and he only helped with the drawings. We see a glimpse of his past. He looks like a true gigachad when he builds structures for his people. He just wanted them to work peacefully, a true legend. He rummaged through memories and painfully asked himself, did he really do enough for them? Odetta gives him a sweet smile because she knows he is just, as always, being modest. They are almost at the castle, and the ascent from the village is a real trial. Look, here it is, the Demon Lord's castle, looming over the chasm, simply an epic sight. This was destroyed by magic from the Elysium Temple. Those guys really don't hold back when it comes to demolition. They step into the ruins, and the scale of destruction is simply insane. They find the entrance to the throne room, or at least what remains of it. Yuki admitted, in fact, it was just his study, and the peasants called it the throne room just for effect. The throne was simply a chair that the blacksmith made and kept repairing. Modesty here is off the charts. Memory, children hung out in his office. He really was the heart of the community. Look at the drawing of this girl. It is these warm moments that make the main character simply want to protect everything around. A gentle smile played on Yuki's face. He truly loved these people. He decides that there is nothing left for them in this hall, and it is time to move on to the most interesting part. They walk down a dark corridor, and you know something epic awaits at its end. Odette stands next to him, and he clutches the handkerchief that Marta gave him as if it were a talisman. Walking these corridors, he feels as if he has been transported to the past, even though 200 years have passed. We see in his eyes of the past that ancient strength and wisdom. Even his past self, walking these same corridors, looked like a true boss back then. Odetta looks at him, probably understanding that he is much more than just a talented guy. Yuki tells her that she is a good person, and his words are so smooth that she practically melts. She is completely confused, asks where this came from, and blushes like a tomato. Although she tells him, "Don't give me a heart attack," in reality she is head over heels in love with this man. They reach the hidden door, because every cool castle must have a secret basement for a legendary treasure. It seems that a valuable relic is hidden under the office, and Odetta pricks up her ears. Yuki falls silent, preparing to tell the secret he has long kept to himself. Flashback: Lyle complains that he has no imagination for riddles. The poor guy was a real fool. Only the village elders knew the secret of how to open it, and so the treasure remained untouched for centuries. He kept all the records about the villagers' health here. What a devoted guardian spirit. He wanted to preserve the memories of those who had passed. Because he is Chad, who cares? Then he recalls that Iris once tried to sneak in with her 3 sizes, and God, she was a real woman with exquisite taste from the very beginning. He places his hand on the wall and realizes that the old password still works so much for ancient protection. The promise between Dean Nasaratu and the oldest resident of the village, too heavy, a name for a password. The wall begins to shift, and something huge will soon be revealed. Odetta was completely shocked by this mechanism. She had never seen anything like it before. The secret chamber is finally opened, and a beam of light falls on something truly epic inside. They step into the room. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Boom, there stands a massive, pitch-black armor, like a final boss. Odetta realizes that this is the legacy of Lord Yuki, and its design is simply insane. Yuki raises his eyes and looks at it with a satisfied smile. Finally, he has found a piece of his past again. This is the legacy of Alice's father, a man who was probably a real giant. Lyle Carmen, just look at that helmet. This is the pinnacle of knightly aesthetics. Yo, what's up? My cultural kings were back with a simple bomb. The MC finally pulls out ancient tech that makes Tesla look like a tricycle, and it all starts in a secret bunker, because Lyle turned out to be a real macho who took care of everything. This room is locked tighter than my browsing history, and the password is a rural secret passed down from generation to generation. And here we see it, the absolute unit of royal knight armor, just standing there looking like it's ready to take on an entire continent alone. The craftsmanship in this work is true cinema. You can immediately tell the artist was on fire when drawing these illustrations. Yuki and our blonde waifu Detta are looking at this thing like it's a limited drop, and honestly, so am I. This is the legendary Royal Knight, created specifically for Yuki, and its aura is just insane. Lyle even left stacks of documents, perfectly organized proof that he was an admin gigachad before he left. Yuki stands here with a smile because he knows his baby really took care of him to the max and beyond. Although the room is a bit cramped for this giant metal death machine, we'll still make it work. Suddenly Yuki notices that right on the floor in front of the armor, some gamer code is carved. He asks Odette to shine a light because his old eyes can't read the small print in the dark. It's Lyle's handwriting, and you already know. The moment is about to come that will hit straight in the heart when the son leaves a note for Dad. The message starts with the words, "To the idiot, father, a pure show of strength," but he also calls it a gift for the injury he himself caused. He actually crafted this thing so that Yuki would never have to know what losing in battle is like again. Yuki is literally on his knees right now. The emotional blow hits him harder than a shot from a truck. He dedicates the Royal Knight Lord Nosferatu to his father, and if that title isn't the peak of coolness, then I can't imagine what could be. Our guy really got touched. Tears appeared in his eyes because he understands how much his foolish son went through to arrange this. Lyle sneaked into temples, betrayed sages, and exhausted himself just so Dad would be safe. Odetta tries to be his caring waifu and reminds him that the whole village supports him too. We quickly looked at the squad, and honestly, their stats were too cool for just a bunch of random villagers. Even the vampire mom in Memories asked them not to get into danger, but we know these guys are completely different. Yuki decides, enough crying, time to fly, because he will definitely ride this thing. If he can't move it, he'll just leave it here and come back to investigate, but we all know he'll find a way to make it work anyway. Odetta promises to keep the secret, and honestly, look at her face. She is 100 the best girl. She even asks to join the research team, and I tell you, the culture in this lab will just be off the charts. She strives for this technology to help people live in comfort. It is such a sacred act that it seems almost too pure. Yuki is getting excited now, ready to literally jump and activate this ancient artifact. He does a classic warm-up, spinning his arms in circles, because he is about to engage in serious magical engineering. The plan is simple: to soak in his mana blood and check if there is a soul in that giant pile of metal. Suddenly, a wild bat appears, an urgent message from the familiar of the Ophelia house. Something is wrong with the cliff in Garb, and you know when pets panic, the plot is about to unfold. Monsters have appeared in the lands of Taurus, and these are not the usual low-level NPCs. These creatures in armor are like those armed ogres we saw earlier, so someone is mass-producing threats. The bat trembles like a leaf, explaining the situation to Yuki, who remains calm as a cucumber. They say Ophelia and company were just carrying food to the soldiers, like real cool people, when suddenly they were attacked. Suddenly monsters in armor jumped out from everywhere and started swinging weapons, turning the charity mission into a real combat zone. But that is not the worst, something else was hiding in the shadows. The earth literally crumbled under the weight of a new boss-level threat. It's a beast-like monster in bright red armor, looking like a real mega-villain and about to ruin everyone's day. This thing is insanely fast, it roars to empower its minions, and even Yuki is like, wait, I haven't seen this DLC. He realizes this might be another royal knight, and if it can devour mana, our squad is definitely doomed. Odetta is worried sick, holding a glowing orb and asking Yuki what to do. Yuki explains that the monster, probably a royal knight, is currently destroying the territory of Taurus. Odetta briefly comprehends the danger, and you can see gears starting to turn in her head. She wants to set off right now, to help says she can handle the snakes on the way down herself. As a noblewoman and a member of the Mage Guild, she feels a duty in her heart to set out and protect the kingdom. She stands proudly, ready to risk everything for her people. That's exactly the kind of energy we like. Yuki looks at her and realizes he can't let his waifu go out there and be crushed by the red robot. He tells her to wait 15 minutes. Sounds like he's just ordering pizza, but actually he's repairing god-level weapons. He will prepare the Royal Knight at record speed so that they can fly straight into the heart of the action. Pure shock froze on Odette's face. She never even imagined that such things could fly, let alone that they could be fixed in a quarter of an hour. Yuki says that this thing must have flown in through the ceiling, so it definitely has flight mods installed. He will try anyway, even if it barely stays in the air. He pulls out a knife and is already preparing to perform bloody magic, because that's exactly how we do it in this series. Infiltration activated. He dives into the armor systems like a true pro hacker. He snoops around looking for a weak spot or scratch in the armor to bypass the external defenses. It works. He breaks through the barriers as if they were made of wet paper, and the system begins to respond. Lyle locked this thing so tightly that only his dad could control it. The armor finally slid open, and for the first time in a century, a cockpit appeared before his eyes. Yuki starts climbing inside, and Odette watches with a mixture of admiration and the energy of please, just don't die. The view from inside the chest cavity is truly creepy, but our guy is not afraid of a little darkness. The plates snap into place, with a heavy latch simply cinematic in full. He is now officially in the pilot's seat, and honestly looks as if he was born to control the giant mecha. He takes a deep breath and prepares to start the activation sequence. A HUD appears on the screen, all in ancient mana code, but Yuki reads enough to understand. The fuel is blood. Suddenly he realizes, controlling this is almost like having a giant second body, and it gives a colossal advantage. He pours a large amount of his mana blood into the system to make the knight his new familiar. The Royal Knight's eyes blaze with a threatening red, and you know the villains are in big trouble now. Officially activated, and Yuki sits there like the final boss of the entire world. The system boots in mode 1. Lord Nosferatu is officially back online. Yuki feels the mana blood permeate the entire device, making it like an extension of his own hands and feet. He begins to try out movements, and though it creaks a bit, the thing moves smoothly. The legs respond even better than the arms, and he finally caught how to switch the perspective. He even feels the wings opening and closing. He is 100% sure that this thing can accelerate to Mach speeds. But then he begins to hear a mysterious voice on the device, which has been sounding for some time. They mention the number 7 and show a trump card, and it immediately becomes clear. These ancient relics are much more than just empty shells. The voice speaks of the Lord of all, but Yuki is a bit too busy to deal with these legends right now. He simply dismisses the creepy ghost in the machine and rushes to carry out his mission. He plans to later strip the system to the bone, but for now he will just use it to smash a few ogres. He even thinks about making copies of this technology for his maid at home now. That's a truly powerful employer. Above all, he wants Ophelia not to die, because she is a descendant of his native village. This rescue mission is actually the first step toward his dream life, a peaceful retirement and carefree rest. Odetta is simply going crazy. Yuki learned to pilot the ancient superweapon in just 5 seconds. He explains that the blood person makes it feel like a living being, and honestly, it's a bit creepy but very cool. He extends a giant metal hand and says to Odetta, "Get in, let's go." She is a little scared of the giant claw, but she clings tightly because she knows Yuki is holding her. Yuki is stunned by how sensitive the armor's sensors are. He feels everything through the metal. Odetta suddenly realizes that he feels the fabric of her clothes, and even her skin. She is a little embarrassed. Then Yuki activates the cultivated bomb. He feels the warmth of her body, and even her heartbeat through the palm of the armor. The ancient magical civilization was in a very bad state when it invented these sensory links, honestly speaking. But thanks to that creepy technology, he can fly while holding his wife safely in his hand. The wings unfolded and look simply majestic. This is the peak of this chapter. He shouts to Odetta to hold on tight. They are about to break the sound barrier. They crashed right through the roof of the mansion. Who needs doors when you have a jetpack? Now they are soaring over the forest like a true god descending onto the battlefield. Lord Nosferatu is heading straight into Torius's territory to show those monsters who the real Chad is here. Meanwhile, mysterious new characters appear. They look like they are about to join the fight. One of them is being dragged away, while the others meanwhile talk about safe trips. The intrigue only intensifies. Yo friends, we're back with another bomb. Our main hero seems to be playing GTA with cheats, while everyone else is in Dark Souls, and we start with how the city is simply being destroyed by these armed ogres. Look at this cannon fodder. They just stand and tremble, as if they've never seen a monster before. The Count is chatting with his people, saying these ogres are the very ones rumored about, in armor. They launched the attack perfectly on the day of the Count's arrival, so the bro is clearly set up. Someone peeked from the stream. We see this cute little helper girl behind, but today she is not the main course, guys. The Count panics. Some monster in red armor broke down the gates, and honestly, the audacity of this beast is just incredible. This red monster looks like a real gigachad beast. Just look at that helmet design. He lets out such a roar that all the other ogres instantly go berserk. And these monsters are literally on that demonic drink right now. Look at his veins. He clearly works out in the gym. The military is going crazy. Tremors are popping up everywhere. This ogre rushes forward like a Discord moderator when pizza arrives. The Count tries to command his units, but we all know these NPCs are here just to be torn apart. This armored ogre is a real machine. Just look at the size of that mace. They built barricades out of trash, trying to slow down that relentless advance even a little. And surprisingly, the big guy really took the bait and crashed headfirst. He is literally knocked out. Now the soldiers swarm him as if he were Tenvu 1 in a dark alley. They thrust blades into the gaps in the armor because they are too weak to break through the front. Archers shoot arrows nonstop, as if this were a Call of Duty lobby. The ogre is slowly being turned into a pincushion. Only then do the mages appear to steal the loot. They shoot magical and stone bullets, as if that would change anything. The Count is bursting with confidence. Yuki gave him a strategy guide for this level. The ogre finally fell silent, a complete failure for the monster team. He lies there like a total loser. The soldiers celebrate as if they just won the World Cup. But the Count knows there are still 5 left, so it's time to retreat. He checks how the evacuations are going when suddenly the wild Ophelia appears. Look at this cutie. She is braver than the entire army. She says she must stay and sing to calm the people. Bro, she already has that Santi's riz. The Count is a true helicopter dad, constantly shouting to her, stay close. But it didn't last long. Other ogres break through the barricades as if they were made of paper. The Count thinks they are suppressing them, but his plot armor is about to burst. He looks for that red monster in armor and about the wolf. Here he is, a fight with the boss. This ogre is just wild. Look at those eyes. He lets out a roar that probably smells like rotten eggs and pure violence. Magic bullets now have no effect. These mages are completely useless. He breaks right through the defense. The barricades are simply completely smashed. And this monster is a real beast. Just look at this total destruction. He tramples soldiers as if they were their ants. The Count shouts to everyone, run, save your lives. He holds the line with all his might, but now looks like a complete beta. And then a mysterious voice calls him a stupid lord, and you feel things are about to get heated. Something rushes through the air, spinning at Mach 5 speed. And bam, the red monster lands on the roof, looking like he's about to drop the hottest album of the year. He stands right in the face of the judge who is counting, and the speed is just unfair. He keeps babbling about the return of the true king. He calls the Count's family a gang of thieves who stole the land. But wait, Ophelia refuses. She screams that it's not true. Look at our little queen. She bravely stands against the real monster. Where the soldiers are shocked, she is so fierce. The monster just pities them for their ignorance. Ophelia throws in his face, you are the killer of that man. The monster says he came to correct history, and the bro thinks he's some kind of teacher. He reveals that he is the Rider King, Lord of the Beast. Honestly, it sounds a bit mediocre. Look, he is trembling in his boots. The monster lunges into attack, and these shields are literally made of cardboard. Look at the cut effect, this is real cinema. The shields are broken, and the soldiers are thrown into the realm of shadows. Everyone is flying through the air. The Count lies on the ground and looks like he's about to cry. He tries to bluff about reinforcements, but the monster doesn't fall for it. The monster decides, I'll take a few hostages. And of course, he sets his eye on Ophelia. He says he'll take the girl and turn people into test subjects. This guy is just a scoundrel. He starts talking about some secret techniques of the Elysium Temple. He attacks Ophelia and the Count shouts to her, "Run. But don't you dare touch my people. Who is this Chad?" Out of nowhere appears a black armored figure and grabs the red boy right in midair. The blow was colossal. Look at how the debris scatters. The head of the red monster was slammed into the ground. The black-winged king, and he looks absolutely sick. Ophelia looks up as if she just saw a god. Our guy grabs the red monster by the leg as if it were junk, and then simply slams him into the mud again. The red monster falls from the sky like a meteor. Look at the details of this black armor, it's pure chic. He pressed the pedal to the floor, and a powerful explosion sounded. It is literally covered with craters. The red monster coughs up blood, it's the end for him. The Black Knight asks him to be quieter, he will scare the girl, and his charisma is simply off the charts. Everyone asks with fear, is it a dragon, or some evil deity? Ophelia simply does not take her eyes off him, she is now definitely head over heels in love. The red monster is sobbing for his fallen country. Our guy simply mocked him, calling his organization pathetic. He tells him one more thing, don't you dare threaten my people. The lawyer asks, who is he? Here it is the reveal, Lord Nosferatu. My guy is stylishly dressed and ready to rule. Ophelia blushes, she is ready to risk everything for the dragon man. He tells the monster that he doesn't even need to remember his name, he is nobody. And then our host Yuki appears in human form, a real Chad. This is how you deal with a bunch of cheerleader villains. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? We immediately dive into the whirlpool of events, where our guy just tears apart this loser in a giant metal suit. Watch how he pins that beast to the ground, like taking out the trash. Our host sits relaxed in the pilot's cabin, but don't confuse his sweat with fear, he's just annoyed because he's a mage and has to do the pilot's job. Turned out this huge pile of junk is called the Lord of Beasts, but honestly right now, he looks more like the Lord of Elves. Our guy just examines the iron like he's strolling through a computer parts store. The pilot of this beast almost loses it, asking our MC to let go, but bro, you're dealing with a gigachad, he'll break your toys if you keep struggling like that. The armor literally screams under the pressure of our heroes, pure audacity. Finally, the villain got out, looking completely exhausted and breathing, as if he just ran a marathon. This irritated NPC is a user of Lord of Beast, and our host just grumbles that hand-to-hand combat is not his style, because he's a mage with a high IQ. He's afraid to break the suit, he has too much riz, that is, power for these ancient relics. The villain tries to show off, spinning beastly rotating attacks, thinking he's the coolest. MC just looks at the stats and realizes this unit has insane beastly speed buffs. But you know our guy, he saw something shiny and immediately wanted it. He's already planning to rob this man's entire career. The villain loses his head because he has never seen our black armor before. That's what it means to be unique. Get angry, NPC. This clown starts babbling that he is the true heir of some dead kingdom, as if we care about his tales. He cries about stolen land and thieves, a classic villain excuse. Our MC, a true expert, throws an actually and mercilessly explains that his ancestors were cowards who switched to the enemy side. They basically abandoned their people and, losing the war, fled like true cowards. The villain hisses for him to shut up because the truth hurts more than a fireball to the face. He came up with a grand plan to rebuild the kingdom using ancient magic, and that sounds like a lot of work for a guy who's about to be finished off. MC just coldly and directly put him in his place. The past can't be undone, bro. His heart starts to ache when he thinks about his past and his waifu Iris. Look at this touching flashback. I know you're here just for the plot, but our guys have hearts too. They just live it up with the villagers, while this villain is stuck in the past. MC simply calls him a fool for repeating the same mistakes that failed 1,000 years ago. The villain got so angry that he started shouting, gathered strength, and released a shockwave. Suddenly, all the ogres in the area rushed into uncontrollable rage. What a toxic gamer move. The background characters tremble in their boots. These monsters are about to crash the party. The villain laughs like a madman, saying that the whole city will be trampled because he is a bitter loser. He really dared to challenge the man who literally has plot armor, and that on top of his black armor. He ordered the ogres to trample everyone, but our host just gave him that look. All right, I'll do it. Yet our guy does something absolutely savage, tears off the hand of the one in the suit. Now he literally deals blows. And now he throws that thing into the stratosphere like a flare. That's the signal our best Odette enters the chat. Look at gorgeous silhouette, she is the real MVP. She summons a literal army of bats to unleash hell from the sky. Even the bats are flying here. Yes, ma'am, because they know who the boss is here. Odette on that roof looks simply incredibly lush, and everyone comments that the blood of our main hero is just different. A short flashback, she is broken and completely exhausted after the previous flight. Our guy felt guilty for pushing her too hard, a true gentleman. So he offered her to become stronger, allowed her to drink some of his blood. I see you, MC, using that cultured riz to boost your waifu. Returning to the present, a swarm of bats arrives, and the villain is simply baffled by their incredible number. Here is literally a bat tornado, and the villain's army is simply overwhelmed by swarms of bats. Odette gives the order to attack him once, and at the same time looks like a true queen. It's time to activate the secret technique. If this explodes, these are not just bats, these are flying fire bombs. The whole place turns into a barbecue, fire magic explodes everywhere. Monsters are roasted like Sunday roast, and the townspeople hide. The main character mockingly throws at the villain. Your magical resistance is worth nothing when your guts are on the grill. He aimed his gun arm right at the villain's face. That's it. Game over, dude. In the cabin, our guy looks like a real threat, ready for his experiment. Burning meteorite, this is no longer a fight. This is a massacre. The explosion is incredible, and the main hero admits, ancient magic is much closer to him than fighting like a commoner. He stands in the middle of the flames, a true macho. The villain was left burned and broken. He sobs over his unfulfilled ambitions. You're done for, friend, literally scorched. MC tells him that he is going to dismantle his mechanism and play with it. This is the highest disrespect. The villain cannot believe that our guy has such power, and yet he doesn't even try to build his own empire. Our main hero is not such a simpleton. He immediately understands that this loser has been a puppet of the Goyle Empire all along. The thief dreamed of becoming a king, but in reality, he would have become just a regional leader for the empire. Even the concubine is shocked by this huge flow of lore. The main hero told Hills to get out of the suit. They need to talk a bit about his allies. The villain is insanely angry and wishes there was no host here because he ruined his speedrun. Our guy just wanted to quietly tinker with the armor, but people keep forcing him to be a hero. So the villain finally gives up the Beast Lord, realizing that he is completely outmatched. At first, the townspeople start joyfully chanting in support of the Black One in armor, as if he were the second coming of Christ. Everyone is safe, and the soldiers are thrilled no one died, even though they fought against a real army of ogres. The main hero is flooded with memories again. He recalls that he was once a legendary mage. He still remembers the day when the children killed the bear, but everything went completely differently than they planned. And the bear turned out to be a real beast that did not want to remain downed. And in one moment, the villain pretends to surrender just to pull off a sneaky trick. He curses the dogs and prepares his last desperate move. He is ready to sacrifice his life just to take everyone down with him. Here he is, look at that crazy face. This man has officially lost his mind. In the memory, the bear lunged at the children, showing that a wounded enemy is the most dangerous. MC understands what is happening and shouts for everyone to retreat. Ancient magic is approaching. The villain tries to launch his last suicidal attack, laughing like a psychopath. But our guy has the fastest hands in the West. He uses his armor as a massive staff, proving that he can make a weapon out of anything. The villain freezes in shock. His magic was interrupted right in the middle of the spell. Next, the main hero uses blood control magic and literally rips the villain's hand off along with the magic circle absolute cinema. The villain screams in unbearable pain, his magic fades, and with it disappears his dignity. Our guy and Odetta just exchanged a glance. Few, that was close. He thinks wounded enemies always bring the biggest headache, a lesson he learned very painfully. They tie up the villain like a Christmas ham to interrogate him later. They will squeeze every crumb of information about the Empire out of him. Moreover, today they grabbed 2 legendary Lord units at once. What a true epic drop. The main character and Odetta collapsed on the roof, quietly discussing what to do next. He just let slip about the secret weapon. He invents a legend as a cover, but Odetta says she barely believes it. The plan is this: Princess Ophelia steps forward and draws all the attention, while our guy stays in the shadows. Odetta gives him a look that makes it clear she's totally on board with whatever he has planned. And tell me that this unit will disappear in 10 years, a bit sad, but a fact. But Odetta looks at him with motherly eyes and says that no one will ever forget this day. I wouldn't forget her either, brother. The whole city chants in honor of the savior in black armor and gives him all the glory. Even the Count looks relieved today. He won't have to fill out death reports. MC decides it's time to go home. Let the princess tell the legend herself. Ophelia begins to sing a song about the legendary guardian, cleverly omitting the details. People swallow it, believing that the legendary deity has returned to save them. The little princess, as always, is so sweet and perfectly plays her role. Our host just smiles contentedly because he knows that he is the one pulling the strings. He soars into the sky, looking like a real boss. Pure fantasy, he flies up like a dark angel. Princess Ophelia whispers the last thank you to the true lord, such an ending to the day. Yo, what's up, my cultural kings and queens? Welcome back to the channel, where we only retell the absolute peak of trashy fantasy. Today we dive again into the life of our reborn demon king, who tries to hide his enormous power level, but completely fails because he has too much natural charisma. Look at those boots. People, Lady Odette comes out and just slays everyone with her look. The crowd just loses their heads, calling her a slay, as if she is a Gen Z icon or something like that. I wouldn't stand a chance either if I saw her walking straight at me. She starts a speech to the NPCs about how hard and mysterious the last battle was. She clearly emphasizes the drama for the fans. We see a flashback. That mysterious black armor suddenly appears out of nowhere and saves them. That was real cinema. The soldiers rejoice as if they just won the lottery because the monsters didn't kill them. Here he is, the legendary Lord Nosferatu, who appeared on stage. Next to the usual trash mobs, he looks like a true gigachad. Meanwhile, our hero Yuki is completely wiped out and lying in bed exhausted. Imagine, the former demon king, tired after one little skirmish. What a beta. He is lying on the floor looking like a total simp, and his armor is just standing aside. He urgently needs a gym membership and protein shakes. His little bat companion looked at him with shining eyes and thanked him for his efforts because he immediately slapped the cheeks of the red armor. Yuki secretly boasts, saying he won only because he held a high position and attacked from the air. We see you, Anakin. He says that other lords move as if they have zero riz at all so stiff and robotic, like they're lagging. But this black lord is completely different, and Yuki knows it. Here's the cultural part for you guys. He says he carried Odette in the armor. He felt her warmth in every little movement. Mom, mom. He is just lying on the floor and staring at the armor, probably thinking about how to use it to get even more waifu. He is puzzled. What the hell is this lord really, because he is too mysterious, and it harms him. The bat calls him Lord Nosferatu, and it hits Yuki, reminding him of his past life when he was the king of vampires. He is confused. The armor yields too easily to him, as if it was made specifically for his peculiar communication energy. He can move those hands as if they are part of his own body, just passing his blood through them. That's truly metal. Everything is confirmed. This thing was made specifically for a creature like him to pilot it. In fact, it is a custom-made mesh suit designed for vampires. The biggest mystery, he sees the names of other lords right in the HUD. The armor has a premium subscription to the system. He thinks that only he sees these names. After all, this lord was the model for the final boss. Look at that face, nothing but mystery and sharpness, just the way we love manga. Yuki is so smug right now, calling it a worthy research project. I know that look. He's about to tear the plot apart. He quickly stretched. Probably his back hurts from carrying this whole story on his shoulders. He bound the armor with his blood so that no NPC would steal his legendary loot. Smart move, king. He starts sniffing the floor like a real tracking dog, searching for some secret messages from the previous owner. But nothing else remained. Lyerly left him only the armor and vanished instantly. The only thing left is a carved mark on the floor, probably some ancient legend, or just a tag. Lyle was here. He realized that Lyle also once rode this beast. Imagine the audacity of these two kids. We see a flashback. Lyle sits in a chair and looks like a real boss. He heard the same activation message as Yuki. This lord has no name. He was created to be the family's last trump card. Lyle and his girlfriend Remilia probably had crazy adventures in this thing before passing it on. Yuki wonders if they left this as a defense against the Elysium Temple, because it sounds like some big group of villains. He smiles because he knows only he has the power to handle this. He starts talking to the bat about his son and daughter from a past life. Is this guy really a family man? And now look at this little one. He so hopes to find their descendants, which means we will soon learn something about their lineage. He declares himself the protector of the village, and his reputation among the locals instantly soared. He seals the secret entrance to the dungeon, as if locking his room so that his mother won't find his search story. It's time to return to the village. He needs to find out if his friends are still alive and well. Well, the ruins of the village Fira in the moonlight look very eerie. He rushes through the grass like in a Ghibli film, but with more vampire energy. Suddenly, a whole swarm of bats appeared in the sky. They took off to protect the village and their master's castle. The bats squeak understood because they know who the real boss is here. They shower him with praise, saying they have become much stronger thanks to his magic. Loyal servants are the best. He leaves the local mom Ophelia to watch over the neighborhood, and he himself returns to his usual life. He plans to get to the city by dawn and sit there, waiting for his debt to be repaid, and his bro just wants to take a nap. Look at that face, he's probably already thinking about what he'll eat for breakfast. He sees the old houses of Layla completely ruined, and honestly, that's the mood. He stands in the tall grass, looking so philosophical, like a frame from a manga. Wait, he noticed something. I'll give you $10 if you guess what he found. He stumbles upon something cool and decides to put it in his pocket. Loot is the most important part of any adventure. See you, village Fira. He sets off like a mysterious traveler. We arrive at the castle town of the Toria Holdings, and you already know the gossip here will be wild. The townspeople go crazy questioning everyone in a row about what happened in the northern town. Yuki just hangs out in the crowd, munching a snack like a real NPC Stealth 100. A huge parade goes through the streets, and everyone is shouting and cheering like it's the Super Bowl. They are carrying the defeated Lord of Beasts on a cart now. He looks like a pile of garbage. And here is that loser who tried to pilot him hidden under a sheet, roast, clown. The Count and little Ophelia wave from the carriage, like a real royal couple. And look at Odette, she has a perfectly pouted face. She is clearly unhappy about something. Some old lady suddenly spills all the gossip to Yuki. She is actually the real informant of this town. She explains the entire plan of the Northern Empire as if reading a script. Rumors spread faster than a leak on Reddit. She told him that all this mess was caused by one of the legendary lords in red armor. And then she says, a black armored figure flew in like a dragon and struck the Red Lord Absolute Cinema. Yuki is stunned. Rumors spread so fast. Welcome to the internet age, kid. Imagine there are rumors that Odette commanded the bats. She gets all the glory, and Yuki does all the work. He is scared by how well this old lady gathers gossip. She is like the FBI. She enjoys like never before, telling this captivating story to everyone who wants to listen. The residents of the town are happy. Finally, there is peace. Let's look into the royal family of Iris. They look majestic, but do they have true charm? Yuki just wants to relax, but he doesn't even suspect that soon he will be in the spotlight. The old lady hasn't finished yet. She still has a bunch of gossip she intends to tell. She whispers that the true Lord of the Bats was actually the wizard in the Baron's house. Oops, the guy is completely exposed. Yuki's soul is tearing out of his body. He is like Kyotsu trying to remain unnoticed. Rumors say that he gave all his power to the bats and is now paralyzed, and they are already making him a martyr. They imagine him all dramatic saying, I entrust everything to you, bats, I am dying. It turned out that the Count was the one who leaked the information. What a vile snake. Even children are already talking about him. The sister of this brat is a soldier who saw everything with her own eyes. I am sure he is nearby and watching over us. He is literally standing right behind you, boy. The whole crowd burst into applause, shouting, thank you, wizard, and Yuki is writhing in embarrassment as if about to explode. He is trapped. If he gets out now, he will immediately stand out like a sore thumb. He tries to slip into the corner like a ninja and wait until the noise dies down. But then the guard puts his hand on his shoulder. That's it, bro, you're done for. The guard starts his description. Black hair, black eyes, looks like a middle school student fits. He looks at the paper like a real snitch. Yuki is literally drowning in sweat. Are you Sir Yuki Glossary? That's it, your scam is exposed, dude. He just surrenders and admits it. Look at that expression, empty, as if dead inside. The guard leads him away by the arms. The crowd stares wide-eyed, so where is the invisibility here? All the townspeople loudly chant in support of their local hero. Yuki hopes the rumors will settle once he leaves the city, but we all know in such stories that never happens. Suddenly he realizes, when everyone thinks he has run out of mana, this is actually the perfect cover for his secret identity. A brilliant move. The guard apologizes for approaching so suddenly, at least polite. He invites Yuki to the manor. The Count wants to thank him personally. Yuki decided to go after all. He wanted to see Ophelia anyway. 2 tasks with 1 stroke. He accepts the invitation like a true gentleman. Wait, a message from Lady Odette. I wonder what this queen, who conquers everyone, will say. Sorry I couldn't hide it until the end. She pouted because she slipped up and revealed his identity. In his imagination, she looked so frowning, a true waifu of the highest class. Well, nothing can be done. It's time to go meet the big boss. The carriage is already heading to the manor. Meanwhile, another carriage rushes like crazy through the rural expanses. This is Princess Iris. She is rushing madly and looks very tense. Look at that blush. She says she can no longer hold back these feelings. She is madly in love with our host. Wait for me, my lord. The girl's heart beats faster than horses. Don't miss the next broadcast to find out if she manages to catch up with him. Bro, look at our MC Yuki in the kitchen. He's not farming levels. He's grinding flour like a real house husband, Chad. And he's just showing off his baking skills, talking about how wonderful the cookies turned out. I hope these treats give some secret op buff, because otherwise he's just a top simp for snacks. The crowd is just going crazy over these treats. It seems like he's handing out legendary drops, but no, it's just a snack at the Torius household. Let's go back a few hours to the reception, where the sages were having a serious conversation. If you're here for the plot, watch closely, because the lore is about to get heavy. The Baron is sitting, completely wiped out after that creepy adventure, and Yuki calmly pretends like he wasn't the one carrying the whole team. They started talking about the Beastmaster and some secret stash. Bros NPCs are so confused they need a real kid to tell them where to go. Yuki says, yes, I'll go, but everyone knows he just needs an excuse to leave the house and look for a few more waifus. That smile gives it all away. He already has a plan. Now they're chatting about the War of the Eight Kings and the fall of the Kingdom of Gures, and the Baron is sweating. He thinks some lord has returned to cause trouble. Yuki just hits him with that, "Nah, no, this won't do." What audacity to lie to his face, being the very cause of his panic. This is just the highest level. Look at this cheeky rascal laughing to himself because it was him under the armor. Pure cinema, guys. He's leading everyone by the nose like a violin. He decides to hide the armor supposedly for experiments, but in reality to save his secret weapon in case things get heated. Smart move, Ched. The Baron got so sick about Yuki after his help that he offers him any reward. If I were him, I would ask for a harem and a castle, but let's see what this beta chooses. He really can't think of what to ask for, but you saved him and his daughters ask for the inheritance. Finally, something clicked in his overly smart head. I swear, if he asks for something lame, I'm unsubscribing. He asks for ingredients for cookies. Bro is really spending his legendary favor on sugar and flour. I can't stand this. He enters the room again where the ladies are waiting. Look at the maid's face. Shinoki the real deal. Little Princess Ophelia looks at him with puppy eyes. Even the dog harm is trying to get some of that MC Riz charm. Even the Batcliff joined the praise, saying how tasty these fruits are, and everyone is just glued to Yuki. Yuki just soaks it all in. He knows he is the main character, and everyone else is just NPCs in his world. He gives Harmon Ogre Crystal to recharge him. Now the dog is officially more buff than most soldiers in this kingdom. He tells Cliff to stay behind and deal with the Bat Army, managing literally a swarm of bats while being a pet. These are serious management skills. Ophelia starts talking about her family's homeland and gets so moved, guys. Serious lore hints are appearing here. She wants to compose a song about his achievements. Dude, he literally gets himself a personal bard. That's how you know you're at the peak. Yuki seems to want to sink through the earth. Being a legendary hero is one thing, but when a little girl sings about you, it seems he draws the line. He begs her not to include his personal data, tries to stay in the shadows, but with such charisma, it's just impossible. Ophelia looks completely devastated. Look at those eyes. She's in pain. Her true master doesn't want her song. To lift the mood, he takes out cookies. It's the oldest trick, bribing with food when you've hurt someone's feelings. The ladies take a bite and the light returns to their eyes. Food is the best way to make peace, especially if Chad baked it. They just go crazy, sweet and nostalgic. The dude literally put his soul into these treats. Look at Odette's face, she definitely feels it. He admits that these are the same cookies he baked 200 years ago when he was the Dean of Nosferatu. Imagine, you have to be a true baking master for your recipes to survive our reincarnation. He explains the recipe like a real pro, says it's just cookies, but at the same time, literally uses ingredients from a legendary dead village. Memory of how he once fed local children. He was like a neighborhood grandpa until he died and became a middle school student. The secret ingredient is the banyarola flour. I bet they only grow in the most dangerous places, of course. Ophelia eats as if she has never seen food before, and she is completely delighted with that legendary village delicacy. He tells them not to tell anyone, but Odetta already imagines how Iris will react. Iris returns with someone from the Magical Guild, and Odetta looks quite lavish in this shot, to be honest. Yuki's face is priceless. He thought he still had time before the guild started poking their nose into his affairs. He counts everything in his head. Natasha rushed to the capital for help, and they have already returned. That's some fast plot armor. Supposedly the Empire was involved in the ogre incident, so everyone is fussing, while Ophelia calmly rests with Harm, completely unaware of this drama. Yuki panics. He knows Iris will demand those cookies, and he literally fears the hungry girl more than the demon army. He is eager to run away to get more flowers, but Odetta grabs him by the jacket. Look at the figure of this future mom. She won't let him go anywhere. Suddenly he realizes he completely forgot about tomorrow's investigation. Bro is so focused on the cookies that he completely loses sight of the mission itself. He needs to find clues about Lyle and Ramilia before Iris appears. The stakes are rising, and our guy feels the pressure. Look at this estate. The Toria's family is swimming in money, but they still need a 12-year-old child to settle all their problems. The next day, the investigation team is ready to rush out. The knight behaves politely, but we all know who the real boss here is. Yuki wanted to go on foot, but the knight simply says, "No way." He is treated like a VIP, and honestly, because he is the only one who really knows how to fight. Turns out, in this kingdom, allowing patrons to take a walk is practically a crime. These non-player characters are so dramatic, just let the man stretch his legs. Garm rides inside, and the bat must stay on the roof. Where is the justice for the dyke man? Why does the dog get premium treatment? Yuki is fully focused on the enemy. He calls Garm for backup, not Ophelia, because soon everything will turn into chaos. The carriage goes to the forest near the border on foot. It would be 2 days on the road, so thank God they didn't walk. They hope to find clues about the Elysium Temple. Spoiler, they will definitely come across something they did not expect. Look at the map. They are going straight into the heart of the mystery, and by the X mark, you can see that soon everything will go wrong. Today they pass by an ancient battlefield. In any manga, ancient battlefield is just another way of saying, get ready for a boss fight. Odetta tells the story of the War of the Eight Kings, and in that cloak she looks simply incredibly elegant. As soon as the sun sets, monsters appear. This is the simplest mechanic in RPGs overall, but it seems it really creates tension. Thousands died there due to powerful ancient magic. The land is truly covered with scars, not the best topic for a carefree carriage ride. No one dares to settle there underground. There are so many bones that it is just a giant cemetery, terrifying to the extreme. Then in the north, the Empire of the Gals rose, and the background illustration here is truly epic. Flashback memories of how Yuki was the Dean of Nosferatu, and about foreign tribes that Luki once met. Stop, wait, look at that tribal girl on the left. She has both the figure and the war paint. Mom. Sorry, Mom. Dean Nosferatu decided to settle in the village of Fira instead of moving further north. If he hadn't done that, this story wouldn't exist. The remains of the temple helped build the empire, and now they are enemies of the kingdom. Betrayal, classic. Lunch break, Odetta is petting Harm, and honestly I would really like to be that dog right now. They are happily picnicking on the grass. Enjoy the peace while it lasts, guys, because it won't last. Yuki quickly swallows a sandwich, irritated that he can't personally inspect the battlefield due to the escort. He calls his familiars on a secret mission. Is he sharpening a knife? Oh, this is going to be interesting. He gives them his mystical blood to make them stronger. You just watch and think. Here he goes again, breaking the power scale. Garmin Dyke is insanely fired up. They set out to scout the battlefield, like the good guys they are. Harm dashed as if flying at Mach speed. The knights look at each other. Where is this dog rushing? And they have no idea that he is about to clear the entire map. In the carriage, Yuki again pretends to be an ordinary boy, and that gap between his true power and this act is just funny. He cannot just fly when soldiers are nearby, so he sent his little beasts. Modern problems require ancient vampire solutions. He wants to know what the kings and the temple did after his death. Essentially, he is checking what happened to his own legacy. He pretends to be curious and behaves as is appropriate for his age to fool Odette. She falls for it and calls it childish curiosity, and she doesn't even suspect. The Guild of Mages organizes tour of battlefields. That sounds like the saddest vacation in the world. Look, kids, that's where 10,000 people instantly evaporated. Odette names all the main battlefields, and Yuki takes notes. He is definitely going to visit them all to reclaim his loot. We are approaching the ancient battlefield of Veril. The atmosphere noticeably changes. Yuki stands by the window with that special look. I have seen different things in his eyes. He knows this place better than anyone. It is a complete wasteland, no grass, no trees, only a creepy atmosphere and death. Just bare wasteland wherever you look. This is what happens when top-level mages go all out. Black objects still lie here, swords and bows left from 200 years ago. No one even looks their way to pick them up, probably trash drops. The road gets worse and the journey drags on. The knight begins to sweat. He knows what happens when the sun sets. The sun sets, bro looks genuinely scared. If you see an NPC with that face, it means you are about to be attacked. Monsters will appear. This cursed battlefield at night. Haven't you ever read manga? Whether dark wolves or ghosts, they are the same level of ordinary enemies, but for these human knights, a direct path to death. The knight draws his sword and pretends to be brave. We won't let the monsters harm you, all right, friend. Keep that same energy when the boss appears. They order the children to stay in the carriage, and Yuki probably thinks, with one pinky, I'll clear this place. Something stirs in the shadows, the knights tremble. Let's go, guys. But it's just Garm. He walked back on his own. The knights are shocked, they can't believe the dog survived there. They stand guard, still waiting for the attack. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Familiars report, only bare ground, no usual creatures, essentially a dead zone. But wait, the mana was completely different. Garm tries to explain it, and even Odette is puzzled. The mana was prickly, dry and painful, clearly bad energy, as if the earth itself is screaming. Odette doesn't understand at all why this place is still a wasteland. Yuki is the only one who might have a clue, but he keeps his mouth shut. He wonders if the Empire knows something, meanwhile just relaxing and petting Garm like a full gigachad. But the cart stops again. The knight approaches the pale door. I have something to say. They found monsters, but they were torn and crushed. Something completely wiped them out. They were completely exterminated. The knights are horrified. They think a new predator is roaming free. Look at Gorm's face. He is so pleased with himself. He arranged a solo raid and didn't even sweat. The best guy. Yuki just smiles, happy that they managed to reach the village safely. He is a true shadow protector. That's it. The chapter is over, guys. Yo guys, we're here again, arrived with the team at that shabby shack in the forest. They say that's where the loser Philippe Jurist hides his stash, and the place looks like a total dump. Our main hero Yuki is deadly bored, and the beauty Odetta stands nearby looking like a real treat, and those guards are pure NPCs, just waiting to be smashed. This place is just a trash heap, some ruined bricks in the middle of nowhere. Odetta wonders how anyone can live here, and I think so too. The guards already doubt if there is a hideout here at all, but they used interrogation magic on some poor guy to find out the location. Trust magic, guys, it never lies. Look at this NPC, he is boiling with joy over an ordinary scrap of paper. They got a map, but you know, our guy Yuki is already 3 steps ahead of these losers. Odetta brilliantly demonstrates the skills of the Mage Guild in interrogations, but Yuki feels something is wrong here. He knows the prisoner wouldn't give up so easily without a reason. Can't be that a huge monster is hiding in these tiny ruins. Yuki's inner hero senses sharpened, because something doesn't add up here. Memory, the prisoner looked completely broken under pressure. He said that only the chosen ones could enter. Essentially, this meant that only the main character would proceed further. This guy looks like he's about to cry. Full beta energy here. Yuki strokes his chin, the same cunning pose that all smart hosts take when preparing to drop a huge lore bomb. He called Garma, the best dog, to sniff the documents. If the villain touched them, the dog would find the secret entrance in exactly 5 seconds. Garma is fired up and ready to work for those treats. Yuki tells him to find where else that sneaky villain's scent lingers. The dog stumbles upon a suspicious spot in the ruins. While Odetta is gentle and puzzled, she guesses it's a hidden room, but our guy is about to correct her. No, it's not just a room, it's a full-fledged hidden passage, and on Yuki's face is that confident smirk, as if he is the main character here. He explains that this was once the royal villa of the Gereria family, and Odetta just stands there, letting him talk. The anxiety of Lord Dump, the kingdom of Gereria, was completely destroyed in the War of the 8 Kings. Look at Odetta's face, she just realized that Yuki is actually a genius. Actually, the ancestors of that villain Philip are survivors who probably turned this place into a real cockroach nest. Yuki explains that there is definitely a hidden emergency exit here, and the guards finally understand. In Yuki's world, they are just background characters. Look at this tactical map. View the exit is probably near the stream down the slope, a movie-like plan from our guy. Guards, like obedient NPCs, rush to check the river, while Yuki calmly relaxes as others do the work for him. Garm finds the real entrance inside the ruins. This dog has more charisma and usefulness than the entire guard squad combined. The kitchen and only one patch of floor is clean. If you've ever played an RPG, you know, a clean floor among ruins. Click here, there must be a secret boss. Yuki pulls a pro-gamer move and asks Odette to distract the guards. He needs a moment alone to show some magic, while Kaya hacks the game. Odette tells everyone to step back while Yuki gets to work. Look at him sitting calmly, all cool with a little dagger. He starts hacking, and magic covers. This is not ordinary sorcery, but some top-tier cheat code energy. Internal magic analysis loads. Yuki is literally reading the source code of this world right now. Bang, magic supply interrupted, lock broken. This set is a real monster when it comes to breaking the system. Entrance open, but Yuki knows traps lie ahead. He turns to Odette, knowing she is also incredibly clever. He asks her what she would do if she were royalty fleeing for her life. Odette goes, huh, because she wasn't expecting the sudden question. She suddenly starts imagining her family being attacked. Look at the little chibi drawings, they're actually quite cute. She decides that a resilient familiar, like a slime, would be the perfect trap to slow down pursuers. And anyway, shouldn't we talk about how great she looks in that cloak? Yuki is like Bet and takes out a water skin. I know what you thought, but he is not thirsty. He is about to do something crazy. He mixes his special blood with water and spreads it on the floor to reveal hidden traps. This guy literally uses himself as a radar. Suddenly, Yuki's eyes open wide. From under the floorboards, a huge ball of jelly slowly crawls out. Odette hit the mark. It's a giant slime trap. The slime shoots up like a fountain, and the guards completely lose their heads. They're doomed if Yuki doesn't intervene. The guards try to hit the core, but move like total amateurs. You can't just poke magical slime and expect it to die, guys. Odette realizes this is not a natural slime, it has been modified. When it comes to knowledge, she is definitely the mom of this company. This is a high-level trap for the elite, designed to silently lie dormant until someone steps on it. Essentially, it's a magical mine. The slime starts whipping its tentacles, but our duo just dances around it, as if it's nothing. Look how they dodged. Odette explains, you can't just blow it up, the passage will be destroyed. It must be overcome physically, and that seems like a lot of work for these NPCs. The core rushes so fast that the guards don't even manage to hit it, they just wave their arms in the air as if fighting water. Yuki decides he's had enough of this pointless fight. He activates hacker mode and decisively tells the slime, sit down and shut up. Slime absorbed the blood that Yuki spilled earlier, thereby giving him a direct connection to its system. This gelatinous guy is finished. The slime froze and the guards finally hit. Look how cool they act now, when all the work has already been done for them. Slime defeated, the guards here are celebrating as if they did something, happy that they got lucky because it stopped moving. Yuki is just standing in the background and sighing. He feels like he is carrying the whole team. To hide his strength, he starts praising Odette, saying how incredible she is for predicting the slime, and she is simply stunned. He tells her that her knowledge saved everyone. Odette blushes wildly. Yuki's risk is too strong for her, and she can't handle it. She tries to protest, but the host is already moving on to the next performance. He asks her what other traps await them ahead. Essentially, he is already using her as his strategy advisor. Odette immerses herself in her refined, intellectual thinking mode. You watch with pleasure as the smart waifu in action. She listed poison arrows, falling stones, and oil jars. These rulers with guards seriously underperformed, huh? Yuki agrees that simple traps to save space are the most logical option, and there really is a dynamic of a powerful couple between them here. He orders the guards to act following Odette's example. From now on, she is the boss here. All NPCs are completely convinced that she is a genius. The guards loudly chant their loyalty to Lady Odette, and Yuki successfully diverts all attention from herself. Odette is filled with excitement and takes command into her own hands. Let's go, Mom, lead us. Editing, they destroy traps one by one. Poisonous arrows, brushed off, dodged. Now they're passing through this dungeon at speed. Pots of oil, that's dealt with. Odette says there are no more traps, and you know we trust our queen. Finally, they reach the real hideout. Dark, gloomy, and this is where all the secrets are hidden. It looks more like a mad scientist's laboratory than a hideout, and Yuki looks around all the scrolls and jars as if she has come to a feast of loot. It seems there is another path that probably leads to the exit near the stream. Yuki's internal compass is more accurate than Google Maps. Garm confirms that the smell of water is getting stronger. A good boy deserves all the belly rubs for that. They come across massive jugs, likely made for an armed ogre. These ancient rulers were undoubtedly involved in suspicious affairs. Odette looks with disgust. She hates how these kings abandon their people and hide like rats. She looks at Yuki for just a second, as if thinking he is the complete opposite of those cowards. No reason, she says, but we can feel that atmosphere anyway. One of the guards stumbles upon a table covered with papers. Now that's a real jackpot, guys. The name of Philip Gerard is written on this parchment, alongside a bunch of others here. Literally, all known villains are gathered. Yuki's eyes widened. He realized the scale of what they had found. This is a list of rulers: the Phantom Lord, the Beast Lord, the Paladin Lord, the Berserker, a real threat on the level of the finale. The document says that the seal on the ancient item is about to break. Odette looks worried, and honestly, she has every reason to be. Here is the end of the note. Brief, sweet, and very scary for anyone not from OPMC. The letter was addressed specifically to Felipe. The one who wrote it is the true main villain hiding behind the scenes. Out of 8 lords, 5 have already been found. The balance of power in this world is about to explode. They notice they have 2, no wait, already 3. Yuki quietly collects these things like Pokemon. But the Lord of Paladins and Berserkers ended up in foreign hands. This sets up an epic confrontation, Chad versus Chad. Flashback to Dorothea, that crazy mom who used the Phantom Lord. If the strongest seal starts to unravel, get ready, it will be intense. The fully restored Lord can attack at any moment, and Yuki finally looks serious, prepare for a real show. Yuki wonders, what rank does his own Lord belong to? He understands that the guys he defeated were only training versions. Odetta says she will take the investigation upon herself, while Ye thinks about the Berserker unit. The best girl, as always, will support. Yuki is not afraid. He is just irritated. This guy is so overpowered that the threat of the end of the world is just a huge headache for him. If the Empire seizes these items for the NPCs, it will be game over. Look at those ominous figures in the background. Yuki literally covered his face with his palm. He just wanted a quiet life, and now he has to save the world again. He decides to consult Iris later and pass this information to the Magic Guild, and Odetta winks. She is confident that she is the most valuable member of this mission. Yuki decides he will go explore the Elysian dungeon alone, solo leveling mode activated. He cannot allow anyone to find out who he really is, otherwise the whole kingdom will go crazy. He is the most powerful hero in the shadows. He needs to find more ancient magic to oppose the Empire. The dungeon looks dark and deep, just what we love. Look at this shot of the legendary Lyle. Yuki wants to find the sealing methods he used, a total Chad move. The plan is clear. The Bat Garmin stands guard while Yuki explores. Got it, best guy. Suddenly Odetta returns, running in with a new clue. She found the most important sheet of paper in the entire laboratory. It is a detailed plan, and the signatures prove that all the villains acted together. Now the intrigue intensifies, guys. Dorothea and Felipe were allies. It turned out that it was a large-scale conspiracy from the very beginning. Their goal was to infiltrate the massive Elysian dungeon in the royal capital. These guys were preparing for a full-scale invasion. Felipe was supposed to ride the Beast Lord and just blow everything up. Look at him, so self-satisfied, a real loser. The capital would be covered in smoke and chaos. This plan was actually well thought out. While the beast attacked, Dorothea was going to use necromancy to subjugate everyone, a pure Dami-mommy move, if I ever saw one. The kingdom would definitely fall. Only a few seconds remained until total disaster. Odette trembles at the very thought, but remains calm. She knows Yuki has already ruined everything. She tells him that he is truly incredible. The glow is real, but honestly he deserves it. She is a little upset that she is not as strong as he is, but don't worry, Odette, you are still our only waifu in our hearts. Yo, friends, we're back with the story. Those villains Dorothea and Philly planned to turn the capital into a real circus, thinking they could just capture Elysian as if it were a wasteland. Our guy Yuki and his beloved Odette are looking for checks, but those guys were too clever. They left no paper trails leading to the Empire. Yuki radiates genius energy, gathers facts about the Goyle Empire, and looks completely focused at the same time. All they found were a few notes in the group chat about how to sneak into the DM of the Elysium Temple, essentially pointless, but Yuki says it's the vibe. Look at these NPCs working overtime, cleaning up this mess. Hopefully, they at least get minimum wage for it. The squad is almost settled everything here, and our main hero is already bored with side quests. Yuki asks to step away for a second, probably a typical scene for the main hero, while background characters carry the luggage. He rushes to the ancient battlefield of Veril while the sun is still shining because, it seems, he is now a history fan. Look at that facial expression. He is definitely cooking up something sinister because of what happened 200 years ago. A sharp cut takes us to noon. The landscape looks like a complete wasteland. Bro literally flies in the air with his dog Harm, as if playing in creative mode, no peace at all. Odetta is real. She allowed him to take the familiar with him, and Harm looks like he's wildly enjoying life. Landed like a boss in the middle of nowhere. It's emptier here than my bank account after a steam sale. No trees, no blades of grass in sight. Yuki begins to recall his past life as Dean Nosferatu and wonders if the War of the Eight Kings would have drawn him in. Look at this silhouette. Guys, in a past life, he was definitely a gigachad with such a cloak. He feels remnants of ancient magic in the air and is probably already figuring out if he can grab some legendary item. Dude, his former self looked like he was about to snap at everyone if he lost control. This hand reaching out from under the dust, it's like a real movie right here. Wait, so that big scary immortal was actually a medic here and treated the wounded. What a sweetheart. Come on, that's an old story, and there's no way to check the receipts. He worries that the villagers will end up between two fires. Pretty cute for a guy who was once a demon king or something like that. Don't worry, Harm, your master is just going through a midlife crisis, or better to say a crisis of many lives. No monsters, no beasts, just the mood, and a barely noticeable trail of old magic. He decides to dig a little more because the plot demands it. It's time for the dog to go to work, and Yuki is getting ready to show off magic. He activates the spell, and the cool tattoos on his palms start to glow with power. When the hand begins to shine, it's clear now things are serious. This dude is a true force of the earth, literally controlling the land here as if he is the top. These magical spikes just bake the earth. Look at that power, he isn't even trying, yet he has caused more destruction than the villains themselves. He coughed through clouds of dust, as if he didn't expect his own power to be so broken. The earth spikes barely scratch the surface because the soil is harder than a math test. Yuki feels that his magic is weaker than usual, and his special blood is quickly dissipating. This is clearly a debuff. He just sits in the dirt, running through his entire life strategy in his head. He understands that the mana in the air is incredibly sparse. That's why he feels like his battery is almost dead. Lordrop, the man, is in the soil, in the air, and in the water. It's like the Wi-Fi of this world. Because our guy is immortal, his body works like a super-fast mana conductor, turning blood into missile. But here the mana is prickly and dry. Nothing can grow. This is a serious problem for this planet. And this is the consequence of the War of the Eight Kings. There is now practically a permanent dead zone here. Yuki is literally lighting up. He wants to know exactly which forbidden magic caused such destruction. He is determined to learn everything about ancient magic and about that damage, because he has the same motivation as the main character. Garm runs back. He felt something, and Yuki finally comes out of his nerdy stupor. Someone is approaching. Garm is on alert. It's a wagon with soldiers, and it's clear they are rushing madly. Everything is visible on Yuki's face. Can I have at least 5 minutes of peace? They are coming from the direction of Torius Castle. Trouble is definitely approaching. Garm is already ready to take them down, but Yuki tells him to heal. He doesn't want to end up behind bars today. He decides to be a gentleman and greet them, probably hoping they have a snack. Here they are carrying the carriage as if it's fast and furious. Wow, what a luxurious ride for such a desolate desert. The brakes screech louder than banshees. Look at this shiny carriage. Someone is clearly showing off their royal budget. Even the dog can't hide its admiration for the chrome surface of this thing. Yuki thinks this carriage is too luxurious for such a dusty place. Dealing with royal persons is a constant hassle, but what can you do? That's the life of a fantasy hero. I hear there's some family quarrel inside. I'll give you $10 if you guess who's throwing a tantrum there. MC worries that he looks like a bum all dirty, but etiquette remains etiquette. Inside she is crying, and her presence is supposedly stunning. This is usually a code that a waifu is about to appear. The time has come to respond. Harm. When the soldiers saw him, they sighed with relief as if they just found water in the desert. Yuki makes them a solemn bow because he is a professional simp, that is, a knight. The shadow of a girl in the window. Let's go, guys. The door opens. The tension is higher than the real stakes in a filler arc. This is Princess Iris. Look at her outfit. She is simply on top today. Yuki raised his head, and probably his whole life flashed before his eyes. She looks at him in shock. She didn't expect him to be so relaxed sitting in a pit of mud. Everyone bows as if at a K-pop idol concert. Yuki throws her that wink, hey girl, that just radiates the charisma of the main character. Iris simply malfunctions. She cries and blushes at the same time. She is completely in despair. Welcome, Princess Iris, he says, and she tries to pretend as if she hasn't just burst into tears. Hey, look at her fierce gaze. She is completely turned on by our guy right now. She explains that after the messengers arrived, she couldn't wait to finally see her beloved knight. They say Prince Kane ordered her to go with him because he knows only Yuki can carry the whole team. She looks too proud for someone who just cried in the carriage. She invites him to the carriage to talk about the details, and we all know perfectly well what that really means. He takes her by the hand like a real macho, and the princess's heart begins to beat doki doki. Look at that blush. She is definitely not thinking about the mission anymore. They are heading to join Lady Odetta, and the horses are probably glad they can finally stop galloping. Wow, hello, we have a new Damie Mommy alert. This is Elmira Lotus, and she says she will be much more useful to the prince, and I have no doubt about that. She is completely devoted to her brother. Usually, that means either a spy or wildly excited. The royal family sent an entire squad and several mages from the guild because things are heating up with the empire. Elmira is like the prince's right hand, and she looks at Yuki as if he were a delicacy. This is how the rescue team turned into a real party. The princess insists she will never abandon Yuki again. Talk about plot armor. Yuki wonders what strange orders the prince is giving, while Elmira just looks thoughtfully at the order. Iris asks why he ended up alone in such a gloomy place, probably hoping he is writing a poem for her. He tells them he was exploring Baron's battlefield, and Elmira immediately says Prince Cain does the same. Turns out that Prince Cain has a whole team of nerds studying the magical phenomenon of this place. He is a rank B mage and already a sage at such a young age. All right, it's clear he is a real prodigy. Elmira is just going crazy, she swoons, because the prince turned out to be the best researcher. They think that some ancient powerful magic burned these lands, but if you ask me, that's just a theory. Yuki starts wildly fanboying about labor exhaustion and land resources, making everyone around look like total NPCs. Look at their faces, they've never heard anyone speak so intelligently in their lives. Elmira froze in amazement, she had never heard of such a theory before. Yuki realizes he's overthinking and tries to pass it off as intuition classic. I'm not the main character. Elmira is so impressed that she wants to take him into the research team, but look at her charms in this panel, God bless. But our Yuki is loyal, he says he is the princess's knight and serves no one else. And this is a direct blow to Iris's heart, she is truly lost now. And Yuki thinks that dealing with the great mages is a trap that could expose his hidden identity. The iris is reddening so much that it seems about to explode, and Elmira is definitely already catching this atmosphere. Meanwhile, at Count Torius's estate, surprisingly, everything finally looks civilized. Natasha returned from the mission and greets her family as if she just escaped from a deadly trap. The Count is simply happy the villains did not delete his daughter. She gives all the credit to Yuki and Odette because, honestly, they did all the hard work. The guys from the Mage Guild are already here, and one guy looks as if he has a stick permanently stuck in his backside. He quietly acts rude, saying they came only by order. What a weak move. He wants to see the Beast Lord before sending him to the capital, probably to subject him to some suspicious experiments. Watch out, guys, because the intrigue thickens. How are you, you unparalleled connoisseurs? Your guy is back in action with another translation, and today we dive into a top fantasy drama where the Mage Guild thinks they can just steal the loot of our main hero. Look at that gigachad machine, the Beast Lord, who just stands there like a boss. The Mage Guild is already entering as the second Lord unit and behaves as if this is their place, even though the dust hasn't settled yet. That redhead brat Bruno is already babbling that this technology will bring real technological breakthroughs to the guild. What audacity. Imagine they literally plan to send this to the capital as a reward for Yuki and Odette, but the guild just says, no, we are taking him. Bruno sharply orders everyone to be silent. The Zemel faction claims the prize, no objections. Here you can already see how interests collide, and honestly, the tension is thicker than a plot armor. Let's go back a few hours. We see our guy Yuki and the charming Iris, who are relaxing in a carriage. I know what you're thinking, scenes in carriages are always so atmospheric. Yuki suggests standing guard near some hideout, playing it safe, like a real tactical pro. But Iris won't tolerate that. She will take everything into her own hands, because she is a queen who gets things done. They start talking about the War of the Eight Kings and confirmed intentions, but let's be honest, we're just waiting for the next waifu to appear. As soon as they mention her look, Elmira enters the carriage and holy assets. Look at the culture of this woman. Mom, sorry, Mom. Iris, as always, babbles about how to catch the guilty and avoid troubles from her previous life. Elmira just sits and looks incredibly lush and confident because now she has two lords. They start chatting about the mysterious Black Lord, and I only think, when will the guild figure out that under the mask hides our main hero? Suddenly, Iris is struck. She probably realized that her beloved is much more powerful than he seems. Elmira is convinced this perfect lord is exactly what Prince Cain wants to add to his collection. She asks Yuki to share his opinion, but looks like she is about to enchant him madly. She even says that the prince wants to keep it to himself, and the way she says it, I am simply ecstatic. Yuki's face is literally all of us right now, just confused by the comment about personal use. They start enthusiastically praising Prince Cain, saying that only a person with his noble blood and magical talent deserves his own lord. Elmira decisively sets off to the farthest depths of Elysian to find the most powerful lord for her prince. Yes, Yuki and Iris decide to just keep silent about everything. Why invite even more trouble? Finally, they arrive at a quiet little village that looks like a real starting zone for NPCs. But as soon as the second Princess Iris steps out of that carriage, the villagers simply lose their heads. This is a real Your Highness moment. Iris flawlessly plays the role, tells the men not to worry, and herself sticks to Yuki like glue. She starts giving orders about reports and housing, as if this is her place, and essentially it is. Yuki and Odette just follow her while the princess leads ahead. They reach their room, and for a moment it seems like it's about to get cozy. Iris sighs deeply and finally stops pretending to be a queen. And then she suddenly turns 180 degrees and starts panicking. wondering if Yuki is hurt. She's completely worried about her boyfriend. Dude, she literally throws the elf towards him, sobbing about how he fought an ogre horde and the beast lord. Now that's true devotion, guys. We see a brief flashback of that incredible movie-like battle with the beast lord. Yuki gently strokes her head and smiles, promising to tell her everything that happened. They sit down to talk, and Yuki tells how he obtained the jet Black Lord in the ruins of the village of Fira. Another portion of lore about Count Torius's family and descendants, but look at Iris's face, she's so proud of her beloved. Odetta says that Yuki's achievement would usually have boosted his noble rank by about 4 levels. But Yuki knows the risk of being exposed is too great, especially because of the greed of the magical guild. He can't just give his inheritance to some random researchers, and honestly, I respect that persistent effort. He asks Iris to prepare a hidden hangar for the Lord, and she is right there. She is like, my Lord's problems are her problems, and that's exactly the kind of energy we all need in life. She literally boasts about her status as a princess and her influence in the guild only to help her boyfriend. Odetta and Iris start arguing about who will fight alongside Yuki, and it's really cute. Iris understands that just keeping up with Yuki is already a challenge, but she trusts Odetta to handle the fight. They hold hands and make a pact. It's a real movie, you can't take your eyes off. Iris is so happy that she even offers her property to pay off the debt as a token of gratitude. Wait, her wealth, or other things. I'm confused but intrigued. And Yuki just stands there, wondering what these two are trying to turn him into. Suddenly, Elmira's mother returns. She is a bit worried. She starts explaining the faction disputes in the Mage Guild, and it sounds like a complete headache. The Cain and Zemel factions are constantly at each other's throats. Yuki and Odetta are just shocked. Wow, the Mage Guild is chaos, and I totally agree with them. The Zemel faction like an A-rank mage, and they are definitely the villains of this arc. Iris drops a bomb. Officially she is from the Cain faction, but in reality a member of the Yuki faction. Odetta says, I agree, sign me up for the Yuki faction too. Bro now has a whole harem faction. Yuki is still passionately interested in what the Zemel faction really wants. The dog starts barking. Someone is approaching the room. Elmira again, she looks like she just saw a ghost. Then she receives a report from the Torius family, and from the way she held her breath, it's clear this is bad news. Bruno from the Zemel faction officially claimed the Lord of Beasts. Now that's true snake behavior. Yuki and Iris are just shocked. They can't believe they stole it so easily. Elmira explains, according to guild rules, property goes to whoever acquires it, but that's a complete lie. She cries because she knows for sure it fully belongs to Yuki and Odetta. But since the identity of the Black Lord is hidden, the Zemel faction just swoops in like vultures. Elmira drops to her knees and begs Princess Iris to make those greedy thieves finally understand that they are wrong. We move to the armory of Torius Castle. The confrontation is becoming increasingly tense. The guild soldiers are already surrounding the Beast Lord. The local lord rushes to stop them, shouting that the guild has no right to inspect his arsenal without permission. He defends Yuki's efforts, but the guild NPCs are not interested in logic at all. Bruno orders him to be silent, insisting that their verdict is based on advanced knowledge of magic. She essentially says that the Zemel faction is the largest, so they are given priority. It's just might makes right, only wrapped in extra steps. She orders the soldiers to clear the way. Time is precious. She's really going to mass-produce copies of Lords to conquer the Empire. This girl has lost her mind. Ophelia looks at all this and is truly worried. Her sister is also panicking, blaming herself. It's all because she asked for help. But she turns around, and you see something change in her eyes. Yes, she gives that sweet but scary smile and tells everyone not to worry. She realized that the legends they sing about are actually true. She promises to sing later a song about someone who wove a new legend. But first she will have to settle scores with those thieves trying to steal from her master. She looked at her bat rock and firmly said, the time to act has come. She is really angry, and you know what they say about those who are silent. She tells her sister to go look for their father, and she herself breaks through with Cliff. She steps right into the thick of the confrontation, looking like a real boss. The guild soldiers are like, who is this girl? And they will soon painfully find out. She starts singing, and for a moment it seems like carefree manga. Everyone stands as if in a fog, confused. No one understands why a song is sounding in the middle of the raid. But this song is a real spell, and the atmosphere around begins to change. Bruno loses his temper and demands to know what song she is singing. All the lines of this song are about one thing, not forgiving those who stole the keeper's treasures. Ophelia pressed her face close to Bruno and angrily said that he has no right to touch the treasure. She orders them to retreat immediately and looks incredibly terrifying. Bruno loses his composure and angrily calls her an ignorant little girl. But then bam, Bruno was simply blown away by an invisible force, absolute cinema. Ophelia just stands with an icy gaze, and Bruno flies through the air. The bat dives sharply to finish the job and bites right into Bruno's face. Bruno screams for her father, while the maid and the bat completely break him. Ophelia sharply orders the guards to immediately seize the thieves from the Mage Guild. She tells Bruno that the real impudent one is her. She stands with a bat, looking like the final boss, which she really is. Don't underestimate the people of a true lord. This is a Gigachad moment if I have ever seen one. Some desperate woman begs our host to help her with the ZML faction problem. Look at her despair. She knows she needs a real Chad to sort this out. Princess Iris is already planning a speedrun to the Torius Castle. Forget about horses. She wants to use cheating magic to get there in record time. Only a quick, picturesque view of the mountains before the real chaos begins. Suddenly we move to the castle. A few NPC guards are trying to restrain this green-haired sorceress. She acts like the main heroine, but her end is near. From just the pressure alone, the girl literally started bleeding from her nose, and she babbles about ancient artifacts as if she really has Riz to control them. She looks at the Lord of Beasts as if it's her ticket to leveling up. She thinks she can just jump in and control this huge chunk of metal like a Gigachad. But then a voice came from the window. Sit down and be humble. Her guy Yuki and the princess are just casually sitting on the windowsill as if nothing happened, and Yuki starts lecturing and directly tells this mid-level sorceress that her mana pool can't handle that. The villainess is completely shocked. She can't believe they got there so fast and looks at Iris as if she saw a ghost. A short flashback to show how they pulled it off. The older sister was afraid people would notice the inhuman movements and basically begged them not to crash the server with this insane speed. Yuki's solution: he literally mounts a horse. He whispers to the horse's ear to become his familiar, and it gallops like it's on nitro. And then, as if in an instant they're already gone, the ladies in the stable just wave goodbye, and these two race into the sunset. But here's the trick: as soon as they disappeared from sight, Yuki simply lifted the horse into the air with levitation. Bro literally forces the horse to fly to save time. A full movie scene. Returning to reality, the princess drops her hammer and decisively calls the soldiers, immediately sees that greedy mage. Yuki is just standing there with that "I told you so" face, while the pink-haired girl Ophelia is losing her mind from sheer audacity. Ophelia starts singing and dancing like in a Disney movie, clearing the way for the Great One. The villain is boiling with rage. Imagine, you're being arrested and some nobody is singing an annoying song right in your face. She melts. She decides to go all in and lunges at the Beast Lord. She thinks she'll become an invincible creature. What a delusion. She opens the hatch. Wait, is that a dog? I'll give you $10 if you guess what happens next. The look of pure confusion on her face is priceless. She's looking for the pilot's cabin, but instead finds a border collie. She really asks, why is there a dog standing in front of the ancient superweapon? And then the dog harm decides he's had enough of her annoying barking and kicks her right in the chest. Next, the puppy completely wrecks her. That's the kind of disdain we just love to see. Yuki lands with Iris in his arms like a true macho. He thanks his familiar for the job. The villainess realizes she was tricked while she was distracted. She's on the floor sobbing because the dog beat her to it and took that ancient artifact. Her dignity is now in the negative. Yuki just throws her that confident smile. Yes, she's simply better than you. He called himself the Night Guardian. Look at the pose, bro is so admiring himself. I'm thrilled. She tries to get up to deliver the final blow, but her body doesn't obey. She is literally glued to the floor. She is simply going crazy. The realization that she is completely an NPC hit her like thunder. And Yuki tells her that he used a simple spell. He didn't even need ancient magic to put her down. The soldiers tie her up, and she cries because she was defeated by a pack of dogs and the Lady L+ ratio. Iris beams with a smile and thanks Yuki for his efforts. It's clear she is head over heels from this night. Yuki wants to bury the robot. It's too troublesome, but Iris wants to keep it. She immediately recognizes a useful thing when she sees it. She explains that the ZML faction wants to make fake ancient artifacts. Typical villains, they can't even come up with something new. We see the Count and another mech. These old crooks are insanely greedy. Then we see the philosophy of Kane's factions. Only the worthy get cool toys, and everyone from the ditch out. Yuki is already constantly thinking about his rank. He wants this promotion to protect Iris without problems as her fiancé. Ophelia approaches and makes a deep bow. Finally, she shows respect to the man who saved the situation. She really reaches for the official thank you, and the air around becomes increasingly heavy. The Count almost loses his head because she thanks Yuki in front of the princess. Bro worries about social hierarchy. This is a true slave to the rules. But Ophelia disagrees. She says that without Yuki's intervention, there would be a complete crater here. She says the first thanks should be given to him. Honestly, she tells the truth. She is even ready to accept punishment for her disrespect. This is true devotion. Everyone is sweating. In Iris's eyes the same shadow. Will she break down? Sight, she is really happy about this. She says no punishment is needed. The Count is stunned. He cannot handle how relaxed the princess behaves. Iris boldly approaches and thanks Yuki herself. She is so sweet, but Yuki feels that something is wrong here. The Count literally sobs from her modesty. Bro is a true fanboy. Yuki recognizes that look. As soon as a sparkle appears in Iris's eyes, she is already plotting something sneaky. He simply decides to go with the flow. A smart move, never argue with a girl who has that look. And here it is, a great idea has appeared. Let's go. She wants to give Yuki a small gift to apologize. I see what you are all looking at, but don't get distracted. She has long dreamed of giving him something. She asks Ophelia to show them around the city. She is already making her move. She wants to quietly go for a walk to find the perfect gift. She's playing the long game. She says she wants to see those picturesque mountains, and with that perfectly sets the mood. Yuki finally understands what is really happening. He begins to see through the excuse about the gift. She wants to see her old house from her previous life. My heart, she is so sincere and kind it hurts. Yuki looks at her with those gentle eyes. He is clearly falling in love. He accepts this honor. Bro behaves like a true gentleman. Iris literally glows with joy. Look at her face. She is on cloud 9. She does such a little dance. If this isn't the cutest thing you've seen today, you're lying. Ophelia in the corner thinks that they are now going to buy a ring. She is already planning the wedding. The Count tells them to have a good rest and gather strength before tomorrow's big shopping trip. He doesn't even suspect that he is thereby facilitating the date. Ophelia quietly whispered to Yuki, asking if they are secretly together. She really wants gossip. Yuki keeps everything mysterious, talks about legends, makes a clever move so that the secret remains alive. Ophelia is like, don't say more, I completely understand, but in reality she definitely does not understand at all. Now she is fully devoted to protecting their secret. She is an unparalleled partner. She will even prepare appropriate clothes to walk unnoticed through the shops. Everyone in the room knows this is a date, and the energy is just off the charts. The next morning in the castle, birds were chirping and the air smelled of romance. You see Iris in a thin nightgown combing her hair. Mom, sorry, Mom, she definitely knows what is happening. This is her first date in life. Sudden flashback to her past. In her previous life, she was a true recluse, a mistress of monsters, and never had the chance to do simple girly things. She just explodes with excitement, a date with her lord. She loses her head, and it's funny. Ophelia saves the situation with the outfits. She tries to help her girl shorten the distance. Iris feels a bit self-conscious, seeing other voluptuous waifus around Yuki. She needs to stand out somehow. She asks herself if she can make him embarrassed. Girl, you already hold him in your palm. She shakes off her nerves. Focus, Iris, focus. She wants to show him how much she has matured since her previous life. We see it, girl, we see it. She looked in the mirror. Now she is as old as her master. Time to start the game. Time to put on the armor for the date. Look at those boots. She is ready to trample a few hearts, and here it is, the outfit for the date. She is simply stunning and her look is flawless. She twirls a little, enjoying herself, and knows for sure that she looks wonderful. And she slapped her cheeks to cheer up. Focus, Iris. Time to get excited. She is more thrilled about this date than about a boss fight. Yuki stands by the door, and on his face is the same confident grimace. I am the main character. That assistant watches from the shadows, always on guard, ch. She walks out like a queen. I'll give you a real surprise. Oh, I'd bet on that. This date will be legendary. Yo, how are you doing, my cultured brothers? Today we dive again into the life of our guy Yuki, once a true demon king, and now he lives it up in a new body, starting in the castle, where the maids seem about to spill the hottest gossip of the century behind these massive doors. Natasha is just going crazy because she has to accompany Princess Iris and Yuki on their secret walk, which we all know is just code for a high-stakes date. Her sister Ophelia just watches her suffer and keeps secret that their Sir Yuki is actually their true lord. The difference in information is huge. The brother plays 4D chess, and she plays checkers. Finally, the man of the day appears, like a real macho in winter clothes, ready to take the princess to the city. Look, guys, at these team vibes. Iris in that cloak is just out of this world. Mom, sorry mom, and on Yuki's arm calmly sits a little bat familiar. Yuki starts making a weather forecast like a pro gamer, checking the wind as if he's about to drop a tactical nuclear bomb, not just going for a walk. He has the whole city map in his head. He shows where the crowd is, and where its cozy bro is a real walking GPS. Iris looks at him as if asking, how do you know all this? And honestly, I'd think the same. The level of preparation borders on obsession, but that's just the Demon King mode. But she is completely stunned, and Yuki just gives that don't worry smile. If some guy did that in real life, it would be creepy, but since it's the host, pure charisma. Turned out my dude had familiars a dog and a bat, who scoured the whole city like a real spy network. Just imagine, a dog is your partner, pure cinema. Iris understands that with Yuki nearby, she doesn't even need royal guards. She is already blushing and confused, and honestly look at those pouted lips, she is completely lost. Yuki arranges a formation to escort the children, which he taught the familiars, and the bro treats the princess like a VIP target in a Call of Duty mission. And finally, the moment you have all been waiting for, he extends his hand like a true gentleman. Take my hand, he says with that gigachad energy. I'll give you $10 if you find a smoother phrase than this. Iris is absolutely petrified. Wait, not the right word. She just has a short circuit. Look at that blush. They walk through the market holding hands, and even NPCs call them a cute couple. The city looks insanely alive, decorated with flags, as if celebrating that our guy finally got out of the friend zone, even if just for 5 minutes. The market buzzes, and you definitely know, among these stalls you will surely come across a piece of culture. Iris is delighted, her eyes sparkling as if she is seeing cabbage for the first time, typical princess behavior, but we really like it. She asks Yuki what he wants, probably expecting a romantic answer, but my guy thinks with his stomach. Probably dry goods, he says. Bro, are you serious? You're on a date with a literal goddess and you want beef jerky. The end, he's doomed. He starts to fanboy over seafood. The area is near the sea. Iris looks at him as if asking, is this really my lord? And honestly, the disappointment is palpable. Then he offers hand cream to the maids. Well, a bit better. He thinks about his harem at home, but Iris wants something dreamy. Yuki struggles with the concept of dreaminess. He offers Catula flowers, but they don't grow in the capital. Bro is totally clueless. Then he completely becomes a beta and starts talking about how hoes and sickles evolved in this era. Bro, you literally just brought up farming tools on a date. What audacity. Iris tries so hard to be supportive that it's obvious inside she is just dying. Giving a girl agricultural tools is a one-way ticket to the shadow realm of just friends. Finally, she can't take it anymore and blurts out, what about a ring? The girl literally proposes to herself. Yuki pretends he thought the same. Nice save, bro, but we all saw your eyes freeze on those sickles 2 seconds ago. The maids pick up on it, saying that the market only has cheap stuff for ordinary people, basically calling Yuki a poor guy, but he doesn't care. They go to a jewelry kiosk, and Yuki acts like a true gentleman, letting the princess take whatever she likes without worrying about the price. Look at all these sparkles, any waifu's heart would flutter. Iris is on cloud 9. She admires all these cute accessories like a child in a candy store. Yuki notices what immediately catches the eye, a pendant made of lapis stone, simple but seemingly secretly legendary. Flash of memories, he recalls giving something similar to Remilia at her wedding. Bro is just recycling gifts from his past life now. That's legendary stinginess. He sees that it's not very pure, but it's cheap and just fits his current budget, a true man of the people. He calls the shopkeeper, ready to give a few coins for this pendant, but Iris bursts in and demands TWO from them. She won't let him escape so easily. Yuki is confused. Why is she trying to pay if it's his gift? But she's just happy they have the same things. Another look into the past, Remilia was definitely the Damie mommy type. Look at those charms, so it's no wonder Yuki remembers that pendant. Returning to the present, Yu takes the necklace and prepares to put it on her. Here it is, guys, pure cinema. He puts the necklace on her, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. It suits her perfectly. Iris looks like a genuine 10 out of 10. Yuki tells her it suits her, and the maids behind are already jealous and want their turn to get in line, girls. The whole team moves on, like an elite high-level RPG squad. They reach the southern square, essentially the favorite resting place in the whole city. The view is breathtaking from here. You can see the entire mountain ridge. Iris freezes and looks at the mountain where the old village once was. You can feel the emotional blow hitting her right now. They sit down to rest, and the air suddenly becomes heavy with nostalgia. She looks at her native city so close, yet at the same time so far, a moment that strikes straight to the soul. Yuki promises to properly take her there one day. Meanwhile, the brother stacks these promises of future dates. Then he takes out a paper bag. What's in the bag, Yuki? Is it another sickle? No, these are homemade baked treats. Our guy knows how to cook. He made them from Benerulilla flowers from the garden of her old house. Bro returned to the ruins just to gather ingredients for a snack. That's true gigachad dedication. He even admits that he picked them in the garden of her past self, Alice Carmine. Iris remembers planting those flowers as a promise for their future wedding cake. She was crazy about him for 1,000 years, She takes a bite and it's a real explosion of flavors. The power of homemade treats, they have no equal. She is the first in this era to taste his sweets, and because of this, she feels like she is winning the waifu war. She lays her head on his shoulder. We reach the peak of Guy's cuteness. But then he says that he first gave some to the maids to try. Oh, a direct hit to his pride. Iris pouted her lips as if about to explode. I'm not too angry, she says, although everyone sees that she is the angriest person in the world. Ophelia is just relaxing. Her heart is full because she managed to eat an MC cookie. She feels like a winner. Night falls and a big party begins in the castle, celebrating the victory over the Lord of Beasts. The Count is behaving like a real ringleader here. The hall is just unreal, luxurious chandeliers and everything else. This is where the budget money went. Yes, everyone is eating and drinking, and Yuki looks as if he has completely different plans. The celebration is in full swing, but our guy is about to disappear. He sneaks out into the corridor while everyone else is getting drunk. The security is relaxed. The guards have probably already had 5 bottles of beer each. Yuki goes into the forest and pulls out a summoning, calling Lord Nosferatu. Look at this real machine, resembling a hybrid of Gundam and a beetle. Imagine pulling up to a club in it. He uses it to speed back to the village of Fira at Mach speed. And he calls Iris directly to him. She's a bit tousled by the wind, but hooray, this time her clothes survived the teleport. Progress. They approach the ruins of the village. It looks battered and tired, but the memories here are as fresh as yesterday. They are greeted by a swarm of bats, loyal familiars of Yuki, who behave like a welcoming team. Yuki introduces Iris to his comrades. Even the bats catch the scent of the familiar of her master on her. They stand over the ruins, a quiet, beautiful moment. They come across an ancient tree in the middle of the village square. Legends surround this place. Iris recalls it was here that her father asked her mother to become his wife. Sudden flashback. Her father Lyle proposed at least 50 times until she said yes, absolute persistence, a true Chad who never lost. Iris looks at the pendant and decides to follow the same path. She takes aim. Yuki just stands there and probably dreams of even more dried seafood. Iris approaches, coming so close that the height difference looks like a scene from a shoujo manga. Please make me your bride, she says. She finally dared. She said the word bride. Yuki just smiles and says, yes, I know. Bro, this is the most Han Solo answer ever. He tells her that he will never leave her behind. In fact, he agrees to the contract. But then he calls her precious family his family, and that's even worse than when he calls a friend that. Iris is still happy, but girl, it's time to seriously work on that family label. Yuki says she is too unpredictable to leave her alone, and he basically declares that he will be her nanny for life. She vows to become a true lady so that he will finally see a woman in her, but the efforts never stop. Another flash of memory about her dad. That man was the king of confessions. Yuki watches her run through the village, again like a child. He calls Lord Nosferatu again, ready to set off back before they notice they are gone. He lets her stay a little longer so she can look around on her own, a true gentleman. Iris rushes through the ruins, her heart full of hope. They quietly sneaked back to the castle, mission accomplished. She sincerely thanks him for this wonderful day, a perfect ending for a perfect date. But wait, Yuki notices something. Her hands are covered in dirt. He is completely confused. She was just looking around, right? What was she digging for? The next day, Yuki flies back to the village to figure things out and investigate. He suddenly comes across a stone plaque buried in the ground. The stone reads, "My lord and Alice Carmine were engaged here." She literally carved her engagement into the stone. She really is her father's daughter. The level of romantic despair is passed down from generation to generation. Yuki just laughs. He'll leave it there and let the bats keep watch. He is satisfied with the trip. He saw the village and made sure that his princess is just crazy about him. It's time to return to the capital and see what other troubles we get into. Be polite, guys. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings and absolute deans? Your guy is back with a hit. Our MC is finally rising after carrying the team through a real war zone. We're returning to the capital, and you already know the vibe is perfect, with 2 top wafers nearby. But first we have to say goodbye to the local talents. Look at Natasha and Ophelia waving goodbye. Seriously, it's a crime to leave such assets, but for a person of culture, work never stops. Seriously, look at this pure waifu energy. I'd give you $10 if you could look them in the eyes for more than 5 seconds without looking away, but we all know you're in complete despair. Odetta is trying to look professional and serious in high boots, but we know in reality, she is just happy to be part of the main heroine's exclusive club. She's officially drawn into Yuki's faction, and honestly, who would blame her for that? The girls are already celebrating, as if they just won the lottery because they can keep hanging out with our guy. It's almost a harem, and I'm here for real cinema. In the capital, our host is pulling an old trick pretending to be sick to get out of work. The dude is desperately dodging the king, pretending his stomach hurts pure beta energy, to be honest. But Marta, that local mommy, is not having it. Look at those two ponytails. And no, I'm not angry, just a disappointed mom on her face. Mommy. She catches him in 4K immediately because she knows. When it comes to pretending to be sick, this man is a complete fraud. He realizes he lost and just drops the act because you can't fool such a sophisticated woman. To smooth things over, he takes out a hand cream bought as a souvenir. It has some unintentional charm. He buys gifts for the servant just to stay in her good graces. Marta is thrilled, happily telling how now her fingers are so smooth. Meanwhile, the little fox was practicing my jumps to get a few head pats because from time to time some part of him see. Our guy is still grumbling that he has to go to the palace and meet the king. He'd rather take the loot and stay home like a true gamer, but that doesn't happen when you're the main character. Marta needs to instill a simple truth in him. NPCs get jealous if you don't show your achievements. If he doesn't go, people will start looking sideways and hating, thinking he's scheming behind their backs. He finally realizes that the king is just using him for publicity to show the kingdom they have talent. It's all a big political game, and our guy is its star. He throws the smoothest pickup line of the century, inviting Marta to go with him to the palace, truly inviting his servant to the royal reception, acting like a real macho. He tells her it's because she is the one protecting the place he returns to. Believe me, this man's riz is off the charts. The servant blushes more than a tomato. Marta is simply stunned by the sheer audacity of his charm. She has already received her reward just by hearing this, but you know she will be by his side. It is time to go to the great house. The royal palace shines today like never before, because the arrival of the son of Baron Glossaria and the daughter of the Duchess has been announced. Check out the guys who came in. These high-heeled boots on Odette literally carry the whole culture. We enter the throne room stylishly. Odette looks like a real noble treat, and our host is just trying to pretend he belongs there. The tension is off the charts, but the outfit is even cooler. The NPC crowd is already whispering that these two are only 13, yet they are doing more than most adults. The salt in this room is real, and I love seeing it. Here he is, the king himself, sitting in his large chair and intently watching the new talent blossoming in his kingdom. The time for the official glaze session has come. This room is simply of incredible size. Imagine, you have to walk the entire way just to hear, well done, and I would have just asked for a Zoom call out of my laziness. And look, next to the king stands Princess Iris. Today she seems like a true goddess, and next to her is Prince Cain, who for the first time seems like a perfectly decent guy. Our duet kneels down. Even if you are a mage of the highest level, the crown must be respected. It is time for the king to distribute the rewards. The king orders them to raise their heads, and it is clear is truly impressed, for he does not encounter children who play so brilliantly every day. He begins showering Yuki with praise for his huge contribution to the Taurus territory. Bro, basically, gets a 5-star review from the highest authority in the country. Short flashback, the main hero just smashed that Lord Beast spent so much mana he couldn't even move, and it was a pure 1 versus 9 clutch. The king knows if it weren't for Yuki, the whole land would have burned, and now the tastiest moment has come. The rewards. Prince Cain steps forward and announces that the Magic Guild has decided to appoint Yuki as a C-rank mage for a person only 13 years old. This is simply insane progress. They also talk about the lord supposedly he won while being an ancient artifact. The kingdom has just acquired cool technologies thanks to the hard work of our guys. Now the king gives him a choice, to raise the status of his father's baronial house or to create his own new lineage. This is a decisive decision that could turn his life upside down. Yuki thinks for a second. You can see gears turning in his head, which move a risky new house or a reliable family boost. He looks at his family NPCs. They are just happy to be here, honestly. Probably, he is just glad he no longer has to pay for the main hero's snacks. He decides to turn the family house into a viscount's house, a true brotherly act that makes the whole family rich and influential, not just him. The king says, agreed. If this is exactly what you want, it is done. Not a minute of hesitation, just a direct royal decree. So it's official. Baron George will soon become a viscount, and the Glossary family rises into the ranks of the guys from the closed settlement. Princess Iris stands and smiles like a proud wife. Look at that expression. She knows she chose the winner. The chemistry between them is boiling, people. The rest of the nobles applaud, but you can hear sneers from the haters. Some old grandpa calls him an upstart. Keep getting angry, grandpa. Your era is over. Yuki immediately felt envy. He knows he must be on guard, because when you're at the top, everyone wants to see you fall. Well, now it's Odette's turn. Prince Cain calls her out and openly praises her for leading the familiars and helping to overthrow the beast. Finally, she is given due credit. She is assigned the status of a quasi-mage of rank C. It's not a full C like our guy has, but for someone who is just background, it's a huge step forward. Her eyes literally popped out of their sockets. She didn't expect to receive so much recognition, and honestly, it's cute to see her so stunned. The palace erupts in applause again, although it's fake. There's still a wild energy in the air. MC is genuinely happy for her. It's nice to see that he's not some total beta, but truly supports his partner's success. Besides the titles, they receive a huge chest of gold and the right to stand guard at the palace where Iris lives. Bro just secured a mansion next to his beloved princess, a complete victory. The crowd disperses without any incidents, a real miracle for such stories, because usually some killer would have already jumped out. But the prince is not done with him yet. He leads the squad into a private room to talk honestly. You know, once the tea is served, legends are about to start pouring out. Here they are, the Elite Four: Yuki, Odette, Iris, and Kane. This is where the plot begins to move, so watch closely, friends. Prince Kane dropped a shock. The seals on all ancient artifacts of the world are about to be removed. In other words, the world's superweapons are about to awaken. The girls look anxious, and rightly so. If all the ancient items come back to life, the balance of power in the whole world will be turned upside down. In the enemy's stash, reconnaissance data was found. It's clear that the bad guys are already aware and are probably gathering their caches of cultural valuables and weapons. Kane explains that in their kingdom, there are actually very few ancient artifacts. They are basically going into battle with knives against nuclear weapons. If a bunch of such things are found in the ruins of the Elysian Temple, the kingdom is simply doomed. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a sword. And Yuki thought about this too. He is not just a handsome guy, he has a brain working at full capacity. He thinks that after the Great War, the survivors fled north with all the best loot, and from there built an empire. They have been sitting on the best equipment for centuries. Those items were previously sealed so that no one could use them to destroy the world, but now that the seals are cracking, they are openly hunted. Imagine how these chains just break, and that ancient power rushes back into the world. It will be total chaos. The enemy will turn into such a powerful force that it can wipe them off the map. If they don't act quickly, it's just like the final boss. Our guy looks serious. He knows that only he has enough plot armor to handle such a mess. The War of the Eight ended without a winner. The weapons broke. Now they are going to restart the duel, and everyone's health bars are full again. But Kane has countermeasures. He is not just showing off. He has a plan to save their skins. The whole team listens tensely. What do we do, Prince? How do we avoid total destruction from the ancient laser beams? He gathers the entire guild of mages. They set out to explore Elysian. Essentially, it's a mass descent into the dungeon. They need to find the loot before the villains do. They remove all restrictions. Usually you could only enter the 4th floor, but now they go down to the very bottom. This is a literal abyss of danger. Iris and Odetta are shocked. For most, descending to the deepest level of damage is practically a death mission, but for our MC, it's just another ordinary Tuesday. Their goal is to find forgotten ancient magic and artifacts to even the odds, because this is a race against time, and everything is at stake. Yuki understands. Things are getting serious. He hoped for a vacation, but now he's being dragged into an expedition to save the world. When the dungeon opens to everyone, the chances of finding legendary relics rise sharply. It's like a huge event for the entire server with top-level rewards. The guild members' motivation will soar to the skies. Everyone wants that ancient treasure and the rewards that come with it. Odetta is still worried. Elysian is known to be extremely dangerous. She says, "I'm still too young to die," and that's completely understandable. Kane explains that they will form teams. It's not just sending NPCs to die one by one. They will be gathered into squads. And here is the most interesting part. C-rank mages and mercenaries will become leaders. Yuki finally understands why he was promoted so quickly. He looks at Kane as if saying, "You really set me up, didn't you?" He got the title only to be forced to lead the most dangerous mission in history. Kane just throws him that smile. "I'm a prince, accept it," and smiles honestly. Kane is a bit of a Giga Chad. He planned everything in advance. He officially asks Yuki to lead the research team. This is the moment when the main character finally accepts his fate. A long, dramatic pause ensued. Tension hung in the room. Everyone silently awaited his answer. He simply looks at the prince's hand. Will he grasp it or tell him to go away? He barely smiled, and you immediately understood he was ready to embark on an adventure, especially if it involved rare magic. He shakes the hand. Agreed. The deal is made. Our guy officially becomes the leader of the Suicide Squad. Let's go. Kane himself is surprised. He agreed so quickly he thought he would have to offer more gold or maybe another waifu to seal the deal. The girls are not surprised at all. They know perfectly well that Yuki simply cannot resist ancient artifacts and enhancements. Essentially, he is a loot goblin in the body of a nobleman. Kane warns this will be a deadly dangerous journey and gives a last chance to retreat, but our guy does not know what giving up means. He says it's all right this request truly interests him. He looks cute and innocent, but actually has a hidden motive. He is eager to find out what that ancient civilization was really trying to do after all. He is a man of science and culture. He believes they were trying to make humanity stronger, and if he is lucky, maybe he will find the secret of immortality now. That's interesting. He looks at the lords as evidence. They built giant mechs and super soldiers to surpass human limits. Driving monsters crazy and flying into the air, those guys once played a completely different game. He suspects that it was just a bunch of people who really did not want to die. Honestly, me too. Immortality is the main goal of any cultured man. But that's just his personal theory. He is still keeping his cards close to his chest. Because if he finds that magic of immortality, he will be able to make Iris and Martha eternally alive. Bro is literally trying to build a permanent harem that never ages, and that's pure cinema. It's a chance to find even more items and raise his title even higher. He is playing the long game, and the rewards look appetizing. He still dreams of finding relics that would make his life easier. A magical robot vacuum cleaner or a multi-cooker would definitely be on his list. But Kane still somewhat suspects how quickly he agreed, but a deal is a deal. The mission starts and the next chapter will be insane.